Welcome to the Athletic NBA Daily's Trade Deadline Bonanza. I'm your host, Andrew Schlecht, hanging out with you guys all day long. Luckily, we have a lot to talk about. I've got my guy, Baraheni, with me right now. And actually, I'm gonna change this up. I told you in like a pre-production meeting we were going to talk about Jimmy first, but I've got to get your perspective on Brandon Ingram because Brandon Ingram was traded to the Raptors. You know the Raptors better than anybody. So like, tell me, like, where's your headspace right now with the acquisition of Brandon Ingram?
It's a bizarre trade. Even I'm an optimist generally in life and in basketball. And it's still a pretty bizarre trade to wrap your head around. I think if you look at it from a value perspective, they didn't give up much to trade for a guy like Brandon Ingram, who's been an all-star before, entering his prime, still a very good scorer in this league. But also there's like the downside of it where he hasn't played more than 65 games since his rookie year, has been dealing consistently with injuries, has sort of been a part of the injury problem for the Pelicans over the past years. Is not like an adaptable star in the sense that he kind of is who he is offensively, like he's taking his mid-range shots. The shot diet, if you will, is not one that's ideal to like fit around other guys, right?
Is he kind of Stretch Armstrong, RJ Barrett?
Yeah, well, yeah. If Brandon Ingram could have got to the rim, he would have been Stretch Armstrong. Like,
aren't they like similar caliber of players? Don't you think? Like they're like the same. And I don't know. I just think like when I think about the Raptors overall, like I like Brandon Ingram, good player. I like RJ Barrett, good player. But it just feels like a ticket to the middle, acquiring these players.
Yeah. And look, they're 16 and 34 right now.
Yeah, true.
And so you can kind of look at this both ways. You can say they're not talented enough. They need some sort of talent, and Brandon Ingram is a talented player.
Yeah.
Or you could look at it from the lens of, well, they're 16 and 34. Why did they buy at the trade deadline instead of selling off their players for second-round picks? And
you think they tell him to sit the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he's even like back anytime soon. I think he has probably a few more weeks, and then after that, they'll probably slow roll his kind of return.
Yeah.
I think they probably, like, before they even made this deal, they probably contacted Ingram. They said, hey, like, this is the type of deal we're looking for in the summer. Are you okay with that? And are you okay with probably sitting out the rest of the season? Those are probably the two kind of stipulations they had for BI, because otherwise, I don't know why they would trade a first-round pick to do this.
I know.
It just doesn't make sense. And a second-round pick. So
let's torture you a little bit. Let's pull up.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. I sit at 5th in the reverse standings. Do you spend a lot of time here on Tankathon?
I jump in like every month, just to feel something,
God bless you, S, because like I would be
every day
Tankathon on a daily basis. So
we're
gonna give it a spin.
All right.
It's the Athletic NBA Daily's Trade Deadline Bonanza spin of the day for the Raptors.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
They fell to 6.
Oh, of course they did. Yeah. See? There you go.
That's what you get for giving up a first-round pick for Brandon Ingram.
Exactly. Right?
Yeah. That's what you get.
Yep.
Pelicans, by the way, jumped up to number 1.
And the Pels get the first overall pick to get Cooper Flag. Yep.
And the Rockets with the Suns pick jump to 3.
Wow.
To get Ace Bailey. Wow.
Yeah.
This is a chaotic spin. The Thunder get the 8th pick. Get my guy Con Knipple. Have you watched any Con Knipple?
He's a shooter, right? Shooter. Yeah, that's most I know about him.
Yeah. Shooter plus.
Shooter plus? Okay. Shooter plus.
Yeah, I like him.
Okay. All right. Con Knipple.
Yeah.
Cool name. I remember you guys talking about him on the pod.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, cool is one way to say it, I would say. Cool is one way to identify someone's name being Knipple.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk Jimmy Butler a little bit. Bryce Simon is going to join us here in about 10 minutes. By the way, if you're on the stream, we've already got a ton of people on the stream, which I'm extremely grateful for that you guys are up
Yes, sir.
early with us, or maybe you're overseas, or I don't know what's going on, but I'm really grateful that you guys are here. We're gonna have a huge guest list today that I'm gonna put it up here on StreamYard. And I'm sure that many of you that are in the stream now have seen this list, but I'm really, really excited to talk to all these people today.
Yeah. No, it's going to be an awesome day.
It's a great list. So we've got our guy Dave DuFour. Whenever the West Coast wakes up, same with Zena. When the West Coast wakes up, we'll be on here with us. Sam Amick is going to join us later today. Alex Speers will be popping in here. Jay King, Yossi Gozlan, Spike Eskin from the Rice Ricky Sanchez pod. Our guy Mike Prada is hopping in. Blake Murphy is hopping in. I'm gonna have to have you and Blake have a conversation about these Raptors.
Yep.
Here later today. James Herbert from CBS Sports. Bryce Simon, who like I said, is joining us, who's on the Game Theory pod and does his own podcast called Pistons Pulse, which I really like that show. Andrew Claudio from Knicks Film School. Ben Golliver is joining us. Christian Clark, our new Dallas Mavericks beat writer, is joining us. Jon Krawczynski on the Wolves. Katie Heindl, who's one of the best and funniest writers just in the business, is joining us. Mojo is joining us from the Deep 3 pod
Nice.
on YouTube. Mojo's a fun guy.
All-star crew right here.
Yeah, for real. Wes Goldberg, which is great to get Wes to talk about the Heat. Anthony Slater, Keith Parish from Fast Break Breakfast covering the Grizzlies, which you're starting to hear murmurs about them trying to flip Marcus Smart for something today. So hopefully we get him on with something there. Lauren Williams covering the Hawks. Got Hunter Patterson as our new Pistons beat writer, so we'll get some double Pistons action. Trey Kerby, J. Skeets, Tas Melas of No Dunks, no introduction needed there. Marcus Thompson, who was with us last night. Grateful for him to join us to talk that. Jovan Buha. I think we'll have anything to talk about with Jovan Buha.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Did anything happen this week for the Lakers?
Golly. Dane Moore, Jonathan Osborne covering the Raptors. I'm sorry, Jonathan covering the Magic. Scott Agnes on the Pacers, and then our guy James Edwards covering the Knicks. Also, Fred Katz is going to join us at some point today. There's other people that are lined up as well. So
a lot of cool peeps.
A lot of cool people. So it's gonna be great. So before we get to Bryce, who should be logging in here shortly in the next 10 minutes or so, let's talk about Jimmy Butler on the Warriors. I've slept on it. I actually think that this is a pretty good deal for the Warriors. They still have like some trade juice left.
Yeah.
After this, which I think is notable today. They're trying to basically salvage the rest of Steph Curry's career. And if you're trying to do that, I think that you need to get to the playoffs is like the key thing here. But then also, I think that once you get there, you need to be dangerous. And I think that the way that they were currently constructed with essentially your second bucket getter was Dennis Schroeder, and just frankly, Dennis was not working out. Like it for whatever reason, it feels like he works out for every other team that he's on. So whoever, and maybe Utah buys him out, so whoever gets him is going to get the good Dennis Schroeder. I don't know, but he was not good at all with Golden State. They currently sit on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
And it's a terrifying position because we just saw De'Aaron Fox play with Wemby for the first time. Looked pretty good. They
awesome.
Yeah. The Phoenix Suns are still there. They both have the same record. They're both 500 at 25-25, as are the Sacramento Kings, who, say what you will about the Kings, they're not going to give up. Like they want this spot too. So now we're talking essentially, I think it's like a 4-team race for 2 spots. And you know what? Like, don't count out the Portland Trailblazers either, because like what's happening there? They won 5 in a row.
Yeah, for some reason they like to win basketball games now. It's Scoot Henderson doing well.
He's good now. That's great. Yeah. But yeah, I think that, get them to the play-in, and that's a scary team. So if Golden State snuck in and they played Sacramento and they beat them, to the play-in is going to be bananas.
Yeah,
because like it could be these like Mavericks, Timberwolves Warriors,
Yeah.
Suns, Warriors. I don't know.
Basically all teams except the Suns that made trades. Like it'll be.
Yeah. And who knows what happens today with Phoenix?
Yeah, that's true. That's true because they might end up trying to move Nurk or something along the lines of that. Look, with the Warriors, I agree. I think when there's a guy that's in trade rumors for as long as Jimmy Butler has been in trade rumors, we sometimes tend to forget how good that player is. And like Jimmy in a playoff setting, like we know his name, right? We know his nickname. It's playoff Jimmy for a reason. He's able to elevate his performance at such a great level. And the Warriors over the last little bit, especially without Kuminga, especially without Draymond, they've just needed someone else to take the pressure off of Steph. It's been absurd to watch Steph deal with the amount of attention that he has. And I think unfairly, Steph has been, I guess, dogged or people are calling Steph washed this year just because he hasn't had like the craziest year.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe part of that is the age, but also
I think it's fair to say age. Wash just feels disrespectful.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, for sure. And I feel like mostly it's because he's just dealing with so much attention and not having Kuminga there for basically the last month.
Yeah.
It's really made it more exasperated. But like the other part is with Jimmy. Okay. You have a guy who's not necessarily the greatest shooter, right? You had this stat last night. What was it? In 25 games this
25
year.
games, how many made threes? Actually, in the chat right now.
Guess for us.
How many made threes without looking? Don't cheat.
Don't cheat. Yeah.
Give us a number. What you guys think? Let's see and I'll put your name up here on the stream if anybody gets it.
How many made threes does Jimmy Butler have in 25 games?
Okay, Spence in the chat says 35. Johnny says 9. Pierre says 33. These are all reasonable guesses for players. Complete stranger, 28. 6 for Steven, 28 for Kyle G. I like these guesses.
Yeah, appreciate you guys guessing. Thank you.
The closest person, though, Johnny Lambright, 9. Because the number actually.
Oh, we got the right number.
Newest number.
Yeah.
Actually, Brandon V. Wait, I don't see the number. The number's 13.
Right.
So Brandon V, you're the closest one. Congratulations. You win the biggest award ever given by the Athletic NBA Daily Trade Deadline Bonanza, and that is a virtual high five from me.
There you go.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Brandon V. 13 threes, which is not very many 3-point shots, I would say.
Not great, Bob.
But he is somebody, and Marcus talked about this last night, and I think that he just put it like sometimes basketball is so much more simple than we make it out to be.
Yeah.
He's just a guy that can go score with the ball in his hands, and he will shoot threes. You also have to factor in he was trying to get traded all year.
Right. Yeah. I mean, do you remember that game where he was just
weird
tossing up shots?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just had such a strange season with Miami. And so like, I don't know what to take from it. There's certainly some risk in acquiring him just because there's attitude stuff with him always. But when things are going well, they can go very well, like unexpectedly well with him. And so I think if you're Golden State, looking at what they gave up, yes, they gave up Andrew Wiggins. The fact is, Andrew Wiggins was not a guy that you felt like you could give the ball to and he could go get a bucket.
Yeah.
And so,
which is wild because he used to be that guy, Minnesota.
That's what he was pegged as.
Yeah.
That's why he was the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be like this, like super Scottie Pippen player, and it just never clicked with him. And so now he goes to Miami. I think Miami has they have a good team, certan't
Yeah. And I actually really like Wiggins in Miami.
Okay. Sell me on it right now.
What's my sell is like basically they've been adding these wings to try and replicate that 3-and-D type but that all of them sort of do one or the other. Haywood Highsmith, not a great shooter, good defender. Duncan Robinson, great shooter, not a great defender. And then so they have a guy who can sort of do both now and morph and kind of be in all of their lineups. And so defensively, they are much better today than they were yesterday. Especially because Jimmy is no longer on the team. And so like you're taking a guy who just was not trying on the defensive end this season.
Sure.
That's my sell on it. And like, I think, I don't know. I understand the Heat culture aspect of it, because I've seen Miami fans be like, oh, well, we're going to get number 1 overall pick Andrew Wiggins. And I think that's a lot of cope. But at the same time, I think Wiggins will help. Wiggins will be a good 3-and-D player for them who can do a little bit off the bounce and works well with Bam and kind of cleans up things for Tyler Hero. They now have a guy who can stop guys on the wings, so it'll help Hero a little bit too. That's my sell on Wiggins.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that
are they championship contenders? No. No. Are they gonna? Can they even win a first round series?
I mean, I don't know. Speaking of a team that could win a first round series, my guy Bryce Simon.
Oh yeah,
our first guest of the day.
What's up? Bright and early.
What up, Bryce? Yes,
bright and early.
Bryce, are you a morning person? I feel like you're a morning person.
I am. I had to get up a little bit earlier for this, but like I already got a workout in and have my coffee ready and stuff like that. So
look at you.
I'm jealous of morning people, honestly. I really am. Yeah.
So is my wife. My wife could not be more opposite. So a typical Saturday afternoon, I wake up at 6 o'clock, I work out, I get my coffee, I start doing my stuff for the day. And I like beg my kids, guys, please be quiet. Please be quiet. Let your mom sleep till 8:30 or 9.
I know that drill. Yes.
And the day will be better. So.
Oh man.
Bryce, you cover a normal NBA team. What is that like?
Finally.
Congratulations.
They've won 25 games already, which is just like, I don't know, maybe you hoped and prayed for that last year, but like they've already done it.
So what's funny is this is the most they've ever won in the 5 years I've covered the team. The 23 was the most wins Detroit had ever had since I started doing podcast, content creation, whatever you want to call it. So 1 game under 500. I haven't finished the game last night yet. Looked like it was a heartbreaker. Darius Garland with a crazy shot. Got caught up in all the trade deadline stuff. So I'll finish that game this morning. But no, it's a competent team. And because of that, it's an interesting team at the deadline, right? Like we've seen them play the 3rd, 4th, 5th team role already. I'm interested to see if they swing any of that stuff into something else today. I've held off judgment on any moves, guys, because I think it would be premature because any of these guys could be moved or I just don't know. Or maybe they end up and this is it. They take their 3 second round picks and move on.
What do Pistons fans want? What is the hope of today? As like Pistons fans are like refreshing Twitter all day long. They're hoping to see, Sean, like the dream of every fan base today is to see your team's name in Shams Charania's tweet so you can get that dopamine hit and you can have hopes and dreams about a new player on your team. Who are the guys that people are looking at right now?
With all due respect to Tim Bontemps, we didn't even get that yesterday. Like Shams was like KJ Martin to the Pistons with 2 second round picks. Not worth my time. I got Pistons fans were upset. Like we didn't even get a Shams tweet for this move.
Disrespectful.
So disrespectful.
Would have done better. I mean,
yeah. Okay, I think all the big names are kind of off the board that would be exciting, right? There were some Brandon Ingram, which I want to ask. I want to get S's thoughts on that at some point. Okay, good. Because my guess is we feel similar.
Yeah.
So BI's off the board. Levine's off the board. I don't know what the Lonzo situation is now with the extension. I assume that means he's not moving.
Yeah, he can't get moved now.
Okay, so
okay,
and that is okay.
Yeah.
Sam and I were trying to figure out exactly what that meant. With that,
unless there is some workaround here in the CBA that I don't know about. Yeah.
Sam thought because the number was lower than what he currently is on, that maybe he still could be moved.
Got you.
I need to text Keith Smith or somebody and just get a straight answer on that.
Yeah.
The name I like, as I talk around the answer, I like the idea of CJ McCollum, depending on what New Orleans actually wants for CJ McCollum. I'm not comfortable moving any of the young guys, a first round pick, anything like that. If it's salary matching in seconds, if the Pelicans are comfortable with that, I'm into that idea. 1, I think he helps now. 2, I think he can come off the bench next year when JI is healthy.
Yeah.
And 3, between him and Tobias Harris, that's a lot of expiring money at next year's deadline when Detroit may actually be wanting to make a big move. I think most Pistons fans would say a secondary creator, though, guys. That was a long way of getting to. I think the majority of the answers would be Cade needs some help being an initiator.
Yeah.
Especially with Ivy, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
I almost think that you could get, like, if you're the Pistons, you could be like, hey, you should give us some seconds to take on CJ.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Like, CJ is having a pretty good year too.
Really good year.
Yeah. Like, I'm just looking at his stats right now. 22 points, not the greatest rebounder, whatever, not the greatest like playmaker, but scoring wise, very, very good player.
I'm just so scared. CJ's a great player. He's 33. He has slowed down a bit. I worry about teams that like this, where it's like, and you know this, Bryce, it's like somebody has to score the points. Somebody has to get the rebounds.
Sure.
Like the stats scare me a little bit, but I do think like he would be a really nice veteran next to Cade that's been there. That's like been in conference finals, that has like been in like high stress playoff games. And I think like getting guys like that is important.
Great for the locker room too, right?
Yeah.
Like that type of guy.
That type of guy that doesn't mess up the vibes, because the vibes do seem good in Detroit in terms of like Tim Hardaway Jr. Like Beasley has been an awesome fit, not just making shots, but also just like the personality and all of that. JB has made that comment. I don't know exactly how this looks now with what they've done, because before all of this, it was very simple of Tim Hardaway Jr. and Fontecchio. So then it's like, okay, if you're sending those two guys, then what do you need to attach or not attach or whatever? Yeah. Now, I don't know exactly what maybe it could be. I think they could still aggregate KJ Martin if they take him into the cap space. And they can do that because even Lindy Waters and Josh Richardson don't make that much money. They could take all of those guys into cap space and still have a little bit, actually. So they have mechanisms where it's like, does it go into the room exception? Does it go into cap space? If it goes into cap space, then you can aggregate. So I think actually, as I talk through this, maybe it would be close if they did like THJ, KJ Martin, and then they put those other two guys into the room exception. Like, I think there's a way to do it where it's still that mechanism.
And you don't give up too much to go out and get a guy like CJ. I don't hate it for the Pistons, to be honest with you. And I think, like, if you're thinking about this season, you remove Jaden Ivey from the equation, which obviously is such a huge blow. And the ball handling ability, like when Cade is off the floor, you have a guy like CJ who can be a vet, who can kind of orient the offense. Let's just figure out what we're doing, which is huge. And especially come playoff time, that's going to be really important. So I don't hate it. I guess, like, is there another name out there that you think other than CJ?
Lonzo was an interesting name.
Yeah.
On an expiring deal at the time. I think now the deal he's on is really friendly. Dante Exum was an interesting name to me. If he's healthy, which I watched them play.
Yeah, he recently came back, right?
Yeah, he played recently. His first game back was actually against the Pistons. And then I watched another game recently where he like continuously attacked the rim and all of that. Like, just to be that guy in the second unit, like just literally, hey, you're going to handle the ball. You're going to do these things for us. Davion Mitchell seems to be a name that's attached to them all of a sudden. I guess you can speak to that a little bit. I don't know. Maybe that's the emergence of Jamal Shed and Toronto not feeling there's a role for Davion anymore. So those are some of the names that I feel like people have thrown out and talked about.
Definitely like three very different names from like the way that you're talking. All guards, right? That can do a little bit of everything. But Davion to me is still not the offensive player that you'd like for him to be as a lead guy. I actually have been pleasantly surprised with the 3-point shooting this year. I think he's shooting like 36% off the catch, which is like very decent for a guy who has not been a shooter this season. The defense is phenomenal though. And so if you need like a point of attack guy to guard at it, you get like a dog immediately there who can guard up. I like Lonzo for you guys though, because he's such a good connective piece.
Yep.
Like he's a guy who's secondary playmaking, all that type of stuff is perfect for that.
So your CJ McCollum idea. I've got the Spotrac.
There you go.
Trade machine pulled up.
And old Spotrac.
Tim Hardaway Jr., Fontecchio, and Wendell Moore gets you there.
Okay.
So
yeah, and that's what I just wasn't sure with some of the moves that had been made what exactly it was going to look like. Yeah. And again, that's interesting. I have no idea, guys. This trade deadline has like messed up my mind on what value for players are.
Brother, we are the same. Yeah, I know, man. Yeah.
I have no clue. And it's like I said, ultimately the value comes down to what one single NBA team will pay for a player, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what value comes down to. Or one team's misguided judgment of their own player and in one direction or the other, right? And so I don't know what the appetite for the Pelicans is with their injuries and now moving on from BI. Like, do you need CJ to stay around just because you want to be a little bit competent, right? Because Herb is out and DeJounte is out and BI is gone.
Man, they might have no interest in being competent.
No, that's the other thing, right? Maybe they do. But then it's like Trey Murphy is having this emergence of like, oh my gosh, this guy is unreal.
Right.
Do you want to just have nobody around him? I don't know. And that's what's hard sometimes trying to figure out value. I like the CJ deal because I don't think Detroit probably ends up a cap space team this offseason. So that contract doesn't matter to me in regards to that, especially if Cade ends up all NBA, because that's going to trigger some extra money in his salary cap number.
Yeah.
And then again, Tobias Harris, CJ McCollum expiring money would be somewhere almost 50 million, I think, between those two guys.
Yeah.
That's pretty good matching salary. Detroit would have all of their own first round picks because they're finally going to convey this one. Yeah. I just think it sets you up for the now and the future in a decent way.
Yeah, man.
CJ on the Pistons.
I don't think it's going to happen for what it's. I've never got one. The only one I ever got right, Schlecht. Guess what? The only one I ever got right was Gordon Hayward to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Wow. Oh, wow.
And in a trade for the player, that dude, Gordo. What a mess, man. What a mess of a time with Gordon Hayward here.
I felt so smart. I'm like, yep, I was seeing things just like Sam Presti. And like Sam Presti, I was wrong.
Dude, like, and you go look at the receipts. I said embarrassing things after they traded for him. Just flat out embarrassing things. I thought like this is a shoot pass dribble forward that can like really contribute. He can still score. He's got good size.
That's the resume. That's what you thought you were.
The process was. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. That trade still opened up cap space that ended up in Hartenstein, though, right?
That is essentially how they got Hartenstein.
Okay, so it's still a win. At the end of the day, Hartenstein has been incredible for them, and if that's even though Hayward, can I ask S about?
Yeah, let's have the conversation.
So when I fell asleep, Mark Williams had not been traded to the Lakers, and BI had not been traded to the Raptors.
Yeah,
my first thoughts, real quick, is that's a lot of guys that want to play with the ball in their hands between Barnes, IQ, Barrett, and BI. And not only that, they have to pay him, and they gave up draft capital to do it, including the fact that I assume you could have got draft capital for. I'm sorry, I'm just piling on. And you could have got draft capital for Bruce Brown, I think, right?
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts? Maybe I'm missing something.
Look, they were offered a first-round pick last year from the Knicks for Bruce Brown. That's widely reported. That is basically common knowledge at this point, where they could have had with that first-round pick, by the way, ended up becoming Ryan Dunn, which the Knicks flipped to the Suns. And so that's that. Like that value was there for them. They decided to keep Bruce Brown another season to see if they could extract any more value. He dealt with a bunch of knee injuries, etc. I completely agree with what you're saying on the Ingram side. It doesn't make much sense to me. And like I've tried to put on my rose-colored glasses and look at it from the right view of like, okay, what's the vision here? The only way I'm selling myself on it is that they just needed talent in the door, and they don't necessarily believe in the RJ or IQ part of this equation long term. And so this means this is like their backup plan if one of those guys doesn't pan out for them long term. So okay, cool. We can eventually move RJ or IQ and trade one of those guys, or even package one of those guys to go get another star eventually. I think that's the way that they're approaching this. But also, if you're doing that, you want to be able to get as much draft capital back as possible, because you need that in order to go star hunting. So you're not going to outbid OKC. You're not going to outbid Houston. You know what I mean? Like if Booker eventually this summer becomes available, Houston's going to be the first team that puts out an offer, right? Yeah. So I think their process to go about getting talent is sort of flawed. And if you look at Ingram, I actually just tweeted this earlier today, but Ingram is in the 20th percentile at getting to the rim among wings. He's in the 5th percentile for shooting threes among wings. And he's in the 99th percentile on long mid-range shots. So like his shot diet is just, I need to get a bucket, I'm going to get a bucket, right?
Yeah.
That changes the equation so much for the Raptors, who are 29th in three-point rate. Like they don't take enough threes as is.
Yeah.
And now you're looking at a team spacing-wise that only has Emmanuel Quickley as a guy in the starting lineup who shoots more than 35% from three. So I'm not sold on the fit whatsoever. The only way I'm selling myself is like Darko Rajakovic is going to convince Brandon Ingram to shoot threes. That's the only thing I'm selling myself on. That's all I got, man.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
You assume he's getting re-signed? Like you have to. You can't give up draft capital.
I'd assume they had that conversation, but you know, like at least with BI's agent, who by the way reps a ton of Canadian players. If you go and look at BI's agent, like for some reason he just reps a ton of Canadian guys. I'd assume they have that conversation. And I saw Bobby Marks tweet that said they can extend him from now until until June 30th for 144, which is like $48 million a year, which hurts my soul to hear.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's the number that I would land at for a guy like BI. And if that was the case and he was getting that money from the Pelicans, he probably stays with the Pelicans. So what is the number you land at there for BI? Because IQ got 32.5, RJ's 30. Scotty is not going to get all NBA, but he's like somewhere in the 44 range with that max, or actually, 44, I believe it is. So what are you going to give for BI? Very, very interested to see what happens.
Is there any chance that they caught wind that maybe a team would want to sign and trade?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Because, I mean, the only other team with cap space this summer is going to be, I mean, Detroit has a way to cap space if they want to, right?
There's a path where they where they convey their pick, even if Cade, especially if Cade doesn't make all NBA, there's a path. For sure.
Right. So. Which seems it's starting to become pretty unlikely that he does not make all NBA. It seems likely that he'll make it.
Yeah.
By the way,
it wouldn't be enough anyway. It still wouldn't be enough to
go out and get.
It's like 20 million or something.
So the only team is Brooklyn that can really throw out that type of money at him. And I don't know, maybe the Nets are interested in adding Brandon Ingram to the roster. I don't know. How do you guys feel about this Mark Williams trade? It's a lot of stuff for Mark Williams.
I needed to pull up my notes on Williams because I've seen a lot of people talking about his defense, and that here's what I think. I think this makes a lot of sense offensively. Giving Luka that type of length, lob threat, all of that makes a ton of sense. Like that offense can be really, really scary. The idea of that length behind them defensively makes sense. They still theoretically, they still don't have the perimeter. I wanted, excuse me, I wanted them to be able to get a wing. Like I wanted them to get a perimeter point of attack defender and a big. Like that's I wanted them to find a way to do that. Maybe there's another move coming. I don't know what they would trade to make it happen, but It did seem like a lot for Mark Williams, who has been often injured in his young career.
Yeah, often injured. I agree with you. Offensively, I think it's going to be great. I think they're going to find him. He's got great hands. He's a great offensive rebounder too. And I think he's somebody that is going to help them a lot offensively. Defensively, you have to have look at what Dallas did with Luka. It's like they had elite, rim protection around Luka, because there are going to be nights where guys are going to get to the rim.
Mm-hmm.
And I have concerns about Mark Williams being that guy.
Yeah.
And also I have concerns just about reading the stats and thinking they'll translate from Charlotte to LA when there's going to be less touches and less everything for him. And so I'm kind of stunned to see the name, because he has had a good season for Charlotte, and it's just not a name that was on the radar. Obviously it was on the Lakers radar, and they gave up, some really nice pieces for him.
Basically, two of their three remaining great assets.
Yeah,
for this guy.
Connecting the 31 pick. I mean, how many times have you heard people talk about this Lakers 2031 pick?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
unprotected too. Yeah,
unprotected is pretty wild, because you just don't know. I mean, it's good business for the Hornets, who should not be holding on tightly to any of their players.
Yeah.
And so it's good on them for being willing to do the deal. I think it's a good deal I think it's a fine deal for the Lakers to get a big like that. They needed a center. I just wonder if Mark Williams, especially if you're willing to pay a good young prospect and a good future pick, I just wonder what else you could have gotten as far as big men.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try to add Josh Green to this deal, because Bryce, you talked about wing guys that. That's the type of player that I think could have made sense for the Lakers. He actually is a former teammate of Luka's too. So I was surprised they didn't try to get at least one more guy when you're giving out value like that. And now they only have Reeves as a guy that they could potentially dangle in trades in the future. Obviously, pick swaps will be available to them and whatnot, but generally, this is the two best things you had available to you. I have a Mark Williams stat here for you guys. So this year, defensive field goal percentage, right, which is basically how you defend at the rim.
Yeah.
Mark Williams has a defensive field goal percentage of 68%, which is not good, folks. He's basically allowing 68% on rim attempts. That is comparable.
That's in the restricted.
Yeah, that's rim attempts. Yeah, in the restricted. So that's comparable to Domantas Sabonis, not necessarily a good rim protector. That's comparable to Nikola Vucevic, not necessarily a good rim protector. Karl Anthony Towns, not necessarily a good rim protector. As opposed to Chet Holmgren is allowing 42% at the rim, which is elite. It's the best. Victor Wembanyama is 50% at the rim, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Not the defensive stopper you would think he is.
Yeah, not when you consider the size. It's just, again, I was going back through my notes here, and one thing I think he does as well is he overcontests a lot. And when you overcontest as a big, you give up offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
And then there's, I have here defense overall has been rough. There are a lot of positives offensively, though. I will say that, just in terms of his lob threat gravity and some of that stuff, really impressive. The other thing with this is a guy you're going to have to pay a year from now, right? He's already in year 3. So then, year 4 is coming next year. And so you're already looking at some of those conversations this offseason. So, you're already getting to that. And as you mentioned, Schlecht, you're getting off Dalton Connect, an unprotected 2031, which I'm sure the Lakers are hey, we just got Luka Doncic. We're going to be good in 2031.
True. Yeah.
But still, that's 6 years from now. Luka's 31 at that point. Who knows? But I think what you went in and got Luka, it was you go all in. That's the future. And that was my biggest thing, is what we saw with him and the chemistry with Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford made too much sense not to try to replicate in Los Angeles. I wonder if they had to pay a premium. Charlotte couldn't have been shopping Mark Williams. They just, who
There was that report that so I saw this actually in the comments, and I'm not sure where that report came from, but apparently the Hornets initiated to get Connect.
Oh, funny.
So
interesting. Because I guess my thought process was Diabate is the only center. They're going to start Diabate and Is it Taj Gibson is going to have to play backup center minutes?
Poor Taj, man. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, yeah, they don't have anybody. Maybe they'll just throw Salon to the Wolves. The rest.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're gonna-
Yeah. Good luck.
they're going to lose a lot of games, is what they're going to do.
They're definitely going to do.
Which is the goal. Yeah.
And that's fair, right? Like, who cares? Brandon Miller's out for the season.
Yeah.
You can probably play LaMelo like 7 games the rest of the way. So what they traded those 2 big men for 2 second-round picks, a pick swap, an unprotected pick, and Dalton Connect.
Yeah. It's pretty good, actually, if you look at it that way. I don't know.
I don't think so, Bryce?
What?
You don't think it's good?
No, I do. Listen, I was as big on Dalton Connect as anybody.
Yeah.
Like I promise you that if everybody held their receipts high, my Dalton Connect receipt would be as high as anybody's.
Yeah.
I've been a little bit concerned that the defense hasn't shown any growth. Now he is a rookie. His head's probably spinning. He's in LA, but here's the thing. Now you send him to Charlotte. Is that defense going to grow in Charlotte now? Like who's getting him to play better defense there? The kid can score. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit nervous. Like, is he ever going to be close enough defensively to really be all of that? But now he's going to get a ton of minutes in Charlotte to figure it out. So maybe that's what he needs.
Yeah. Also, this is a grown man. This is almost a 24-year-old man, Bryce.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's I just saw Trey Kerby tweet this, but he is older than LaMelo Ball.
Connect. Yeah. So my thing with Connect was
It just doesn't seem possible.
it's crazy. Listen, this is gonna start happening with all these new rule changes in college basketball. Do you guys realize what's about to happen with this JUCO rule? If a kid goes JUCO and then goes 4 years, and then now potentially you can get 5 years for some reason, we want to go. I'm like, where was all this stuff whenever I was playing?
There's going to be like a 27-year-old rookie, that's not overseas. That's not like some rando guy.
No, he went 2 years of JUCO because he wasn't quite good enough for D1 yet. And then he grew 6 inches, and then he got 5 years of Division I. And it's like, it's not going to be anything other than I would have been awesome as a 24, 25-year-old in the Patriot League. I would have been cooking, but no, they had to steal my 2 JUCO years before I ever went there.
Bryce, you might still have some eligibility. You gotta tap into that.
And I petitioned, like I didn't get any of my NIL, which I'm sure I would have gotten so many NIL deals. Like they would have had me all over commercials. I mean, I would have been the star of Washington, D.C. There's nobody else in that city.
Is there a college close to you?
Here?
Yeah.
No, Andrew, you know.
I mean, I know. I didn't know if there's like some like tiny college like close to you.
I mean, there's JUCOs right around. Wichita State's the closest like Division I school.
Okay,
that's
cool.
It's like 3.5 hours though.
The Shockers, right?
Yeah, the Shockers. Yep.
Shockers.
Yeah. So. Bryce, feel free. I mean, you can pop out of here at any point. I know
I probably got a few more minutes. So
yeah. Tell me about Cade, because Cade has had a great year. He's an all-star. Very deserving all-star, and is looking like the guy that everybody thought that he would be, out of the draft. It's just taking him a little bit of time.
Yeah. Here's what I always ask people whenever we talk about Cade Cunningham. Who is the Detroit Pistons' second best player right now? And that is the answer, because silence.
The bias? Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Silence speaks volumes whenever I ask that question. And it always hits perfectly. Maybe Tobias. Malik Beasley is the second leading scorer, by the way, by a few points per game, because he's shooting over 40% from 3.
Yeah.
Jalen Duren averages a double-double, but still has issues defensively. My point is, this roster makes more sense. What Trajan went out and did made sense. He got real floor spacers with real gravity, and we've seen what that means for Cade Cunningham. Not just with his own scoring guys, he's averaging 2 more assists per game as well. He's at 25.6 points, 9.5 assists.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest growth with Cade is that passing, like being able to do all of that, ball screen usage, but also the 3-point shot has really come around. He's at 35%, which is similar to last year, but
the attempts are up, right?
The attempts are up by 1. The pull-up jumper has looked better. It's been more consistent. And so that just made him so much better. He's been really, really good this year. Definitely deserving of being an all-star. And listen, I did all NBA recently. I did not set out to put him on my all NBA team.
Yeah.
And I ended up not being able to not to. I sent it to you.
Yeah, we were talking about this.
You didn't text me back and say like, hey, dude, like, I think you're kind of, and you sent me critiques. And one of the critiques was not like, hey, you're kind of being a homer with Cade Cunningham here on 13, so.
Well, you also texted the wrong guy because I am a Pistons truther, true and true.
He is.
Andrew knows this very well.
Yes.
One of my the bold prediction I had for the year was that the Pistons would make the playoffs, and so you guys are making me look very, very good right now.
They're making me look stupid. I said 28 games, so I look like an idiot right now because I did not see play-in in their future. So, and no, they've been good. JB's been awesome, but Cade has made real strides, and truly on both ends. He's been better defensively as well. He's been more like, he's not a plus defender. He's a neutral defender, but when you have the offensive usage of Cade, I think you'll take neutral defender. Turnovers are an issue. The 3-point percentage down to 35 now is just something to watch moving forward. Like over his last 5 games, I'm looking at it here. 1 of 5, 3 of 8, 2 of 6, 1 of 6, and then he was 3 of 10 last night. So a rough stretch over the last 5. But I would assume he bounces back and has some good games. But he still scored 32, 40, 22, 30, and 38 in those games. So I haven't finished the game yet. It sounds like he went toe to toe with the Cavs last night.
Yeah, he was
especially in the fourth. And then Darius just did Darius things because Darius Garland is awesome. So.
Man, also younger than Dalton Connect.
Cade, really? Wow.
Yep. Maybe we'll make that a thing all day long. We'll just mention it. Any player today that is
every trade that happens.
Every trade.
S. You guys are playing a game over or under Dalton Connect's age.
That's right.
Over.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Oh my God. Brandon Ingram, younger than Dalton Connect. No, I'm just kidding.
That would be wild. That would be super wild. Bryce, do you need to go? I don't want to.
Yeah. I better get out of here.
Longer. Hey, go check out. Okay, the Pistons Pulse podcast is a great podcast.
Absolutely. Yeah,
it's a very fun show. Go check that out. Go follow Bryce at Motor City Hoops on Twitter. Go listen to the Game Theory podcast with Bryce and Sam Vecini. They talk NBA. They talk about the draft. It's one of the greatest shows. So go check that out. Bryce, thanks so much for coming on, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a great day. We'll talk soon.
Okay. Peace. All right. See you, Bryce.
Later. Bye.
I feel like it's going to be a trend today that every person is going to come in and ask me, what are your thoughts on the brand
about Brandon Ingram?
Oh my God.
Raptors shirt. I mean, the good thing about Brandon is he looks really cool, and he's going to look really cool in a Raptors jersey, I think.
That is true. Yeah.
So
he did say Toronto is one of his favorite cities too. So like
he did, which is, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm in a city that gets disrespected all the time. I don't is that something that Raptors fans are excited about?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it gives you more confidence that he'll re-sign. It's always good to be wanted, as you could imagine. But like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's a very weird trade. I think it's, outside of the Luka Doncic trade, which was weird, and maybe the Chris Middleton trade, which was sort of weird.
Yeah.
This is the weirdest trade that's happened at the deadline. Cause a team has the 6th or 5th worst record in the league just spent a first round pick to trade a guy, but I don't know. Hey, by the way,
they did it last year with Olynyk too.
They did it last year with Olynyk. They did it the year before that with Pirtle. They just every single time you imagine that they're gonna sell, they decide to buy. Yeah, and it's been a pretty consistent message with this Raptors front office all the time. How do you? I never got the chance to ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about the Middleton Kuz trade?
Ugh. I hate it. I hate it.
Oh my God.
I hate the deal for the Bucks. I think it's a bad deal for the Bucks. I think giving up the pick swap is not good. Kuzma will probably be marginally better than what Middleton has been, but I don't think it's enough to get you where you need to go.
Yeah.
I mean, Kuzma has had he's been one of the worst players in the league this year.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is situation for him. Like some guys just can't thrive in a bad situation. Like they can't, you can't even like shine them up in a bad situation like that. So he may end up looking a lot better with better players around him. But boy, I'm way out on that. I think, and you said this yesterday, it's like this is the beginning of the end for the Bucks.
Yeah,
and I think it was going to be that way anyways, just because you look at the age of the roster and just the way that everybody's declining. But I am not a believer in Kyle Kuzma being like the difference in anything. Like if they're going to make the conference finals this year, it's because Giannis is Giannis and he's healthy. It won't be because of Kyle Kuzma. So like I'm not a fan of it. Also, I hate it for Bucks fans too. Like I just don't like that. This is not what I would want for a guy that helped you win a title and has done so much for your team and everything. And I guess it's similar to Clay. It's like, what do you do? Do you trade them? Do you let them expire? Like, what do you do?
Yeah.
So it's a tough situation to be in, but I would not have chosen Kuzma. That's what I would have to say. I would not have chosen.
Yeah. I mean, I know there were the rumors of like them trying to get in on Jimmy, and using the Middleton and Portis contracts. I think that would have made more sense. I don't know how close they eventually got to that or how willing Jimmy was to go to Milwaukee, although there was like split reporting on that aspect of it.
Right.
I think it's like to the point I was making yesterday, Middleton is now gone. And that was like a tent pole of what the Bucks had been building over the last 10 years with Giannis. And I know Giannis signed off on this. He even made a really like adorable post about Chris Middleton and how he's his GOAT and all that type of stuff. But Giannis has now signed off on a bunch of things. He signed off on Adrian Griffin getting hired as a coach. Wasn't the guy. Signed off on Damian Lillard being a person to get traded for. And so I wonder how much longer the Bucks and Giannis are willing to kind of like keep this thing going, knowing that there's just not a lot of options out there, and they aren't nailing the draft either. Like AJ Johnson, guy who got drafted last year, they just traded him to the Wizards. Barely played, and I know he had some good games recently, but ultimately, they don't nail the draft enough for them to replenish the talent that they lose, and they're not getting any younger. And so Kuzma technically makes them younger. They got Jericho Sims too, if that changes anything for you.
Changes nothing for me. Shout out to Jericho, but Jericho's the writing was on the wall for him in New York. Like everybody knew that they were going to move on from him. And they couldn't play him either. I mean, you just look up and down their roster. I mean, you look at the guys that are 25 or younger. AJ Green, who's a nice role player. You've got Andre Jackson Jr., who's 23, who's a nice role player as well, a guy that plays a lot for them, but like very limited offensive player. Then we're like down to like Ryan Rollins, who is a G League guard. I mean, like
at that point,
those are the guys. And then you look at everybody else, like Bobby Portis is 29, Taurean Prince is 30, Giannis is 30, Pat Connaughton's 32 and is in and out of the rotation. Dame is 34. Brook Lopez is 36. Like it's like they missed the window to actually remake the roster, and now like the ship is sinking, and there's not a whole lot that you can do. Like, I mean, like you trade for Kuz, you're trying to do whatever you can, but I mean, at this point, you just really this might be like their last chance, and you can thank God that Milwaukee's in the Eastern Conference. Because you do have
that's true. That is true.
You have a shot if you're in the Eastern Conference to get there. I mean, Indiana made the conference finals last year. And Indiana they kind of caught lightning in a bottle and in some ways, but they also got lucky with the injuries that were happening, including Milwaukee's injuries. And so could the Bucks make the conference finals? I think that's certainly on the table. And so but I think this might be one of your last shots, especially with the decline of Dame and his inability to defend, and Brook Lopez, like he can't do everything anymore. So yeah, I think like this is it's going to end soon, and I wonder if you're Milwaukee, you need a hard reset at some point.
Yeah.
And you need to trade Giannis, and you need to get as much as you can for him. And that there will be teams that will be willing to give up a lot for him, but you just can't wait too long. And that's where like people want to talk about the Thunder's rebuild and everything. The reason the Thunder's rebuild has gone the way that it has is that they dealt Paul George and Russell Westbrook when they still had tremendous value.
Right.
They didn't wait until the wheels were starting to fall off. Like they were able to get a deal done with Paul George when he had finished the season third in the MVP voting. And so that is why they got the haul that they did. And in that trade, right now and counting, they got both Shea and J-Dub.
J-Dub, yeah.
So, you just need to hit on a couple, and then you're off to the races. And so if you're Milwaukee, you're going to have to bite the bullet at some point. And it's tough to do it, but and it's harder too. Like it was easier for the Thunder because they were not having success, and that they never won a title.
Yeah,
it may change the calculus that they did win a title with Giannis, and it's just harder to trade guys who have won titles, with your team.
And it's also like Giannis probably isn't the type of guy who's gonna ask out. Like he's gonna apply pressure. It has to get to a certain point for him to ask out. So like first round out this year might be the cause of that. Because what is that? 3 now in a row,
3 years
first round outs, so like it has to be something pretty drastic in my opinion for Giannis to have to go to the front office and say, hey, I'd like to make a change. He had those comments when Luka got traded, which are funny to think about. I know he was joking about them, but it does feel like that's just the inevitable next step. You look at Phoenix and how much they've tried to build around Devin Booker. And I think it's basically a foregone conclusion that within the next couple of years, they're going to trade Devin Booker because they do not have any out. And there's no way for them to try and contend and build a contender because they've tried everything. All the picks are out the door, all of the draft capital, all of the players' salary, everything is out the door. Bucks are in a similar situation. I don't know. By the way, Giannis has been top 5 in MVP voting since the 2018-2019 season. He'll probably be top 5 in MVP voting this year too.
No question he will. Yeah.
31, 12, and 6 with a block and a half, shooting 62% on twos. Like he's still incredible,
Yeah. I mean,
and so if he's on the market this summer, you're gonna get a haul for Giannis.
Absolutely. You would get everything, and you should demand everything. You should get a lot more than Anthony Davis and a first round pick.
Oh my God, yes.
Honestly, that trade is so scary. Like that's it is so bad and like just a terrifying deal.
Yeah.
That like can you imagine if like that's all the Bucks got for Giannis?
Yeah. Or if like let's say one
go by the way.
Yeah. Or if for some reason, and obviously this is not happening, there's no reporting, but like the Thunder just traded SGA for, I don't know, Jimmy Butler and a first round pick.
I would die. I'd be dead. I'd be dead. You'd be at my funeral today. Yeah. I mean, it is still just astonishing. It's just astonishing. Like there's got to be, I mean, you could probably write a whole book just like on the deal and how it came to be, because there are so many layers to it. There's so many things that don't make sense where it's like, okay, what is really happening here? Like, I'm not a conspiracy theory guy,
but it makes you a conspiracy theory guy.
But, dude, I'm like, listen, is this all about a threat to get, basically the Mavericks to threaten to go to Vegas so that they can get legalized gambling in Dallas? Like, that's where my mind goes.
It's not, you know what? It is not out of the question anymore, and nothing is out of the
Anything's
question.
possible.
Yeah.
You know what else is possible? Having James Edwards on the pod right now. James Edwards covering the New York Knicks for The Athletic is joining us bright and early here on the stream. James, what's up, man?
James, you still at Pearson Airport?
Dude, that's I actually. So the trick is, I don't even know if I want to blow it up, but I don't. Even know if
I feel like I know the
exactly. Billy Bishop trick.
Yeah.
So they have like multiple direct flights to Newark every day.
Cool.
And for those that don't know, Billy Bishop is the airport literally right off downtown on the island.
Yeah.
It's never busy. With that said, last time I was in Toronto, my flight got delayed several hours because of fog, because they're small planes. And this time we get on the plane, everybody gets on the plane only to get off because there's a maintenance issue. And then we wait, get on another plane, back up off the gate, and a maintenance light comes on. So I still love Toronto. I still love you. You're still my favorite city.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
But Billy Bishop, I might be done with you. Go back to Pearson in the 50-minute drive.
Yeah, you got to take the L, man. Look, Billy Bishop is cool because it's secluded and it's kind of private. There's not that many people there. You can just kind of chill and do your thing. But yeah, there you always fall through with that type of stuff. That's for sure.
So yeah, when I signed up originally to do 8:30, it sounded like a good idea. And then after the last 24 hours, I can't, like, my eyes are burning right now. But I'm here. We're gonna do it.
Thank you. You're grinding it out. Appreciate you.
So glad you're here. Okay, so this is what the first. Bryce Simon was our first guest this morning, talking Pistons, which is near dear to your heart. We won't make you do that today. The Knicks, they've made a lot of deals already. You know, like, this is a team that, like, they made the big trades already, but you always want more. I'm sure the fans are still clamoring for more. Like, what is a Knicks fan hoping for today?
Well, I think there's a subsection of fans that want them to pull off the next Luka type trade. Obviously, it is New York, so never say never, but I don't see that happening. I think what people want is a backup wing.
Okay.
And you look at the roster, they have a very good wing room with OG, Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges. But their bench currently, I think the tallest player, well, pre-DeLon Wright trade, the tallest player that wasn't a big man was Landry Shamet at 6'4". So I think if you ask most Knicks fans, they would like to get a wing. I think there's a good amount of fans that are interested to see. I think there's some fans who are interested to see Mitchell Robinson as the deadline acquisition. I think there are some fans who would be willing to find a way to move him and bring in a different center who's a little more durable. But I think ultimately, if you polled the Knicks fan base, it's another wing.
What names are
out? What's the name that keeps popping up?
What are the dreams?
Well, so the issue with the Knicks is obviously where they're at. They're like 530,000 from the second apron. So they can't take back more money than they send out. But the issue is none of the starters are getting traded again, unless New York wants to go big city fishing, which again, I don't see happening.
Andrew Claudio in the chat, your producer on Cats and Shit, disagrees with you. He said nothing is crazy, James.
No, he's right. He's right, except Fred. What's up, Andrew? So you look at the roster. Mitchell Robinson after the starters. Mitchell Robinson's the only one that makes like tradable, like not tradable money, but $14,000 a year or $14 million a year. He's the only one that makes over $10 million on the bench. So everybody else is minimums, and Precious Achiuwa is $6 million. So to get a wing of any significance, it would have to take two of those players. Like there's $7 and $8 million wings out there that are somewhat interesting. I think obviously Kelly Oubre. He didn't get traded yesterday, right?
No, he
didn't. Yeah, Kelly Oubre. Simone Fontecchio in Detroit, who's had a little bit of a rough year, but I think in New York just being able to be a standstill shooter, a guy who can play hard. I think that's one.
Yeah.
But even with those two guys, you have to trade two guys to get. Even with getting one of those guys, you have to trade two guys to get them, assuming Mitch or none of the starters go. So, I think a lot of people were hoping that Jericho Sims would get traded for Javonte Green in New Orleans straight up. I'm pretty sure there were discussions there, but that didn't happen.
Mhm.
And it's just kind of slim pickings for a wing of substance, I guess. But you never know what could happen. But those are like two names in that $7 to $8 million range that come up that you think about. And of course, if they are to do that today, it's going to be a wing that nobody thought about. So
Yeah.
Is there any possibility that they involve Mitch in some of this talk? Because I know like he is obviously the trade deadline acquisition, as you
Right.
mentioned, and like he adds a lot to this team as a big.
Certainly. It's been my impression talking to people around the league that they were open to trading Mitch. I think that stuff has died down.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mitch is probably closer to returning than maybe people think.
Cool.
Whether that's right after the All-Star break, maybe even a little before, you never know. He just got cleared for contact. Never say never, especially one thing that I think I went to bed thinking last night is Charlotte doesn't have a center.
Yeah, they only have Taj Gibson, and who else were we talking about?
The young fella, Diabate.
Diabate. Yeah.
Yeah. But they may like it that way, though.
And they might like it that way. But also, if they're in asset acquisition mode, I think Mitchell Robinson would be a good gamble. Let him heal up, come in next year, maybe recoup some of his value if he's able to stay healthy. They have Josh Green, who makes about the same amount of money as Mitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about him as a Lakers option. Like, why didn't they,
I think the Knicks, like, again, I'm not reporting this, but I went to bed thinking like, a Mitchell Robinson, Josh Green swap, I think would make sense for both sides, unless the Knicks are very certain that Mitch will be healthy for the duration of his contract, or at least until next year, because he would be a big deadline acquisition. But Precious has been playing really well lately. So I kind of went to bed thinking that. Now, again, never say never, but I've just kind of gotten the impression in talking to people that people are weary about Mitch's health.
Yeah.
And that the Knicks do not want to attach assets to move him. So I think the Lakers Charlotte trade maybe adds a little bit more intrigue to that, but not anything that I'm able to like report between when it happened at 1 a.m. and 8:30 now.
I want to get your take on just like the Luka madness of the week, James, just because I like to hear your thoughts just league wide as well.
Thank you. So this is my thing, and would I ever trade Luka? Would I trade Luka? No. Do I have like an issue with trading Luka? Again, when I first saw it, it's like, okay, there must be something going on. Whatever. Like, they know their guy better than anybody.
Yeah.
The issue I have is with the fact that they only called one team. Well, they called two teams, but one team got the serious offer.
Yeah.
And that's just like an issue to me. So much of an issue that I think that's grounds for Adam Silver to step in and veto it.
Yeah.
Again, teams can do whatever they want, but I think that's like malpractice by the league to allow a player of that stature to only be shopped to one team.
Yeah.
Which, with that said, as somebody who's not a conspiracy theorist, makes my antennas rise.
Dude,
we were just talking about that. Like, it makes you turn into a conspiracy theorist.
It's all about casinos. Like, that's where my brain has been like the last the
casino route. I'm not mad at that. Yeah, I just really have an issue with them. One, only talking seriously to one team, and two, the league allowing that. I know that it would be very it's not unprecedented for the league to step in, as we know with like the Chris Paul trade, but
Yeah.
to me that's malpractice by both Dallas and the league. I think that is legitimate grounds for the league to step in personally, but maybe I'm just being extra, and I don't know.
No, I don't think you're being extra. I think like it's rare to have a situation that's as back alley deal as this was. Rare,
Yeah.
if not like impossible. Like there were 2 or 3 people who knew about this deal in the entire NBA. You know, it was Rob Pelinka, Nico Harrison, and then Jeannie Buss and the Mavs owner, Patrick Dumont. So like it's rare for that to happen, and it's suspicious in certain levels. You know what I mean? It makes
For
you become
sure.
more of a conspiracy theorist, and like the casino angle makes sense. Hey, maybe the Lakers exceptionalism and ratings and all that type of stuff. Like you could sell yourself on any of this stuff, really, because of the way that it shook out.
Great point. Yeah, I think when I look at it, that just feels like a deal that the Mavs always could have got.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like after they canvass the league, like who cares? So your argument is it can't get out because Luka will dictate where he goes. Okay. Well, if he wanted to go to LA, that trade's still going to be there.
Yeah.
So let him dictate where he wants to go and see what else you can get. And you know what? Tell him, listen, we've seen the Raptors trade for Kawhi. Like, let other teams decide what they want to do with their assets. Don't
Yeah, James, I said I would give 25% stock in the Raptors or to trade for a guy like Luka Doncic, man.
Yeah.
I think a lot of
many
teams would do that.
100%. And teams were willing to do it for Kawhi. The Raptors did it and it paid off. And obviously he didn't stay, but listen, there's only so many teams in this league that have won a title, and the Raptors are now one of them. And I think you just let teams decide what they're willing to give up. And then the fact that they didn't even get everything for the Lakers.
Yeah.
And allowed the Lakers to make the Mark Williams trade, which I feel like we're all on the same wavelength. I thought that was a lot for Mark Williams.
Yes.
Yeah, it definitely.
Like that was my first reaction. Not that, oh my gosh, they got Mark Williams. It's like the dude barely plays. He can't defend.
Yeah.
And if their starting lineup is Luka, Austin, LeBron, Rui, Mark Williams, Shea scoring 100 this year.
Yes.
If they have another game, Shea is scoring 100 points.
Yeah.
S had a stat that teams are shooting 68%.
It's not good. It's like here, I still have it up, but it's basically
68.
It's comparable to Vooch and guys of that caliber defensively guarding the rim. So
I think a lot of basketball Twitter looked at the trade, and rightfully so. Like I think if you're on basketball Twitter, I think there's been more positive things said about Mark Williams than negative. But it feels like that's kind of to the extent in which people have watched the Charlotte Hornets, and I don't blame them. Mark Williams has not been good at all defensively, and he's 22 with a back issue and has had other issues. And I would imagine that the team that's had him since his career started, I would trust their belief in his medicals as opposed to the team trading for him. But I hope it works out for him because he is like a talented player. I hear he's a nice guy or whatever. So I'm rooting for him. That's a lot for Mark Williams.
It is, and it does make my ears perk up too. That apparently the Hornets initiated this.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
Yeah, Ramona Shelburne reported it this morning that they called about Connect, and that
they liked him at the drafts. Connect.
He can score, man.
Yeah,
like he can really score.
Yeah.
But it is interesting that Mark Williams has had the best year of his career so far, and they're like, and we'll trade him. I don't love that. They did need to get a big, like there's no question
for sure.
I just wonder if you were offering and this, it's funny because now we're like doing like the reverse Luka thing to the Lakers. In that, like, if you were offering your 2031 unprotected and connect to the entire league for a center, do you think you could have done better than Mark Williams? Is like a question that I'm left with.
You probably could have got Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah,
You probably could have got Mitchell Robinson.
Could you have gotten Onyeka Okongwu for that? Like, would they have traded Okongwu for that?
I think that's a conversation. Yeah. Listen, I think if the circumstances were different, like you could give up much less and get like Isaiah Stewart. Not much less, but you could give up. But obviously, him. I imagine
He's having a good year.
LeBron isn't approving that.
Wouldn't you rather have Beef Stew, man in the middle?
Oh yeah, LeBron is not saying yes to
not
approving.
right.
No
He's
way.
not approving that. But you know what I mean? Like there are guys out there who you could have probably taken one of those things, maybe one and a half of those things, and got that gets the job done. Like listen, you couldn't call the Mavs back and offer like a box of Pop-Tarts for Derek Lively. Like seems like they're on a good old.
Seems like Nico is like, sure.
Yeah, a good old. Just ask and you'll
receive. What about Gafford though? Like, what about
Gafford? Yeah,
like, that's the question that I have about like why. If you called them or like, hey, you know what? Let's revisit this. We'll give you connect and that first, and just like make Gafford part of this deal.
Yeah, you can save face.
And because like you can't play AD, Gafford, and Lively together, certainly.
No.
Yeah.
And you can't give them all the minutes that they all need because they're like all three starting caliber centers. You know,
and you want to see PJ Washington at the 4 more than you want to see him at the 3.
100%. Yeah. I mean, like why not him? Like you'd rather have Gafford there. And I mean, they didn't give up that, that much to get Gafford even a year ago.
I'm with you. And also I'm sorry, go ahead, S.
No, I was just going to say, I saw a report yesterday that said, like, in practice yesterday, Luka expressed the desire to play with a lob threat. And
I get that.
So I completely understand that aspect. I wonder if they were kind of pressured to make a deal quicker than they wanted to. And I know the deadline is right around the corner. So that obviously they feel that pressure generally. But maybe that forced them to kind of expedite this versus going out and trying to look for, because I know they've been interested in like Walker Kessler and other guys who might not be the lob threat type compared to a guy like Mark Williams who fits that mold a little bit more,
Could the 1 second not like is Jericho, like Mark Williams is way better than Jericho Sims, but if they just want a guy who can run and jump and at at least like Jericho's a better defender. I'm not listen, Mark Williams's ceiling is so much higher than Jericho Sims. I want to make that very clear. But if the goal is just to get a guy that for now that you don't, and maybe just see how it looks, like Jericho's better than Mark defensively. And he can jump very high. Like that'll cost you significant. Like you're right.
And Luka probably makes Jericho look way better than he is right now.
And the reason the Knicks, I think the Knicks did Jericho a solid, and the reason they are like moved him, for all due respect, like for DeLon Wright, is like just to help him go get paid. Like the Knicks have a history of allowing guys that if they don't want to pay him to trade him and go get paid, and I think that's the same thing here with Jericho from people I've talked to.
So back to the Knicks. Where are the expectation levels for the Knicks? Is this like a conference finals or bust? Is this NBA finals or bust? Like what's the mindset here on February 6th?
For the fan base or the Knicks?
Let's go for the fan base, because that's where the uproar comes from.
I'll say, I think Knicks fans, how do I want to say this? I'll say this. The floor expectation this year is to get past the second round.
Yeah.
Like, I think if that happens, most fans feel okay about diluting the assets and all in on this team in X, Y, and Z. I think a lot of fans believe this team is a championship contender right now. They've been playing significantly better as of late. They found ways to win games even when they're not playing well. Yeah. I still think that it's OKC, Cleveland, Boston. And Knicks fans, close your ears. I still think like Houston and New York are on the same tier.
Wow. They should close their ears to that.
I know most people don't. It's just when I say same tier, it's like I think that like if Houston was in the East, that would be a matchup problem for New York. New York just beat them, yes,
Yeah.
but they were just without.
Yeah.
They were out without 3 starters.
Yeah.
And it was a great game till the end, pretty much. So, like, and I say that out of respect to Houston. I
think you're crediting Houston more than you are discrediting the Knicks.
100%. Like, I think Houston, the way they play so hard and are so like fast and so aggressive, and of course they just lost to Brooklyn the other night. Like, whatever. Again, they're missing starters. I think the Knicks are one of the best 5-6 teams in basketball. That's not a knock. I think for the most fans though, can we finally get past the second round?
Yeah. No, I think that makes sense. And a lot of it's like centered on health, which is the truth for everybody.
Yep. And the Knicks have been relatively healthy despite the minutes stuff. Like OG hadn't missed a game until the foot thing the other day.
Right.
Doesn't seem too serious also considering the way. I mean, we don't know yet, but
it doesn't, but it's the Knicks, so you never know.
Right. Yeah.
But it doesn't. Yeah, I agree. So they've been relatively healthy. I'll knock on wood for Knicks fans.
What was it that Tibbs said last year? He had some like funny quote about like it's all medical or something.
All medical. That's his thing. You have to talk to medical. It's all medical.
It's all medical.
I love it, dude. I love his one-liners.
Will you just peel the curtain back for us a little bit on what it's been like covering the Knicks, from like covering the Detroit Pistons for as long as you did, and then like moving to New York and covering the Knicks? Like what's that transition been like for you, like work wise?
Yeah, it's, how do I say this? You're walking into a fan base that obviously has great passion and great expectations.
Yeah.
Detroit Pistons fans have great passion. The expectations weren't there this year, and they haven't been there the last few years, obviously.
Yeah.
So there's that. I want to say first and foremost, the players, for the most part, have all been like very nice. Like, it's a good group of guys. Like, I really like the guys that are on the team.
Yeah.
I'd say the biggest difference and the biggest thing I kind of struggle with, and it's something that I knew before taking the job. I knew what I signed up for, is the access is not good.
Yeah.
That's fair.
They do and it's not a knock on like.
It's just the way that teams do business. Like teams, like they just have different mandates on how that they handle business. Yeah.
Everybody has a boss. Like I want to make it clear, like the PR people are very nice people.
Yeah.
I like enjoy them, but everybody has a boss, and people know how Dolan and his relationship with media has been. So it's like the hardest part for me is like, it's far more difficult to build like relationships and have like normal human interactions consistently with players.
Yeah.
Just to give people like inside baseball. So most teams, if they're practicing on the road, or in my experience, when their team is practicing on the road, when it's over, the team opens up the gym and you can go talk to whoever you want. In New York, it's like we have to agree on 2 people,
right?
And they bring them to us. It's just a little bit. It's just just the opportunities to build like normal have normal human interactions are a little bit further and farther. The biggest access we have is pre and post game, when guys don't want to talk the most.
Right. Yeah.
Or they want to talk they want to go home right after a game. Like I talk to guys off to the side, but it's not as frequent as it was in Detroit, and that's how a lot of great stories like develop, and how I think I was able to have so much success covering the Pistons and make them interesting at times when they weren't, is because of the credit to the PR and the access that they provided and allowing us to get to know players and find good stories. So it's been, I feel like I've done a good job here. Like I like a lot of the stories I've written.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But it's definitely like a story that maybe would take me a week in Detroit to get done is taking me 2.5 weeks to get done here just because of how things are set up.
Yeah.
What about New York living?
I like that. The only thing is it's always loud, whether it's somebody honking their car horn, whether it's just people shouting for no reason.
Yeah.
It's always loud,
Mhm.
and there's just dog shit on sideways because people don't have yards.
Yeah, that is true. But hey, look, you know that ASAP Ferg, I gotta close the window because New York don't know how to be quiet. You know,
It's
like,
a fact. He knows what he's talking. Like it's a fact. Shout out to Ferg. Like that's how you know he's a real New Yorker.
yeah.
Like that's like that it takes 40 minutes to go 3 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the congestion prices, baby, listen, hold on. Let me say this. I think it's bad that they raised the prices on the tolls, but as somebody who gets to expense a lot of things, those streets are a lot clearer now, baby.
There you go.
I'm all in.
You're all in.
Now, if I had to pay a lot more out of pocket for when I travel to practice and games.
Hey, isn't parking crazy though? Like prices for parking?
It is. You can find like 30, like every now and then, like you can find like $30 right by the arena. But what I do,
but you're also expensing that. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, when on days I do drive, but I have a train that like door to door, from door to Madison Square Garden, there's a train by me that's like it takes 20 minutes.
Cool.
It's just closed this month for renovation. So,
Yeah.
so, but they don't play that much this month, so it'll be all right.
Wow. You got any Josh Hart stories for me?
Fred obviously has a lot more than I do. What's my favorite Josh Hart story to date? He's just like there's not one thing that like sticks out. I think he's a clever, like witty guy who can think on the fly and has like a lot of funny, like I think Josh could be a stand-up comedian just because like how he, not necessarily because he's like funny, he is funny, but like how his mind works, and how it works so quickly. I'm trying to think, is there anything that like really that I can share? Nothing that I can share.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but he's
that's not surprising.
Yeah, nothing that I can share. Yeah.
Fair enough.
What'd you think of the Jimmy deal?
I think Miami got a good return for a guy who I think had made it known he had limited options that he wanted to go to, and I don't really think a lot of teams in the league wanted to deal with that.
Yeah, for sure, especially with an extension looming.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think Miami did good business. I like that Golden State didn't just like punt on the rest of the Steph and Draymond era.
Yeah.
I like that if there's anybody who seems to be not as psycho as Draymond, as I wear a Michigan State hat. I love Draymond.
Yeah.
As competitive as Draymond it's Jimmy Butler. So I would love to see how that just like injects a different level of, like Steph said last night, like trading for Jimmy comes with expectations, and everybody likes to play meaningful basketball.
Yeah. 100%.
So I like that. They got to keep Kuminga and Pods. So
yeah,
I think there's avenues for them to add another guy. Like I still don't think I wouldn't trade, like go get Vucevic for one of the, like I don't love Kuminga and Pods as everybody, like as a lot of people seem to. Like I think they're fine. I think there's like some people who think they're like the future of the franchise. Like I'm like, I don't see it.
Yeah, totally.
Like would you trade Pods, Looney, and some seconds for Vooch at this point if you're Golden State?
You're asking the wrong guy. I'm not a Vooch guy.
I'm not either, but
I'm not a Pods guy, so I would. I'm
honestly not either guy, to be honest with you.
But I mean, I don't think the Warriors would do it from a value perspective. I feel like they would probably do GP, like Gary Looney, and then
Yeah, I was gonna say
Firings, yeah.
Yeah, GP2. Yeah, I think that's probably where Vooch's value is at this point. Even though he's had a great season for Chicago, all the qualifiers you need to say.
He is what he is.
I just don't think you can get a great return for him just because of the track record that exists there. And it's just so hard to win playoff games when your backline defense is non-existent. Like it's just really, really tough. And I think that and maybe Draymond is like the perfect guy for him to play with just because he can cover like so much ground. But even Draymond isn't that may not be like that good on defense anymore. Like, I don't know.
No, and if you're giving up Looney, who I'm a big Looney guy.
I am too. Like I like what he's like, just how solid he is.
Yeah, good rebounder. Always seems to have like at least one crazy playoff game where he gets like 20 rebounds for them, and they just win off of that.
Low maintenance on offense.
Low maintenance, doesn't need much. And so I don't know. Like I actually think Looney is low key very important to them, and he's obviously been there through this whole thing. So like culture, vet wise, he's huge too. I know yesterday Marcus Thompson was talking about like they already let Wiggins go, and that was hard. And if they end up moving Looney and GP, that's like three guys that have been there for a really long time that have helped build up the last few years of culture. And then you're just kind of changing the chemistry of what's happening in that locker room a lot. So like there's that aspect too. And I wonder how aggressive that makes Golden State moving forward. Cause that's a
great point. I mean, listen, I get it. Like you got to have something for the future. I would see what Pods and Kuminga can get me before 3 p.m.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Cause also like they got to pay Kuminga this summer.
Yeah.
And he probably wants more than what they now have to offer after extending Jimmy, you know?
I'm with you. I would absolutely trade. Absolutely trade Kuminga.
If I had felt like he's like the guy that can be the next face of the Warriors, like we're not having that conversation. I just don't feel that. I don't know. So see what you can get for those two and go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Got quite the crew.
Look at Eric.
This is what I was hoping whenever I set this up, is to get like so many people in the chat here. We got Yossi Gozlan here, Cap Guru. You should listen. Like if you want to know what's going on with the salary cap, you got to watch his YouTube page, and he has a podcast too. That's great that I utilize all the time. And we got Eric Name here. Name, can we talk about this Chris Middleton trade and just like your thoughts on it and the long blink that you just had after I said Chris Middleton trade?
Yeah, I mean we can talk about it. There's a lot there, right? Like the first story that I wrote off it was obviously when we had broken it at the Athletic. But the second story was like, I will talk about Kyle Kuzma at some point. I will write about Kyle Kuzma at some point.
Shout out to Flint.
I'll get there. But for now, I think so much of this is like an era of Milwaukee Bucks basketball just ended. Period.
Yeah.
Like Giannis Antetokounmpo has never played a game in the NBA ever without Chris Middleton on the active roster. Like that, just think about that. That's crazy.
That's
wild. 12 seasons. He's never played a game without Chris Middleton on the active roster of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's just like the tip of it, right? And the thing to me has been those guys have just been the standard bearers in Milwaukee. Like when new coaching staffs came in, it was like, okay, well, what are we going to do with Giannis and Chris? Okay, how can Giannis and Chris help us get whatever viewpoints we have, whatever we're trying to teach? How can those guys help with the culture? And it's just like, to me, really overwhelming that Chris Middleton is no longer a member of the Milwaukee Bucks. Like that is a spot where it's tough to think about. Like, it was strange last night to be at a Bucks game and Chris not being in the gym. And yeah, I know he's been injured and stuff the last couple of years, but like that is just a really, really weird thing to kind of comprehend and try to work through. So to me, I think it all starts there. Like, this is a brand new era. It could be successful, it could not be. I don't know, but like an era of Milwaukee Bucks basketball ended yesterday when the Bucks made that trade. And that's just like it's a lot, honestly.
Yeah. What was the calculus in the process of trading a guy like Middleton, who obviously was so important to everything that they were doing, for a guy like Kuzma, who's not having the greatest of years in Washington, and then also attaching picks to kind of get off the contract, and AJ Johnson, and like what was the process there to come to this conclusion that you wanted to make this trade for Milwaukee?
I think a lot of it is, I think there's a couple factors, right? I think the first one is Chris Middleton's played 23 games this season.
Mm-hmm.
We're past the halfway point. So he's played about half of the Bucks games this year. That's a problem. He's supposed to be your third best player. He's supposed to be the guy that's helping you out in crunch time. Is supposed to be a major part of the offense. And he's only played 23 games. On top of that, he's only playing 23 minutes a game. And I think overwhelmingly there was just kind of this feeling like we are not getting enough out of Chris Middleton. We don't know what to expect from Chris Middleton on a night-to-night basis, and we need more. Mm-hmm. And I was of the belief that they were going to get there at some point, right? Like I think over the next 35 games, they were going to get to a spot where Chris was playing above 30 minutes a night. He was able to play pretty consistently. And that is something I'm not a stakeholder. I'm not paying any of the bills. Like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just the dude that writes about the team and follows them around. Mm-hmm. So I can believe that, but like, I don't have to put my reputation as a general manager on it. I don't have to put my my own tax, like luxury tax dollars. I don't have millions of dollars that I need to throw on this to say like, yeah, Chris Middleton will be fine. I can say it from the outside, but from the inside, I would not been able to say that. So I think that is really a big part of it, is that just like, I don't know if they ever thought he was going to get to the spot where they needed him to get to, where he was able to play 35 minutes a game, every playoff game, and be the number 3 guy that they wanted to be. And for all of Kuzma's flaws, and, you know, he's not the best shooter. He's not the best catch and shoot guy. He's not nearly as good of a playmaker as Chris Middleton. Like, there's a lot of reasons why I would say Chris Middleton is better than Kyle Kuzma. I think the argument you would hear back is 24 minutes of Chris Middleton better than 34 minutes of Kyle Kuzma? Like, is that helping out our team in the way that it needs to? I would still probably argue yes. I think 24 minutes of Chris Middleton is better than 34 minutes of Kyle Kuzma. But if you are trying to put together a playoff rotation, you need to have some level of consistency. You need to be able to count on someone to be there. I think that plays a big part of it. And then Yossi can get into the financials, but the financials are pretty simple here, right? Like the reason I wrote my story about the Milwaukee Bucks on Tuesday and what they were going to do in the trade deadline and circled the number 6,499,639 was because it was a pretty freaking important number. That was the number. That was how many dollars they were over the second apron, and getting under the second apron did a lot of things for them. That meant that their 2032 first round pick was not going to be frozen. Right. That meant that they could start aggregating things in trades that saved them. Again, Yossi can tell you the exact amount, but I think $40 million in luxury tax payments this season. Like, wow. It's a lot. So financially, it made a lot of sense for their organization to get to that spot, and then just kind of give them greater flexibility in, you know, being able to aggregate in trades and be able to do a number of the things that being over the second apron was going to be incredibly restrictive and prohibitive for you. And again, they could have done these things after the season in the summer before free agency started and this league season ended. Like they could have done all of that at that point. But who knows what the price would be at that moment? Who knows if the same opportunities are going to be available to you? So yeah, to me, it's the availability of Chris Middleton versus the availability of Kyle Kuzma, and then the financials, and that's kind of the spot that you're looking at for why the Bucks would do something like this.
Eric, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Are you worried that the Bucks might be indirectly helping yet another rival Eastern Conference contender again? Because they send Middleton to the Wizards. Who knows what they're going to do with him? Well, maybe there'll be another Drew to Portland, then get flipped to Boston-like situation.
Sure.
I don't know who that team might be in the East. One that came to mind, maybe like the Cavs. They could put something together for him easily.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think this is always something you have to be afraid of, right? Like, I think when they traded Drew at that moment, the only way to get to Damian Lillard, and again, we're going to talk about the salary cap, because when you're a team that spends as much money as the Bucks, you always have to be talking about the salary cap. But Drew was the star that they could trade. Chris was in free agency. Brook Lopez was in free agency. Drew was the only guy. And they wanted to get Damian Lillard to hopefully convince Giannis to sign another contract. Hello, CBA. Man, just a lot of salary cap talk in Milwaukee. But like, you were trying to get him to sign that extension. So you did it, and you got to pay with the consequences. And they sucked. Watching the Boston Celtics get Drew Holiday and win a championship sucks. It's really hard to watch for a lot of Bucks fans and for a lot of people in the organization. So yeah, I think it is a good point. There is obviously still, I'm bad at math. What do we got? 6 hours until the trade deadline here. So another 6 hours until the trade deadline. And yeah, I do think that's a genuine fear that they would need to have, is like, is Chris Middleton actually going to stay in Washington, or is Washington be able to find someone that will take on Chris Middleton's money and give them an asset or two, or maybe even they give up an asset like to get off of that money. Cause I do think that's another part of the calculus that I didn't talk about earlier. Like Chris Middleton has a $34 million player option for next season. And for some teams, I think that's very attractive. And for other teams, I think that might be a little scary. Like the Bucks now, I think without having that Middleton option on the books, are in a much better place to re-sign Brook Lopez, in a much better place to re-sign Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis has a player option as well this offseason. So they can position themselves better to sign some of those guys, where if Chris would have stuck around and signed that option, maybe they wouldn't be in as good of a position. So that would be really bad, Yossi. That would be really bad. The Bucks would not enjoy that.
Eric, follow-up question to this. Because like looking forward into the next 6 hours for the Bucks, they still, like you mentioned, they're out of that second apron now, so they can now move other pieces if they'd like to. And I think the Kuzma addition makes it more comfortable for you to go Giannis at the 5 at times, probably lean into that more often. You have more size in your lineup, maybe throw Bobby Portis in there more often. But they also have other players that they could potentially move. Brook Lopez, $23 million. Bobby Portis has that $12 million. Pat Connaughton, 9.5. Do they do something else here in the next 6 hours? What do you think they end up doing, big or small?
Yeah, I mean, I think John Horst is going to keep pushing. I think he will. He's obviously, like, he made another move. I think he's made a move at every deadline he's ever been a GM.
Right.
And we're going on 8 years now, I think. Shit, I'm getting old. But yeah, no, he's always aggressive. He always tries to make moves. Like that's something that he's going to keep pushing for. So I do think now that they are in a better position, he will. But I do think the part of the problem is that they still can't add $1 more. They can aggregate. So, I mean, you can take 12.5 of Bobby Portis, 9.5 of Pat Connaughton, which I've reported is, to be clear to everyone, a negative asset. Because it is not just 9.5 this year, it is $9.5 million next year, because Pat Connaughton has a player option, and there's no world where Pat Connaughton turns down a $9.5 million player option for next year. So teams are seeing that and are like, yo, we got to pay this dude $19 million. Like, no, that is That is not good. We don't want that future money, especially with as tight as the cap is kind of getting a bunch of different places. So there is some aggregating they can do. There are some different options that they could do, but I don't know how attractive those higher priced options might be. And I think I could see them doing some smaller things. Like last night, obviously they swapped out DeLon Wright for Jericho Sims. Jericho Sims is a nice piece for them. They've made it very clear that over the years they do a three big man rotation. It's going to be Giannis, Brook, Bobby Portis. That is normally not a problem because Brook Lopez and Bobby Portis are Iron Men. Those dudes do not miss games ever. Like I think I did the math in the last 3 seasons. They've played something like before Bobby just missed 6 games for personal reasons because his grandmother passed away. And thoughts and kind of prayers to Bobby and his family. Like it sounded like it was a real struggle. But Bobby got back last night and was hooping. So that's always good to see. But they've kind of made it clear over the years, it's going to be a 3 big man rotation. That's kind of what they want to do. And they have the 6-game road trip, or they have these 6 games where Bobby's gone. 4 of them on a West Coast road trip. They lose 5 of 6. And they just don't look good because they don't have enough big men. So Brook is playing 35 to 40 minutes a night, which is something he should not be doing at age 36. Yeah. Giannis is playing center, which he hates. He's every small ball, every time somehow the Warriors have polluted all of our minds, right? Small ball, death lineup. Everyone should have one. That's a great idea. You know what makes that work? Draymond Green was the 4th most important player offensively. His offensive responsibilities are nothing. When you ask Giannis to score 32 a night and then say, hey, buddy, could you play 15 minutes of center tonight? No, he can't. He can't do it. He doesn't want to do it. It's a bad idea. Same thing with AD. When AD's the 1st or 2nd most important player offensively, and you're like, hey, do you mind taking on Jonas Valanciunas tonight? Does that sound good to you? No, it doesn't. It sounds terrible. I don't want to do that. That's awful. You can't ask me to do all of this stuff on offense and all this stuff on defense. But because the Warriors won with the death lineup, all of our brains are like, small ball, small ball, small ball, small ball. It's the best. That you got to do it. And it's like the Bucks never won playing small ball. They won their championship beating the shit out of teams. They did it every night. They're like, we are bigger than you. We got Giannis, we got Brook, we got PJ Tucker. All 3 of them are going to play a whole bunch. Oh, by the way, Chris Middleton, he's the 4th biggest player on the floor. And he's huge. No, we are going to beat and Drew Holiday's our point guard. Yeah, we're going to beat the crap out of you tonight. And that's what it's going to be for all 7 games of the series. So, sorry, that was I needed to get that one out.
Of course. Yeah, that's what it's here for. Yeah.
We just talk small ball a lot, and there's a lot of Bucks fans that really want to see Giannis play center, and it's like he don't want to do it. And you don't have the personnel to do it. It's a bad idea. But speaking to all that, they get Jericho Sims last night. So there is a possibility that you could actually trade a big if you wanted to trade a Brook or a Bobby, because you do have another big. I don't know if Jericho Sims is someone you want to be trusting in the playoffs. Probably not. He's more of an emergency big man. So I say all of that to say, I think the Bucks will be aggressive. I think they will try to make another move, but I do think those moves lean towards the smaller end than the bigger end of things.
Yeah. Yossi, I have a big picture question to ask you, because I think a lot of people thought with the new CBA and everything, it was going to kill trades. It was going to get boring. It has been anything but that over the past week. Can you give me like a big picture take on what this CBA has kind of done to the league and the way that we handle transactions?
I think all it does is just force these teams to get more teams involved, because that's really all you got to do. In the end, everyone's going to do what they want to do. They're going to get, if there's a trade to be done, they're going to get it done. But whatever restrictions there are, just need to make it a 3 or 4 team trade. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing so many multi-team trades that now. So you need to add that facilitator. So, yeah, these apron restrictions clearly overblown. They really haven't stopped anything. This is the most active deadline, and we're not even on trade deadline day. If you told me all these moves are going to happen, I would have thought the trade deadline would be over by now.
I know. Yeah. I'm I'm sitting up, crossing my fingers all week. Like, oh, please just like save something for this day because we're going to be live literally all day.
I'm
long.
actually kind of fatigued.
I know you've been putting in the work over the last few days. Well, I mean, obviously the Luka thing has been ridiculous. I want to get your take on the Luka trade, Yossi.
It just doesn't make sense to me. It even when you rationalize it, still doesn't make sense. I think it almost feels personal why the Mavs did it. Like, it seems like organizationally they didn't like him, even though it seems like he was beloved by the players. I think it just fell on the Lakers' lap. You say yes, and but we'll also see what happens. There's obviously no guarantee Luka's going to extend, and that's going to be a pretty big talking point over the next 6 months. He'll be able to extend for the full amount he could in 6 months from now. And then, but the Lakers just went further in on this team. They traded their last other first-round pick they can to maximize this season. And they could still do a couple things. We'll see, because they have 2 swaps, and I think they'll try to flip those. I think they're going to be really aggressive because they have like a pretty solid top 6 now. But that's kind of it. So maybe they could flip a swap with Kleba or Vincent, try to bring in another guard who can help, try to get another big man who can actually relieve Mark Williams off the bench. But yeah, this is like kind of like almost Phoenix Suns level of over leveraging, except at least the Suns have Devin Booker, where if once shit does go really wrong and they're gonna have to, the Suns already been shopping Kevin Durant, so it could already be over, but at least they have Devin Booker. They could trade him to the Suns, get a good amount of their own picks back. The Lakers don't have anything like that, where if Luka were to leave, then what do you do then? You have no picks, you have no swaps, you have no seconds. They have like 1 second left. So yeah, this needs to work, and they need to convince Luka to stay, which most likely that will happen.
Yeah, it seems likely.
Yeah. Obviously it's still early, but that's the safe feeling. If you have to guess, that's what would end up happening. But yeah, he needs to stick around. Still got the threat of maybe like the Spurs 2026. They could still get him, pair him with Luka and Fox.
Yeah, man, this has just been such a wild week. What, Eric? What did you think about the Mark Williams trade? Like, do you have any Mark Williams takes?
Yeah, I got to watch Mark Williams last night.
Yeah,
I was in Charlotte. I'm now in Atlanta. Didn't sleep a whole lot, but that's cool. Love a good road trip during the trade deadline. That's exactly what we all want. So Mark Williams has always fascinated me. He's huge. He's monstrous.
Yeah.
I thought coming out of college, I was like, that is a dude that people should just draft. He's huge. He's going to be productive. We all, man, I'm just continuing to rant about big guys, but like bigs are valuable. They're good at the things that
they're
defenses important. And rebound, like defenses need big guys. So it's good if you have a massive dude by the rim swatting shots and grabbing rebounds. That's good. He just can't stay healthy. And I'm really curious to kind of see kind of what happens with his career. Like there's a couple paths, but a lot of times when big guys aren't healthy, it's tough to turn that around. Like if that's a trend early in their career, it tends to be the trend, right? Like Robert Williams is still not playing all that often. I think he's a guy that, Bucks fans kept asking me about, and I was like, dude, he's played fewer games than Chris Middleton this season. Like, what are you complain about Chris Middleton never playing, and Robert Williams doesn't really play. So to me, that's a really big concern with Mark Williams is like, they gave up a lot. They placed a pretty big bet. And I don't hate it because he is huge and I can see the vision, but man, it's a lot to put on a really young player who hasn't really proven himself. And LeBron will be demanding. Luka will be demanding. I've seen those two guys ask a lot out of their teammates, especially their bigs. That you got to roll at the right times. You got to set screens at the right places. You got to use the right angles. Like, you got to do all those things. And oh, by the way, Mark Williams, can you clean up everything defensively?
Yeah.
LeBron can't play defense night to night, and Luka is not a great defender. So just take care of it. No pressure at all. You need to fix our entire defense, because we have two guys on the floor that aren't great defenders in pretty important positions. So I'm excited for his potential. I wanted to see him have some time with my boy Charles Lee in Charlotte and kind of see what they could do with him. He has been fast-tracked onto a different path, and I'm concerned, excited, worried, all of those things for Mark Williams in Los Angeles.
I'm very curious to see what the Lakers do more, because, I mean, ultimately, they still are going to try to do some more stuff, although they don't have much to work with. And that's the question moving forward. Yossi, I guess, question for you. What is like the move that you're looking for over the next 6 hours, or maybe intrigued by the most to see what team could do whatever at this point?
I'm just trying to see what's unexpected at this point, because all the big moves have been made. So I'm trying to just see on my list. But one thing that came to mind is Charlotte. So the Lakers made the two most surprising moves in terms of getting players that we didn't even know were available.
Yeah.
And it seems like the Charlotte front office is not at all attached to any of the guys that the previous regime drafted. I suppose Brandon Miller is probably the only untouchable.
Yep.
I'm wondering, is LaMelo Ball potentially available? Because realistically, this new front office, this ownership group, they're clearly aligned on taking their time, rebuilding, accumulating picks, rebuilding again through the draft, because whatever they had going was not working. Realistically, they're not going to be good anytime soon during this LaMelo's contract. I'm in the back of my mind, I'm wondering if he could potentially get flipped by the end of the day.
How wild is it that Dalton Connect is older than LaMelo Ball?
Talked about this earlier. It blows my mind.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Sorry.
No.
It is crazy though. It is crazy. Yeah.
So who comes to mind, Yossi? Like what teams would be that you could just assume could be in the market for a guy like LaMelo?
I got one. I got one before Yossi goes. I've been wanting this for a year. I had a player tell me that I'm an idiot and Jamal Mosley would quit on the spot, but Orlando. I've wanted Orlando to go after Melo.
That would be fun
for 2 years. Yeah. And to be clear, Jamal might quit. Like, he might just be like, I'm done. I don't want this. Like, I don't want to deal with this. But like, their culture is so good. Jamal's built such a cool team.
Totally.
And they work so freaking hard. And they're so good defensively. And they just need a little bit more juice offensively. And I understand it could crater them like entirely. There is a high risk potential. But man, like, if all we think is like LaMelo needs a culture change, like, who has better culture than the Orlando Magic and desperately needs playmaking than the Orlando Magic?
Yeah.
I like LaMelo in Orlando. Especially the way they're struggling right now, you know?
Yeah, you have Suggs next to him. You've got tradable deals here. Like, you could, I think Jonathan Isaac and Anthony Black gets you to that number, right? I mean, like,
they could make it pretty easily. Yeah, something like that. Orlando is the obvious one. Maybe Toronto, if they want. He's a big point guard. Maybe they can do something with Quickly. Quickly is like
at this point. What are we doing? Let's.
That Ingram trade puzzles me.
I agree.
Portland, they don't seem. I could see them looking at this recent stretch and saying, "Hey, there's something real here. Why don't we package Scoot and Aiden and picks for LaMelo?" those are like the top 3. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that came to my mind that could. Oh, and maybe Houston, but I don't think they'd want. Maybe they'd want to hold off, see if Booker becomes available.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'm just trying to see what other dominoes might fall, who else might be available.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, just ancillary moves. I think Chicago might be the biggest one in terms of that. What happens to Vucevic?
Right.
Can Ayo Dosunmu be available? He's actually a guy I could see the Lakers getting maybe for one of their swaps. Do they flip any of the guys they just brought in, like Herbert or Collins, Trey Jones, and also just Cleveland? Do they do something?
Yeah.
Because it seems like because they have just enough flexibility to do a little something for like a Cam Johnson or Chris Middleton, but will they actually? They don't really have that many picks to trade.
Right.
Yeah. Trying to see the more inactive teams, what they could be doing.
Yeah. What if, like, I don't know, curveball here is like Utah goes after LaMelo, you know, they're
Yeah.
some just a random team. Cause at this point, what do we know? You know, like there's just so much shock in everything that's happened this week that I'm just not, I wouldn't be surprised by anything at this point with LaMelo, you know?
And also, if Utah takes LaMelo, it's not like LaMelo's winning a lot of games. It's not going to hurt their lottery standings. Like, whatever. You grab him for 35 games, sit him out for 12 of them, and you're probably not going to win a whole bunch. Like, your flag tanking would still be totally fine.
Exactly.
We just got some news from Shams Charania that Thunder star Chet Holmgren. It's funny, Andrew just left, but this would have been great for him. He's going to be back, returning on Friday against the Toronto Raptors. So that's their main trade deadline acquisition, getting Chet Holmgren back. I guess for both of you guys, do you guys think OKC ends up doing anything over the next couple hours? I know they traded for Daniel Tice, but anything else?
I mean, if anyone's trying to give up some more picks, I'm sure. Like,
they'll be glad.
Of course. Why not?
Any seconds, just any more. I saw a lot of people talking about like there should be a cap to the amount of picks you're able to have overall, because they probably have over like 50 picks in the future. It's ridiculous.
I mean, I'm curious, Yossi, what you think. Like, are we going to get to a spot where too few teams have picks? Like, it feels like we have 4 or 5 collectors out there, and they're just like gobbling up all the second round picks. Like, all of a sudden the Thunder are going to have 8 second round picks in a draft, and it's going to be like, well, what are we doing? Like,
I actually wrote about this on my newsletter about how there's just a huge imbalance between how few teams, mainly the Thunder, Jazz, Nets, now Hornets, are getting into that realm, have so many picks, and then you've got so many teams that can't even, they're limited in picks. There's like maybe 10 teams that have 3 seconds, or like half the league has like 3 seconds in the next 7 drafts or less. The Nuggets can't even trade a single pick right now. The Suns, Lakers, they're like down to 1 second, 1 first each on average, something like that.
Yeah, the Bucks have 2031 first and 2031 second, and then the picks that they got yesterday. Like,
Yeah. So I don't know if it's going to lead to like a rule change or anything like that, if they have to do more restrictions on picks trades, but I'm just kind of curious what the like late 2020s, early 2030s might look like. Like, is it possible that just it's going to be the Thunder, Jazz, Nets, maybe Hornets just dominating the league, and that's it, because they can just extend their windows because they keep getting high selections and they have more opportunities to build on this team? Because if anything, the new CBA made draft picks way more valuable.
Right.
So now we're seeing all these teams trying so hard just for now, and it's maybe it'll for a lot of these teams are going to come at a huge cost 4 or 5 years from now, maybe sooner.
I'm curious to get your thoughts on like the second apron, a year removed from kind of seeing it be implemented, and how teams are trying to maneuver through it. We've already seen the Bucks, like we mentioned earlier, get under it. You know, there's a couple. I mean, the Warriors basically completely bowed out of it and decided to get off of a bunch of contracts to be able to, you know, use their cap space the way they wanted to. What do you think the implication will be, I don't know, like 2-3 years from now with this apron and how teams are moving forward with it?
I think it just repositions how much teams want to spend. You're not going to have even more than the second apron or the new tax system, which is going to start next year. They're going to be higher rates the deeper you go. So for teams like the Nets, Clippers, Warriors have had seasons where they spend like hundreds of millions in the tax. I think those days might be over, and they're just going to want to try to keep their payroll like around the second apron, no greater than that. And then the teams that never pay tax, they're probably for even like more than ever, never going to try harder to avoid the tax. But then if you got most teams trying to stay below that threshold, which is like around 15 million over the tax over the next years, like, goes up every year, then I suppose you have a better redistribution of talent. Because now Boston, for example, they're gonna, if they keep this team together, it's like a $500 million roster, and who knows what's gonna happen there. New ownership, we don't know who it is yet. And most likely they're gonna have to break it up somehow. But how?
We've seen how like new ownership is pretty quick to make changes. Like they like to get in there and shuffle the decks pretty quickly. Shout out to Matt Ishbia. I wanted to kind of ask both you guys, because everybody's very excited for Chet Holmgren to be back. Thunder obviously spent 2-3 months now without him. Adding him back in, you guys look at the title picture moving forward in the next couple of months. OKC has clearly been an awesome team. You have Cleveland, you have Boston. Eric, you got Milwaukee kind of in the peripherals, waiting on the wings, seeing what happens. Who's your favorite right now at this point?
In the West,
if you had to pick a championship team before the trade deadline, admittedly.
In the West, I would probably say it's still, I want to, just based on how Denver's playing, I feel like I trust them the most to make it to the finals.
Interesting. Okay.
Then OKC, and then probably Lakers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Andrew, congratulations. You got your trade deadline acquisition.
That's all they needed. That's the biggest acquisition of the day. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
That's yeah, I mean, I had heard that he was going to play a big chunk of games before the end of the season. I kind of expected it to be after the All-Star break, just because we're so close to it. Like, you might as well wait, but he's been feeling good for a little while, and they're not going to bring him back until he's 110%, and apparently he's there today, which is great. Like, that's great news for the Thunder. They get a lot of time. They play against your Raptors.
Yeah. Thank you for that, by the way. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome.
Chet in the lineup. Yeah, I mean, he's been in good spirits for a while. I don't know if I've told the story on this podcast, but like I tore my ACL and I'm currently recovering right now. And when I went to go get my initial X-ray, Chet was getting an X-ray at the exact same time at the same hospital. And so I was finishing getting my X-ray, and I'm walking out, or I'm like hobbling out of this like X-ray room. And my wife is talking to some guy, and I'm like turning the corner. I'm like, she's like telling him like this whole story of how I got hurt. And I turn the corner, and it's Chet. And I'm like, oh my God. Chet. It's like, what are you doing here? But like, he was in like great spirits, and this was a month and a half ago or so. But yeah, he's been in great spirits. He's just itching to get on the court, and now you get to see him with Hartenstein. And like, I mean, the team is fully healthy, unless you're a huge AJ Mitchell guy. Like, the team is now fully healthy, and you'll get to see them, for a while, and they get to kind of get their bearings playing these two bigs. So pretty exciting, and probably, outside of anything wild happening, like could be one of the more impactful things that happens today is just the fact that he's back on the court.
I'm excited for y'all. I was just asking Yossi and Eric about like who their favorite is. Yossi, you said Denver in the West?
Yeah, those are like the top three, I think, in the West to make it out in that order. Denver, OKC, Lakers.
And then in the East, you have
Boston.
Okay, Eric, how are you feeling?
I think overall, I still might be on Boston.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They're the champs. They're going through some stuff, but I mean, I've seen teams in this season after their championship go through some stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's a thing that can occur, but I think they're proven. They know what they're doing. So I think overall, probably the Celtics. I don't know. I struggle with the Thunder. I was sitting in my hotel room in Charlotte last night, reporting on Jericho Sims going to the Milwaukee Bucks, and in the meantime, I'd look on my TV and Shea would just be making some ridiculous play, and he's unbelievable. Like the ease with which he scores, how he can get to the rim and make it look so easy at that size. It's just kind of crazy. But I don't trust the Thunder, and that's not ideal. Maybe I'm weighing the NBA Cup too heavily. Like if you get beat that badly by the Bucks, like I have to ask some questions. Like this version of the Bucks, like I have to
count. Didn't count.
It doesn't count, other than the banner that hangs in Fiserv Forum. It does not count.
Evidence of the game, even.
Yeah, no stats.
Right.
Nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing. It was a figment of my imagination. But that messed with me with the Thunder. Like I know it shouldn't. It's one game. That's a stupid sample size to use.
Yeah.
But it just messed with me. And that means in the West, I don't know. I'm very confused in the West right now because despite their record, I don't trust the Thunder the way that I should.
Yeah, I'll answer my own question here because I know Andrew, you're excited to talk Czech right now. I just think my answer is still OKC because adding Chet Holmgren to this group, and this is basically their second best player because I know J-Dub is like 2A, 2B, whatever you want to call it. Andrew, you can kind of debate that for yourself, but adding Chet and the way that Chet was playing before he got hurt as a guy who could create for them, who could like attack off the bounce, obviously great defender, just elevates their already incredible defense to another level. The way him and Hartenstein can play together. I think a lot of that is probably why I feel OKC is the favorite. And the one thing, and Andrew, I'll throw it back at you now. The one thing I kind of want OKC to address at this deadline is just another ball handler. Just another guy who can kind of ease the load off of Shea. Doesn't have to be a big acquisition. Just another guy who can kind of handle the rock and maybe create a little bit for them. Just a little bit of pressure off of SGA.
Yeah, I could see them doing something small like that around the margins. They will have AJ Mitchell back before the playoffs start, which is something that I know that they they really like AJ. And he's a rookie. He's on currently on a 2-way contract.
They might convert him, right? That roster spot.
Yeah, I think that they probably will. And Yossi, I wanted to ask you a question about that here in a second. But I also would not be surprised if they're done and they're just going to move forward, because the thing that's people don't often think about is like, I don't think they're going to expend an asset to get a ball handler because they drafted Nikola Topic, in last year's draft, and he is theoretically a guy that can fill that spot for them, in the future. Also, Chet's going to get a lot of touches. Like, he's a guy that demands a lot of touches on the offensive end. He's a guy that can help out a lot. I mean, you can sit Chet and J-Dub, halfway through the first quarter and then bring them in the second quarter and have Chet and J-Dub be the guys out there, because the Thunder have struggled without Shea on the floor. But I just wonder if you throw both those guys out there whenever Shea's not out there, if he's able to, if they're able to fill in that gap a little bit. I think there's a lot of things that you can do now that Chet's back, because I think you want to see him at the 4. They're obviously going to play him a lot at the 5. I think a lot of people are looking for, like, what's the starting lineup now? Do they play Chet and Hartenstein? Hartenstein's shown to be one of their best 5 players. So do you play them together? Do you just count on 48 minutes of just great big, great 5 play. Like I mean, I think that is probably the more likely path, and they play a little bit together. But I'm so intrigued. I'm so intrigued to see what they end up doing. It's gonna be fascinating because it is a big piece to add back in. Like they've played a lot without him and figured out a lot without him.
Yeah.
And it's exciting. It really is. Another thing that's exciting, we're gonna bring in Mike Prada to the show. Mike,
I'm on now. Oh wow. Okay.
Ready to go.
Hey, let's go. Yeah. Hey.
Ron, excited that you could join us. We were just talking about Chet and the Thunder. I want to get your thoughts on Chet's return upcoming here and what you think the Thunder might look like.
The biggest trade deadline acquisition just happened.
That's right.
No, I'm only half kidding. I'm mostly kidding. No, I mean, I think, Andrew, you follow the Thunder very well. I think it's pretty remarkable that they have this record without Chet Holmgren.
Mm-hmm.
Before he got hurt, he was playing a lot better, I thought, than he did as a rookie, and that was a really scary thought for the league. I don't know if it's going to affect their regular season record too much because they just have so much depth, defense, and shea that they could overwhelm these teams during the regular season. But I don't think they're winning the title without a healthy Chet Holmgren.
Yeah.
So to get him back with a 2-month runway for the playoffs, it's not as big an acquisition as Luka Doncic, but they're already in first place, and it's a humongous acquisition. So as long as they keep him healthy, I think the rest of the West should be very worried.
I agree. I'm with you.
And the fact that they get this much time, because I think the prevailing thought was that, how many games is he going to play? Is going to be 15, 20 games, whatever. But the fact that they bring him back here early February instead of, I honestly thought it could be late February, but here he is back early February. You get to play him before a week and change before the All-Star break. You get to have the entire All-Star break for him to still have like the ramp up process, because a lot of teams will do like these like mini camps. And so you get to see him before, you get to do the work during the All-Star break, and then you get to just kind of power through the rest of the season. I think that it's, ideal. And I remember I was at the game where he got hurt against Golden State, and I was sitting with a bunch of other beat writers, and the question was like, what does the Thunder's record look like before Chet comes back? And I think a lot of people thought, okay, maybe they're 5th in the West. Maybe this is a team that
crazy,
is, fighting, but for playoff play-in, like in that kind of range. But the fact that they have been this good with Hartenstein.
How many games did they lose in that stretch?
I can total it up, but they've only lost 9 total.
Yeah.
So you got to add 1 to whatever the regular season
at the time.
Yeah, it's like 4 games, 5 games, maybe they lost.
Yeah, plus the big one.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Plus the cup. Yeah.
plus the big one.
We don't talk about the cup. Did the cup really happen? Yeah, they had only lost 2 games by that time, so they lost 7
games.
So they lost, and you can really say they lost 8 games without Chet because they lost him early in that game.
Yeah.
So
wouldn't it be 9 games?
They had already lost 1. They had lost to Denver.
Right.
Right. But the game that didn't count for the standings.
Oh, he's talking about the NBA Cup.
You know what? Time for that.
I'm just saying it's the most playoff game that they've lost of all the games that they've played.
It's
the
true.
Closest thing to a playoff game was the one they lost.
Yeah, it's true, and they lost by a lot.
Yeah.
I'm so intrigued to see what this looks like, and I don't know. Like I'm a little bit speechless. I just didn't think this was going to happen this soon. So credit to Chet, who is a maniac, like when it comes to work ethic. Like the guy loves basketball, and he wants to be on the court desperately. And you can even see it even through like the TV last night. Like you could see it in his eyes as he's sitting on the bench. Like there's like he's just antsy. Like the guy just wants to get out there.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
In the games that Chet has played, I was just looking this up, but the Thunder have a 99 defensive rating with him on the floor. in 265 minutes. With him off the floor, it's 104, which is still the best in the league.
I was going to say, that's still good.
But 99 would be, it's historic for this generation. It would be like by far one of the best defenses in the NBA. Now you're adding like a guy.
Yeah.
We were just checking Mark Williams' defensive stats, right? And how Williams was like 64, 68%. Chet leads the league in defensive field goal percentage for guys that are protecting the rim as often as those guys do, rim protectors. He's like 40%. So you know what you're getting in Chet.
I'm
gotta
stay healthy though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Just because he's healthy now doesn't mean he'll be healthy when it matters.
For sure.
Yeah. That he's got to still prove that. You know, he did it last year playing all 82 plus every game in the playoffs. And I even asked him about that. And he's like, don't forget, I played every preseason game too. I was like, okay. He proved that last year, but yeah, he's had two kind of weird injuries, like injuries that you have to like really look up and you have to call like a medical professional, like help explain this to me kind of injuries. So yeah, he's got to stay healthy. And if he does, I mean, the Thunder, they still have the age thing. They still have experience to be gained. You know, there were times, you know, in the Mavs series last year where things kind of bogged down for them. So it's just going to be fascinating to see what this looks like, you know, in the coming weeks for them as they like try to gear up for the playoffs.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. Also, like incorporating him and Hartenstein together is the question, right? Because it looked pretty good in the preseason.
Yeah.
But obviously that's a preseason and you don't know how that's going to look against teams in playoff situations and how the spacing looks and Chet letting it fly from three and whatnot. Mike, I want to get your thoughts on like all the craziness that has happened, everything that has happened over the last week. Probably the most shocking is just Luka, and I mean, not even probably. Not what am I saying? Probably, absolutely, the most shocking is Luka.
We don't have to qualify that one. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's not a hot take.
No, it's not. It's not. How do you feel about the deadline? Yeah.
You're not going to end up on Old Takes Exposed. You're not going to end up on Awful Announcing. Don't worry. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the first time that when a trade happened, everyone thought it was fake. I don't think I've ever experienced that before.
Yeah.
You know, obviously some of that is due to the climate of today. I don't know if like we were thinking about news being fake in 2012 when Carmelo Anthony was traded and Darren Williams was traded. But I mean, we put it this way. We were talking about this a little bit last night among all the editors, is this the most significant trade deadline ever? And someone made the point that if nothing else happened but the Luka Doncic trade, it would be
fair.
Which kind of gives you a sense of how this has been. I mean, no, it's quite a whirlwind. It's also interesting that this has all happened before a cycle where I think so many people were warning that this would be a down trade deadline due to the restrictions of the new CBA. And instead we got the complete opposite, kind of situation. So I think maybe the Luka trade just sort of opened the floodgates there, but I do think that's kind of an interesting thing that maybe we were looking at this a little bit all wrong coming into the deadline.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I still can't believe it. I kind of like think, Yossi,
I think it's the first trade where everyone needed like 10, 15 minutes just to like process what they're reading.
I need 10, 15 months. I'm still processing.
Maybe years.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, the story that's emerging seems to be like, honestly, a relatively simple one, which is Nico Harrison didn't rate Luka for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everyone's got all these crazy conspiracy theories about, intentionally tanking the team to move to Las Vegas or, whatever. But it seems like it's actually a pretty simple explanation based on what we know right now, which doesn't mean it's an explanation that makes a lot of sense to most people. But I mean, on some level, it's a little bit refreshing that like in this era of we make trades to go under certain aprons and certain luxury tax lines and, for all sorts of complicated reasons and for the swap rights of trades that, have been swapped 4 times already. I don't know how, Yossi, I don't know how you keep track of where all these draft picks are. Like, I don't understand. But it's kind of refreshing in a way that, like, the marquee trade of the cycle was one that's just like, yeah, the guy just didn't believe in this superstar.
Yeah.
That's what it really came down to.
Crazy. I still can't believe it.
Yeah, it's still hard to just comprehend. It's going to be so weird to see him in a Lakers jersey.
Yeah.
Andrew,
So
do you feel like? Sorry, oh my bad, Mike. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I compiled this last night. There have been a combined 38 All-Star appearances and 20 All-NBA teams traded since October 1st.
Wow.
If you count the Karl Anthony Towns trade.
Yeah.
Man.
That's crazy.
That is mind-blowing. Holy smokes. What were you going to say, S?
I was just going to say, I mean, kind of related to this is like the Mavericks now have AD and Lively and Gafford, and so they have tons of size.
Yeah.
Do you still feel like they're a tough matchup for OKC given the change? I mean, it's such a different team now without Luka, but
yeah, I do think that they will be difficult for the Thunder because the Thunder relies so much on getting into the paint and like creating their offense through collapsing the defense.
Yeah.
And when you have guys that are as elite as the guys that you listed, I think that it does make it challenging because they will bog down the Thunder offense for sure. Now we haven't seen them play with these two bigs in Chet and Hartenstein against them. I think like that will change a lot. I think the Thunder were like kind of a big away from even winning that series last year. I mean, people probably forget that like literally the Thunder and the Mavericks had the exact same amount of points.
Crazy. Yeah.
By the end of that series. Like this is a very close series. And so now one, you take away the spacing problem of Josh Giddey. You add in like two very smart players that work within the system in Caruso and Hartenstein and bringing Chet back. I do think that they would have the upper hand in that series. And also when we're talking about such a close series, when you're basically in crunch time for the entire fourth quarter, having Luka Doncic is like a cheat code because the guy, you can double team him, you can triple team him. It doesn't matter. The guy's going to find a way.
Yeah.
And he's going to find those corner 3-point shooters, which is what killed the Thunder in that series, was that the Mavs were hot from the corners, and it allowed them to beat the Thunder. And so without essentially, I mean, it's Kyrie, and then who's the second best playmaker on the team? Like, I think like that to me will be the biggest struggle for the Mavericks. I do think there'll be a challenge for everybody. I think they could certainly make the conference finals. It's not insane to think that they can make the NBA finals, but they need things to go right for them.
Oof.
Like they don't have as much of a margin for error, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the play-in right now. Sorry, Yossi, go on.
Sorry. So here's the thing, though. I think theoretically the Mavs could be a tough matchup for the Thunder, but it is not a foregone conclusion they're even going to make the playoffs at this point.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the standings. I think we can lock in OKC, Memphis, Houston, Denver, Lakers at this point. Clippers probably pretty safe. They've been pretty reliable. And then you've got two spots up for grabs between Minnesota, Dallas, Warriors, Kings, Suns, Spurs. And the Mavs have been not playing well at all. Like they've been on a losing streak ever since Luka got his injury. And now they don't have Luka anymore. They can't have him back anymore. They traded him. So that's the thing. Like, are they even going to have a chance to play the Thunder in the first round? Even it doesn't seem like. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think once they make the playoffs, I understand the theory of what they're going for, but they might not even make the playoffs at this point. It's just
that's
so
true.
competitive.
Yeah,
if they don't make the play-in, or like don't make the playoffs, I mean, we've already seen Mavs fans like losing their minds. Like what even happens? What happens from there? I mean, that is just pure disaster. And Yossi, remind me, when can Kyrie opt out? Is that this summer?
This summer, right? Yeah, this summer.
But I think they'll lock him in. They'll probably get him to like take a smaller salary, give him a longer deal.
Yeah.
So you just said it. The two of the Mavericks, Suns, Warriors, no, Kings, Spurs, and there was one other team in there that I'm blanking on.
Did he say Wolves? Mention the Wolves?
The Wolves.
Yeah.
Two of those teams are not even making the play-in.
It just seems
Eliminate conferences.
I'll pose this thought.
for real.
I was thinking about this last night, and I don't know if to what degree this is cause or effect or chicken or egg. To me, it remains notable that the top 4 teams in each conference have basically done nothing. All this insanity has happened in the trade deadline, and all the teams that are in the top 4 since October 1st, because obviously the Knicks did something very significant. Those teams have not done anything. And I guess the question I keep turning in my brain is is that because if you're good, you're not going to want to shake it up, and that's just that's the effect, or is there perhaps some logic to this idea that the good teams are much more reluctant to make in-season trades, and that's part of what makes them effective, is that they have that continuity, particularly in this day and age. I mean, you look at some of these teams that have made these trades. I mean, even the Lakers, all these teams now have to integrate these massive pieces with 30-something games left to go.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Dallas is a really dangerous team, you're assuming that it all just clicks once you remove the guy who had used 35-40% of their team's possessions, and you're just replacing that with someone who is not that kind of finisher, that is not that kind of high usage guy. I mean, that's a huge change. You only have 30-something games to make that. Again, I don't know if it's cause or effect, if it's just, hey, if you're good, you have less reason to switch it up. But for all this talk about kind of this trade could put this team over the top, this seems like a pattern every single year. The teams that are making these massive trades are the ones in the playing picture.
Yeah. Speaking of this Dallas Mavericks squad, Christian Clark, who covers the Mavs for us at The Athletic, is here. How are you is my first question.
I'm good, man. There's been no big stories that have been happening on my beat since I started this job a couple minutes ago. So I've, really got to ease into it. It's been a smooth adjustment. There's been nothing seismic or terrifying or league altering that's happened. So I'm good.
Dude, what a wild ride. Just talk me through these last few days of your job. What's it been like to cover what is, being called the most, the craziest trade in the history of the NBA?
Yeah, I mean, on Saturday, I wrote 1,200 words about some backup centers and reserve 3/4 that I thought the Mavericks could trade for before Thursday, and I filed that. And then I was getting ready to go to bed around midnight. It's the beginning of the Mavericks 5-game road trip. Today's their last game of that trip in Boston. I'm here, and then man, as I was about to doze off, it all kind of happened, and I was just up for the next 6 hours, and it's been madness. Anthony Davis got introduced. Kyrie Irving gave his reaction to the Luka trade 2 days ago in Philadelphia. I mean, it's just been madness.
Yeah. Talk to us a little bit about Kyrie's reaction.
Some classic quotes. He called Luka Doncic our little Slovenian president. He said, "I'm sad my hermano is gone." Look, I think the Kyrie element of this is fascinating on a lot of different levels, because one of the reasons I think they made this move is they're on Kyrie's timeline. I mean, Kyrie's going to turn 33 years old next month. He's still very good, but he doesn't have that many chances left to win a championship. And I think Luka, the conditioning stuff this year, it was, I guess it could be argued that it was threatening one of the few years that Kyrie had left. And I also think just from an on-court perspective, I mean, Kyrie he has so much creation responsibility now. It's going to be if they face the Thunder in the playoffs, if they have to go through Oklahoma City, it's going to be 48 minutes of Lou Dort, Alex Caruso, Kaysen Wallace at you. Are you ready for that? That's not fun. I mean, that's not easy if you don't have the 6'7" tight end built guy next to you raining in step back threes from 30 feet away.
Yeah. Wow. Yossi, when you're thinking about the deal that the Mavericks made, just as maybe thinking about salary cap or thinking about just the future of the Mavericks, what are the things that come to mind for you?
They're old.
Yeah.
You've got 33-year-old Kyrie, 32-year-old Anthony Davis, Clay, Derek Lively, I suppose, is he's the best young guy they got to look forward to. But they also, it's not good also because, and this was something that came to my mind immediately when they made that trade, is that now you've got a pretty bad outlook in the late 20s because they already traded a 27 pick for PJ Washington, a 28 swap to get in Gafford, a 29 pick for Kyrie, and a 2030 swap for Grant Williams. So you have no control of your draft starting in 2027. And by then, Kyrie will probably have declined, and maybe Anthony Davis as well. Who knows if they're even on the team by then. This is like a 2-year window, realistically. They're trying to win it right now, and then maybe next year. After that, who knows? But there is really no I don't think there's really any long-term thought process into what just happened.
And I don't know if you guys got to watch Nico Harrison's presser in Cleveland. I mean, he spent about 10, 15 minutes and talked about the trade that he made. But there's almost some gallows humor from him about that subject that you just talked about. He was like, yeah, like he basically was like, look, I care about the next 3 to 4 years. And in 10 years, you know, he kind of was joking. He's like, me and Jason Kidd could be dead and buried in the ground, you know? So
I don't think Mavs fans like that one at all. You know?
I think you're right. So I don't think Nico Harrison cares about the long-term outlook. He could be dead per Nico Harrison.
He could be dead. Yeah, I mean, this has obviously not been a good week for Mavericks fans. But Christian, if you were to try to sell anybody on this deal in a positive way, which I don't know if you would try to do that, but if you would, how would you do that? Or have you seen even people trying to do that?
I mean, look, the way I'm looking at this trade is I think they're kind of trying to recreate the 1920 Lakers title team in some ways. They want to be huge. They want to be able to go with 2 centers. I mean, Anthony Davis, you know, especially that Nuggets series in that playoff run, played a lot of power forward. That's kind of the vision here. Like, it's Anthony Davis next to Gafford, Anthony Davis next to Derek Lively, you know, the best interior protection team in the league. I think the flaw with that thinking is that, you know, Kyrie Irving is in the LeBron creator role, and he's not as good as LeBron. He's not as big as LeBron. He's going to turn 33 years old next month. And I guess if you were really trying to sell it, I mean, look, I think, you know, from the reporting from some of our colleagues at The Athletic, like the Mavericks would still love to figure out a way to get like one of those like elite wings, Kevin Durant, LeBron James this summer. You could say, well, maybe that's a pipe dream, but you know, I'm sure they would love to add those guys. So I guess that's what you would say if you're trying to sell it.
This just in from our guy Mike Scotto. The Washington Wizards are trading 4 second-round picks to the Philadelphia 76ers for a 2026 first-round pick. This is interesting. It's like, what are the Sixers up to today where they would need 4 seconds instead of their first?
Apparently that first is also the least favorable of OKC, Houston, and the Clippers in 2026. So
yeah, because they can't trade their own in that one.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's not like the Sixers are short on seconds, actually. I think they have like a decent amount. So now I think they have like 10 plus. And the Wizards, they had like 18 as of yesterday's trades.
Yeah.
So they do something with it. Hey, turn 4 seconds in the first.
Right.
Sign me up.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, that is interesting. It makes me very curious as to what's going to happen with the Sixers today.
What are they cooking, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no question.
Yossi, you love draft picks. I'm just realizing this right now. It's like, wow, oh my goodness.
Love them? I don't know. Do I know a lot about them?
Do you know a lot about them?
Maybe a little too much.
The information about them. No, yeah, that's good.
Yossi is definitely planning on still being here in 10 years.
That's right.
Just in case.
Christian, I kind of like looking at this Mavericks picture, if you look at, Anthony Davis coming in and the fit with Kyrie and how they're supposed to look together, obviously a really great defensive group once Derek Lively comes back too. They're still in the play-in hunt though right now. And I think that's part of the question we were kind of talking about before. Do you think that like they have enough to compete this year and contend for a championship this season, given where they are in the standings and what they're kind of battling through right now?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't like them in a series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. I mean, I think they're talented enough if everything clicks to beat any team in the West besides the Thunder. I mean, I would be fascinated to see, how that goes. I think, I just talked about like the Thunder being able to send all like their elite perimeter defenders at Kyrie, and that would make me queasy a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think you can rule it out. Like was in just like sending texts in a few days after the trade. Like there was a lot of just like, yeah, they're going to be really good in the short term. What I heard from like the people, some of the people I talked to. So I think they have that chance. It's just this roster is interesting to me now. It's like PJ Washington was such an important player for this team. Well, Anthony Davis bring in to be a power forward, he gets shifted down to 3, and I don't feel like he's quite as good of a player. Like there's going to be real roster stuff to figure out because this is a roster built around 2, elite guards who are perimeter scorers, and it's just not that now. Like I don't even know who they're going to start. Are they going to start PJ Washington at the 3? Are they going to bring him off the bench? I mean, is Max Christie going to be a starter?
Yeah.
There's a lot I still don't know.
Yeah. Christie had a good game against the Sixers though. Really, really good game.
Yeah, I think he's a good player. I think he's made a 3 in 28, 29 games in a row.
Right.
I mean, consistency. He's nice. He's a nice player. Do they have what does the spacing look like offensively? I mean, obviously the reason that Nico and others gave for this trade is defense wins championships, and they should be a very good defensive team. But it's like, what are they offensively now without Luka? It's like Anthony Davis. Part of that bubble championship in 2020 was Anthony Davis made jump shots. You know, when there was no crowd, and it's like he's not really a great jump shooter. How does that look?
Yeah, Christian, that's what we were discussing right before you joined, is that they've been struggling so much without Luka to lead them on offense. They're now in the playing range. We're wondering if they'd be a good matchup against some teams like the Thunder. Yeah, they could be, but they're not. There's no guarantee they even make the playoffs. It's going to be a bloodbath for 6 teams fighting for those last 2 spots. And now they don't have Luka anymore. So yeah, I have a lot of concerns about their offense, just as far as getting through the regular season now.
Yeah. I think the most absurd Luka stat, you can say 5 first-team All-NBAs in the first 6 seasons. I mean, he was literally second in playoff scoring average, and the only guy ahead of him was Michael Jordan, and you just traded him at 25. That's the one to me. It's like, you're second in playoff scoring average out of all the players who have ever played professional basketball here, and the only guy ahead of him was the GOAT. That's what we just did.
Man, baffling, absolutely baffling.
Yeah, that would. If I was a Mavs fan, I'd be very sick to my stomach after hearing you say that.
Yep. Man, this is going to be such a. I'm curious to see if the Mavs do anything else at the deadline, also, because there's still some flexibility to what they can do, and there's obviously the question of if they can make an upgrade. I know there were some rumors to Kevin Durant, and that got shut down pretty quickly. And it just seemed impossible for them to even get to the $50 million in salary without gutting and changing their roster. Do you think they end up making another move here to add to this roster? Especially, Yossi brought up the point about the play-in, adding some offense to this team.
Yeah, I mean, they made a second move after the AD trade, sending out Quentin Grimes and getting back Caleb Martin. I thought that one made some sense. They just had, I think, too many guards, on the roster behind Kyrie Irving, but still not enough creation. It was a weird situation where too many guards, but not enough creators. Caleb Martin doesn't do that much to help you there. I think I would predict that they were done, but I would not have predicted that they were going to trade Luka. So what do I know, man?
We've got another trade, by the way. Mark Stein reporting that the Sixers are trading Reggie Jackson to the Wizards with that future first-round pick for Jared Butler and 4 second-round picks. So that's kind of looped into the same pick deal that we just saw earlier.
As far as the Kevin Durant thing, I did on my stream the other day that to show how the Mavs can pull it off. And, yeah, they can do something like PJ Clay, Najee, and I'm missing one other guy.
Gafford?
Yeah, Gafford. And that makes the money work. They can fill up the roster after. And they also can trade 2 firsts. So it's not like it is possible. They can make it happen.
Yeah.
Team Nike, let's build it.
Yeah. But no, it seems like at this point that's not happening.
Yeah.
I think if they do something, though, they probably just get below the tax again because they got below with the Luka trade and then they got back up with the Caleb trade. Maybe they do like a Dwight Powell Exum type trade to get below it.
Oh, interesting.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think that if you're that close, you'd probably want to. That would make a lot of sense.
Do you guys know who the longest tenured Maverick is right now?
Dwight Powell.
It's got to be Dwight Powell, right?
Yeah.
Dwight Powell. He's the
Like 10
only
years.
player on the team's roster from when Nico Harrison took over in 2021. He is the last man standing, Dwight Powell.
I saw this tweet a while ago where it was like from that draft class, there's 4 guys that are still on the team, and it's a bunch of generational guys plus Dwight Powell.
Dwight Powell.
Yeah.
I do want to pause real quick and just welcome everybody to the Athletic NBA Daily's Trade Deadline Bonanza. We have already had a ton of great guests on today and many more to come. And one of those guys is our guy, Jon Krawczynski from The Athletic, who just vanished. No. Anyways, John will probably be back here in just a second. But John is going to talk to us about the Minnesota Timberwolves and what they may or may not do here at the trade deadline. Another interesting West team that's kind of caught in the middle that, could do something on the fringes to kind of help their chances toward the playoffs. You've heard Julius Randle's name here and there. And so it'll be interesting to see what they do. John, can you hear us now? I don't know that John can hear us, which is a problem.
Still nothing? Yeah.
Let me try to work the chat with John real quick.
Right.
If you will take the wheel, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, the Timberwolves are in an interesting situation. We'll see what John has to say. Audio isn't working, but we'll figure it out. I know we were kind of talking about Wolves and Mavs and everything like that and how that shifts the West play-in race. Do you guys have some sort of idea of like between the Spurs, Warriors, Suns, Kings, Mavericks, Wolves? I mean, that's 6 teams, 4 spots. Who are the 2 that get left out?
Oh, 4 gets.
Yeah.
2 gets in.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying in the play-in generally.
Play-in?
Yeah, just the play-in. Yeah.
Kings and Suns.
Kings and Suns. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Christian, how about you?
I'm just not going to say the Mavericks because
Of course.
there's already been too much.
Yes.
Too much that's happened this week. I think I'll say Kings and Suns too, which is, man, these teams are just going to be sick to their stomachs.
Gutted.
Yeah.
And what's even crazier, like we're talking about like the top 10, but like Yossi's right. Like there's two of those teams make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like only two
Yeah.
of those teams, which just feels mind-boggling to me. And part of it is like the rise of the Houston Rockets. I think a lot of people didn't have that totally factored in, before the season started. And then the Clippers weren't supposed to be here either. Like people did not think the Clippers would be a shoe-in for the playoffs. And they're still on the fringe there. Like they could be in the play-in and end up missing. Like that's still on the table. But boy, like there are going to be, there's been a lot of change, in the last couple of weeks, but we could see even more this summer if only 2 of those teams that we listed are going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
That's That is about as insane as it gets in the West. John, can you hear us?
Thank you.
Yes.
Little technical difficulties, but here I am.
There we go.
All good. Glad to have you on the show. John, what's the stance of the Minnesota Timberwolves fans heading into the deadline today? Like, what's the hope and dream of a Timberwolves fan?
I mean, they're angst ridden as always. That's the natural state of Minnesota sports fans in general. But I do think that they would like to see the Wolves do something, whether it's add a backup big to give them a little more depth there, add a little more shooting to the team. But I think they're also pretty understanding that given where they are in the economics of this league and as a second apron team, they just don't have a whole lot of wiggle room to make significant moves. And so I don't think anyone's expecting a lot. I mean, I was at the game last night against Chicago, and I had a bunch of fans coming up and saying, can they get KD? Can they get KD? And so there's pipe dreams that are out there, but I think most people understand that, it could be shaping up to be a pretty quiet deadline here.
Yeah.
They have made. I mean, they've made significant moves recently, and like you want to give them time to kind of get it figured out. What's the thought on Randall and like how long he is for the Wolves? Because I think a lot of people, when you're talking about like fake trades that you could make with the Timberwolves, I think he's one that you throw in there pretty easily.
Yeah, I think if you polled Timberwolves fans, 75% of them would say just salary dump him, get him out of here, addition by subtraction. And I think most of that is because Karl-Anthony Towns is just having an amazing season with the Knicks. And so they say, we gave up to Cat for this guy. What's going on? I will say that, watching the team and covering them and analyzing it, I don't think Julius Randle has been as big of an issue as most of the fans do. Actually, right before he got hurt, he was playing really well for them and finding some sort of a kind of a rhythm and a groove. And they've really missed him in these last 3 games that he's missed with his groin strain. And he's probably going to be out past the All-Star break with that. So, but the Wolves are in a difficult position here because you could look at it and say, we want to trade Julius Randle, but there isn't much of a market out there for him right now. And so, yes, they could salary dump Julius Randle so they have a little bit more flexibility going into next year, and they make sure that he does not exercise his player option at like 32 million, and that doesn't clog up their books for next season. But if they were to salary dump him, they would be demonstrably worse as a team right now. And this is still a team that wants to compete for a playoff position, wants to be in the mix in the playoffs this season. And so that's why I just don't see Randall going anywhere, because if they do trade him, they'd want to upgrade in talent, and that's just not available. Unless something crazier or, super creative happens. There's nothing obvious that's available to them that way. They can always explore trading him again this summer near the draft if they need to kind of alleviate their salary cap issues and try and, extend Naz Reid and Nickeil Alexander-Walker and a few other players on their team. But as of right now, there just does not seem to be a natural fit to move Randall and get better in the short term, which is what they would want to do if they traded him.
John, I've got a fake trade for you.
Let's go.
Julius Randle in 2 seconds for Chris Middleton. Would you do it? And do you think the Wolves would do it?
I would not do it. No, I would not do it because the problem is I understand it is interesting. There's 2 issues that I would have with it. One, I'd be worried about Middleton's health a little bit. But secondly, right now, as it stands, they have essentially 3 bigs. They have Rudy Gobert, Naz Reid, and Julius Randle. What we are seeing right now with the Wolves with Randle out is they are missing a big body dude that can actually create a shot. And also Randle is not a good defensive player, like in the scheme of a defense, but if you ask him to guard someone in the post one-on-one, he can do that and hold up defensively. They try to put Luka Garza out there right now, and he's just getting cooked on defense. And so I don't think Middleton would give them enough on both ends of the floor to justify making that move right now. That's just my opinion.
John, if you look at like the additions that they've made, you think about Dante DiVincenzo, who's been sidelined recently, Rob Dillingham, who's now getting a little bit more playing time. It always felt to me when I watched the Wolves is like their starting lineup wasn't their best lineup. And so they've tried to work through a bunch of different changes to make that lineup better. Do you feel like there is an addition via subtraction move here that might not be Randall, that they could maybe move off of someone else to maybe make this work? Like I'm thinking about, to be honest with you, like Jaden McDaniels, who does have a contract that's up until 2029, getting paid in and around $25-26 million, hasn't progressed that much as an offensive player, not necessarily shooting the ball well, obviously an incredible defender. Do you think they might pivot and go the other way and trade McDaniels, maybe not at the deadline, but at some point to make this team a little bit better?
It's possible, and I would tell you like that. I would have thought that was very feasible. Let's say in December,
right?
Jaden started off shooting very poorly. He was sort of typecast as a catch and shoot 3-and-D guy in this offense, and that just was not him at all. Now, over the last, I would say 5 to 6 weeks, actually, you're starting to see more of an offensive game develop, a little bit more off the bounce, getting out in transition. The most important thing, though, is he's upped his rebounding exponentially over the last month or so. And so one of the major problems with Jaden McDaniels earlier on in his career, and even at the start of this season, is you'd see him grab 3 rebounds, 2 rebounds, maybe 4 at the most in a game. Now he's getting up 8, 9, 10 rebounds a game and becoming more of a presence there. And so I do think they've seen enough steps recently that make them more hesitant to trade Jaden McDaniels. I do think, though, that if they could land a star, like a real impactful player by using Jaden McDaniels as the big chip for a team, saying, hey, here's a young 6'10", really good defender, has shown a little bit of offensive upside. Is that enough to kind of get you to bite on partying with someone of a really high caliber? I think that's in a possible scenario in terms of them eventually looking at a trade, probably more this summer. But as of right now, I think that they're much more reluctant to trade Jaden McDaniels than they would have been a month and a half ago.
Yeah. What is like the stance of the franchise now? Because they made it to the conference finals last year, had a great year. They make a huge change in trading Cat, and now like they're clearly building around Ant, and they want Anthony Edwards to be like the front and center, like the guy. But what's the vision for getting back to even where they were last year? Because it just feels like that feels pretty far away.
I think that there was plenty of logic behind making the Cat trade when they did, in terms of the long-term prognosis for this team. And really the main reason that they made the trade was so that for not necessarily just this year, but especially years 2, 3, 4, 5 going forward of Ant's new contract, they would have more flexibility and ability to build around Anthony Edwards because he is the center of their universe. So they are still positioned to be able to make moves now and into the future that they couldn't have with Cat on the roster. So that I see. That part you can see, it's still out there and available. They will have a little more flexibility as the years go on here, and they will be able to kind of pivot if they need to. Where they, I believe, made an error, and a pretty big one, is I think they believed that getting Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo for Cat would actually make them as competitive in the short term as they were with Cat. You know, you have Randall as a versatile 4 who can score and create his own shot and pass. And then you have DiVincenzo as a plug and play, you know, kind of 3-and-D, really good, versatile player. The unfortunate thing is that they really seem to be finding their stride when they put Dante DiVincenzo into the starting lineup, and then he got hurt. And so that's too bad. But Julius Randle has been fine for them, but it hasn't been anywhere near what Cat was and probably would have been this year for them. So their big mistake was kind of assuming that Cat was a little more easily replaceable than he actually was.
Man, it's so interesting to watch, and we've kind of talked about this a bunch as our guests have filled in, but the middle of the Western Conference and that play-in race, and I assume, you know, you mentioned it, but I don't think the Timberwolves thought they'd be in this play-in race when they made that Cat trade. If you look at them stacking up to the rest of the West, how do you feel about their chances for the rest of the season, given the fact that they're probably not going to do anything big today?
Right. Yeah. It's you know, you look at it and I very much understand everyone locally here who is really disappointed with the step back. You know, they came off of that conference finals run. Everyone was super excited for this season, and it certainly has not played out that way. I am a little less panicky, I would say, than a lot of people are, only because they have played in, I believe, they have played in the most clutch games this season, and they've lost the most clutch games. They have 18 losses in clutch moments this year. They have the most losses, I believe it's 10 losses where they have a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter and they give it away. And so what that tells me is this has not been a team that is getting blown out, that is not competing, that is out of every game and has just been completely outclassed. What is happening is they are playing close games and they are having trouble executing down the stretch, both offensively and defensively, to get to get wins. And so, you know, right now they have 18 clutch losses. If they had 13 clutch losses, was still a lot. They're in fifth place in the West. So I don't think they're far off from, you know, being up out of the plane and into, like, let's say the 6th seed. But you look at the Lakers and what they did. You look at the Spurs and what they did. You look at, even, I think the Mavericks are still going to be good with Anthony Davis. Like, there's a lot of teams, the Warriors, that are loading up and improving on the fly here. And the Wolves, looks like they're going to be staying pat, or if maybe make a tweak here or there. You know, and so that's where you worry about it. That's where it looks like, okay, if they don't solve these clutch issues internally, then they're just going to keep sliding down the board and be stuck in that play-in tournament, which is absolutely where they do not want to be.
I was just looking at it. So, yeah, Minnesota has played the most clutch games next to the Warriors, so 31. They're 13 and 18 in those clutch games, and they have the 27th best or third worst clutch offense in the league. So, yeah, that's really, man, that's a big difference. And as to your point, in those moments, you know, they're only a game and a half or half a game out of 6. That's the difference in the Western Conference. That's what it takes. What do you think their clutch issues have been? Like, is it the progress of Anthony Edwards and dealing with the attention and double teams? I know that was a quote that he mentioned, you know, a couple of weeks ago, or I don't even know how time is whatever at this point. Is it that's an issue for them offensively, or is it something else?
There's multiple things going on. One is that his decision making in clutch moments leaves a little bit desired. He wants so badly to take the final shots, to kind of put the offense on his back, and oftentimes he will rush things. If you look at kind of his, I don't have the stat at the top of my head, but I think he's like 2 for 19 in shots to take the lead in the last, you know, closing moments of a game. And you know, and so you have that execution standpoint of things. You also have an issue where Mike Conley and Rudy Gobert were sort of their just backbone last season. When things were going poorly offensively, Mike Conley, Rudy Gobert side pick and roll would get them good offense and good looks.
Yep.
Those two have both regressed quite a bit this season, whether that's age, whether that's fit with the roster, whatever the reason is, they have not been nearly as effective as they were last season. And so it seems like the Wolves have a hard time. They don't have one or two things that they know they can go to in those big moments. And so without something to just readily rely on, I think that they're sort of searching for something, and they don't look like they're very comfortable in those situations. And so you see not only the offense is terrible, but consistently last season in close games, they would shut things down with their defense. Like they would just get stops over and over, and they have not been able to do that as much this season either. So not only are they not scoring, but they're not getting stops on the other end, and that's just, a bad combination.
Yeah, to spin it positive, I think people forget how young Anthony Edwards is.
Absolutely.
Yes.
How much to learn still. Like another player that is younger than Dalton Connect is Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
What is that? The third guy we've mentioned today?
That's the third guy, the third shocking guy that's younger than Dalton Connect. He still has a lot to learn. I mean, the guy's 23 years old. Like he's like you listed these stats of how he's kind of struggled in the clutch, and I think people were too eager to crown him last year at the end of the season and in the playoffs as like the league's best player, the guy ready to take control of the league, or, and that still could happen. Like that's still on the table for him. But, guys don't always have this trajectory that just goes up, 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 up. Like sometimes you have to figure things out along the way. And so I think there needs to be like some grace in there for him specifically, just because he is young. This is a really tough league. This is a really tough Western Conference. And, I still have questions about just like the overall direction of the team, but it really doesn't have anything to do with Edwards. Like he's a phenomenal player.
Yeah. He's been, he did have certainly some real struggles earlier in the season. He had a remarkable January, average over 30 points a game. And what you really love is that you've seen his game evolve. He's now literally the best 3-point shooter in the league by volume and percentage. There's a couple people shooting a little better than him, but at the volume that he shoots,
an incredible development.
It's an amazing development. Yes. Yeah. So you look at that and you look at his ability to add to his game, that, over the next couple of years, I think that the next step that he has to take is sort of in the dissecting, understanding the way that defenses are coming at him and being able to kind of in real time just make adjustments. But I think that all comes with experience. He also is playing on a team where he is the number one option, and number two is not close. So the attention. Yep. The attention that he draws from defenses, I think he gets the most double teams in the league. He also sees the most bodies at the rim of any driver in the league. And so you see that night after night after night, opponents just say, we are loading up on you and making someone else beat us. And so that is a difficult task for anyone, but especially for a 23-year-old. So I think he's done overall a remarkable job. But yes, he still has some improvement to do, and he still has some growth. But what you're seeing from him, at this age, and the ability to add to his game and understand where he needs to go, like it's all there. He's a true franchise player, and I said it before, but I truly believe they're one of the few teams. I'm sure OKC is on this list and a few others where if Nico Harrison had called them and said, "Man, hey, we'll do Luka for Ant." From a strict basketball perspective, maybe you do say yes, but I think they would have said no because of everything he means to this community, his age, where he's going, how teammates gravitate to him. I think they would have said no. So
I kind of agree with. I mean, obviously, basketball and value and all that type of stuff is there, but you have Ant on a long-term contract. Luka is a year and a half of value, and then who knows if he ends up staying. So that part of the equation is there. Whereas the Lakers probably don't have to make that calculation as much as an OKC or a Minnesota. It's just part of the way the NBA structure works. I have two questions here. One is trade deadline related. One is not trade deadline related. I will hold the non-trade deadline one till afterwards because it's Rob Dillingham, and I'm very curious about him. But the trade deadline one, are there any names? Is there any name that like everybody is talking about on the Timberwolves side, someone that they're interested in? And I know they can't make that many moves, but is there a name that's popped out to people?
There's, there was some little bit of Lonzo Ball possibilities, in the last few days. Obviously he signed the contract extension. He's not going anywhere. And so that was not one. You look at other guys. Who would I look at? I would look at a Rob Williams. I would look at, someone like that could come in and give them some rebounding and some defense at the rim as a big guy. There has not been many others just because of the handcuffs that are around them from a deal making standpoint and where they are. Like they in general, one of the things that I think, to kind of like building toward maybe a Rob Dillingham, tangent, is I don't know that they want to bring in a lot of rotation guys that would get in front of Rob Dillingham, Terrence Shannon, like some of these young guys that they want to get a look at and get some minutes. And if there's a clear upgrade, they would do it. But those are some considerations that I think are on the minds of the front office as well as they look at possibilities here.
Okay. Rob Dillingham time. Look, he was a massive part of their calculations this summer. When it came to moving that pick, basically asking him to be, in a lot of ways, like the guy moving forward, especially with Mike Conley's age, next to Anthony Edwards. And he kind of was in and out of the rotation, but recently, over the last 10 or so games, he's kind of built himself into a rotation player. And part of that is the injuries and guys not being available. But he's played around 17, 15 minutes a night for the most part. What have your impressions been on Rob and what he kind of plays into the future moving forward with the Timberwolves?
Yeah, you look at it when he was acquired on draft night. This was before the Cat trade, and so there was a real belief in a sense that, hey, here's your backup point guard right now. He's going to play a lot of minutes and consistent minutes, and he's going to grow eventually, hopefully, into the successor to Mike Conley and be the starting point guard here. Then they make the trade and they get DiVincenzo in that deal, and all of a sudden there's a bigger logjam at the guard position. And so the consistent minutes had been harder to come by for a lot of this season. Chris Finch is one of those coaches that does not generally trust young players as much as veterans, especially in a season like this where they're coming off of conference finals. They're trying to win as much as possible. And so I do think that there has not been the same amount of opportunity for Dillingham as initially anticipated. Since DiVincenzo's gone down, he's gotten more chances. And I will tell you that you can see what they love about him in very, very strong spurts when he's out there. He is already the second best ball handler, maybe even the best ball handler on the team. He is electric with his handle. He can get to the basket in a way that a lot of their other guys cannot. And he can shoot it as well. Now, there are going to be nights like last night where he's 1 for 6 and not really being all that effective because he's a rookie and he's 19 years old and he's 170 pounds and there's all of these things that he's working through. But there is a real electric quality to his game that I think over the long haul here is going to make him a very good player and one that could possibly, be their starting point guard and play alongside Ant. The one thing that is I think conducive to him here is that similarly to now Trey in Atlanta and Garland in Cleveland, a couple undersized guards, the Wolves have length and defense to surround him with. And
Totally.
Plays good defense, Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert. Like, so you can have a more of a liability defensively out there if you have guys to surround him with to protect him. And so the ecosystem is here. I just think it's going to take some time. And I hope that Chris Finch gives him more time and more consistent time. And, you live through the bad, and then you hope that kind of like helps you get him ready for playoffs and being a factor, because he can go out there and give you 10 points in 12 minutes.
Yeah.
And, hit a bunch of threes and really energize the team. He has that in him already and can build off that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. And I was during the draft. So I think it's fun to see him finally get some run and get some opportunity here. I know that's sort of the glass half full approach to the injury issues that the Timberwolves have been dealing with. And I'm kind of curious to see if he will get more run towards the end of the season, and if that will be the case, given, the ball handling stuff that they clearly need to add to, and Conley's regression and all that type. Like, it feels like it's a natural progression for this Wolves team to give Rob some more touches. Want to get your thoughts on Luka and the crazy situation that happened, because we just talked about it a little bit with the whole Ant thing, but your thoughts generally, how do you feel we're not even a week removed, but we're like 5 days removed from Luka
Doncic,
it's
like, look, it's I've covered this league for almost 25 years. I have seen some controversial trades over the years, especially here locally. The Rudy Gobert trade, even the Cat trade, like they were all ones that were like, ooh, like how is this going to work? And what were they thinking?
Were you there for Joe Smith?
Well, that was a little before my time, but I'm from here. Okay. So like, I lived through it. Yeah. But so I will tell you, even in the Gobert trade, even in the Cat trade, that you could see and understand the logic behind the moves. And I just think that Nico Harrison, or if this was handed down from on high from ownership and saying we're not going to pay Luka $350 million or whatever it is, the way that it was executed was the worst engagement of trading a star player in the history of the NBA. The history of the NBA, like if you make your decision to trade Luka Doncic, that I think is an error in its own respect. But I will at least listen to, hey, this maybe we can't build around him moving forward. Maybe we need a different thing. That's fine. I will argue with you on it, but I will at least hear you out. But when you trade him and you only get a 32-year-old, very, very good player, a decent young piece, and one draft pick, it's insane. And like, what they should be really regretting even more now is not only did they trade a generational talent to the Lakers, they did not take enough back so that they could prevent the Lakers from going and getting Mark Williams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
I know. Yeah.
like literally you did not get enough back so that they could still go get a very young, up and coming, talented, yes, a little injury prone, but remarkably talented big like that. There's no way the Lakers should have had anything close to the assets available to them to go get Mark Williams after trading for Luka Doncic. It is inexcusable. It is a dereliction of duty on the Mavericks' part to come away from trading one of the best offensive players that has ever played in this league at 25 years old for such a small package. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy. It's crazy. What's not crazy is reading Jon Krawczynski at The Athletic. John, we always appreciate your time, and go read him and listen to the Jon Krawczynski show as well. John, appreciate you coming on, man.
Appreciate it, guys. Talk to you later.
Thank you, man.
The trade deadline bonanza continues. We've had a great day so far. We are 3 hours and 17 minutes into the stream. We've got a lot more to come.
Oh, yeah.
So right now, we're bringing in two guests bring in some different perspectives across the NBA. Andrew Claudio from the Knicks Film School podcast, podcast producer extraordinaire, a great host as well. We have Mojo from the Deep Three podcast on the show. Fellas, thanks for joining us. We'll start with you, Andrew, because we have the same name. And
That's right.
about you.
The Andrew Pod has taken over the
Oh,
Athletic Trade
God.
Deadline live stream, baby. Let's go.
Andrew Pod. So tell me, as a Knicks fan, what are you wanting today? Like, what is the thing that you are hoping to happen today?
I'm hoping for a positive update on OG Anunoby. Like that's honestly the most simple answer I could give you, because the Knicks made their big new move for 2025. They traded for Karl Anthony Towns right before training camp.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Jericho Sims.
Obviously, DeLon Wright is better than Landry Shamet, and I haven't even seen if DeLon Wright can still play basketball. Look, I'm not saying this front office isn't going to be opportunistic. If a misguided GM calls Leon Rose and says, I'll give you Luka Doncic for a bag of balls, then yeah, they'll probably do it. But I think they're going to be not conservative with their assets. And I honestly think they might be done. But this is the reality of a team that did what they did during the summer, trading all the picks and what they did for Mikal Bridges, and then made another trade before they ever played another game for Karl Anthony Towns. It's fringe moves, and you're looking at a team. I think it was Mike Prada who said to you guys, like, the top 4 teams are just not doing anything.
Yeah.
The Knicks are 34-17, on pace for 55 wins. Little Knicks history for you. You know how many times they've won more than 50 games since 1997?
Oh man.
4.
Once.
Yeah.
Once. It was a Carmelo Anthony team in 2013. Okay. The Mike Woodson
All
team
NBA Melo season. Yes, sir.
Top 3 MVP at Melo
Yes.
season. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the only time the Knicks have been on pace for, they won 54 games that year. That's the only time they've been on pace for where they are now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think maybe a buyout candidate could come their way. They're very close to the second apron, with hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if there were a move to be made, I think they probably would have already done it based on how the trade deadline has gone so far. But as far as I'm concerned, the Knicks' focus, not to be boring on a trade deadline live stream, is that they're playing the Celtics for the first time since opening night on Saturday. And that's a litmus test that we're all ready for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mojo, I don't want to pigeonhole you because I know you talk league-wide stuff all the time, but you're a Hawks fan, yes?
Yeah, you just outed me. You put that information out there. I am, sadly.
So as a Hawks fan, it's obviously losing Jalen Johnson was just a gut punch. But what are the thoughts? What's going through the minds of Hawks fans today heading into the trade deadline?
Losing Jalen Johnson is a gut punch, is like the kindest way to put it. I never had any health issues or heart issues or anything like that, but that was the closest thing to like a real health scare that I had. Like, I damn near was in a cardiac arrest. All right. So as a Hawks fan right now, all I can do is hope and pray that we still have our dignity at the end of the day. We have no control of our picks because of the notorious DeJounte Murray trade that happened.
Yeah.
And because of specifically a trade target in Brandon Ingram just, going over and making his way into Toronto. Now at this point in time, I was high.
Yeah, it was between the Hawks and Raptors. Did you
want Brandon Ingram? Is that
for the sake of us not being in a complete and utter embarrassment? Yes, we need simply talent. Like, I love the guys that we have right now, but like Jalen Johnson and Trae Young is what makes all this work. We lack talent, and because of guys like Ingram gone, like Ingram wasn't like necessarily a favorite, but he's a guy who can do a hell of a lot of stuff that the DeAndre Hunters can't do in the world, the Vit Krejcis and Bogdan Bogdanovic can't do with the world. So, yeah, at this point in time, I'm just looking for – I'm hoping that we were actually retain guys like DeAndre Hunter and everything else that we have. I don't want to sell. Because we have no point in just looking worse at this point.
Man, I wish y'all traded for Brandon Ingram. No, I'll say that right now. I wish that covering the Toronto Raptors. I wish wish that was the case for y'all. Really hope that Ingram was going to be the Hawks. Anyways,
yeah, big BI guy. What's up?
Look, my thing is, okay, BI is good, but he's also really inflexible in terms of the shots that he goes for and what he's trying to get on any consistent night. Not a great rim threat, not a consistent 3-point shooter. It doesn't take threes. That's part of the issue. And like he kind of occupies a similar area of the floor as Pascal did last time. And so if your idea was like, hey, we got to move off Pascal to give Scotty these more touches, give him more opportunity, and now you have RJ and IQ, I'm really curious about the fit moving forward and how that even works for the Raptors. I don't know. That's part of it. And you probably got to pay him $40 million, which is the other aspect of this thing. Yeah, that's.
I personally can't wait to see the RJ Barrett, Jakob Poeltl, Brandon Ingram spacing and how it looks like. Coming from the world of RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, Mitchell Robinson.
Oh,
spacing,
man.
You know?
Andrew,
Deja vu all over again.
man. You know so well. Mo, I got to ask you because you just said you don't want them to sell. But there was a report earlier today about, potential DeAndre Hunter, Karis LeVert swap that would get Hunter going to the Cavs and then LeVert come to the Hawks. What do you think about that? What do you think about what they might do elsewhere with like Clint Capella, Bogdan? You know what I mean? Like they have some other pieces here that they can move around, but what do you think?
Yeah, so with the Atlanta Hawks right now, specifically like focusing my attention on DeAndre Hunter at this moment, I view someone like Karis LeVert. I think they're similar level in range and territorial players. They can start on a good amount of teams, have certain amount of juice. They're different players. Like DeAndre Hunter's he's turned into a flamethrower.
Yeah.
And Karis LeVert has more of a well-rounded playmaking aspect to his game. Meanwhile, DeAndre Hunter, he's just a bucket. That's what it is. And those are very valuable. And I think if we were to make that trade, I'd be okay with it because I think that's a very lateral move. And I don't view that necessarily as like selling the season and whatnot, because if you're gonna get like, I don't know, 2 second-round picks along with that, sure, you can convince me to not be upset because we just added more playmaking, and that would make complete sense, and I would be happy with that actually. But in terms of guys like a Clint Capella, I'm surprised that the Lakers didn't hit us up. I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm shocked. Yeah. I'm genuinely shocked. They'd rather go ahead and get some like Mark Williams. I guess I understand he's higher ceiling prospect,
younger guy, right? Yeah,
all that. But at this point in time, like I am definitely viewing Clint Capella as someone who's easily expandable. Although he provides like stability, and he's kind of an inverted center or inverted version of like Onyeka Okongwu. I'm perfectly fine letting him go because he's not adding to W's or L's on this team. He's just there because he's making Trae Young happy, which is necessary. But I'm just outside of that, Bogdan Bogdanovic as well. He hasn't had a great year. His knee has left us, and he's sacrificed his knee for his country, which I can just respect, with the Olympic stuff.
True.
And there's not really much that he can provide here for this team. Now, I'd be okay with being patient, letting him cook and letting him rock or try to, do whatever he does. But at this point in time, the value really isn't there. He's having a piss poor season. I don't think anything can help revitalize this season unless he's like alongside a superstar-studded player with a superstar-studded team. And right now, this is not that.
Yeah, man, it's the Atlanta Hawks. What a time. I like, we at the Athletic NBA Daily, we were like really big fans of the Hawks this season. I wish Dave was here because Dave was such a big Hawks guy this season. And like the Jalen Johnson stuff, the way that he was playing this year and kind of connected everything, the defense, the length, the activity, all that type of stuff was really fun to watch. So it sucks that this is the way this season is going for y'all. And I'm kind of curious, like they lose this pick this year.
It's embarrassing. Why are we playing? Why would we sell and actively try to get worse? And now that this Brandon Ingram trade happened also, this just is like, as a Hawks, first and foremost, I'm a Hawks fan before anything and everything. Unless they do some like moronic stuff similar to what we saw a couple of days ago with the Nico Harris and stuff. That happens to my organization. I'm out. I swear to God.
Trade Trey Young for Julius Randle in a first.
I'm out of here. Hey, take me with Trey. I'm out of there.
I want to point out that the Atlanta Hawks did trade Luka Doncic, but we don't need to go down that.
Oh yeah, I mean
that is true. But at the end of the day, as far as I know, in this moment of time, the Hawks won that trade and we fleeced the Dallas Mavericks. So they know
Hey,
the
Mavericks don't have him anymore, so it's not your trade to lose anymore.
La 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 la.
oh man.
But yeah, I as a Hawks fan, seeing the Brandon Ingram trade happen, I'm like, okay, now we are really, really stressing Trae Young on the court, forcing him to create unlimited opportunities offensively, asking him, yo, can you can you be more of an elevated defender when you've done that in the past? But now he's I think we're overtaxing him at this point. And with this Brandon Ingram trade happening, I think this has opened the doors of a lot of teams thinking like, okay, like, Trae Young might be available in the future. The Spurs are completely out of mind because they traded for De'Aaron Fox and we can't get our picks back. So that door's like completely shut. Should we have like sold earlier the second that this Jalen Johnson trade had happened? I don't know. There's like so many universes and dimensions where Landry Fields could have like operated, and he's like figured out a way, crazy enough, to find the most mid scenario possible, which is just what this organization represents. Being mid in the middle. It's sad.
Hey man, welcome to the club. I know what the vibes are. You know what I mean?
You just won a championship in 2019. You do not know what the vibes are.
Listen, 2019 is a long time ago. You know, things have changed.
What's closer, 2019 or 1973? Like, I don't want to hear 2019 is a long time
What's
ago.
closer, 2019 or never?
Or never.
Hey.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. That's valid. That is true. But you know, you get
Perspective,
greedy. You know, this is biblical levels of greed. You know, you get to the, you get greedy. You want more. And I think, yeah, it's part of what the Raptors are trying to. I don't know, man. Anyways, how do you guys feel about that? Anybody feel any kind of way about the BI trade? Anybody want to sell me on this Brandon Ingram trade? Because I'm not on that wave.
I'm not your guy, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair enough.
They were my B team, my Knicks spinoff team after the OG Anunoby team, a trade that broke quickly and RJ.
Yep.
And I was enjoying just watching them play without the expectations.
Hey, we talk about it all the time. Yeah, for sure.
It's every time you come on the Knicks Film School pregame pod, it's like, I got to check in with RJ and IQ. Will forever be in my heart, even if they're not on my basketball team. And yeah, they're 16-35 at the moment, and they made a somewhat of a win now move. And it doesn't make a ton of sense to me. And as I joked about, I don't love the spacing. I loved RJ in transition with Olynyk with this as a stretch five, putting him potentially with Grady Dick and Emmanuel quickly. And like, if you had gotten a shooter, I would have liked that so much more. Yeah. And look, I just watched them play the other night against the Knicks, and what I didn't think they needed was Brandon Ingram. So I'm just as baffled as you are. I mean, obviously less impacted by it, but
fair enough.
I got nothing for you.
Fair enough.
Somebody that I think will have an opinion on this BI trade.
Oh, is he here?
Friend of the show, friend in life, Katie Heindl.
Oh, Katie, what up?
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you feeling after this BI madness?
It's good, but like as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, this is a one trade I don't really want to talk about. But we can talk about it.
We don't need to talk about it.
Yeah. I'll do a full reset here and just pretend I just didn't even say anything. Okay. Welcome to the Trade Deadline Bonanza here on the Athletic NBA Daily. We're so glad that you're here with us. If you're on the stream, which we got a ton of people in the stream, be sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Be sure that you like the video right now. Would very much appreciate that. And with us, who's not been on the show yet, Katie Heindl. Katie, what's a trade that you would like to talk about?
Look, we can talk about Brandon Ingram. Okay, what my piece about Brandon Ingram, because I feel like this guy's getting so long to fellow Scarborough man, Kelly Olynyk.
Yeah.
I feel sad for that. I wanted him to finish out in Toronto.
Yeah.
Bruce, we hardly knew you. Gonna miss the fits. Gonna miss the the hat tipping most of all.
That's for real.
Brandon Ingram, I feel like, is getting a little bit, I don't know. He's not getting, I think, the love that he deserves. People are really treating him like this is a liability kind of trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And obviously, like the numbers, that kind of, can you resign this guy? That's a liability. But in terms of all the like production stuff, he's like probably one of the best shooters the Raptors will have actively on the floor consistently, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's kind of a win, assuming he does play. But
From two, at
yeah,
least.
I've definitely warmed on Brandon Ingram in the past few seasons. He was like not a fave of mine, and then seeing him kind of like waste away in New Orleans.
These are my rose-colored glasses right here that I'm.
They're pretty dark. Those are pretty dark.
That's the only thing I had available.
Those are dark.
I don't know. I think it's interesting. Like the Raptors clearly just want to accelerate this rebuild process. They don't want to be down in the dumps. And I think like what we've seen from Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster is like there's real reticence and discomfort in being a quote, like not even quote. They're a bad team. They don't like being a bad team. They want to be competitive.
Yeah.
So if this is their way to kind of circumnavigate two, maybe 1.5 more seasons as a very bad team, I understand it. Of course, it comes with risks, but I also will say the Raptors are not a franchise that can, like, they're never going to have a star fall into their lap. There have to be like big swings and risks like this. So I do understand it.
Also, likely scenario is that they can still probably lose out and get a high pick this year. And I think like that's probably part of the calculus of like maybe Ingram ends up playing some this year. I don't know, but like they end up getting probably like a top 6 or 7 pick to add to this core next to BI, next to guys like that. And you're right, like we know very well like they're not going to be able to attract a free agent star type of thing, and trading for them is sort of the way that they like to go, or drafting them is the way that they have to go. Want to get your perspective on the rest of the league, though. The Raptors getting too much shine right now for a 16-35 team.
But this is yours and my
our connection
bias
right
coming in. Yeah.
Exactly. Look, we've talked about it with everybody here. We haven't got Andrew's thoughts or Mo's thoughts or Katie's, but look, the Luka trade just shook everybody. And even now, as we're doing the show, like every 15 minutes, I kind of have to remind myself, like, I can't ask you guys what's the deal you guys are most shocked with, because I know the automatic answer will be Luka Doncic. And I guess just from, and by the way, like Substack, Basketball Feelings, all the vibes with Katie Heindl, incredible writing. How do you feel about the Luka Doncic trade?
I think it's a really good grift. I don't know. I think they did a good job. They did a good job.
Yes, they did.
Like,
yeah.
The layers, I'm really enjoying like the layers getting peeled back bit by bit, because now it's like there's this leak that it had nothing to do with the GMs. It had to do with like team ownership. So I'm like, okay, this is like a Macau gambling grift or something. Like, I don't know, man.
Move this thing to Vegas,
it's very like, I don't like thinking of that. I'm not naive, like I know that layer exists, but I don't like thinking about this kind of like nefarious billionaire ownership layer. But obviously it's right there. Man, I don't know, like Luka, I just want at some point Luka to look happy. Like he looked pretty lost and like despondent in the presser, like like actively disassociating just a little bit, like, where am I? Like, why am I here? It's fine. Like, we'll see what happens. I feel like the Lakers are always like primed to cycle through these big stars while they kind of like hollowed themselves out of the equipped like role players that they actually need to back up big stars, I like
sickening.
Yeah, like they have their new great white hope, I guess, in Luka, but like losing Connect, I feel like
I love that.
That's more of like, that's gonna like affect them way more in terms of the basketball side of things, right? But the Lakers are the Lakers. I feel like the Mavs it's a bit of a shambly team at this moment. I want them to work, but that's a strange mix of guys, like Kyrie, Clay, and AD. Like, I'd say none of them are particularly strong leaders or kind of have those like leadership almost like those menacing leadership qualities you need sometimes to make a basketball team work. So curious to see how that goes.
Yeah. Mojo, what's your take? What was your take on the Luka deal?
Nico Harrison, is everything okay at home? Like, is there? What's up, man? Hit that line, regardless of what it is. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's like an NBA support system, some therapy. Like, I've never seen such a 180 take into play. I think Nico Harrison's regime started back in 2021, and he was in the mix or in the flux of like the Jalen Brunson thing and the KP thing.
Yeah.
And I was seeing this Luka Doncic tenure as a complete like mishap to a generational player. And within, a couple historic things had to happen with Brooklyn. KD's foot had to be too big. We had to see Kyrie and his whole thing happen. PJ Washington had to stumble in through those doors, and then within a blink of an eye, you build an actual quality championship level team led by Luka, of course. You find a great co-star in Kyrie Irving. You stumble into PJ Washington. You select Derek Lively in the lottery of the NBA draft, and you undo all the wrongdoings in just a matter of a few years. I thought he did the impossible. And on top of that, so you double down, you have a fantastic offseason. You pick up guys like Najee Marshall, who's just, to me personally, a better player than Derek Lively or than Derek Jones Jr. And you sign on, you convince Klay Thompson to take a little bit less money, and you get him alongside these guys too. I'm like, yo, this seems primed to just like make NBA finals for the next few years and be real deal contenders. And to see this just torn down, just like, it just doesn't make any sense with how linear and how forward thinking Nico Harrison was at all. Like, I'm seriously like, red flags will be raised. This is not normal. Something is terribly wrong with Nico Harrison. Nothing makes sense about this at all. And as for the Lakers side of things, it's just like regular, dark magic stuff behind the curtains. The Lakers are going to do what the Lakers are going to do. It's the Lakers.
Lakers exceptionalism. Damn.
Yeah, it is what it is. Death, taxes, and the Lakers landing some seismic NBA star is bound to happen every single year for the next 10 years.
Yeah, not cool. Andrew.
Hi, Andrew. So I'm going to zag because I keep hearing a lot of slander about Nico Harrison. And I personally would like to thank him for his role in getting Jalen Brunson to the New York Knicks.
Of course.
3 years ago, because it changed my life forever. And what he's done for the city of New York is just something that's not be able to, I can't quantify it. And now he's doing the same thing for the Lakers fans. And I just think we need to commend someone that charitable and being able to orchestrate big superstar moves for other markets. Look, I echo everything you guys have said about the bizarreness of it. It actually, once you hear his reasoning, it's not that hard to understand. It's just it's hard to understand him, but the move is okay. You didn't like Luka and didn't believe in Luka. Fine. You got it. I think this for me is more processing, how the date is like BC and AD. It's like after Luka, before Luka. And we all have those casual basketball fans that we're in group chats with that send the craziest trades, maybe in the comment sections of our work, that send the craziest moves. And you're like, come on, that's crazy. I can't say that's crazy anymore. Kevin Durant became available a couple days ago, and we had people at our comments saying that, oh, can they get Anunoby and the Washington pick for KD? And I couldn't say it was crazy. Luka got traded.
It's possible. Everything
is possible at this point. And that's the world we live in now, is post that trade, that anything can happen. And that's my processing of it going forward. I don't know how to turn down the craziest of trade offers anymore, because I literally saw the craziest trade go down on Saturday night.
I walked into an existential crisis.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah,
No,
not
I think
really.
I think we're managing.
Yeah.
I have been having the same feelings though.
Good morning, Dave
since Saturday.
DuFour.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Just had some oatmeal,
Yeah.
I've been having the same feelings about the trade. anything could happen, right? There's a certain sense of non-permanence, right, about every single player in the league. I mean, if Luka can get traded, I would say Jokic is not going to get traded unless he asks out. Probably the same with Giannis.
Are you sure?
Are we even sure anymore?
These guys are. These guys are not going to get traded unless they get asked out. This Luka thing is an aberration.
I hope.
I feel like Jokic has the best leverage because if he got traded, there's a good chance he'd just be like, "Okay, I'm not going to play basketball anymore." So,
maybe.
Like that's a different kind of personal leverage, you know.
Retirement.
Yeah.
Like here, we're about to see in real time what happens to a franchise that does something like this because we've never seen it before, right? This would be. I've equated it to the Cavs trading LeBron instead of him leaving, trading him to Miami, right? And if Michael Jordan had been traded in 1990, that's the only it would, you know what I mean? These are the hypotheticals that it compares to. What does that do to the Mavs? Like the franchise, right? Are fans going to show up? Why would they? The Nuggets can't do that. Milwaukee can't do that. Those owners don't have the money for it.
You just made me realize something, Dave. Not only were we dealing with a generational player, I'm not calling Nico Harrison an idiot, but he did a generational idiot move that I've like never seen before. So
he drafted Sam Bowie.
Wait, really?
No.
That caught me off guard. I thought we were about to really build the resume for a second. Wait a minute, that math doesn't make sense. But you're right.
Nico Harrison.
Yeah,
he would have been like 13.
Like, Dave, to your point,
everywhere.
Like you could make an argument in 1984 that drafting a big man over a guard because it has historically been done. That's defensible, even if like 20 games.
The logic is there.
Like you can understand it and talk yourself into it. With this, I haven't heard the other side of it that isn't like, oh, this is the greatest gamble in the history of sports. You know, I've heard, I think it was the Bontemps that called it the first ever NBA Big Short. And either he's right and they win the title this year and that banner flies forever. And no matter how many things that Luka accomplishes in LA, that 2025 Mavericks title's there forever. Or the more likely scenario, Nico Harrison's name will be synonymous with, you're the guy that traded Luka to the Lakers. Right? Yeah.
I think the more likely thing, and this is what we see pan out time and time again. It's funny we never go to this as the likely thing, but that they'll just be middling.
Well,
you know, it's not like you don't take we think of like big swings, like, well, this is going to work, and into the extreme of like, a title, or they're going to be relegated to the dregs of the league. But the more likely scenario is always just like they're going to be perfectly fine.
Be the Bulls. Yeah,
they'll be like a middling team, right? That doesn't quite, like, all the components don't quite work together. Like the fit's not there.
It is. There's a funny thing that happened. After this trade, probably like most of you guys, phone starts blowing up, and then all the stories.
I was asleep, Dave.
You okay? Well, my phone was blowing up.
Level of peace I'd love to have.
I think I was up until about 1:30 that night, and then obviously all day Sunday, everyone's head's still spinning. But then all the stories started to come out. Luka's out of shape. He's kind of a diva. The things that have come out, right? Like we didn't know that stuff, and he was still killing everyone. But I started talking to some friends of mine, texting with a few scouts, and like these red flags are on other teams' radars. This is not something that the Mavs made up, for instance. But every single person I talked to said, well, yeah, but it's Luka Doncic. You figure by the time he's ready to win, which should be now, all this stuff you get figured out, but it's up to your team to do that. It's up to the organization. Oh, okay. We have to make this guy a better human being, or whatever however you want to put it. We got to make him a better athlete. We got to make him more dedicated at work. But to just give up is something that, I can't point to another instance of this. He's not a bust.
Hire a nutritionist. Like, do whatever you need to. I don't know. It feels like
about the magical powers of walking.
It's okay. Even the reasoning after it too in that press conference was even more jarring. Like nothing that he said I knew would ever make any sense. And then he further drove that point home by saying, "Oh yeah, like we're focused on the future." You just traded a 25-year-old star. What future are we talking about here?
Anytime you can get older, less talented in the long term, and not really get any draft assets. You got to do it. Guys, the Brandon Ingram trade, you guys just hit that.
Please, for the love of God.
We don't want to talk about it anymore.
Oh my God!
Look, I'm going to address a comment in the chat. Ben Kim Gervey, come on, Dave. Luka walks almost every play. Okay,
well
guys,
done,
it's the
Ben.
NBA. It's the NBA. If they started calling travel, it would be 80 to 85 every single night.
Yeah.
They can't go back. That genie is out of the bottle. You have to think about the NBA.
Third step counts. Yeah,
that's
I
right.
thought he meant on defense. He walks.
Well,
that's what I thought he went.
yeah, sometimes until it's playoff time. But
there you go.
Yeah, the NBA is its own thing. It's kind of like Velveeta is to cheese sometimes.
Yeah.
What about Jimmy Butler, guys? Katie, you are. I'll call you a basketball feelings expert. I'll say you're an expert on the emotional side of things with these guys. You really do tend to see things through a different lens. Jimmy Butler acted like a petulant child and didn't get what he wants. Is that good or bad?
Well, in a way, so did Pat Riley. Like that whole, you know what I mean? Like these were two immovable forces kind of coming head to head. And I think even when, like, in my best case scenario, Miami was the team that Jimmy was going to stay with. Like, I remember when he got traded there, I was like, oh, this is such a great fit, just because of like these very intensive ethics kind of matching up. But the thing when like those sort of forces, they have to be aligned like perfectly and in sync at all times for them to work, right? Or there starts to be friction, and that's what we saw. I don't necessarily know that that's the best way to like. Actually, you know what? I guess it is the best way to get what you want, because he got what he wanted. I mean, there's still a fraction of stars who are able to wield that kind of leverage over a front office. But I think a little bit of that is Pat Riley, covering his pride and not necessarily wanting this system. He's worked so hard, like, to fall apart just because like one guy decides to throw a wrench in it, by half-assing it essentially. And there's like a distraction piece, like I think I do really like Miami. I wonder why like Bam doesn't get more attention, why Bam is kind of like tapering a little bit this season. There's things that you wonder, like, is Jimmy behavior getting in the way of that per se? But I don't know. I don't think the Warriors changed that much with Jimmy on the team. Like he certainly got what he wanted. I think him and Steph are going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be way more friction with Draymond, of course. Everybody's talked about that already. But just in terms of like the fit, the Warriors materially, like, I don't know. I don't see them they're not like a championship. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Like it's what we talk about. Like we just talked about this middling thing. We've seen such, like, this is probably one of the craziest trade deadlines I can remember. And all these like huge moves are still kind of leading to just like the same. They're a bit like sliding doors moments. But I don't know. Like Dave, unfortunately, I'm extremely biased when it comes to Jimmy Butler, because I'm like, he can do what he wants, and I will support him, and I'm kind of there for it. But the Riley and him stuff was very interesting to watch, because it's just like two guys driving full speed at one another, daring whoever to kind of veer first. And Pat Riley did it because I think there is still some semblance of sense that he has a whole team to run. And he can't really just like explode that for the sake of one person or their ego.
Yeah. Well, and also now he doesn't get to do it anymore. This is the last contract. He's going to get this extension.
Yeah, it's true.
And he's going into Steph's house. Like, this is Steph Curry's world. And I do think that he'll just fall in line. And Marcus Thompson said on the show that, the emergency pod we put out last night, he said he thinks that Jimmy Butler and Draymond, there will be a mutual respect, because Jimmy Butler doesn't have to be prodded.
He was being honest about
serious.
This.
He said it's not the guys like Jimmy Butler that normally run afoul of Draymond. I think that kind of tracks, right? It's and I would even argue with Jimmy Butler too. Like, Jimmy Butler hasn't gone at his teammates the way that he has in years past, in places past. So maybe they both have, or a little bit. I think Jimmy Butler maybe is a little bit older, but the bullying thing isn't going to be done to Jimmy Butler. So I don't think that it's as much of an issue. I hope it's not as much of an issue. It'd be better if they, if they win a game and maybe, win a few games, make it to the play-in, and we get to see these guys, play a little longer. But the on-court fit, I'm with you, Katie. I don't know. Andrew Wiggins was an important player for them for this year. And I understand you have to send him out to make the money work, but Draymond Green could have gone. Like he's
you can't do that. You can't do that.
Sometimes than Andrew Wiggins.
They kind of, they made their bed with when Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the face, and they sided with him, right? Like that.
Yeah.
That's like that's your through line. Your through line was always Draymond Green, and it clearly demarcated like where they sit. Which I think, Dave, to your point, like Jimmy has to know to a degree that's the team he's stepping into. It is this little like. I don't know, they have like a fortress around Steph and Draymond and this idea of what the core was, right? And they're going to ride that kind of dynasty into the distance. And Jimmy's just basically along for the ride now. I also just think like volatility needs somewhere to go. So to like with Draymond and Jimmy, like it kind of reaches a dead end with the Warriors. Right now.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
like they all of their contracts end at the same time also. For like they extended Jimmy up until the point Steph's contract is over. I can't remember exactly what Draymond's is, but I know they aligned it to the point
It's the
where
same.
it's the same,
Yeah.
right? And so it feels like this is the last try. This is like the last thing. And who knows? They'll probably, it seems like they're going to get Nikola Vucevic. There's reports already happening of like they're sort of close to it or still conversing about getting Nikola Vucevic. We'll see if it actually crosses the finish line, but they're trying. And I think if I look at it from a Warriors perspective and look at Steph and what he's had to deal with this year, and obviously he's dealing with the knee tendonitis thing, which is another aspect of this and the injuries, but they're at least attempting to add talent to this team with Jimmy and Vooch and who, they tried with Schroeder. That didn't work. Like they're at least trying. And I don't know. I think that
kind of late.
As an NBA fan, though,
yeah,
that's all they can do. I don't think there was any possible scenario where they can find themselves back into championship contention. Like all those dreams and hopes fell through when the Draymond thing happened when Jordan Poole, and you did what you did with Jordan Poole, and then you swung and you missed during the 2020 NBA draft, and then the Kuminga draft, and the same draft as Moody and all.
Swing and a miss is funny, by the way. Mentioning the
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you guys a question. Okay. Right now, you have the Clippers a half a game inside the play-in. Okay, so they're in the playoffs only by a half a game. Then you got the Wolves. Then you've got the Mavericks, Kings, Suns, Warriors, Spurs, all within 4.5 games of the 7 seed. So who's not making the playoffs?
This is where I was going to go with my evaluation of the Jimmy Butler trade. By the way, that there's a world where they did this, and there's a world where the Spurs did what they did, and obviously the Kings and the Mavericks are in this mix. The Suns did nothing, and only 2 of these teams are making the playoffs. And it's a long off season to whoever gets through play-in week and isn't playing the following weekend. And the Spurs are sitting there as the 12th seed right now, and I think they might have my favorite top 9 of all these teams in that bottom 6 or 7 that we're talking about. I think Katie nailed it. The teams just kind of going laterally, and I think the Warriors, at least for this season, I don't know how much higher they could get. It's one of those things where you just kind of look at where they are for the rest of this year. Maybe they go into next year reevaluating on the fringes, and it's a Steph, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green core.
Steph Curry's gonna be 37 next month. I just want to throw this out
I
there.
agree. Jimmy Butler's not a spring chicken either. I'm just as confused not confused, but I wonder how much these teams are gonna matter. But the fact that they have the names that they have makes us talk about them,
But I think, like, to your point, the only team out of the ones that Dave mentioned that aren't pressed and like are a little bit ahead of schedule, and it doesn't really matter what happens, is the Spurs. Like, it would be nice if they made the playoffs, but like to them, it's not like we have to go as far as we possibly can, because there's also a bit of a risk, though I wouldn't say it's that much considering how he's like really shown up this season, but like in rushing Wembanyama's timeline, you know what I mean? And in rushing him kind of being that guy, I think the Spurs got him and had this sense of like, we have X amount of we have kind of padding when it comes to time and like the acceleration of NBA time and when we have to be very good and competitive. And obviously you add Fox and then it gets a little tighter. But now they might just want to get to the postseason to be like, let's test this out. Like, let's take this thing for a test drive. Yeah. But again, like, it doesn't matter if they fall out early, because they'll just be the exact same next season. And I think out of all those teams you mentioned, Dave, they're the ones that like are just kind of on a steady upward trajectory. They're in a great spot, basically.
Think about how free they get to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? For that reason. And they've got vets, they've got Chris Paul, they've got Harrison Barnes. Like this team isn't as like, it's got some pieces to it. And S and I, we were talking last night about it. Their lineup with Fox out there, it makes so much sense. I mean, they really have like a nice 8 or 9 guy rotation that you can see fitting. They need a good backup big. I think Mamu's done a pretty good job, but maybe they can use an upgrade there. And man, that's a team that next year is probably looking at top 6, not just the play-in. So yeah, I'm with you, Katie. But the Wolves have been uninspiring, right? The Clippers are better than their record right now. Actually, they've just dealt with. There's been some weirdness since Kawhi came back and he was in and out. The Wolves I don't trust. The Mavericks actually I do, because Anthony Davis is very good and Kyrie's having a great year. So I think the Mavericks right now are my favorite to make maybe that 6th seed. But the Kings, like what's their defense going to look like? Don't know.
It looked pretty rough yesterday. Yeah.
The Suns did nothing. Right. As of right now, they've done nothing. They still have Nurkic on the team. They have a huge hole at center, especially for a team that has, you
can't say that the Suns have done nothing. They have accomplished historic things. They built the worst big 3 that we've ever seen in NBA history. Like,
wait, whoa. What about KG, Paul Pierce, Brooklyn Nets vibe, Darren Williams?
Darren Williams. That was a big 5.
That's fake basketball. That's fake
Brooke
basketball.
Lopez.
But this is like the most intentional fake big 3 that I've ever seen in my life.
This one took some work. I
gotta step out of here, guys.
Mojo, I know you guys
appreciate.
Good to meet you, Mojo.
Let the people know where they can find you, man, before you head out.
Yeah, you can find me on the Deep 3 podcast on Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, wherever you listen to your stuff at, TikTok and all that. And my personals, just type in Mojo99 anywhere. I appreciate you guys for having me on, and happy NBA trade deadline day.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it,
buddy.
Bye.
Hey guys, you guys mind if I address one comment from the chat?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, because this is from hometown, and this is not a bad point. I just want to really quickly go back to the Luka thing, because we're going to be talking about this. I think this is the new Harden trade, right? This will be the trade we talked about for years. Did Luka magically grow up this offseason? No, probably not. From everything I've heard, no. Okay. Fantastic offensive weapon, but far too little discussion about his role. Hey, listen, my argument on this whole entire thing, it isn't necessarily that trading Luka on its face is bad. You got nothing for him, though. There was no, like, you didn't set the team up necessarily for this overwhelming future. You set it up maybe for the next 2 years if everything breaks right and everyone's healthy. But the other thing is, it was a rug pull to anyone who had invested time in this team as a fan. That's the thing that gets me. I'm going to try to get Kirk Henderson to come through here. He's the editor over at Mavs Moneyball, wrote an open letter about it. And he makes a really great point. I mean, it's just, they were with this team through the Dirk years. They were with this team through the bad years when they lucked into Luka Doncic, and the team is fully behind this guy. And you do something that's so out of left field that it's shocking, and the player didn't ask for it, which is
we've got breaking news.
I was waiting.
Luka's been traded again.
Yeah.
although breaking news, this is more just like cracking news, if anything. The Toronto Raptors are trading Davion Mitchell to the Miami Heat for PJ Tucker, 2nd round pick. PJ's back, yes, Katie, and cash. So yeah, I know,
Katie. What? Give me your.
I'm so sad for
reaction.
PJ because I was so happy for him to be in like convertible winter season.
True.
Like, he loved driving around in Miami in his convertibles without a shirt on, and he can't do that. It's like there's a snowstorm in Toronto right now as I look out the window. So that stings, but this is great for me. I love PJ Tucker.
I also,
Yeah.
I think PJ has a lot of fans in Toronto. I would think-
Absolutely. He was like the toughest player the Raptors ever had for after Charles Oakley. Like there was such a gap, and then it just became PJ Tucker.
Totally. I agree.
Yes.
Also, I will say, I think Davion Mitchell had a pretty good year for the Raptors, given where they were at. I mean, Andrew, we talked about this on your show.
It was a target I wanted the Knicks.
Yeah,
to look at. Yeah.
Like I think he was a massive boost to them defensively. Like he won a ton of minutes because of his defense. And I know when he got traded, it was sort of like, okay, this is sort of his last shot to figure out what he can do. Like, will he be able to kind of stick in the league? I honestly think he will. And I think just because of how good of a defender he is, and especially in Miami where they pride themselves on like locking up, I think it could happen, Dave.
I don't think so.
I think it could happen.
I don't think so.
I'm an off night believer.
I love him too. But the thing is, man, there's not enough offense on his game. And also Miami is low key where these small defensive guards go to die. Like he's not going to go do anything there. He's not going to develop as an offensive player. So, and honestly, the thing is, a guy who is good and value, you just don't get traded this much this early in your career.
That's fair.
He's having a hard time finding a role. And I do think number one, off night is one of the greatest basketball nicknames ever.
100%.
So I'm rooting for this guy anyway, but he's also very, very fun to watch play defense. So, but man, that's a trade.
PJ back.
That's so. That's
by the
such
way,
a That's a Raptors ass
that
trade.
is the most Raptors trade. They've also.
Can we talk about the Raptors, guys? Because
I
know I'm not going to talk about.
No, we can. We
No,
can.
we're not going to do it.
Yeah. Look, you have two people here who discuss them a lot, and Andrew obviously watches RJ and Quick a lot. We can do it if we want, but
Bingo.
Yeah.
I know what there is to say though.
I'll just say, like, as much as I'm obviously clearly my reaction for like a nostalgic trade, I do wonder when that is going to bite the Raptors, right? If it hasn't already. Like you look at, I really like Pirtle, but like that was kind of a last stopgap to keep a team that eventually disintegrated together, like to keep that roster together. And now they're paying for it. Obviously, this is not in the same caliber as that, I assume, for what, how the math works with getting PJ Tucker.
Yeah.
But,
although they might buy him out, maybe.
Don't say that.
Listen,
I hope not. Yeah.
Like after the
I'll
season.
say this.
Right?
They luck into Kawhi Leonard and Danny Green. And then these people have done nothing else up there. Nothing. They are the
last forever, Dave.
They are the Atlanta
that residue.
That banner flies forever. Exactly.
It's cold Atlanta, right? It's
cold
just cold Atlanta up there. It's constantly these project guys. I mean, Scotty Barnes is really good, and I hate to see any more of his career get wasted up there because they just will not put good players on the court. It's this constant tank cycle where it's like a fake tank. I don't know. We don't know if we want to tank. We're sort of tanking. We're too good to tank. It's annoying, man.
I mean,
and I know it's hard because they can't sign free agents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's why they go out and make
that
these, that's
before
why
you came,
they try
Dave.
and make these risks.
Yeah. Like they're never in a position where they can like sign the big names. So like you do have to take big swings, big and kind of like risky swings when you can. And obviously that sets them in a bit of a Groundhog Day cycle, to your point. I don't know. Here's hoping this one works out.
Yes. Can I ask the same question I asked the other day, but now that we're post Brandon Ingram trade?
Yeah.
What does this mean for national hero RJ Barrett?
It's a fair question to ask. Actually, it's even more fair of a question now because, like, obviously with sending Kelly Olynyk out and now the whole Davion and PJ Tucker trade, they do shed a little bit of salary in the situation. So they're making it easier for them to extend BI and also keep RJ and IQ. It's possible. Like all of that is possible depending on what the number is for Brandon Ingram. I know Michael Grange reported that he's looking for something in the $40 million range. We'll see if they end up getting that. I think Bobby Marks mentioned that like the most that they can extend him to is 3 years, $144 million, which is $48 million. I don't know what the range is for a guy like BI who is probably going to sign a bit of a prove it deal. Just because he didn't get his contract extension with the Pels. It didn't seem like anybody else was willing to trade for him and pay for that contract. So I think it will be a bit of a prove it deal for him. So if you're looking at a $35 million player, something along the lines of that, it probably makes sense for him to keep RJ. Basketball on court fit wise.
Yeah, who's getting bumped to the bench?
Yeah, that's the question. Because so let's say their starting lineup is IQ, RJ, BI, Scotty, Jakob. That's one guy who is a good 3-point shooting threat, and that's IQ. And so you're looking at a similar situation, Katie, to 2022 Raptors, where it was just Fred as the 3-point shooter, and they had a bunch of guys who just couldn't really knock down any kind of 3-point shot. I have questions about that moving forward. That being said, BI sort of also occupies similar spaces on the floor as RJ and Scotty. So as the mid-range guy coming off of cuts, curling actions, which is exactly what RJ has been doing for the Raptors. That's the stuff that has coaching. Darko has to find a way to make these things work. And for what it's worth, I actually think Katie, I'd love to get your thoughts on this because I feel like there's a really big conversation about Darko and how he's kind of managed over the last couple of years. But based on what he's had to deal with, guys moving in and out of the lineup, injuries, etc., I think Darko has done a really good job of getting players into positions to win for the Raptors and to develop and figure the games out. So I think there's a way this works, but it's a lot of moving parts.
I mean, the silver lining is they get depth. They get more depth automatically because somebody's got to be the backup on the bench.
100%. Yeah.
I don't know. I guess to your question about Darko, I think he's done a good job with what he was handed and basically what he walked into, I should say, in terms of having zero consistency in his first year as a coach, and kind of having to switch. I wish I remembered how many lineups it was they had last season.
Oh man,
it was starting lineups. It was in the 20s, I think, in terms of the revolving door of guys coming in and out of the team. And then he comes into this season and it seems like there's a little bit of a plan. I suppose when you are the head coach of a team like the Raptors, though, to all the points that we've just made, you understand it comes with a caveat that we can grant you a certain periods of consistency. But if we have to make a move at any of these times, oh, thanks. That's nice. If we have to make a move, at any of these times, that could upend because you coach in Toronto and we have to take chances when we get them,
Yep.
I think his just relentless positivity. I'm for that. This man would run through a brick wall for Scotty Barnes.
Yeah.
The other day when he was I don't look at this. I don't look at standings. Fair. I feel like that's a lot better for your mental health when you're the coach of a team like the Raptors, And to be fair, why would you? The team that you have. You're trying to coach them at the level that they're at. And I think that was a problem that happened with Nick Nurse, right? In his last couple of years of tenure, he was trying to really coach aspirationally to the team that he wanted, not the team that he had in front of him and what their skill sets were and what he could do. So, I don't know. I like him. I think he's done a very good job with who he has. And
I agree.
He's
I
gonna
agree
have
for
what
what it's
to
worth.
do.
Yeah.
Let
Sorry.
me ask a question here. Did Andrew leave because Chet Holmgren's coming back?
He had to go prepare.
Yeah,
did he have to go do a Chet Holmgren emergency podcast?
I don't know. I just made that up, but I would maybe he just wanted to look in the mirror and be like, Chet's back to himself.
Hang on, listen to this comment. Dave is a hater. Raptors were one of the best organizations for a decade. Since then, listen. Okay, Dave is a
Dave.
hater.
Why are you
Dave
such a hater? Yeah.
We do know that
what?
about Dave.
I gotta say this right now. Dwayne Casey's role in player development has just been completely wiped over in history and washed away. Dwayne Casey really was responsible for a lot of things in Toronto, including, in my opinion, that championship run that they went on because all those players came up under him. So I'm a hater for reasons.
I think
You're
you're
a
like
big tasty guy.
you're like a hater because you see where things can be better and where people you're a pusher, Dave. Yeah.
I'm actually what it is look, I'm from Virginia. Virginia is for lovers. I'm a lover. I don't want to be a hater. But they bring it out in me sometimes.
You love to hate is what you're
I actually hate to hate.
Oh, well, even better.
I hate to hate. But someone has to do it. That's
Got
the
it.
thing.
I had a good conversation with Matt Moore about this once because it was like he gets pigeonholed as being like the ultimate hater, and he's like, no, I just see where everything can be better.
Yeah.
And
That's
where
it.
there's opportunities. And he's like, not even in like a numbers like optimization way, just in where
Yeah.
like people can be better and
Well,
like
the Raptors.
through like where play can then follow.
My thing with the Raptors is it's not like they've not had good players. OG Anunoby was there. Pascal Siakam was there. Like they sent their best player, Pascal Siakam, to go be the best player on another team. They never made it work with these talented players over the years, and I think that's a failure. I mean,
This is sort of my gripe with this Ingram trade, and I've seen a lot of Raptors fans mention the same thing. It's like if you were thinking of trading for a guy, and admittedly, Pascal is 3 years older than Brandon Ingram, so age-wise, that's a little bit of a difference. And you now have a year of like tank, if you will, on your belt because you traded a guy like Pascal. But why move Pascal if you were going to go ahead and make this move of Brandon Ingram?
Because I don't think they knew. Like, I think you give
Yeah,
a
I
lot
know.
of credit
Yeah.
to like, I mean, I know we're like, oh, GMs are masterminds. And Masai, to his credit, like has had some great moves in his career. But like there's at some point it's like, no, they can't look any farther into the future. And sometimes it's like these things just fall into your lap and you're like, absolutely, we did not plan for this.
The moment.
Yeah, but we've gotta I think we like to think of that because we like to think of life too within like certain guardrails. Like there's a plan for everything, but like there's not, dude.
Are we talking about the Luka Doncic trade again?
Yeah.
In a way, isn't this all about isn't the Luka Doncic trade just like a great analogy for life?
A little bit.
Yeah. Isn't that the old Jurassic Park line though? Like they were so busy thinking about whether they could, like the Brandon Ingram thing happened, but they never thought about whether they should or not. Obviously the pun it being the Raptors. Yeah.
All right.
I have to take off, but
okay.
From a Knicks perspective, I'm obviously invested in IQ and RJ, and it'll now be fascinating to now see a Brandon Ingram involved in the mix whenever I check him out on League Pass. So
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, buddy.
Thank you.
Later. Bye,
ya.
Katie.
Bye.
Wes Goldberg's here.
Oh my God, it's so thank God.
Look at this.
I know it was so
close. I hate the close
much.
StreamYard. I cannot do with that.
Wes Goldberg, Real GM Radio, Locked On Heat. What's up, buddy?
Hi, Wes.
What's going on, guys? Fun day.
Yeah, do you want to talk Jimmy Butler?
I thought the headliner was Davion Mitchell, but we could start with Jimmy Ice, but we could get to the nuts and bolts of that.
We could talk Davion too if you want, Wes.
I would love your perspective on this, but yeah, maybe Jimmy Butler first.
No, I'm kidding. Let's do Jimmy.
I really would.
So the Jimmy Butler saga is over. Now it's Andrew Wiggins added to the Miami Heat, and I actually think, look, low key, the Heat got better. They got better.
They got
Tell me
functional.
I'm wrong. Yeah, tell me I'm wrong. Like the defense is going to be excellent.
I agree with you. This is what I said immediately. Look, first of all, Jimmy Butler was a 0. So just from that perspective, they're getting better. They're upgrading from that spot. So I think what they need to with Andrew Wiggins now filling that forward spot, it knocks Haywood Highsmith down to a bench role where he's better off. You get more depth. If they end up keeping Kyle Anderson, I kind of like him as a bench piece. You get the first round pick. The Heat went into these Jimmy Butler negotiations trying to make sure that they got salary cap relief, a helpful player for this playoff push. And they turned the page on this Jimmy Butler thing, and they did all of those things, and they send him out west to a place where they don't really have to worry about him. I know like Milwaukee was kind of out there for a little bit. So I think they accomplished everything they wanted to accomplish at the deadline.
Khalil Ware, Bam Adebayo, Andrew Wiggins, Tyler Hero, and who else?
Jaime.
I think we might
scary Terry.
We might see Duncan Robinson hold on
Good
to
team.
his starting spot because I think you need the spacing a little bit. It depends on what they view Andrew Wiggins as being. Do they view him as a third guy? Because they wanted Jimmy Butler to be a ball handler at that spot, and obviously he wasn't because he was suspended indefinitely. So, what do you think? What do they view Andrew Wiggins? Is he sort of that complementary piece that he was in Golden State, which I argue he should be, or do they want him to kind of be some sort of in between of what he was in Minnesota and then what he was in Golden State? I still think it's Tyler Hero, Bam, Khalil Ware, Wiggins, and I would guess Duncan Robinson, who's got a little bit of playmaking pop to his game. But they could just double down on defense and say, well, we're never going to be like an amazing offense. What if we were a top 5 defense? What if we started Haywood Highsmith at that shooting guard spot? Ooh. And now we've got Highsmith, Wiggins, 2 awesome on-ball perimeter defenders.
Just length, right?
Bam and Ware, yeah. And they go from starting as one of the league's smallest teams in the league to kind of being one of the bigger teams in the league within a couple of months, within 4 months, basically. So Spoelstra they could just do the Oklahoma City Thunder thing and just be like, well, depending on the matchup, we'll just kind of experiment with this 5th starter and figure it out.
I mean, I don't know how you don't play Khalil Ware as many minutes as possible for the rest of the season. And in order to do that, you probably need to have somebody like a second ball handler at guard would be great. Mm-hmm. Wiggins can run some pick and roll. Mm-hmm. So I think that's going to be pretty interesting. How does it feel to not like have the Jimmy Butler thing like there anymore? You know, I know it's pretty fresh, but like you don't have to think about it. Like you get to cover a basketball team now.
That's amazing. Were they even playing basketball games?
It did feel like it was every secondary to everything else. Yeah.
Apparently they beat the Sixers last night. I had no idea. I didn't even know that they were playing about it. I had the game on. I wasn't even watching it. I had no idea what happened. But it not only has this been like 2 months since the reporting has started coming out. I mean, this has been kind of a year in the making. This has been rumbling in Miami since the trade deadline last year. Like this was a possible thing because it was already sort of the writing was on the wall that they weren't going to offer him that extension and all these things. And anybody that pays attention knows like, okay, well, if you're not going to give Jimmy Butler his extension, what happens next? Mm-hmm. And I feel like, guys, I've been covering this for my entire life. Like, I don't know that I've ever covered a different story. This has been the only thing that I've been talking about and thinking about and people asking me about for months now. So I'm very relieved that it's over. One more thing on the basketball part of this, too, with Wiggins. Obviously, Wiggins is not as good of a player as Jimmy Butler when he's engaged. I think this is going to be a really interesting test case in what spacing means to an offense, right? Because Jimmy was not he wasn't taking threes and has never really taken threes. Wiggins takes 6 3-point attempts per game. He's a good shooter, 38%-ish from 3-point range. What does that domino effect do to Miami's offense, right? I think like when Jimmy Butler was engaged and was doing what he was doing in the playoffs, obviously you have that kind of advantage creator. That is hugely important to the offense. But when he approaches the regular season the way that he's approached the regular season in the past, the difference between that and Wiggins' spacing, I'm just really curious. This is going to be a really interesting test case in talent versus fit. I'm very intrigued to see that kind of play out on the basketball court.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how that works. And I also think like Wiggins does have that potential offensively because we've seen it with certain stretches in Golden State. Obviously, the time that he had in Minnesota, where like he's been able to be a really good offensive option for a team. And you add that like the potential ceiling of what Wiggins can be now that he's had sort of this. He's been in the cryo chamber with the Warriors for the last 4 or 5 years, like figuring it out and molding himself into a different player, like finding a new identity. I think it's always cool to have that type of player enter a new environment. You talk about like heat culture and all that type of stuff, but like genuinely a new environment where he can be different than what he was in Golden State. That's the fun part for the Wiggins side for me. It's like he might be able to unlock different things than we've seen him do with the Warriors over the last 4 or 5 years, right? Well,
he's not allowed to do those things there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wiggins is a 3-level scorer, actually.
Yeah,
he's a 20-point a night guy in the right system, and the system being get him the ball because he scores off the dribble, he scores in isolation, he scores in pick and roll, he can shoot the 3, he can attack a closeout. He's got a mid-range jumper. Like he's a very good player. This is why this whole thing makes no sense to me because he's better to me than Jimmy Butler. Just straight up. And I'd rather have him. If I'm the Warriors, he fits so much better with what we do already. It makes no sense. But he's going to do well in Miami because those guys tend to actually do well in Miami. I look at it similar to when Jimmy Butler got there and how he would attack the rack. But now you've got a guy who also has a jumper. And I think Spo is going to love having that guy. He's going to probably, I bet he puts up 20 a night every single game for the rest of the season because that he shows up to work. And they probably, I mean, they've got a chance now, I think, of like getting out of that play-in morass and just, you know, maybe being like the 6th seed. And and having a normal playoff run.
They're the 6th seed right now, by the way.
Yeah,
Just saying,
6th seed right now because they apparently won a basketball game last night.
Wes, I was gonna say, like, you got to find out if things turned around for them after that fan gave Kevin Love the news. Was it before or after?
Right. Well,
was that the little jolt that they needed?
You did notice a little pep in Bam's step afterwards, didn't you? Like there was a little bit more to his game in that fourth quarter. But look, the Wiggins part of this is so intriguing to me. So in terms of like what Spo is going to let him do, I mean, look at like a guy even like PJ Tucker a couple of years ago, who for his entire career since coming back to the NBA, stand in the corner, make threes, then defend your butt off. And then he goes to Miami for that 1 year, and Eric Spoelstra says you don't have to just stand in the corner. When you catch it, attack that closeout, get into your float game, kind of do some other stuff. Eric Spoelstra is going to allow Andrew Wiggins to explore those kinds of things, and I thought it was really interesting. So I actually covered Andrew Wiggins that first year when he got to Golden State. And I remember doing a feature on him and talking to some people in his life. And, you know, the book was kind of out on who Andrew Wiggins was as a competitor. And I think that stuff is still there. I think that part of it kind of comes and goes with him. Like the guy that was Maple Jordan doesn't really show that kind of killer instinct. But when he got to Golden State, I think he really embraced the defined role that he had there. Cut off the ball, make threes, defend, rebound. That's your job. And I remember him telling me, he's like, yeah, here I'm not gonna have to just go through the morass of the cycles of an offense where I run a pick and roll, it doesn't work, I take it out, and I run another pick and roll, and I take it out, and it doesn't work, and I run another pick and roll. It's like there's an actual offense here. Eric Spoelstra's offense has been very similar when he's kind of optimized it in terms of the off-ball movement, the cutting, everybody shares the ball. I think Andrew Wiggins is going to embrace that, but then seeing that extra gear that he might go to, I think it's going to be a really interesting sort of career change for Wiggins to see if he can combine that stuff from Minnesota with what he learned in Golden State and see if Eric Spoelstra is able to kind of optimize all of those things. Dave, I'm with you. I think that this makes the Heat better right away. And what they have been missing so long, even with Jimmy Butler, because you just never really knew what kind of Jimmy Butler you were getting on a night-to-night basis over the last 2 years, not just this year during the suspension saga. What they've been missing so much is like the bottom of the ledger production. Just a dude who could score 18 points. They have needed that so bad, and it puts so much on Bam to be elite at everything, and then every fan wants him to also be 25 points per game. And it's put so much on Tyler Hero, who's never been a true number one on offense. It's put so much on everybody. They just need bottom of the ledger production. And Wiggins, we'll see how efficient it is. We'll see what it looks like. He gives you that.
Mm-hmm. This is an interesting question here from Will Cheney in the chat. Because I've heard a lot of Jimmy Butler's the third best player in Heat history or whatever. Number one, I just don't feel like these guys are ever anywhere long enough to say things like that. You know, there's more to it than just, I don't know, like made the finals a couple times. But how is Jimmy going to be remembered? You know, does this whole way that he forced himself out, is that going to kill the good nostalgia that might be attached to Jimmy Butler's time there?
It depends on who you ask, right? I think there's a younger Heat fan that I have, you know, been exposed to just by doing the Locked On Heat show that sees Jimmy Butler as their Dwayne Wade. And this is heartbreaking for them, right? I think that they're, if we're being fair also in Miami, kind of a fair weather sports city, right? If you're winning, we're with you. If not, we're going to pay attention to something else. There's a casual Heat fan who doesn't pay attention until the playoffs. And if all you've done is pay attention to the playoffs over the last 5 years, you think Jimmy Butler might be the best player in the league, right? And so there's a portion of that fan base that it's like, what's going on? We're trading him for Andrew Wiggins? Who? What's going on? So but I do think that his legacy, it's such an interesting question because there have been players who have come and gone from Miami and not left on the best terms, right? You think about Shaquille O'Neal, even Dwayne Wade in 2016, LeBron James, the way that the Chris Bosh thing ended with the medical issues and all that kind of
all
stuff.
Their stars, to be honest.
Yeah, Alonzo Mourning, you know, like with the way that played out. I mean, they have all come back to the organization, rebuilt the bridge, olive branches were extended, etc. And I don't know that ever happens with Jimmy Butler. This was uglier than any of those things by miles. I don't think that Jimmy Butler is the kind of person who offers apologies. And I don't think that Pat Riley at 80 years old is all that interested in doing that and rebuilding that bridge. So some people have called the Jimmy Butler era the second greatest era in Heat basketball. I firmly stand. I'm like, no way. You know, you got the big three, and then
Harold Miner erasure.
I mean, they won the franchise's first championship. People are like, well, the Dwayne Wade Shaq thing didn't last that long. I'm like, it was the franchise's first championship. Stop. Like, it set the tone for the entire franchise. So that was, to me, the second best one. And then I think this is right up there with like the Alonzo Mourning, Tim Hardaway stuff. Even though that team never made a finals, it was also similarly competitive and nobody wanted to see him in the playoffs and blah, blah, blah. So I think that Jimmy Butler's legacy was really hurt, to answer the question here, by all of this, because I do think that he turned off a lot of fans with the way that he kind of quit on the team and called out the coach and called out the thing. Like when you talk about like the laundry of sports, like Jimmy Butler burnt the jersey, right? Like, and I think that that's going to rub a lot of fans the wrong way.
I mean, the other guys got the olive branch because they also won there, right?
Mhm.
So there has to be like, and I think they get that's when the franchise, and Pat Riley especially, is being pretty calculating and smart and is happy to like burn those bridges just to rebuild them again. With Jimmy, I think there's such a deep wound to ego and pride, and like, as you say, Wes, like all the kind of inner mechanics of that franchise. Jimmy's for sure not going to apologize. I don't know that he has anything to apologize for. You probably vehemently disagree with that, but I don't know, like Dave, the memory of NBA fandom is so short now, and it's like so accelerated that maybe in even like, I was going to say 2 seasons or 3 seasons, but I think maybe 2 seasons, you kind of forget about this, right? And it gets rewritten. And the last thing I'll say before I've got to bounce, but like, I agree with the Jimmy being the Dwayne Wade of like the younger, fan, like I think Miami so longs for a star like that, like a big sort of splashy star who can kind of like take the city and like the lifestyle and all the trappings of it, right? And wear it pretty proudly. And like, to be honest, that is probably at least half of why I thought Jimmy would stay like with the Heat for the rest of his career, because I thought it was such a good fit. Clearly not. Clearly I'll take the L on that.
It's a good thought, and that it felt like that, didn't it, for so long? And it's just it's a shame how the money just gets in the way. And maybe in a non-second apron world and all this stuff, maybe Miami just says, here's the money, forget about it. But the finances and all that stuff does impact it. It is a shame, Katie, like how this all played out. I mean, he had murals in the city. He built a Big Face Coffee storefront in the city. He really did embrace the
I
city.
would love to go visit that, by the way.
I still haven't done it. I mean, but
is it going to stick around?
Hulu advertisements and stuff. I mean,
now he can franchise.
Katie closed the steakhouse in Oklahoma City, right? Like, I just,
I think
know.
Big Face Coffee will stay, but maybe you open up a second location somewhere in downtown San Francisco.
You franchise. You're going to the city for that now.
We'll see how
Look
those
out of the way,
tariffs
Blue
go.
Bottle. Yeah, get out of the way, Blue Bottle. Thank you so much, guys.
Katie, thank you for hanging out.
Katie.
Everybody go and check her out. Basketball Feelings.
Bye, guys.
Thanks.
Bye.
Is Dave in a glorified closet? I'm in a booth.
Basically.
Built a booth. It's pretty much a closet. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah. Okay. You guys, can we talk about this Lakers trade? I've got some thoughts here, and I wasn't on the stream this morning, so I kind of want to just walk through them a little bit. Let's see if I can pull the trade up. They get Mark Williams for Dalton Connect, Cam Reddish, the 2031 first round pick, and a 2030 swap. Okay. Initial knee-jerk reaction for me was, wow, that is a lot for Mark Williams.
Yeah.
But what I tried to do was not think about it as a lot for Mark Williams and say, oh, you got Mark Williams and you got Luka Doncic. That's a pretty good pair. And, oh, you didn't really have to give up that much for that pair. Okay, so I'm trying to give them a little bit.
So you're doing the Paul George Kawhi thing.
Yeah, I'm saying now, even though they were not tied together, but I'm thinking, okay, well, if I was going to try to find a young big, who could run the floor, that was available, who can catch a lob from pretty much any angle, Mark Williams is a good choice to run with Luka Doncic. So the defense is going to be a problem because he's not that good as a helper. He's not that good as a rim protector. But man, guys, I do think that they're going to be able to score, and their pace should be pretty good because he can really run.
He just needs to stay healthy is the thing,
right,
man. I think I can't remember what the exact number was, but he's played 100 games through like 3 seasons of his career type of thing. And so you just hope he stays healthy, because I think Luka could get him a bag. Like, think of what James Harden did for Clint Capella. You know, for the Raptors fans in here, what Kyle Lowry did for Bismack Biyombo. You know, like there's like there is a world in which Luka just makes Mark Williams look incredible. And so like I think ultimately that's the case, to your point, Dave, of like matching these two together. And also, we can't discount the fact that Mark Williams was playing for the Charlotte Hornets.
That's true.
You know, and like this could be
LaMelo Ball's out there playing point guard. I mean, he's no defense. I'm going to give him some grace here. I mean, he is a good player, and he's a little bit raw in a lot of ways, but the athleticism you can't deny.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I've been a big Mark Williams guy since he was in college, and I loved him in that draft, and he's super athletic, and I know that the injury concerns are there, but it was one injury that cut off last season, and that kind of trickled into this season too. So it's been a short sample. It's been a small sample size. Like, it's kind of been one injury that took away a lot of these games. He also missed a lot of times his rookie year for a different injury, but he hasn't had to go through surgery. And there was a lot of optimism in Charlotte that when he came back, that it was that stuff was going to be behind him. Physically, he's a specimen. Like, there's no question about it.
Massive.
So I do think that there, when you kind of read the stuff out of Charlotte, it's like, yeah, we're optimistic that this stuff is behind him. And Dave, I had the same exact reaction. I was like, wow. Like, this pick that was so off the table, even in the Luka Doncic trade, you traded it for Mark Williams. But I guess that's the price that you have to pay to get a guy who wasn't available. Charlotte wasn't shopping Mark Williams. You have to basically come to Charlotte with an offer that they can't refuse. And how do you refuse that if you're a rebuilding Hornets team? So I kind of I had the same initial reaction, and then I kind of got it. I think this is going to be awesome. I think defensively he'll be fine. I just think that defense is a lot of times like a team concept.
But
in
that's
Charlotte,
the
it
issue.
wasn't working.
But that's the issue. Look, LeBron and Luka, when they're on the court, that's going to be a problem. And Mark Williams, I don't know if he's enough of a floor raiser for them defensively.
They have to start Dorian Finney-Smith, don't they? Like
Dorian Finney-Smith has
him and Vando. I feel like they got to start, right?
Well, I don't know about that, because they're going to need someone to they'll need. I think it's going to be Austin Reeves. They could use the extra ball handling. Right. Marcus Thompson's here. What's up, Marcus?
Calling from the airport, Marcus. What's going on?
Can't hear you.
I'm in the hotel. You got me?
Yeah, you're good now. There he is. We're talking about the Mark Williams to the Lakers. How do you feel about it?
I actually like that. I like the fact that that he's big, very skilled. I wonder about his motor, but I do feel like you could lose the motor in Charlotte. Like, motors get lost in Charlotte. You know what I'm saying? So I do feel like put him with Luka, put him with Bron. Like, that dude is good, man. Like, he's a player, very skilled, good rim protector. That's a pretty clutch move by them, to be honest with you. I didn't even see that coming.
Can I say one thing about LeBron? Like, the defense with the Lakers has been a problem. LeBron has also been a huge problem defensively. The one thing about LeBron is even when he's not playing defense, he kind of makes other players play defense. That's sort of his deal. And so I do wonder if he kind of just gets to Mark Williams as like, look, I'm not doing it, but you have to. That's how you earn your keep around here.
I mean, hey, man, can I just pause and shout out my homie Wes Goldberg, former Warriors reporter, used to roam the Bay. What's up, Wes? You know what I'm saying? With Jimmy. I had to brush my hair for you. Oh, Jimmy's gonna be great.
Hey, also Blake Murphy in the house.
What's up, guys?
Blake is
now
in
I really
building.
need the deep dive
what
on
is
Davion
happening?
Mitchell.
Yeah. Okay, fine. We can talk about Davion if you want.
Oh my God. Guys, can we finish talking about this Laker trade? Look, what's the funniest outcome from this? I want to know the funniest outcome, meaning like what's the most extreme outcome? Like if the Lakers win the title, is that I don't know. I mean, does that blow our minds even more than the Luka trade? They are, right? Like this is a serious team now.
Yeah,
let's relax. Let's relax.
No, you've got Luka. Every team that has a player of Luka's caliber, like Denver's a title contender.
In a sense, in that sense, they're a title contender.
Yeah, they're not the favorites. They're not the favorites.
Let me lay this out for you. Luka, Bron, Austin Reeves. Those are your 3 perimeter defenders.
Yeah, exactly.
Who are they guarding actually? Like, that's why Mark Williams is so big. At least you got to have a hope for somebody to block a shot at the rim, right? I don't know if he will, but the idea of we just lost the dude who made us somewhat, effective defensively because we had this ultimate backstop. Now you're asking Reeves, Luka, and Bron to man up on the perimeter and lock people down. That they might be able to outscore a lot of teams, become playoff basketball. We just don't see that level of defensive intensity from them. But maybe that would be the funniest outcome if Luka is like a defensive lockdown dude next to Luka and Bron, and Austin Reeves start shutting dudes down.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Talking trash.
The thing is, Luka can play
right.
defense. Like we've seen him play defense in the playoffs. Maybe
tell that to Nico Harrison.
That's the thing. Is like, I've seen him turn up his defense, and we saw it last year in their run to the finals where he would possession by possession, of course, but he also dragged them to the finals on one leg. He's been dealing with this calf thing since the World Cup, by the way. Well, right. He had Dan Gafford. He had Derek Lively. He had, guys that.
And Gafford wasn't thought about as the defender he's thought about now before he got to Dallas too.
No.
And I think that's what they're kind of banking on with Mark Williams. Size is a sort of big equalizer on defense too. And the Lakers are going to be enormous, like 6'7", 6'7". The smallest guy is going to be Austin Reeves in that starting lineup. They're kind of huge. So even if they do get beat off the dribble, there's just arms and bodies and length there for at least recovery and help defense. I'm not saying they're going to be elite defensively, but they might be able to get enough. And I do wonder with Luka there now, does LeBron just say, okay, a year and a half. I'm just going to play defense for a year and a half, and then I'm going to retire, and maybe that just gives us a chance to win one more ring, and I get a fifth one. Like, who knows?
They're going to play a lot of zone. That's my guess.
Zone's good.
What if they became the first NBA team to primarily play a zone defense? They would just get wrecked. Blake,
hey guys,
Marcus, you guys just got here. What do you guys want to talk about? We've been here for a minute. Davion Mitchell getting traded.
Off night appreciator right here.
Yeah, me too. Look, there's nothing I like a guard who defends like hell and doesn't bring much to the table offensively. It's exactly what I aspire to be. It's the Chris Dunn All-Stars. This is he really does feel like a Heat player, kind of stylistically and spiritually. Man, he's a real, like, joke aside, he's a real treat to watch defend.
That's funny. Watch his jumper now though with the Heat. The Heat is great at turning non-shooters into 40% three-point.
He won't even take a jumper though. It's just that like little off-balance floater that he throws at like 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. I think Davion in general with Miami, it's just like grabbing another point of attack defender, because I know the issue with them is like, cool, Tyler Hero and Terry Rozier at the point of attack. You add another perimeter guy, can probably be in your playoff rotation, maybe for the most part. Although, to Blake's point, maybe the offense kind of gets him off the court for the most times. I guess the question I have with Davion in Miami is, cool, now you have some spacing with Wiggins. You have Bam who can kind of isolate and, score if they want to, right? Generally, how does a guy who doesn't necessarily shoot the ball fit in that sort of scenario? That's the question I have with Davion.
He's got to learn to be a better cutter. You know what I mean? Like that. This is the thing. If you can't shoot and you're a small guard, you got to be amazing at defense and amazing at cutting. If he was
amazing at like ball handling,
right? If he was a better ball handler, distributor,
But he takes care of the ball. And if you think about the guys who have thrived in Miami, that's been in that spot, Gabe Vincent, even Drew Smith this year before he got hurt. These are not floor spacing kind of guards. And Eric Spoelstra maybe until this season, he's kind of cared less about the spacing part of it. He's like, if you play really hard, I'm just going to put you out there, and I guess we'll just figure it out with effort and IQ and just effort and Heat culture stuff. So I think Davion Mitchell's going to play. I have the same concerns with like the spacing and stuff, but I think Eric Spoelstra should be like, this guy really tries defensively, and he has been desperately looking for an on-ball defender. And some of their best lineups this year have been when Drew Smith was healthy and next to Tyler Hero. And that was before they started with this Bam Ware combo in the front court. But I do wonder if if Spo just says, the hell with your spacing, I'm just going to go out there and we're going to be awesome defensively and we'll just figure out the rest later.
It'll also be interesting. Like Miami and Toronto don't play like super similar offensively, but like the way that Miami utilizes Bam around the elbows and the high post and stuff, that's how the Raptors bench units operate a lot when Kelly's in there. And Davion had, I mean, it was up and down because he's obviously not like a pick and roll maestro, but he had some decent chemistry with Toronto's bigs in that kind of delay action stuff. Now, he's still not like no pressure on the rim. It's like, hey, I'm going to work some stuff at the elbow. If the pocket pass isn't there, I'm going to nash it out the other side or whatever. But he was more than I thought he would be in that offensive dynamic with the Raptors bench unit. So maybe they can build on that a little bit.
Yeah, I could see it. Blake, I got to ask you, since we have you here, a lot of Raptors moves. I mean, BI, a Toronto Raptor, 12 hours or whatever, however many amount of hours, I've lost count at this point since the trade. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's okay. It's I like Ingram a lot. As like he's a guy that I really enjoy watching.
Yeah, Blake, you didn't tell me on that one. You didn't tell me that was.
Yeah, look, I like the player. You know, I think it's probably a little bit early in the rebuild for cashing in assets for a guy. Like they're clearly like they got bored of the rebuild like really, really quickly, and that's a component of this. But I don't know. I like Ingram. I think they could get more out of him offensively and certainly more defensively. Like a guy that's that big, has that big a wingspan, has feet as good as he does. I think they could get more out of him. I don't think it's like, and the next deal is, if he gets 40 million per, this is not going to be a good trade. It's that easy. And like the Raptors have a bit of a track record now of trading picks at the deadline for guys that they then overpay a little bit. So it'll be tough if they follow that and overpay him. On pure asset base, it's fine. You weren't getting a guy Ingram's talent otherwise. And if you're careful with the contract, you can sneak it. Like you can work the cap math out with Scotty's max and everything like that. It's just not I don't know. It's not a move I would have done, but I certainly understand their thinking of like, hey, let's fight for the 5 seed in the East next year. You know what I mean?
I have a hard time thinking Ingram is going to be all in. Like, he just looks so miserable in New Orleans, right? I'm curious about how it feels to leave New Orleans to go to Toronto, right? Now you gotta, and he feels like a dude who kind of needs to feel good to play well. Yeah. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. He was such a talent.
Yeah, he loves Toronto.
Everybody loves Toronto when you're visiting.
When they don't have to live
incredible.
There.
Yeah. Hey, whoa! You see this beautiful snow we got over here?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
that's a tough one, bro.
All right, hey, Zena Keita is in the house. We got a lot of.
We got 2 black people on. Let's go. It's February, baby. We in this thing. Let's go.
I can't stand you.
We talk about Marcus Garvey. What we doing?
All right. So we got Marcus.
CJ
we
Walker.
got Zena.
Oh, sorry.
Wes used to cover the Warriors. All right, let's talk about the Jimmy Butler trade on the other side, guys. What does the Warriors fit look like? Marcus, come on, tell me what's the lineup going to look like? Are the Warriors done? Are they going to trade for Vooch?
That's going to be a tough one. I think they will want to, but from I wasn't in Utah last night. Slater was, my podcast co-host Tim Kawakami was, and the way they described how sad people were, right? Like the loss of Wiggins was that was gutting to them. I'm starting to wonder, do they have – I mean, Mike Dunleavy is such a gangster, he'd probably be doing. But, man, to lose Kevon Looney and Gary Payton II, I mean, these are 3 of your most beloved, like, fan favorite types. And, when you win championships, like, those guys become legendary. It's not like regular role players on the team. Like, these dudes are – Kevon Looney's might get his statue. I mean, it's gonna be next to Steph and Dre and them, but he'll be in the, what I'm saying? He'll video bomb the statue, but he's just that beloved. So I'm curious about that now. Are they really about to like change the soul of their team in February? Like just on, what I'm saying? Like just on the fly, or do they keep some of that kind of identity? I'm curious about it because Vooch is a solid player, but he ain't that's a different soul you're importing, right? That's a different kind of spirit. So I don't know. It's a lot to just deal with Jimmy by himself. So I'm curious how they do this. If they do make this move, that means like Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy is like, yo, we're done, buddy. Like we're completely renovating this squad.
And it's one thing to have. Go ahead, Wes.
Because you mentioned like the sadness, Marcus, and I saw some of the videos that came out of there, and like you could tell like that was tangible there. I'm just like, who pushed for this? Like because all we heard in the reporting was Steph and Draymond and stuff. Like maybe they got to be convinced of this. Like why did this kind of get over the top at the end?
Because they came to the realization that why not do the trade? Like what's the great reason to not do the trade? They keep striking out. They've tried to get a lot of people and it hasn't happened. This was there. It was on the table. They could get it done. And at some point it's like, are we really afraid to break up a 500 team? Because that's what they were. Like, what are the losses here? As much as Wiggins is beloved, like he couldn't get them out of the play-in, like he wasn't carrying them out of the play-in. So this is like a roll of dice. So to me, that like Joe Lacob is just not gonna stand around and be okay with a 500 team, especially not with the highest ticket prices in the league. Like at some point, you got to sell that thing. So I think Mike Dunleavy has been kind of inching away from listening to what everybody else has to say and like ripping Band-Aids off, but they weren't going to get another star. Like it wasn't going to happen. They couldn't go into another offseason like it's going to happen this time. It's like, nah, you got to take the one that's there, and it's risky, but they had to do it.
It's a party now. Hunter Patterson, welcome to the
3
stream.
black people? Whoa, this is crazy.
Marcus, you gonna do this every time? Where's DA?
I'm acting a fool. This is gonna be our last Black History Month, so I'm going all out. Like I'm going all out. I'm acting a fool.
That's so real.
It's a good thing we got some Canadians on here, right? Man,
there you go. Marcus, I want to talk to you about when you said renovating, because I think that's the thing that this keeps racking my mind of, are you making these moves to win now? Are you making these moves to rebuild? Are you making these moves to take advantage of the last years that Steph Curry has with the Warriors? Like you saw the Lakers make a move with their future in mind. You're paying $121 million to a 35-year-old. You're not really making you're not making moves with the future in mind. You're making moves with now in mind. So where do you feel the Warriors fit on the timeline priority spectrum?
It's a 3-year timeline, right? That's what it is. Mm-hmm. They're all in on the 3-year timeline. It's let's go for one with Steph. Let's see what you can do. And like they took their foot out of the 5-year timeline. I mean, I guess it's still there a little bit with Jonathan Kuminga, who's that like one piece that keeps them viable. They kept him, but they're like, yo, let's if they trade Kevon Looney and GP2, that's them saying, hey, we got the rest of this year to try to make the playoffs, do something salvageable, and that playoffs is important because that's millions. They need to make that revenue. See what you can do next year, right? And then maybe after year 3, you got a team that's ready to compete. They've had a hard time getting people to the Warriors. Like they just it doesn't look like a place people are like, let's go, let's get to the Warriors. So perhaps the hope is, all right, Jimmy is one move. You look more credible out there. So somebody you want to play with. Here's another move. Like maybe that type of situation works. But to me, it's a 3-year timeline. And Steph's done, and they got 2 more years after this. Steph is done. The only person still on contract after that is Draymond. So to me, that's what they're going for. Let's run Steph's last 3 years, and let's see if you can get him one more championship. The drive for 5. That's what they would say in like football or something silly like that, right?
Well,
go ahead.
With Wes and Blake, like thinking from a different team's perspective, like, do you feel that sentiment around the league that people are kind of like, the Warriors, like not a great place to land?
Go ahead, S.
Well, I think Jimmy Butler was happy to land there once the extension was on the table. So,
Man, first he was like, I don't want to date you. And then all of a sudden,
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
$60 million changes things, right?
I don't know that there. What's the place that anybody wants to? It's like the Lakers. That's it, right? And maybe now San Antonio to play with Victor Wembanyama. Those are the places. I think just
Miami.
And I guess, but it's just I don't know. Like they haven't gotten Kevin Durant. They haven't gotten Damian Lillard. They haven't gotten Donovan Mitchell. Like
Miami seemed like a place that players.
I think
like,
they want to
big
get
ones-
there though. That's the thing. Like
that's fair.
They want to
just had a hard time getting it done.
Do the Heat have a reputation that players get along with management there? I don't know. I mean, it feels like a lot. I hear a lot about body fat percentage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I hear a lot about Heat culture, but I don't hear a lot about like, oh, these guys really want to go to Miami.
Yeah, it's funny.
It must be the South Beach retreats.
That's
right?
it.
The team bonding on.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of there's a lot no state income tax. There's a lot of training facilities around here where a lot of players work out in the summer also. So I think when they're down here, they can be like, I could probably live here. It's warm all the time and all this stuff. So I think the idea of South Beach, Miami, and everything attracts players, and then they get here and they're like, oh, I'm just sort of locked in the gym in this old arena all the time, and this is not sometimes what I thought it was going to be. And that's why like the Heat will always say like we're not for everybody, and it's sort of like this mission statement kind of catchphrase thing that kind of gets a little annoying honestly sometimes, but it's also very true. You've seen players come in and be like, no, not for me, and then leaves like I could just spend my off seasons here. I don't have to be here all year long.
Yeah.
But then other players get here and they say, my beach body looks great because I don't have this body fat. Like we're good to go. So
yeah,
it kind of goes both ways.
Wes, I know you got to jump. Plug your stuff. Real GM Radio, Locked On Heat.
You just did it.
There it is. I thought you might have a promo for it. Come and check
Locked On Heat. Heat Talk. Your team every day. I think I butchered it, but that's usually the line that we go with.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, Wes.
Okay, Blake, Brandon Ingram. This is a move. You guys are gonna build around Brandon Ingram.
I mean, yeah, like it's obviously there's Scotty here, and then there's that next tier of Ingram, Quickly, and RJ, and obviously Ingram's a level ahead of RJ and Emmanuel Quickly. And like, look, something with that trio is going to have to happen at some point. Like, I don't think that's a championship core or anything like that. I unfortunately, like, not unfortunately, but like, I do think part of the thinking here is this sets you up better for the next move. And like, I hate evaluating trades that are about the next move also, but then you have, let's say the next star becomes available. You're a 45 win team. You have salaries and picks to make the next thing work. Like, I don't think there's any way they're looking at this and they're like, yeah, that's the championship core. Maybe if you land Cooper Flag, I don't know. But I think they think it was a step to put them in a place where, hey, we're one step away now, which is awkward. This is why you don't hit the eject button on a rebuild after like 6 months, because it puts you right back in kind of an awkward in between, just like 3 years younger now than you were when you hit the eject button, 12 months ago, 14 months ago.
Last year. Yeah.
How many times can you hit the eject button?
How many times can you play that? Yeah, I mean, I think to Blake's point, this is a pure, like, they're just trying to get talent in the door situation. And if you look at in the past, we just talked about it, the cold, all the kind of equations that you have. Toronto isn't necessarily a free agency destination, but all indications are that, like, they're doing this deal based on the fact that BI is going to sign an extension. Like, they're not going to give up a first-round pick and second-round pick just for BI to walk. I assume there was some sort of conversations before the deal that kind of got them the idea that he was going to sign an extension. The question you have moving forward is, like, what is the price tag of that extension? And to your point, Blake, like, what does that mean for RJ, Quick, etc.?
Yeah, because like if it's $35 million starting salary on the extension, like I crunched the numbers quick, and like they would have enough room for $35 million for Ingram. You could use a chunk of the mid-level, you get a second-round pick at the minimum, and like you're there and you're beneath the tax. Like maybe I'm at the Rogers building right now. Maybe we want to spend into the tax and I'm overthinking this, but if they want to stay beneath the tax, you need Ingram's number to probably top out around 35. If it gets to 40, or, there was reporting at the start of the season that he wanted like the full max extension from New Orleans. If you get to that number, then you're talking about like RJ might have to go like as soon as this off season and you're not even getting a chance to ride that out. So yeah, I'll be really interested in, like, it's a weird negotiating thing too, because the Raptors could go to Ingram and be like, look, your only options are like Brooklyn, Washington, Charlotte with cap space. You really want to be the new Kuzma in Washington. But on Ingram's side, like, Rich Paul can come into those negotiations and be like, you just gave up a first for this guy and you have no cap space if he walks.
Yep.
So I'd be really curious to see, like, how the back and forth on that goes.
And Rich Paul has a very good cap guy, by the way. Very good. Clutch Sports has one of the best cap guys in basketball.
They sure do.
Very good. Yeah. Hunter Patterson, you know what? We have talked about the Pistons so much this year. Are they going to make a move? They are
like,
good.
Why?
They're playing well, Marcus.
Don't do that, Marcus.
Don't do that, Marcus.
Hunter,
I will do that.
I will do that. We want them to try to be better.
Absolutely,
this year, man.
I get this on a daily basis, by the way, from Marcus. But yeah, I think they could be in playoff contention. I'm also an off-night appreciator. I was in SAC when he was there. Not to mention, I was in SAC the first season that they broke the playoff drought. I'm here the first year. Cade's an all-star. I don't know what's going on. Can't take credit for it. But
you literally just did, though.
You literally,
You did that was one of those things where it's like
you associated yourself with success.
Yeah,
very
it's
casually.
Like, basically like one of those, like, no offense, but I'm about to offend you type thing. But yeah, I think they're fun to watch. Cade most nights has been the best player on the floor, and I think they have a pretty patient GM in Trajan. He hasn't really done a ton this trade deadline. They've picked up Lindy Waters. We can get more info, I guess, from Marcus on that one. Lindy Waters, Josh Richardson, and KJ Martin.
I forgot Josh was still in the league, to be honest with you. Like,
he's only played 8 games.
It's fair.
Yeah, he's played 8 games this season.
That's what happens when you go to Miami as a small guard, guys.
Hopefully not.
You know what's crazy about Detroit? You know what I love about this Detroit squad? Like, they will really fight you, bro. Like, that team needs some counseling. Like,
I don't think more than Houston, though.
They got spirit.
Not more than Houston.
I was about to say it's both of those teams that like to fight a lot.
Well, it's really just
Isaiah Stewart. I was going to say Isaiah Stewart.
Yeah. The funny thing is,
has enough beef for an entire basketball team. I mean,
no,
like,
they both have Thompson from Oakland on their team. That's what it is. I'm telling you, they got Thompson from Oakland on their team.
They have Marcus's little cousins, but the funny thing is too, like, Isaiah is one of the nicest people. He's like, it's almost kind of surprising to see him that intense on the court, because he's not that at all in the locker room. One of the nicer people who is like going out of his way to say hey to reporters and stuff. So he's a really nice guy, and it's not funny, but it's interesting, I guess, to see him that way on the court.
Interesting. That is interesting.
He just sees red out there sometimes, or he wants to see red. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's good and bad. He just, man. But that team, so they're a lot of fun. I mean, if they were gonna make a move today, what kind of move would they be making? I mean, there's not a lot of guys out there where you go and say, okay, we can pair this person with Cade for the next 5 years. Obviously, that guy's not available. But is there somebody they're thinking about for like the next couple?
Yeah, I mean, if this were yesterday before Lonzo had signed his extension with Chicago, I would have said he could possibly be a decent like secondary creator for the team and playmaker when Cade's not on the court, and even possibly like late in games play with Cade. But yeah, he signed that extension, stay in Chicago. So I'm not sure exactly who they could bring in at this point. I think depending on what New Orleans wants to do with CJ, he could possibly be a good addition to the veterans that they already have on this team, and someone who, yes, he did, but someone who can possibly also take some pressure off of Cade. So it's not him having to have 30 every night with like 5 assists and 5 rebounds.
What do you think they need, Hunter? Like, I think the addition of a Hardaway Jr. and Tobias Harris and Malik Beasley like definitely elevated them. I think it took some pressure off of Cade. It got them a little bit of poise overall out on the court in comparison to what they had last year. But what do you think they need?
I think they need a partner for Cade Cunningham, and I think Jaden Ivey getting He broke his fibula in his left leg, and so the team updated us that he'll be reevaluated again in 4 weeks. I'd be pretty surprised, honestly, if he plays again this season, but he is someone who could have been that second kind of like co-star or partner for Cade, especially in the backcourt with him, but we don't really get to see if he is that this season. So that's my main focus. I think they need someone to kind of alleviate pressure off of Cade. It's nice that he's having the numbers that he is. He's an all-star this year, but you don't want him to get to a point where he's overexerting himself. He is only 23, so I mean, there's that, but he has had a history with injuries early on. So I would say my biggest thing for the Pistons is finding a co-star for Cade.
Lindy Waters, baby, they got him. Lindy Waters.
There it is.
Trey Kerby's here
That
and
strap
loud.
on him.
Yeah, that's a sick shirt.
Welcome, Trey.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's the greatest day of the year.
What up?
Amazing. Well, we're talking.
You want to
Pistons.
laugh? I actually have that shirt.
I see you're a person of taste as well.
I randomly went to their concert in Las Vegas and was it Summer League or something? I can't even remember now.
Absolutely,
It was first night of Summer League. Yep, I have that shirt.
What'd you think?
Everyone was really nice.
That's a pretty chill environment.
That is
a
not what you
ringing
hear.
endorsement.
Yeah, from a concert, everybody was very nice. you know?
Everyone was super kind. A lot of people were questioning as to why I was there. They're like, what brought you here to Led Zeppelin? I was like, I just wanted to see a different vibe, and I got to see a different vibe. So let's continue. Trey, welcome to the show.
I can't wait to talk with y'all about trades, but if you want to spend a few more minutes on Dead and Company at the Sphere, I could go in. Literally the best day of the year for me last year was going and see him. Unfortunately, they're only there up until May this time around, so we'll miss them at Summer League.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's Black History Month, so let's talk about Usher.
Hey, we're like 4 days away from the Kendrick Super Bowl halftime show, man. I'm just saying.
Facts. It's so funny though. Adam Silver, applause, because I don't know if I'm not a football fan enough. I ain't heard a thing about this.
I forgot about that.
They literally hijacked Super Bowl week. Like it's insane.
You know what?
That's
It's
a good
payback.
conspiracy.
It's payback for Christmas Day. Okay. NBA was like, really? You want to stomp on Christmas Day? Cool. We got your biggest week of the year. Don't worry.
Sorry, Mavericks fans.
That's why
the
Luka
sacrifice that
Doncic
you
got
have to pay is
There
Luka
you go.
Doncic. Trey, did this break your brain? The Luka trade?
Well, of course, Dave. I mean, nobody was expecting Luka Doncic to get traded. It would have been like the Nuggets trading Nikola Jokic after he turned 25 years old and hadn't gone far yet. It'd be like the Bulls trading Michael Jordan after losing to the Pistons in 88, 89, and 90. Nobody was expecting that to happen. It even sounds like Rob Pelinka wasn't really expecting that to happen, laughing it off when Nico brought it up to him the first time around, and then somehow negotiating the picks down as well. It's a monumental day in NBA history for sure. Like one that we're going to look back on. You're going to remember what you were doing at the time that it happened, because the landscape of the league has changed. I don't know about y'all, but I was watching a Jackie Chan movie and it's completely changed the way I've thought about Drunken Master ever since.
Oh, great movie. It is a great movie. What you guys want?
I like Bruce Lee over Jackie Chan, but
well, yeah, you're more of a serious guy than I am, Dave. I like jokes. But yeah, it's awesome. It's going to be cool to see Luka and LeBron actually on the court together. I mean, feels somehow exciting to see them sitting next to each other on the bench. LeBron had the great and one, and then he goes and talks to Luka and says, that's what we're going to do. How exciting is that? You got Luka smiling on the sidelines. There was concerns during the playoffs last year that Luka was getting too upset. He had that great game against the Thunder where he's like, I remembered I like playing basketball again. Then he went back to being angry. But he seems like he's happy in LA right now. And if you get a happy Luka, maybe that's an even better Luka. We'll see.
Good weather.
Good weather. Yeah, exactly right. Nobody complains.
Trey, can we have a? Oh, I'm sorry, Marcus.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, can we have a Bulls moment here for a second and talk about the Bulls, the Chicago Bulls?
Well, I'm hoping we actually have some Bulls moments today because there's a big guy who's right in the middle. And Marcus, I know
Right.
that
Yeah.
he would fit perfectly with the Golden State Warriors, but
The alley-oop. There you go.
I also feel like
You don't like it, Marcus? You don't like Vooch? Big Vooch?
Really?
You gotta bear with me on this one. I am like a closet Bulls fan, right? I grew up
Okay.
watching Chicago. The one station was the Chicago station, right? So
WGN.
I'm WGN, baby. Bulls and Cubs are part of my soul. So I definitely watch the Bulls, and I like Vooch. He just has disappointed me so many times. Like it's really hard to get over what I've been watching with the Bulls. I mean, he's a really good like big man scorer. Like his mid range is good. I mean, but the reality is like he had a hot start to the season, and he's kind of back to being who he was, and it just doesn't lead to winning. And I worry about a player like that with Draymond. Like Draymond just doesn't suffer softness very well, right? So like
Yeah.
Marcus
I,
is
I
exactly
just
right.
wonder about that.
Suffer
I wonder
soft.
about
He
that.
doesn't. That's a good point. Draymond doesn't like mediocrity. He doesn't like softness. He doesn't like people that don't come in and immediately want to win. And I'll tell you this: I have been trying to get Marcus on the Vooch train since the beginning of the season. Like, ask Marcus.
I'm a fan.
I've been like, guys, 20 million, like 21 million.
He's having a great year.
We can figure this out. And yes,
He is.
exactly. He's having a great year.
But that's the
money
thing.
makes
He's
sense.
having a great year, and it matters nothing. It matters not at all.
Where are the wins?
Unfortunately, you're exactly right because the
I
last time Vooch
know.
had a hot streak like this was when he was with the Orlando Magic, and then the Bulls traded for him, and we see how that's gone. 5 playoff games during the Vooch tenure, but he's better than Quentin Post. I mean, if that's the bar right now,
Oh, there's no question. There's no question.
Yeah, but he's also older than Quentin Post to Quentin Post's defense.
There's
Yes,
this.
yes.
By the way, Quentin Post is becoming like a cultural icon in the Bay. Like the thirst is so
I-
real. Like people are like Quentin Post. Like, it's wild out here. Like they're about to start like cheering for him to get in the games pretty soon.
yeah, but I'm with
listen,
you. The personalities of Vooch alongside Draymond and Jimmy Butler is definitely something I would be
what
concerned
happens
about.
when somebody
Oh,
gets
yeah.
by? He doesn't close out. He doesn't protect the rim, and he's got Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green yelling at him.
Doesn't
And
sound like the Vooch I know.
He is.
Yeah,
an upgrade over
I
Quentin
hate
Post,
that. I
though.
hate that the shooting has tailed off here. Basically starting in January, because if you look at the splits from 2024, the guy was on fire. He's hit a cold streak, definitely, as we gotten closer and closer to the deadline. So poor timing. I've already come to terms with Vooch is probably going to still be a Bull at the end of the day, which, you know, not my ideal outcome. After the Bulls made the trade to get their pick back, it looked like, okay, we're setting up here to maybe go the other way and not try and be in the play-in tournament every single year.
What are they
Mattis
doing?
was
Just
zealous.
go
Well,
all
The
in.
10 seed is
Lonzo?
looking nice. When the 10 seed's on the table, you got to go for it, right?
Trey, it drives me crazy, dude. It's so insane. Like, what are you doing? Like, stop straddling fences, man. Like, get everybody go. Just fire sell that thing. It's like I don't get it. Here's the question I have for y'all. Like, there was this former idea, like from Nick Young, DeMarcus Cousins, all these guys, right? Like, if you just put them into the Warriors fold, right? Put them in the system, put them with Steph. We've seen guys look better next to Steph. Like, you get a lot of open shots. I mean, just a lot of open shots, right?
Yep.
Would that help Vooch at all? Does that even still exist?
Oh, he's got to have
are
open
those
shots.
days gone?
Yeah. When was the last time Steph played with a pick and pop big like Vooch?
But when did Steph get to play pick
Murray
and pop
Spates?
with anybody?
Yeah.
Martin Spates?
Spates or David West, maybe?
Yeah.
And look, Vooch has never played with anybody as good as Steph Curry. He's
Yeah.
I mean, is Jimmy Butler a better player than DeRozan was during his time with the Bulls than Zach LaVine was? It's probably about equal. This would definitely be the best, like, fully fledged offensive team that Vucevic has ever played on, because back in the Magic days, he was the go-to guy. He's almost the career leading scorer for Orlando. So this is, I would say the Warriors are probably like the best possible scenario for a Vucevic, especially when you consider like Butler's a driver, right? He likes to play inside, get inside. So the space would help. But at this point, it does feel a little bit like us Bulls supporters are just trying to pawn off this guy while we can. Can we?
Zena almost
Can we
had
hook
me.
Dunleavy? We'll see.
Listen.
almost had me.
I think there's also a question of like, you know, when Nick Young and DeMarcus Cousins are talking about you insert someone into the Warrior system, they become a cog in the system, and a cog in the wheel, excuse me. I don't know if the Warriors pedigree is as strong as it used to be in order for you to mold yourself into their system. Like right now, the read and react type of offense that the Warriors have been known for, other teams are actually doing it better than them. Like, let's just think about that, right? I think the question is Steph and Draymond enough to be the pedigree of the Warriors brand of basketball that can absorb another player and they now become a part of the Warriors brand basketball? I don't know if it's strong enough anymore without all of the other players that were doing it so well and being a part of the supporting cast. I now think that the Warriors, and I want to ask you guys this because as someone that wasn't watching WGM back in the day, I don't know if I was old enough to really control the remote back then, but either way, what was it like for a team's brand to shift, right? Like, what was it like?
You didn't think about things like that in the 90s?
But I mean,
I did. What do you mean?
But
No,
when Jordan, you mean like when Jordan when he left?
When he left, when
Yeah.
teams clearly became a different version of what you knew them to be. They're no longer, quote, the Warriors. They're no longer, quote, the Bulls. They're no longer, quote, the bad boy Pistons. Like, whenever there was an era of basketball that shifted to another, like, what did that feel like? And were you aware of it? Did you see it happening in real time?
Well, I mean, the Bulls situation is a little bit different because basically their front office situation decided we're done with the dynasty, kind of ushered Jordan out, said goodbye to Phil Jackson as well, brought in Tim Floyd. So the coaching changed alongside with losing Jordan and Pippen. So that was a very drastic ending. It went from this is the last dance to Bill Wennington giving the speech at the beginning of the 98-99 season saying, hopefully you can give us a chance and this will be our first dance together. So it was a big change.
Canada's own.
It was
That
so
feels very
abrupt.
abrupt versus what this feels like with the Warriors, where it's like a phased out change in brand. And I'm wondering what does that the last dance versus the slow dance.
But
you know,
maybe
trademark
it
that
should
term.
be a slow death. Like I don't think it's as crazy to suggest that like the Warriors should go about it this way, because like if you think about the way some of these dynasties end, they do end abruptly. They do end with a bang. They do it's destructive, and that's how it ends up being. But with the Warriors, I think, they're trying to be aggressive right now, but generally it's okay to kind of like ease into things and let things just be and try, but also just let it happen the natural way with Steph and now Jimmy Butler, assumingly, and, Draymond Green, and just let things die slowly as you go off into the sunset. That's why I thought the KD thing would have been cool, because it was like bring KD back into the fold and ride off into the sunset as guys who were a part of this for a very long time.
It'd be like an old R&B group getting back together again.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's do one last tour. Let's go.
And they had 112 at halftime of Hawks and Spurs.
That's really?
We still got it,
That's awesome.
That's a great act.
Yeah.
I love 112.
It was really fun to hear.
How do you do peaches and cream on a hardwood?
Hey man, in Peachtree City,
how does that work, Hunter? Hunter, you would know. How does it work?
I don't have any answers for that. I have a question for you though. Do you think Draymond and Jimmy are gonna get along?
I do, actually. I do. Draymond usually likes those type of players, right? He wants somebody to yell back at him. Like him, we thought this with Cousins. We was like, no, Cousins and Draymond.
Yeah.
They ended up like best friends, right? And then Chris Paul and Draymond ended up friends. Like even Draymond was like, I never thought I'd be this guy's friend, right? If you are willing to go back at Draymond, like he's like, yeah, that's what I like, right? Like he's one of those type of guys. He respects that a lot. That's one of the reasons he respects Steph so much, is because like Steph ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna say, yeah, I will go back at you. But silently, he's gonna be like, okay. Okay, now I'm going after your family, right? Like, so that kind of spirit. That's out there. But Steph, man, he's a maniac, bro. Like, people don't understand. Steph is a maniac.
That's a
but
wicked
like Draymond
competitor.
loves that.
like Clay was a crazy
Yeah.
competitor as well, and all those guys,
Yeah.
No question,
well
yeah.
respected by Draymond Green. So, like you're saying, Marcus, I think that the Jimmy fit personality wise, I think that Draymond will respect that he's just as much as a competitor as the rest of the guys that have been there with the Warriors. But I do have some questions about him fitting in, like as a basketball player. I thought Schroeder was going to be helpful to the Warriors, doing something different.
No, you did.
than what
Did
the-
you actually? Did
Well,
you
they
actually?
needed literally anybody else who could handle the ball and make a play by themselves.
Yeah.
No,
And it
no,
didn't
that's
work
facts
out.
though. That's
And
facts,
you know,
though, yeah.
Jimmy Butler is a guy who can go get his own shot. He does play in a system, or did play in a system in Miami as well, but he's definitely more so of an ISO scorer than the Warriors have had success with in the past. So it'll be interesting to see how much of the offense they just say, hey, Jimmy, go cook, draw some free throws, do some pump fakes, get in the mid-range game.
Yeah.
I think that'll take some figuring out. He probably gets a bigger leash though, because he's a better player than Dennis Schroeder was.
Yeah, and he like they tend to go to Kuminga for that. You can see when Kuminga's doing his thing, like it's so like refreshing. You can see them like, yeah, Kuminga, please just get downhill, get to the line. Because
Yeah.
they'll just
Yeah.
chuck threes all day. They'll just they do not take mid-range jumpers. Like even
Mhm.
Andrew Wiggins is like, yeah, I could live at the elbow if y'all want me to, right? Like I could do that, but they just don't. They don't have that guy. When it gets tight, especially late in games, they're chucking threes, and I can see Jimmy saying like, "What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Give me the ball. I got a little guy on me. It's layup or foul."
Mhm.
So in that sense, I do think like they need that. Like this whole world of, oh, where's the splash, bro? That's done. Like they
Yeah.
try. Betty Hill is not that guy to
Yeah.
be doing that. So to me, like they need Kuminga. This is Kuminga and Jimmy. Like
Yeah.
Kuminga and Jimmy attack, and punish teams for the triple team and Steph. Like that's their best hope to be viable at all, I think.
And Kuminga, before he got hurt, I think we even talked about this, like his aggression level, getting to the free throw line, all of that was sort of coming along. Like he was
like
being
averaging
more
20 points
assertive.
a game.
It was incredible. It was awesome.
Yeah.
And so like
Yeah.
you think of him, I don't know, it was like a stretch where Kuminga was averaging like 7 or more free throws, which is part of it.
Mhm.
And Jimmy Butler, historically a very good free throw shooter as well, gets to the line a lot. Think about that playing next to Steph Curry. You know, Steph draws 2, 3-on-4 situation, and you got Draymond in the short roll area, you know, dunker spot with whoever, Jimmy, Kuminga, whatever. It works really well if there's a buy-in. And I think the question is like, will there be that buy-in from Jimmy and from all these guys to make it work? They got to make it work. They have to
Yeah.
make it work because this is the last thing that they got to.
Or this is the explosion at the end. This is the thing,
yeah,
right?
or this
Well,
is
see,
the
that's the
destruction.
thing.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing that I'm wondering. I feel like with the Warriors, the transition has been so choppy because Marcus, you're right. Like Jonathan Kuminga scoring and beautifully scoring, getting to the basket at will, like just having monster games, and Draymond and Steph like jumping off the bench to cheer him on. Like it felt like the second coming. It felt like it was nicely transitioning into the next, right? The next part of the 2 timeline theory. In the same way that like the Spurs had with Kawhi, and like you could see that there was this next generation coming, and then Jonathan Kuminga has had so many on the bench, off the bench, regardless, still scoring as he should be, but choppiness in the way that he's utilized in order to get to the next part. And I think that the buy-in is also in the way that these players are used. You're also seeing Moses Moody get a little bit more playing time and get a little bit more integration into this. Like we're looking at Jimmy Butler, but there's still a massive part of the youth that they did not trade away. Moses Moody is still there, and Brandon Brzezemski is still there. Trace Jackson Davis, and obviously Jonathan Kuminga. Like, I still feel as if that needs to be integrated in the midst of this like 3-year timeline. Like, how are you looking at the young guys integrating into that?
Zena, you know what's interesting when we talk about Jimmy and Draymond? The interesting thing that I'm looking for is Jimmy and Brandon Brzezemski, right? Because Pods walked into that thing like that is a swaggy dude, and they kind of like, Steph and Draymond, and we're like, all right, young fella, like relax. Like it's one of those things. Like, oh, okay.
Right.
Like he'll go in there, he'll take credit for a loss. Like, oh, this was on me. And they're like, bro, what is you talking about? Like, calm down. I want to see.
I remember Clay saying that. Clay being like, calm down, young buck. Like, what?
Yeah.
Clay was like,
He's
what
just-
is
My
going
fault.
on?
My fault. Those 3 minutes, I really lost it.
He's just like that. I wonder how Jimmy is gonna be like, hey, y'all didn't check this already? Like how does that work? Because Pods is he's gonna be him. Like he's just gonna do it. Like he's gonna turn around and ask for a review. Like he's gonna, like he'll be in the locker room after the loss.
What if Jimmy loves Pods though?
He might,
right?
though. He
Yeah,
might.
aren't they
He
guys
might.
similar? There's
He
kind of
actually
the
might.
same vibe there, right? Like I don't know. That
But
might
he's so
be-
young that sometimes OGs are like, "Hey, man, just go with all that, relax." And I've never seen Jimmy, so I'm curious how he responds to that. They think it's kind of cute now, but he's also good, so it helps.
Right.
It's not like he's a scrub,
Right.
but it's just funny watching a guy who like in his second year, like out here, like I gotta carry us.
I think one of the most interesting things about Brandon Podziemski from an interview perspective is he consistently says the young guys, and he's not speaking in the third person. So, and he is the youngest person on the team. I always find that so
That's
fascinating.
crazy.
And I'm like, Brandon, you are the young guys. But yeah, it's very endearing. It's very endearing.
Look, I like to think that Jimmy Butler could be a good tutor for these young guys. He was the last pick in the first round. He was a role player who turned himself into a multi-time All-Star, a multi-time All-NBA player, made the
Bulls
most out
legend.
of his talent.
Such a great point.
Absolutely. But then also I remember him with the Bulls, and it was Dwayne Wade and Jimmy Butler against Rondo and all the young guys. Then he gets to Minnesota, and it's Jimmy Butler against all the young guys. Has he changed? Has he mellowed? I don't know if that's the case. It didn't seem like there was much beef between him and like Bam and Tyler Hero down in Miami, some young guys. So maybe it's just a matter
loves
of
Jaime
attitude,
Jaquez.
but we will see.
Wynn was telling me he's a great guy. Like, Jimmy's a great dude. Like people
Yeah.
love Jimmy. So that was interesting considering how he left Minnesota. That's how we can still talk about him.
And there's a comment in the chat about, I want to just personally, not even like trying to cape for Jonathan Kuminga. Question was from Josh G. Do you think Kuminga and Jimmy will get along? Kuminga seems sensitive. I think that Kuminga, of all the players on the Warriors, gets like the worst rap in the sense of how he behaves with other players, or in the sense of how he takes or reacts to the situations that he's put in. Like, I do not believe that this man is sensitive at all from interacting with him, from what his teammates have to say about him, from what his coaches have to say about him. Like Chris Mullin and I in the Bay, again, not trying to cape for him, but we're always like, where does this come from? This guy's so respectful. Okay, cape for him. But like, I'm like, where does this come from? Like, this guy's not sensitive at all. He takes his role and he owns what's going on. I think there's a larger story, media story around him, particularly from that story of when he said he doesn't know his role. And then the very next like game or something, he was like starting. I don't remember exactly the shift, but either way, I do think that I want to say that, no, I think they'll be fine. I do not think Jonathan Kuminga will be an issue in this whatsoever. He will play his role.
Yeah, the conversation about Kuminga just simply must begin with the dude was 13 years old and he left his country by himself. Like, and made the NBA. Like, them dudes you aren't doing that, sensitive. Like, that dude didn't see his parents for 5 years until he got drafted. Like, ain't nothing soft about this guy at all. I think he has a difficult time like managing what he's supposed to do and what he's not supposed to do. And he's got people speaking for him. And I think that's where the situation comes down. They're trying to advocate for him. But like he's fine. Like Draymond will yell at him. He'll go back. Like he's fine in there. Like his problem initially was like feeling like, yo, man, I need more. I should be playing more. But he even handled that in a really he actually handled that in a way young guys don't handle it. Like he's third year getting benched in playoff runs and he's not saying anything, right? I mean, his people saying stuff, but he's not saying anything. I think he's fine. But Trey, you made a great point about Jimmy's impact. Like he's in his fourth year, Kuminga, still watching Franz Wagner and all these other dudes ball out, wondering when is it his time. Jimmy is the perfect example of how careers are long.
That's exactly right.
Is
And,
a
like,
guy
I
that
mean, like,
you think you will be, right? You know?
Yeah.
And honestly, like, there's a little bit of Jimmy Butler in Kuminga's game at times.
Yeah.
The way he's such like a
Yeah.
relentless driver, the
That's
way
a good
he
point.
draws free throws.
Right.
Jimmy's very similar. Jimmy obviously is a more impactful defender. At least he was at his absolute peak. So there are things certainly that Kuminga, I think, could learn from Jimmy Butler. It's just a matter of being open to the learning and Jimmy being open to teaching. We'll see if it displays leadership amongst the Warriors. 'Cause
Damn,
they got a good
Kuminga-
structure there.
Kuminga could be such a good defender, man. Like that's the other part of this equation where I'm like, I really believe in the fact that he could be a good defender.
Got to get into a defensive stance.
Could
to do
is
that,
the
probably.
part there. Though.
Yeah. A lot of flat-footed stuff. Hunter, I got to ask you because people are asking in the chat.
I was just gonna, yeah.
I got to tell you, man, they want the Pistons to do something. They want to know how come they didn't get in on the Schroeder trade. That's actually that would have not been a poor fit, to be honest with you. He could have worked.
Yeah, I could see that too.
Yeah, appreciate you, King Kyle. But yeah, basically, I think he could be an interesting person if he ends up getting bought out, or if there's a situation where the Jazz are like, we don't really want you, and he could kind of. I would say he's definitely better outside of Cade, obviously, than any of the secondary ball handlers that the Pistons do have. Marcus Essers, he's kind of finding his way. He's in his second season, but outside of Cade, that's pretty much it right now. So I think Dennis Schroeder could be an upgrade for sure. I saw something in the comments as well about Vooch, but I think they're pretty committed to Duren at this point. He's the five that they see, and then obviously with them getting Tobias, Asar is back healthy. I just don't know how much room there is for Vooch. Although I'm a big fan, he torched the Pistons my first game out here. So yeah, I think out of those two, I could see Schroeder being more realistic and probably helpful.
Did the Lakers kick the tires on Duren? Did they try to make a move?
I saw something about that. I personally didn't hear anything about anybody asking about Duren, but if I had been asked that, I would have said they're really high on him. They believe in him. He's just now legally able to go into a bar. So he's like, and he's like 6'10", 250 pounds. Like there's a lot there with his potential.
Yeah. Trey, does it make you as annoyed as it makes me that the Pistons have a brighter future than our Bulls?
Our Bulls?
Our Bulls. I grew up a Bulls fan, man. WGN is literally was burned on my TV screen.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, I think for the Bulls to win the next championship, the Pistons got to get one first. That's how it went back in the 90s. So if that's the way it's got to go, that's the way it's got to go.
Are you guys Cade believers? Like, has he proven that you were right, or has he proven that you were wrong this year? Or Marcus, you still not a believer?
I'm just messing with Hunter. Cade's awesome.
I'm a Heat fan.
Dang. Okay, question for you, Hunter, then. Two questions for you. Outlook on Rob Dillingham becoming that number 2 guy. And then also, I don't know what the numbers are on this, but Kobe White.
I love Rob. I think he was really fun to watch at Kentucky. Even in high school, he just was like super shifty with how he played. And he seems like kind of LaMelo. There's like certain guys in the league that like you wouldn't really try something unless you're kind of in your driveway, but they do it in the NBA games. And like he kind of falls under that category to me. So I love his game. I think him and Ant are going to be really fun if Mike Conley doesn't play like another 50 years. So they're good together. Kobe White, I think he's really good. He super athletic, even though he's only like 6'2", 6'3". He shoots. I'm not really sure what his percentages are, but he looks pretty reliable out there. So he, again, would be outside of K better and excluding J.I. since he's out right now. But outside of Cade, he would be better than any of the ball handlers or like scorers who could create for themselves, I would say right now.
Kobe White would be a real nice fit in Detroit. He's still young. He's
feel so
on
too.
a really good contract right now because he didn't impress very much his first couple of years in the league before really turning it around last year. I've heard that Orlando's interested in Kobe White as well. Also a good fit for him. So yeah, I wonder if the Bulls will make a move in the next couple hours here. I'm going to hop off, say some prayers. I know Skeets is going to be taking over here in not too long. He's very excited to talk about Brandon Ingram.
For real?
Thanks, Trey.
He loves
Brandon
Ingram.
Thanks,
Okay,
Trey.
everybody, all the Raptors folks have just been like, "Oh no, I don't want to talk about this."
Change up. I'm not
Yeah, I
happy.
love how you just like swung the camera around.
Yeah. What's going on, everybody?
That's amazing camera. Who's working the
That
camera?
was amazing.
What are you talking about? JD's
Ash?
super producer.
JD's doing it?
working it. Yeah,
JD
man. We
is
got the
amazing.
factory going all day long here. What's going on, everybody?
And he even changed the
What's
name.
up?
Jay Skeets, live from the Classic Factory. What's up, man? So you want to talk Brandon Ingram?
No, that was Trey Kerby. He said that. No, I want to talk about
Nobody.
PJ Tucker coming back to the Raptors for a third time. The more things change, the more they stay the same. PJ Tucker, he's not going to play for them, but
No.
2006, 2016, and now 2025. Pretty crazy. Third stint there after that Davion Mitchell trade.
Yeah. We were talking about the Pistons. Maybe Kobe White. I like Kobe White there. He can play off the ball, from Cade. He can actually run second units. I mean, he'd be a good fit in a lot of places. He just can't be your primary drink stirrer guard,
Yeah. I mean, so we're just saying goodbye to Jaden Ivey. You're injured. Get out of here. In that scenario with Kobe White to the
I mean, that's
Pistons?
basically what Hunter said. So we just following his lead.
I actually have a plan for Ji. I think
Okay.
I don't know who would end up starting, but I think either of them could start. Ji was kind of in the midst of like his like third year leap, if you will. Broke his fibula, but I think he could end up being a starter with Kobe coming off the bench or vice versa. But I think that allows them to always, at any point in time, have at least like a capable ball handler who can score for himself and create for other people as well.
No, that makes sense. I did hear Trey right before he flipped it over to me, like the idea of like Orlando Magic using someone like him too, an explosive sort of like scoring first type of guard. That makes sense. That team desperately needs something there, especially the way their season is sort of like falling off a cliff, even though the guys are back here. I know they got a big win against the Kings there the other night, but that makes sense too. Just them getting some scoring punch in the backcourt.
Yeah.
Hunter, I got a question for you,
Okay.
Hunter. How much do you believe in Jaden Ivey shooting? Like he's up to like 40% on some random, like now he's a shooter type. Like is that real? Because if it's real, that's a game changer. But if not, like Kobe is one of those guys who shoots like 37%, but it feels like 42.
Yeah.
He just makes so many shots. So I'm curious. Do you believe in Jaden Ivey shooting from distance?
I do. I think even before Fred Vincent got here, everything I heard from last season was consistent with this season as far as him usually being the last person in the gym and practices where I'm leaving before him even. And he's consistently in there working with Fred now, he's respected, I would say, across the league as a shooting coach. And Jaden his work ethic is crazy. It looks nice. It looks like he feels comfortable with it now. And he was like actually seeking those shots out where it seemed like in the past, maybe he would shy away from even like kind of more open threes. So I think it is for real, but it just sucks for him because like it's hard to know since he got hurt so soon.
I'm of the opinion that he could be a very nice six man. I just don't know if he's going to bring enough defense to be out there at point of attack. And you know what I mean? Like it's almost better if he's like a spark plug off the bench. Maybe he closes some games, but we'll see. Hunter, Marcus, I know you guys got to run. Appreciate you guys hanging out for the stream. Go and read those guys at The Athletic. Marcus, come on, break the Vooch trade.
All right, I will if it happens. Zena, hold down the fort for the black people. Black History Month is still
I
going.
got you.
Let's go.
See
You
guys.
hate Marcus is what you hate, Hunter.
All right. Hey, we got another guest, Jason Timpf. What's
Hey,
going
everyone.
on, buddy? From Hoops
Hello.
Tonight.
What's
Good to see you guys. What a wild couple of days, man.
Yeah. I still, again, I've said this 50 times, but the Luka trade breaking all of our brains. It's kind of made everything else a little less climactic. You know,
It felt to me, I was joking with my producer this morning, like it felt like the NBA was like a snow globe where over the course of the last couple of years, everything had kind of drifted to the bottom. It's kind of like the NFL now where it's like, here we are, Eagles, Chiefs, kind of the same storylines, the same teams, the same guys. It just gets a little stagnant. And then like someone just picked up the snow globe and just chucked it at the wall. Now all the shit's hitting the fan, and we finally have something mixing everything up. I'm super, super excited about it. And I think 6 players to this point that we consider to be stars have changed teams. And so like we have a pretty substantial shakeup, and 2 of the largest brands in the NBA have some influx of faith or belief. And it's just going to be a lot of fun, man.
Do we think it's over here with less than 2 hours to go before the deadline in terms of like big names being moved? Like it depends what you think about a Vucevic or a Kobe White, or what will be the biggest name, I guess, traded here, Zena, in like the next couple of hours, if you had to take a guess.
I mean, I absolutely think Vucevic.
Yeah.
I still feel so strange about Kevin Durant. I feel like that whole situation just landed really weird.
Gonna be awkward,
right? Like that's the one that's still sticking in my head of like someone that didn't think they were going to be in these conversations, someone that's kind of upset and annoyed that they're now in these conversations. They didn't get what they wanted. And I also was watching, OKC and Phoenix play yesterday without Kevin Durant and being just fine. Like, yes, they took the L, but like overall, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander became Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the second half. But still, I was just like, dang, I don't know. That's the one name the biggest name that I'm still like,
The KD
I'm not
is
closing the door on that.
It's weird, because my assumption this whole time was it was KD pushing to get Jimmy Butler in there to play with it.
Same. Exactly.
And for it to turn into this thing where KD was almost traded for Jimmy Butler, that is also weird. Who would trade Jimmy Butler for? Who would trade away Kevin Durant for Jimmy Butler?
But who would trade Luka Doncic away for Anthony Davis? This is exactly what Jason's talking about. I agree with you, Jason. And I don't want to get into conspiracies, but it is interesting that in the year that the consensus was the NBA is boring, the NBA is stagnant, the NBA is all this. All of a sudden at the trade deadline, oh, really? You think we're boring? Okay, just hold my beer. Like literally everything, all the storylines being jumbled up. There was a graphic I saw, and I put it on my Instagram story of just like all of the names that have been traded in their new jerseys, right? Luka in a Lakers jersey, Anthony, like all of them, Zach LaVine in a Sac jersey. And the tweet was, imagine showing someone this last year that this was going to happen. And the quote tweet was, imagine if you showed someone this last week. just last week. Imagine if you showed someone this graphic. It's insane. So I don't know. It is very fascinating. Just how well the NBA has done of grabbing our attention.
This is a conspiracy by the people who own Ross and Marshalls to get cheap jerseys back on the shelves.
Wow.
Because now you're going to be able to pick up that Luka Doncic Mavs jersey. You're going to get that AD Lakers jersey on
move
discount.
that inventory. Yeah.
Banner day. Hey, look, the hipsters are going to be loving this. 10 years from now, you're going to see so many Dallas Mavericks Luka Doncic jerseys that are going to be worn too small and ironically. That's what's going to happen, guys.
No, the hipsters are wearing the Dennis Schroeder Warriors jersey.
Yeah. Like Caleb Martin.
Remember those days?
Yeah.
By the way, this is the third time that in the chat someone's done KD to the Sixers, and it has caused me to say, what?
Yeah, did someone check their tweet notifications real quick?
The funny thing is, now honestly, I want to talk about KD to the Sixers because it's interesting. When we were kind of kicking around the idea that KD might get traded, and there was this story that maybe the Warriors were interested in getting Paul George potentially. And, you go through all these machinations. I'm like, okay, so could Jimmy Butler go to Phoenix, KD to Philly, Paul George to Golden State? and then, Andrew Wiggins and stuff to Miami. Would this solve everyone's problems in a better way? Because KD in Philly that would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be huge, especially because Paul George might be washed.
Well,
yeah, you think he's going to be able to score more than 9 points?
Yeah,
that's the real question.
I try to tell people that Tobias
11
Harris
nights
is
Paul
going to
George
be
gonna put
missed.
up?
Like Tobias Harris is missed in there just because he plays every game. You know what I mean? Like he's not giving them 18 a night in Detroit, but he's giving them 36 minutes a night.
Yeah. Paul George is just Tobias Harris with a podcast. Dave DuFour, February 6th.
I mean, honestly, I would rather have Tobias Harris if you're asking me today. I would like a guy who gets he can show up to work every single night. And he's just going to fit in. I think that there's a serious thing when your team is built around a guy like Embiid, who is only good for 40 to 50 games a year. You have to have 82 game players around him. That's totally, you need this super high floor. The idea is that he punches through their ceiling. But they didn't really do that. It's kind of, I don't know, the Paul George signing I thought was a little weird for them anyway. But it just definitely hadn't worked out. So yeah, guys, keep scaring me in the chat with the fake KD trades. But to Zena's point, I mean, Jason, like, how does it turn into we're trying to do this thing with KD to get, we're going to add more guys here. We're going to get Jimmy Butler to, it can't just be because Bradley Beal won't waive his no trade clause.
Well, this is where Zena's point's super interesting in terms of like the conspiracy. Like you can't ever write that off when Nico Harrison is straight up calling Rob Pelinka and being like, "Hey, buddy, you want Luka Doncic?" Yeah. But there is a lot happening that feels very much like change for the sake of change. Like even like Toronto going after Brandon Ingram. Like I actually am higher on Brandon Ingram than most people. I think when you put the ball in his hands and let him run the show on offense, he's actually a better passer than most of the guys who play his position in the league. I think he actually is a guy that can bring a certain floor offensively, but that's not like some sort of gigantic ceiling raising move for the Raptors that's vault them into contention. The Kings we were waiting on the Bulls to get rid of LaVine and DeRozan for years. They finally do. And then the Kings are like, hey, let's try doing the Bulls thing and let's see if that works for a little bit. Even the Warriors trade, it's like, it kind of, I don't know if did the Warriors get bullied into making a trade? That's kind of what it felt like over the last couple of days, where it was like, oh no, they missed out on KD, and then KD publicly shames them, and they miss out on OG last year, and they miss out on Pascal Siakam, and they miss out on
Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah, they miss out on everybody, and then it's like, okay, we can't actually do nothing here, so like, let's just jump on Jimmy. He's the last option. Kind of felt like the Warriors got bullied into making a move. So there's a lot of like, to the point that we were making earlier, there was so much stagnation kind of around the league in terms of most of these teams that it felt like a lot of these teams are just like trying something for the sake of trying something. Yeah. And like, for the record, like, I don't hate the idea because I think there's a certain amount of self-awareness you need to acknowledge that your team's not going anywhere. And like, even with the Phoenix thing, like, I mean, had they been able to make a move for Jimmy Butler, if they do make a move for KD, even if it makes you worse, if it brings back an asset or two you can use, it's about acknowledging that team wasn't going anywhere. And they weren't. Like, that the team wasn't going anywhere. And so at a certain point, it's a lot of just like self-reflection, looking in the mirror, acknowledging reality, and like doing the whole poker thing where you just hand the dealer all your cards and just ask for a new set. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is there, I guess the last guy to get moved is Vooch. Vooch is the biggest name that's on the market.
We technically haven't heard about Brandon yet, right? Like, BI hasn't been moved yet. Technically,
it's finalized. Is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, is it?
I believe
it's finalized.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. It is. Okay.
Don't give Skeets that hope. Don't. Do
yeah. No, look. When it comes to the Ingram to the Raptors, I am a Toronto Raptors fan. I'm like, I don't even want to grade this yet. I don't want to be Zach Harper and pull out the red pen. I want to wait to see what type of contract he signs.
That's what I'm. Okay, sorry.
That's what to me is where I'm like, my reservation is. Like, if it's reasonable, then I see what Masai's doing. I see the thinking. He is talented. Will it work with the lineup of Barrett and Quickly and RJ and then Pirtle is the fifth? Like, okay, a lot of questions there, but he is a scorer. He's a bucket. He's a go-to guy at the end of games.
Absolutely.
But it's like, what's this going to cost to sign him? Is it 3 years, 120 million? Like, is it 40 per? Okay. Is it much more than that? Then I'm starting to go, uh-oh, because I could also see Masai here, and I said this on No Dunks on our first show this morning, like, he might see like, hey, buy low, sell high. So get on Ingram, get the deal signed, build up his trade value, and then flip that into other assets. If it, doesn't work out perfectly alongside Scotty Barnes, who is like sort of their cornerstone. So I'm waiting to see like sort of what the money is that he gets. That's where
does the way that the CBA, I mean, we're going to be getting like pretty substantial increases in the cap every year over the next 3-4 years.
Yeah.
He is kind of the scalpel to Scotty's hammer.
Yeah.
There's some complementary ability there. Like I think at a certain point, as long as you're not tying up too many super large salary slots, there's still a good amount of flexibility. Where I get worried is when you've got already two guys like that, and then you start having to pay somebody where you start to severely, like for instance, Austin Reeves with the Lakers. If after next year LeBron wants to re-up, but Austin's due $38 million or something like that, that's where it gets really, really tricky for me. But like I do think that there's a certain amount of viability in having two max guys on your roster that you're building around.
Well, yeah, Scotty, obviously the max starts very soon here, like his max, but then whatever the Brandon Ingram deal is, quickly he signed recently a 5-year, $175
What's his
million.
30? What's his deal? 30 something?
Well, yeah, 5 over 175. Somebody do the math. Yeah, so
yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot, and like he hasn't played. This is the other part, and that's the worry with Brandon Ingram too. He's always hurt. There's always something, it's an ankle or something like that. And I look at all these big trades; they're all gambles, and a lot of the times, the reason these guys are being moved is because they struggled to stay on the floor. Jimmy Butler. General soreness, as we used to call him. And then I know it got out of hands and how he felt about Pat Riley and the organization because they didn't want to pay him. Brandon Ingram, same boat. Mark Williams, looks great on paper. Makes sense. They need a rim running big. He barely plays. He's like, he's like the other Williams, Robert Williams or Mitchell Robinson, these big guys that just struggle to stay out there. So,
Zach LaVine. You can put Zach LaVine.
Yeah. And that's why they're being moved. That's why they're
Anthony Davis and Luka.
Right. So
that's kind of crazy.
So it's all like, it's a bit of it's a roll of the dice. But like you said, Jason, it's sort of refreshing that at least some of these teams are like, all right, look where we are. We're middle of the pack, or we're obviously not living up to expectations. Let's roll the dice. Let's shake it up. And, I guess it could backfire and go worse, but more times than not, it's like, okay, what's the worst that happened? We're going to be the same, sort of, which is disappointing. Yeah.
I got a big picture thought here for you guys. I mean, this is a good group for this. I've talked about the flattening of the skill curve in the NBA. So your best player is actually not that much better than the worst player compared to 25 years ago, right?
Okay.
Like
we are on the same page, Dave.
Yeah.
Same page.
That's part of why we have parity, right? The CBA has certainly helped push it that way. But I wonder if teams aren't saying, you know what? We can get, for the price of one, we could get 2 or 3 guys. And if they play 75 games, 80 games each, that gives us a better chance than this one guy who's playing 65. And we've seen this move here recently from the big 3. That was everyone's big goal for about a decade. And then it kind of went to a big 2. And now, I don't know, man. I think you look at what OKC has done, and they have one guy, and they built around him perfectly. But they kind of have a lot of guys.
Yeah.
That's sort of where I think we're going, is that investing that Supermax contract is going to get more and more painful for these teams. So I want to know what you guys think about it. Am I onto something here, or am I way off base?
I think this is go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I do think you're onto something, but at the end of the day, once we get into the 16 games that you got to win in the playoffs, I mean, I can speak from experience. The Raptors went to the postseason all the time. They had good teams, they had deep teams, and they would always run into, unfortunately, usually LeBron James, who was the better player, would always get his team by them. And then the one year they win the championship is the year they roll the dice, they go for Kawhi, and it was like, oh my God. I just remember going, oh, this is what it feels like. It's like a superstar that just wins you games that you had maybe no right to win. And that's how you obviously win 4 out of 7 and keep moving. So but what your point is well taken. But at the end of the day, there are a handful of guys, and that's the truth. There really are only a handful of guys that are worth the Supermax. But, we tend to get maybe 20 guys in the league that get that Supermax. And it's those other 15 where you're like, that's going to be difficult to build around.
Yeah, and a $15-20 million player can be so useful, and
right.
This has kind of just been in general my view on the game changing. The defenses in the NBA have gotten so good at shading towards stars, like are up at the level pick and roll coverages where guys are not coming clean off of ball screens, the zoning up on like cleared side ISOs and post ups, the ability to kind of gap 2-on-1 on the weak side, close out the passing lanes, like make advantages seem like they disappear quickly, preying on spot up shooters that are a little bit a little bit like shy about taking semi-contested shots. Like defenses have just gotten so good at making you get the ball out of your best players' hands, but then also containing these weak side role players. And so having these guys that are like high level role players that maybe can't run the ball screen,
right?
But if you put them on the weak side and have someone sprinting at them, they can beat them off the dribble, knock down more heavily contested catch and shoot looks. Maybe it all just turns into, in that blender, into just a really good mismatch for a guy that can quickly attack that mismatch. Whatever it is, having aggregate offensive skill, aggregate ball handling, aggregate shooting, aggregate scoring chops, whatever you want to call it, is so important now to break down these truly elite defenses. And
also more guys.
I think that, go ahead.
More guys have the skills to take advantage of the mismatches, right? Like,
exactly.
So it's not just like you go to look at Boston, they've got 5 guys on the court at a time that can get a mismatch of some sort and that can shoot. It's this, in my opinion, there's the flattening of the skill curve where you don't necessarily, I mean, yes, Boston has Jason Tatum, but even when he's not out there, they still are able to win. This is one of the knocks against him. And I do think it's just because the difference between Jason Tatum and, say, I don't know, their 9th best player really just isn't, the gap isn't as big as it was 20 years ago.
So
I was talking to
the Celtics series, the Celtics Mavs series, to me was such an interesting example of this, to where once they ran into a team in Boston that could put Tatum on a roll man, thus shutting down the vertical spacing opportunities that Luka could take advantage of, it suddenly led to all of these like above the break advantage situations for guys like PJ Washington, Derek Jones Jr., like right around the top of the key with someone closing out. And all of a sudden, the offensive limitations of those guys just rose right to the surface. It's one of the reasons why I actually think this Laker team will be more resilient offensively than that Mavs team by a lot, because there's just going to be on the floor fewer of those guys that are like, yeah, I can take a wide open catch and shoot 3, but I can't do anything else. Like, there's a lot more of these guys where it's like Austin can drive a closeout, Rui can drive a closeout. Like there's just a little bit more pop. Even Gabe Vincent has like a little bit of off the dribble pop. So like, you're just not going to be able to just stick a center or stick Tatum or stick a forward on Mark Williams and completely shut down the entire pick and roll attack of the Dallas Mavericks. Like, I think that Mavericks Celtics series was a really interesting kind of like example of the limitations of just having a bunch of play finishers next to a star.
You used to hope that your role players could take 2 dribbles and make a decision. And now you have to have role players that can take 3 dribbles and make a move. It's not just like, it's just changed quite a bit. Zena, what were you about to say?
No, I was just saying that I was at a G League game talking to a scout like 2 weeks ago and trying to understand, like, how do you get these G League guys to the league? Like, what are you telling them? What are you explaining to them? And the way he broke it down was there are guys 1 through 10 in the league are out of this world. They are beyond the ecosystem of regular basketball, and they're going to be scattered throughout the league. And right now, some of them are pairing up, and that's tough in terms of, spreading out the talent. Then there's about 10, after 10, maybe 50 guys that are stars, that are really good at what they do, and they're spread out a little bit more, and there's a little bit more parity in that way, and that's how the league maintains its level of stardom overall. Everyone else after that, like top 70, 60 to 400, he said 600. Everyone else is average. Everyone else is average, and all those G League guys have to understand is that every single person throughout that space, they have to play their role. They've got to be able to, breaking a Nurkic
I'm
trade?
breaking a Nurkic trade, but finish your point.
Quote to
No,
quote
but-
Kirby, we
The
got
Nurkic trade is kind of boring. You can take your time and finish.
Yeah, please finish your point. Yeah, you can finish what you're saying, but we'll get there.
That's hilarious. But yeah, so everyone in that space, to your point, Dave, like they need to know their role. And what Jason's talking about is like being able to be the 3-and-D guy, being able to understand how to play that defense. I think the trades in which you are shoring up your bench are the ones that are actually more interesting. Because the stars are going to be the stars. You put those guys in MSG, you put those guys in 24-hour fitness, they're going to blow your mind regardless. It's the ones that aren't supposed to be there. The ones that had to fight through the G League, the ones that had to fight through multiple teams. Like, how are you elevating your game so that you can play alongside these stars? Like, that's the ones that I'm like, okay, interesting. I'm looking at a Max Christie. What's he going to be able to do in Dallas? Like, how is he going to be able to help out their defense after what he was doing in Los Angeles, being a really great wing defender? Like, I actually think those bench moves are really key to actually creating the contenders, more so than just getting a superstar.
It's part player in that equation, but it's equally part the team.
Yeah.
Because look at Andrew's OKC. What you were saying is basically every bench player on OKC, they level up. Right.
They level up. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
And so,
all right. Well, hey, look, we got the trade here. We also got Trevor Lane here.
Trevor,
we're gonna go back to,
how's it going,
we'll go
everybody?
back to some more Lakers talk. But first, let's hit this trade because we do have some breaking news. The Suns are trading Yusuf Nurkic and a 2026 first-round pick to the Hornets for Cody Martin, Vasily Micic, and 2026 second. I mean, listen, this is you're getting off the Nurkic
groundbreaking
contract. Cody Martin will probably play again.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Play some minutes.
Yeah, this is they get off the Nurkic contract. And it seems like they weren't talking to Nurkic anyway. So
has anybody told him? I guess
I don't know. Like, I think he just found out because he's watching the live stream. All right. So just in time, we just talked about the Lakers a little bit. Let's swing it back and talk about the Lakers again since Trevor's here.
Dave, before you say that, I do got to get going because I got to get ready for another No Dunks podcast.
There you go.
And I will say I want to apologize to all the fantasy basketball players that I told to pick up Musa Diabate this morning because the Hornets had no centers. They had nobody. The guy's a rebound machine, but now they got Nurkic, so I apologize. But anyway, I got to go. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for hanging out.
Later, guys.
Man.
Yeah,
Later.
got to send him a Brandon Ingram jersey. All right. So the Lakers have made some big moves. Obviously, we talked the other day with the Luka move. How do you feel about the Mark Williams addition? I mean, it seems like offensively the fit is going to be great. My concerns are on the other end.
Yeah, I agree 100%. With my initial reaction when that trade first broke was the Lakers kind of gave up a lot. They kind of gave up a lot to get Mark Williams. A lot of people have been comparing him to Walker Kessler, but there's a big difference. Walker Kessler makes a huge negative impact on opponents' field goal percentage at the rim, and Mark Williams does not. It goes actually the other way a little bit. So I'm worried about the defensive side of the ball, but Luka really wanted a lob catcher, a guy that could finish on that end of the floor for him, and that's what they went out and got him. So we'll see. I think there's plenty of upside here with him, but again, the price tag was pretty high. They were pretty determined to go find a center. I think ultimately it comes down to they recognized they could not spend the rest of the season with Jackson Hayes as the only center on the roster. They had to get something done, and they went and they got Mark Williams, who was 23, plenty of time to grow, plenty of upside, but the defensive side of the ball has got to be the biggest concern right now. And I think that it's a fair question of, is some of it just because he was on a bad Hornets team that maybe the attention to detail wasn't there and that will ramp up on this Lakers team? I think that's got to be the hope right now for LA.
Can I give you guys my Kool-Aid? Can I give you guys my attempt at Lakers propaganda here?
Yeah.
So
I want to hear that.
Okay, so they pulled this deal off while maintaining all of the continuity of this group that's been playing really well over the course of the last couple of weeks. This unit, this kind of group of players, this like Austin and Gabe, LeBron, Dorian Finney-Smith, Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt, that group of guys can guard and can guard really well and did so really well against the Clippers, against the Knicks. This group has been playing some good defense. And so I actually look at this as more of a small ball team that now has a different look in the sense that there's going to be this kind of like traditional Luka Doncic configuration, which is you give him a vertical spacer. You absolutely have to have a vertical spacer with Luka as an option. It's just part of his progression in pick and roll. As he's coming down, if he likes his opportunity with the defender trapped on his back and the big's not stepping up, he's going to get to that little floater. The big steps up, he's going to throw the lob. If the low man comes over, he's going to skip it to the corner. You can imagine this like kind of unguardable version of the Lakers starting lineup, which has Austin, Luka, LeBron, probably Rui, maybe Dorian Finney-Smith. Who knows? We'll see if he ends up going for Dorian so that they put someone on the ball better than Austin. But that group is going to be able to score. Like we don't have to overthink that. They're going to score. That starting lineup is going to score the shit out of the basketball. But then they're going to have these different configurations that they can go to, these small ball looks. Again, in order to play small ball and for it to work, you can't have a bunch of small dudes on the floor. They have to be big dudes. And the Lakers are going to be able to put lineups out there that have LeBron, Rui, Vando, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Austin and Luka, or some configuration of that, to where they just have 6'9", 230, 240 plus at every single spot on the floor. And they're going to be able to guard like they have been over the course of the last few weeks. And then lastly, one of the things that I think is encouraging about this is LeBron has not had the luxury of being able to chill on offense and divert his attention and his energy towards the defensive end of the floor. And now he's going to have that option. And so, like, even though I totally agree that this team is not some sort of top 5, top 10 juggernaut defensively, the question is, can they achieve peak unguardability and then guard well enough? And I think they can. They have more good defensive personnel than people realize. LeBron, when he tries, is a good defender. Dorian Finney-Smith is a good defender. Jared Vanderbilt is a very good defender. Gabe Vincent is a good defender. Austin Reeves does guard. He just looks bad when you put him into a role where he can't do his job because he's guarding players that are above his pay grade. There's a version of this where the Lakers are going to be able to get enough stops. And so I'm not about to like make any sort of sweeping proclamation, but let's watch them play a little bit. The same dudes that have been guarding for the last couple of weeks are still on the team. So let's give them a shot and let's see what they can do when they all put this all together.
Law Murray.
Oh, what's up, Law?
Welcome.
Hey, Law.
What's up?
Oh, hello.
One of the few people in the business that I've shared the experience of getting buckets with.
Oh.
Yo, me and Jason, when we hoop, my legs were so dead. I walked an hour from UNLV to the strip and then listened to Bomani Jones' whole court for another hour after that. And then came to show up with this dude at a Lifetime. My legs were never so cooked before.
We got it done though, man.
Was he bad?
I owe you another run. That's what that is.
Law was fine. Law played very well. He's being modest.
I got a question now that we got Andrew. Now that Andrew's back, I was like sad that Jason was going on this really nice breakdown of particularly small ball in LA. Which small ball team would you take? OKC small ball crew or LA small ball crew?
This is actually a really interesting debate. And the case for OKC would be speed. They have just an insane amount of speed and their ability to guard on the perimeter. The case for the Lakers would be size. They're going to have 3-4 inches and 30-40 pounds on every single dude on the floor. And by the way, Luka Doncic has had issues with Lou Dort. Lou Dort is a guy that has consistently gotten under Luka's skin, and he can handle the bumps that Luka is always throwing at people, and that's a real upside. But who's guarding LeBron? Who's guarding Rui Hachimura? There is a certain amount of you run out of bodies when you're guarding the Lakers. And for the record, I'm not here saying I've picked the Lakers over the Thunder. I have no idea what I think about the Lakers in the big picture until I watch them play a bunch of basketball. Sure. I'm not about to jump that train. That said, I think you'd be foolish to discount them entirely when they do have advantages that they can present against the Thunder. But I want to see what they can we take a month? Can we watch this group play for like a month?
We need to see it.
No. I need to know the end, though.
Lately, man, we don't take our time.
Look, these trades. So the trades that have
decisions
happened, it really has created. Look, I didn't know who was coming out of the West a week ago. I still don't know who's coming out of the West because it's all going to be the styles and the matchups in the playoffs. No team is perfect. Like
totally agree.
OKC could run into Denver and that could be a problem. I think like the Lakers could be a problem, as you mentioned, for if they run into one of these smaller teams. and they can play that bully ball. So I'm with you, man. I need to see it, but it's a little bit more fun to just think like, if everything works out for the Lakers, especially if everything works out, that team is just, it's a bulldozer offensively, and the defense is just, okay, good luck keeping up. A little bit like the Pacers. And so if they can find a second level come playoff time defensively, which Luka normally does. He normally does. He's going to have to be in better shape than he is right now, but he does normally turn it up in the playoffs. I don't know, man. They're dangerous.
This is the last thing I'll say about it. Like, you know that feeling when you're watching your favorite team and it's a playoff game and it's like game 4 in a 2-1 series and it's like 72-72 in the late third quarter. And like, you're like, damn, every possession is a chore. No one can get open. No one's getting a good look. Everyone looks exhausted. There's no fouls getting called. When that happens, who in the league, other than maybe Jokic, is going to be able to more consistently generate fantastic shots than LeBron, Luka, and Austin in a playoff environment? That's the kind of thing that I think about, that where I sometimes just want to back away and be like, hey, let's not overthink this. Like I don't think we've seen a more dynamic 3-man shot creation trio in recent NBA history than these guys.
Andrew,
here's
talk about
let's
it.
get yeah. I need the stage to Andrew real quick. I want to know what he has to say.
Yeah, I think that we're waiting to see the emergence of the Shea, J-Dub, Chet trio in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because I think Shea proved that he belonged last year in the playoffs. He was spectacular in both series. I think that we need to see it from Chet and J-Dub, and we have to remember, like, this is year 2 Chet, this is year 3, J-Dub, and I think that trio is going to be together in OKC for a long time, and they're going to have a lot of cracks at this. I think they do have like the deepest team in the league. I think obviously the defense is at a level that no one else has been able to get to. But there is like the lingering questions about, they haven't done it yet. They're young. There's still a lot of experience to be gained by this Thunder team. Like, you don't get there until you get there, kind of thing. Like, no one thought Denver could get there until they actually got there. People like questions about, how many years did we just bang our head against the wall about Jaylen Brown and what he can be? He did it last year. He finally got over the hump. And it's a question of like, how long does it take the Thunder to do that? It didn't take the Warriors very long at all to get there. It was just like the blink of an eye, and the Warriors were here and they were dominant. I do believe this Thunder team has it in them to be dominant like that, but they have not arrived yet. Like, they've got to go do it in the playoffs. They're not under any impressions that like they've arrived and that everyone should be bowing down to them, and that they should just everybody just lay down because we're going to the finals. Like, they know that they've got some work to do. And so now, like, it's good for them. They're getting Chet back on Friday, and they're going to have hopefully a long runway with a healthy team to figure this out. And so I think it's just exciting. I think that all of this makes me so excited for the playoffs, because there are so many matchups that we're going to see that I don't think we know what's going to happen.
You mean in the West? I don't know about the Eastern Conference playoffs. The Western Conference.
I'm almost never talking about the East.
Damn, there's a Western Conference only show.
Yeah.
What's doing on here?
Yeah. Hey, real quick, guys, we got a lot of people on the stream. If you guys, if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, please subscribe. We're gonna hopefully do more of these, and obviously we've been having fun, and we got a long way to go. So, that would be super great. Law Murray's in the house. Law, you cover the other team in LA. Do you feel like
really?
Yeah, you feel like this kind of took the shine off? We were talking about Kawhi every night. We were talking about, man, how good are the Clippers? We were talking about the controversy of James Harden making the All-Star game, and maybe he wasn't even the best guy on his own team this year. And now I haven't thought about the Clippers in days, man.
Yeah.
Damn,
I have.
Dave. Dang, Dave.
Yeah. My mentions are hella toxic right now, and we haven't even gotten to 12 o'clock Pacific. So
my girlfriend's a Clippers fan, and she's watching this stream, and I'm gonna get a text here in a second. So
yeah. They play basketball tonight. So y'all want to talk about the Pacers too? I'm here. You know, I'm here for some good 5-on-5 and everything. So that deadline I know is on a lot of people's minds.
Yeah.
I look. It's amazing. Like the Clippers have lost back-to-back games, and obviously when you lose on national TV to a Lakers team, then you've been, for the most part, outplaying for a decade. It's going to be loud, and so the thing with the Lakers is they were in the middle and they had the means and the gift. Shout out Nico Harrison to actually do what they needed to do, you know what I'm saying, to go forward. Relationships clearly weren't as thick there. So the Clippers are in a tough spot. You're not doing anything significant in the next 2 hours here, unless you're saying to trade James Harden or trade Kawhi Leonard, or on another level, trade Norman Powell or if it's a Zubats. In other words, the same guys that actually make you pretend like you can do something in the spring. So that's one of the worst spots to be in, but I think it's way worse for fans and for, credentialed fans than it is for, I'm going to say that, because there's a lot of people who, they'll look online, and no disrespect to the people who are passionate about this, but like, we got to move different when, you're consistently reporting on a team and not in a space where you can just be emotional with no consequences. I got consequences. So, you know what I'm saying? The reality is, like, you have to always be trying to provide the context and the perspective of where a team is at, where a team has been, and what the team has consistently said they're trying to go, and hold them accountable for that. When you're a fan, you can be like, we got Luka or we got Anthony Davis. I don't think no one in Dallas is doing that, right? But like, that's different. You know what I'm saying? I can't be like, this dude needs to be fired. That dude needs to be traded. Every time they lose a game.
I gotta interrupt. We have a trade. The Atlanta Hawks are trading forward DeAndre Hunter to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Karis LeVert.
Whoa!
Yeah,
that's a big deal.
Second round picks and 2 swaps. Sources.
Whoa!
And George Niang is in there too.
Love this for Cleveland so
That's
much.
dangerous.
So
DeAndre Hunter. Hey, can
Listen,
I just
yes,
brag
please,
on
Law,
DeAndre?
go for it.
Yeah.
Shout out to
huge.
Shout out to Friends Central School. DeAndre is the one player in the NBA that went to my high school.
Oh wow!
Yes. And
go.
I mean, I love that. I love that dude. Like, I've known him all my life. I've only known him for like 2 years. But like, like in terms of hoop, like, Cleveland needed probably another guy. As far as you're going up against Boston. It's Boston in the East, right? Like, we just literally 5 minutes ago we got to talking about how we're not worrying about the Eastern Conference, and the Eastern Conference woke y'all ass up. Like, that's what I like to see.
That's what we do here at the Daily. That's what we do. We invigorate.
You need to adjust your personnel to the teams that you think you have to beat in the playoffs. And it's not just this year. Obviously, Cleveland has leveled up. They're the 1 seed right now in the East. But who beat Cleveland in the playoffs last year? Boston Celtics.
Injuries.
So I mean, you can say one or the other. It's like, I think these teams that know they're going to be in the playoffs, it's about optimizing their teams, not just for guys who can play in the playoffs, but for specific matchups in the playoffs. And I think DeAndre, a guy who's played on an Atlanta Hawks team that has given the Celtics problems this year, right? DeAndre is a guy who's played in the playoffs. He's played not in the West Conference. He was hurt that year. That's going to be a concern. But that dude's healthy. He helps them be better against one specific team, and that's the Boston Celtics.
He has size. That's what they struggled with the other night against
Moving
them.
on from Niang.
Jason, thank you for coming on.
Oh,
yeah.
Jason.
Hey, real quick,
Jason.
shout out Carter Rodriguez. Dude, congratulations, buddy. That's an awesome move. But it was great to see all you guys. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
I got to run, but have fun with the rest of the show, and I'll see you guys next
soon,
time.
buddy.
Good to see you, Jason.
And speaking of Carter and Justin, Carter Rodriguez, Justin Rowan from the Chase Down podcast. I'm trying to get him on the stream. We'll see if we can make this happen on the fly. I didn't know if Cleveland was going to even make a move.
Problem is that they're team employees. They can't talk about it until it's actually done.
That's true.
Podcasting is not a real job.
We have to have a talk after this day.
Outside of the CBA, it's okay.
Should we bring in Slater? There he is. Okay.
We should always bring in Slater.
Anthony Slater.
We got Slater on the line. We got
What up?
What do you think about this DeAndre Hunter trade? I know, like, that would have been a guy that the Warriors might have had some interest in.
The Warriors have splurged at this point. You know, they made their move. You probably heard about it. They've acquired a wing. Maybe, but I mean, the thing is, like, the only thing that beyond here, they have two more expiring deals right now, right? Gary Payton and Kevon Looney, and like that was a pretty beat up locker room last night, just chemistry wise, considering, you know, they had what they had to do and say to, like, you know, some of the parting guys. I think if you compounded that today by sending Kevon Looney, who's like kind of the backbone of the locker room, and Gary Payton, who's like everybody's best friend, out the door for a stretch center or something, I don't know that that would be the best idea. So I'm not saying they're completely done, but also the other thing is, like, they really clouded their future books. Whereas prior to the Jimmy Butler move, it made sense to maybe send some expirings for a Vucevic, you know, because he was making $20 million. That might help you build up a trade this summer for a big contract. You don't really need to build up a trade for a big contract this summer, because Jimmy Butler's a really big contract that could be retraded. So,
yeah. Well, okay, I know that this is kind of a Western Conference heavy crew that we've got here right now, but I would like to talk about the Cavs trade, because this positions them, I think, as, you know, they're already right behind Boston in the East. But I think this keeps them level with Boston. I love DeAndre Hunter for them. Number one, they've been looking for a guy that can play the three for years now. And he's 3-and-D, which is obviously a huge need for them, given how small Garland and Mitchell can be defensively. But he can swing up and play the four also with either of those bigs. And that is crucial. George Niang was a huge, I would say he was the worst guy in their regular rotation, Cleveland.
Man.
And this is a massive upgrade, not just in one-to-one when he fills those minutes at the four, but also just upgrade on the wing overall. I mean, I think that this is a home run move for them, for a team that already was the best team in the East. Anybody?
Yeah, I agree 100%.
I agree with everything with you said.
Yeah, volume three-point shooter, I think, is the biggest deal. Like, he's a 40% three-point shooter and almost 7 attempts per game. I mean, and the fact, if you can do that, and you can also guard, I think there are the Cavs are uniquely equipped to have him on their team too, because for his size, he's not a good rebounder. And so I think that with the size that you have in Cleveland, it's not as big of an issue. And so really just another floor spacer, a guy that has, I mean, he's not always been a knockdown three-point shooter, but he really has improved. And so I do think that if he can continue that in Cleveland, this is a no-brainer. I do want to say that, like, Karis LeVert was having a great season for them.
Yeah.
And a guy that can do more with the ball in his hands as a creator. And so I think they will miss that. Like, it's going to be a lot more Ty Jerome, I think, as a
Ty
creator.
Jerome has been a revelation this year.
He's been great. He's been great.
And I don't know if they make this move if Ty hasn't been playing as 100%. Well as he has been.
100%.
He's been making a case for sixth man for sure.
Yeah, 100%. So I like it on the surface. I want to see it in the playoffs. I think that he's a nice complementary piece.
I think this is preparing them for Boston. It's getting any kind of edge that you can. You know they're going to meet up in the East Finals, and this is going to give them, I think, another piece to throw at all those wings that Boston has. Another guy to throw at Tatum. Another guy to throw at Brown. And so I like this for the Cavs. I love the price. I mean, they just gave up swaps. Didn't even give up like an outright first. I think that's a phenomenal price for them, and they pick up a really good player that can continue. They've shot the hell out of the ball from three this season. That he can continue doing that for them. This is a great fit, a great price tag for them. For Atlanta, I mean, not bad, I guess, but I think the Hawks, it's figuring out what direction they're going to go. But I love this for the Cavs and them adding this other piece here. This is a really nice move for them. And hey, former Laker DeAndre Hunter, now in Cleveland for like an hour, something like that.
I feel like the Jalen Johnson decision, like when they decided, hey, we're going to go ahead and give him long-term money and lock him up. I think that was the writing on the wall to a certain degree for DeAndre Hunter. And again, we're seeing this theme of teams getting out of the decision-making business altogether. It's like, we're way out on this extension, but we'll just go ahead and we know this guy isn't going to be a part of our plan, so we don't even want to have to sweat it next season. I guess Jovan's here, so we should swing back to the Lakers.
I didn't realize I was on camera already.
Can I ask a question to swing back, Dave?
Yeah.
I feel like you look at this move from the Cleveland Cavaliers, and you're looking at it from the perspective of they're making a move to beat a team. Like in the Eastern Conference, it seems as if moves are being made to kind of shore up against the Boston Celtics or to shore up against the top two teams in the East. Whereas in the West, it's not as definitive. The moves being made aren't necessarily to beat a particular team. You could think maybe Jokic, you could think OKC, but it's not as clear cut in the West. What do you think the moves that the West are making, like with the Lakers? I mean, we know
it's an arms race,
right? Yeah. It does feel like they're shoring up just to be the best in general. What would you say are the priorities for the Western Conference?
And that's interesting. I think because you don't have this king of the mountain in the West, right? Like the talent is spread out, but there's so much talent in the West. So there is no one team. I mean, you look at Minnesota, the last couple of years was built to beat the Nuggets and succeeded, but then they weren't built to get to the finals, right? If anything, the Mavericks just blew up a team that might have been the most well-constructed come playoff time. We just saw them make the finals, right? And they decided to blow that up. So I think it's more of a, what's the target in the West? You can't really, because the styles are so varied. Right. What about you guys? I mean, again, you guys cover these teams out there. What do you guys think?
I mean, everybody has their different motives. I think the Lakers, it was pretty easy. We'll take Luka Doncic. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That one seems easy.
It's a wise
that
choice.
Was a unique one.
And then, from the Warriors' perspective, it's not, they're trying to beat a specific team in the playoffs. It's like, kind of need more entertaining basketball on Chase Center. Kind of need these Steph Curry years to be, these fading years to be more thrilling for the fans, more competitive. Steph Curry needs, some of the pressure eased. Obviously, they've been trying to get a co-star for a while. So again, I think everyone has their specific motives for these deals. And the West is wide open. But again, I mean, Lakers seem like, I don't know that they're necessarily made the Luka move because it's like, it's going to get us in the title hunt now. I mean, Jovan, you can kind of get to that. It's just like, it was just a can't miss opportunity.
Yeah, it was a no-brainer, I would say. But I think it helps them in the present and the future. And I think this Mark Williams move to me just signifies like the Lakers are going all in. And I've been saying for the last couple of months that like if they put one or both first round picks on the table, I'm going to have no criticism of whatever they do. Like maybe there might be a little critiquing depending on the exact players or kind of strategy behind it. But going out and getting Luka Doncic and Mark Williams to round out this starting lineup, like I think based on the center market and the current asking prices for a lot of those guys that have been rumored to be out there, Mark Williams was about as good as the Lakers could have realistically done. He's 23. Luka Doncic, within the first 24 hours of being in LA, met with Rob Pelinka in his office, and they talked about the short-term and long-term view of this roster. And Luka said he wanted a type, a vertical lob threat similar to a Daniel Gafford, a Derek Lively, a Dwight Powell, guys that he had success with in Dallas. And within a couple days, the Lakers went out and got that player in Mark Williams. I think that was a sign to Luka about how seriously they're trying to take this partnership and get it. Like, you want a center? Let's go get you a center. And I'm sure at some level it's a little frustrating for LeBron and AD, what they've been asking for certain things for the last couple of years. But Luka's 25, and those guys are a little bit past that point of their prime or whatever. So I think the Lakers, I'm sure people will call me a homer with this. Like, I think you can make a case they have the second highest ceiling in the West right now. Like, they're going to step into multiple series against teams with better starting lineups or better rotations with the two best players in those series. Like, they play Memphis, they have the two best players in the series. They play Houston, they have the two best players in that series. So I think like the certainly from a starting lineup or like top 7 or 8 perspective, I don't think they're the second best team in the West. And I think Denver will still give them plenty of problems. But in terms of like, I think typically talent wins out in the playoffs, and the Lakers are going to have the best player on the floor in most matchups and often the second best. And I think that like Luka to me just gives them a championship ceiling that AD for as great as he was just didn't quite reach that level, at least this current version of him.
So now looking at that's so interesting to me in terms of like the motives are wide open, because it does seem like you just mentioned the second highest ceiling in the West. I'm guessing the first highest ceiling is OKC.
Yeah, I think OKC to me is on in a tier of their own.
I think we can all agree that OKC seems like the team to beat in the West. Like, but it doesn't feel. I don't know if it feels as if the motives in making moves by this trade deadline are to beat OKC. Like, why are they not the pinnacle of how do we beat a Shea, a Jalen, and a Chet 3? I don't want to say threesome. I hate that word. You know, like how do we
ask you, Zena,
figure that out? Yeah.
Let me ask you, does OKC feel beatable in a series? Right? Like, I think that this is really the thing. If you're one of the top teams in the West, you probably feel like you have a good chance at going toe to toe with OKC. They're a regular season juggernaut,
right? Exactly.
But you know, but I do think that, like we just saw last year, the different styles are what's going to make the playoff series. And I think when you're in the West, you need a Swiss Army knife team, like similar to what OKC has, where they can play different styles. And I would argue that's kind of why.
Like Luka beat OKC last year.
Right.
You know, that's a way to beat OKC is to play Luka Doncic.
That helps.
You know, and again, I guess the other second biggest move in the West was Jimmy Butler. And again, it's like the Warriors can't live in this world where it's like, what's our one move to conquer the Thunder?
Right.
It's more, what's our one move to get up to the top side of the play-in at this point. So
I get it with the Warriors. I'm looking at the Lakers. I'm looking at the Clippers. I'm looking at. I mean, we don't have
the Nuggets, right? Or
the Nuggets. I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah, those are the teams that they're just not even really, you know, like the Rockets seem very wary to touch their young core right now. And like, you know, the Durant thing still looms out there, and the thought that they've sniffed around a little bit on, like, you know, would they throw like a Thompson plus a Reed Shepherd and go get a more, you know, ready-made superstar to try to leap their you know, I guess timeline forward. And the answer seems to be no there. Memphis didn't really want to get too deep in the Jimmy Butler talks because of, like, you know, I think the question marks that surrounded that, which is fine. But, you know, maybe Jimmy Butler could have taken Memphis over the top in a theoretical Thunder series. The Nuggets, I wondered if they would make a bigger move. It doesn't seem like they're going to, right? They've been very protective of Michael Porter. That seemed to be the way they could reconfigure the higher level of their core. That's fine. But I guess to answer your question, to me, Boston is a team that's more, hey, in the East, you got to take that down. The Thunder lost in the second round last year.
Yeah.
But they're better this year, Anthony.
Well, but they're still
they haven't done it yet.
Playoffs?
Yeah.
I know they haven't proven themselves.
They were the ones.
I know they haven't proven themselves. Yeah, I know.
Go ahead, Law.
Here's the thing about the Thunder that is going to be a concern for them. It's two things. Number one, Shed and Isaiah haven't played together yet. And whatever that looks like is going to be what they need to work out in the regular season
tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is, to me, is going to be significant. Like, this team has won 80% of their games around there, and we haven't seen the biggest offseason acquisition, their biggest reaction to their relative letdown in the playoffs, with, you know, the guy who would affect the most on the court, and that's Shed. So that's number one. And related to that, because Isaiah does a lot of things, what he doesn't do is he doesn't shoot the ball. He gets other guys open, but he doesn't shoot it. And we saw it in the NBA Cup, a game that, you know, sort of mattered. A team raised the banner for that. Jovan, you know what that's like. We saw, you know, in a lot of games in the playoffs against the Mavericks, the Thunder have a lot of role players. If those guys aren't making perimeter shots, they can't help you offensively. And I've watched enough of the Lakers in the last, you know, 3 games, and Jovan and I just talked about this Tuesday night. the way it seems like they're shifting their way of playing defensively is they're going to load up on your main guys, your ISO guys, your pick and roll guys, your post guys, and they're cool if 15 shots come from supporting cast players, especially if they're, guys who might shoot a good percentage but aren't known for shooting a lot of shots. And that is literally how teams are going to play OKC. I don't know if OKC is going to do anything about it today to address that. And I don't know how many Laker OKC games we have left, but that is something that's going to be relevant when they play in the regular season. And God forbid those teams match up in the playoffs, especially if it's a, right now, I don't think Western Conference Finals. It might be a semifinals, but that's what it was. Luka and OKC last year was the semifinals. You're going to look and see, and it's not just OKC. Look at Houston. What's the weakness for them? They have a bunch of dudes who can't shoot. What's the issue with Memphis?
Well,
Memphis
they also don't have an offense.
They don't, but their offense is getting more shots than you do, playing harder than you do, and that can win you a lot of regular season games. But will it work in the playoffs? A lot of teams aren't going to look at Memphis as a real threat because not only did we see Memphis fail in multiple postseasons, once against Warriors and once against the 7 seed Lakers, but even with the style of play they're playing now, it's easy to run some regular season haphazard team off the floor. But when teams lock into what you're doing, are the supporting cast guys going to be trusted to make shots, especially if they're out there to do other things but make shots, be connectors, be defenders, be guys that run up and down the floor. It's a different game in the playoffs. And that's why a lot of these teams are looking at the West. And it's like, why should anybody be scared with them? Even a team playing as well as OKC is.
Matthew Tynan.
Yo.
He covers the Spurs. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm well, man. How about yourself? It's been a while.
It's been a minute. Yeah. Used to hang out with Matt a lot. I used to live in San Antonio. Speaking of teams that, made a big move, they got De'Aaron Fox. They might have a shot at making the play-in. It doesn't really matter. They get to play free. We talked about that a little bit on our show the other day. We're talking right now about the Lakers' place in the West.
Yeah.
Now that they've made the Luka trade, OKC is the clear runaway favorites, right? Like, I think we all agree that they are the favorite to come out of the West. This regular season isn't some sort of fluke. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is having an MVP type season. He also could be the best player in every single series that they have. Swinging it to the Spurs side of this, they make this trade. They have an 8-man rotation that makes a lot of basketball sense now.
Yeah.
Are they going to make the play-in?
I mean, they got to basically jump 2 teams in that sort of jumbled up mess there in that play-in discussion. I think probably a more seamless fit, especially when you look around at the other teams that have just made moves, and like their success is going to be contingent on how quickly, in Luka's case, in AD's case, like guys can get healthy and assimilated and everything. I mean, they threw De'Aaron Fox in last night right away, starting lineup alongside Chris Paul. He had 24 and 13 and kept it pretty simple. The stuff he does well, isolate, pick and roll. He got hot from 3 early, which isn't always going to be the case. But in terms of the more seamless fit, and I guess the fewer questions, the Spurs are doing pretty well in that capacity, because basically everyone else on that roster just kind of slid down a spot where they're probably more comfortable, or where they should be. Even a guy like Devin Vassell, who they hoped would be a little bit better as a secondary initiator, hasn't quite been comfortable in that role, is much better playing off the ball. So I think you're just going to see guys more seamlessly fit around what Wembanyama and what De'Aaron Fox do well. So they got a chance, man, just about staying healthy.
What do you guys think? I mean, Fox and Wemby, is this as scary as it feels on paper?
Long term,
I'll say, yeah, like they're still
Not
starting
sure.
Chris Paul, man. That was the funniest part about last night. Chris is going to hold on to that spot.
Yeah.
Is Chris going to be there in an hour? I assume he is, but
I assume so. I hadn't heard anything. I had thought, when they brought him in, that he was going to be there half a season and go and play with a contender. And, I mean, it just, I don't know if it makes any sense for him even to get moved. Like, they're having a successful season. does he fit on any of these contenders? I don't think anyone's gonna. I mean, he's not gonna get any assets, right? Like if you're the Spurs, would you rather have him for the rest of the year or whatever second round pick that you wind up getting to move him to a contender? I don't know if it makes sense. If you're Chris Paul, do you care? I don't know.
I think the most likely scenario that would involve them moving Chris Paul is if he essentially asked for it. If they're not sure about, or if he's not sure about what his role is going to be, if he wants to start, this is all part of the negotiations when he came to San Antonio. He wanted to play. He wanted to have a role like this where he was a major part of what they were doing offensively. So I think the only way he would be moved is if he asked for it. And to my knowledge, to the people I've spoken with, that hasn't been the case. So I think it would be pretty damn surprising if he was moved in the next hour.
Plus, I think San Antonio is here because guys like Chris and Matt, you can attest to this. Obviously, you've seen that team. Like those guys have raised the floor significantly. Chris Paul and Harrison Barnes, just getting professionalism in the building, on the court. I think they want to maintain that. It's not worth saying. Like Chris Paul, the surprising thing to me is he's been healthy and been contributing all season long. Like, I don't know if he's missed a game. He certainly hasn't missed a string of games. And I think that's valuable considering I think Chris does love being a part of a team's bridge process. We saw that in Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
This team isn't as good, but he's going to benefit what those guys are, whatever the hell they're building, even if it doesn't result in the playoff spot or even a play-in spot. I think those guys need that. After the season, Chris can go on his way, but I think Chris is a part of the fabric of whatever identity that team has built to this point, and I think that shit matters.
What about the Lakers? Could they use a backup point guard?
I think it's more.
Their backup point guard is LeBron or Luka Doncic.
Well, I think they need more of a shooting guard. Like if you look at the roster, that's kind of the one hole right now. Unless you really believe in Shake Milton, who's been pretty kind of meh for them. But I think that's the one hole.
That's what they're looking for in the next hour. We got an hour to the deadline. Is it 54 minutes? Is that
54
right?
minutes.
I mean, I guess the only real name that's still sitting out there that we know of that's being shopped is that Vucevic? Unless there's another shock trade that pops up out of nowhere. Slater, is it going to be the Warriors?
Again, I think the Butler kind of took him out of that mix.
Yeah.
Because to get to two things, again, I kind of said it earlier, but to get to Vucevic's contract, it would have to be Peyton, it'd have to be Looney, which I don't think they want to do from chemistry standpoint, but also, you got to find another contract in there. They threw a ton of it, like we throw Buddy Hield in there maybe. And I just I mentioned it, but Vucevic is on the books for $20 million next season, which was appealing to them maybe 4 days ago, is no longer appealing to them because Jimmy Butler is now on the books for $54 million next year. So expirings are almost better for them today than they were yesterday.
And they got that dude Quentin Post. You look like a Vucevic clone.
He will. Don't say that. The fan base is really trying to say they got Vucevic, already in house. But I will say Quentin Post is expected to get converted. He's a two-way guy, but part of this trade is now they're gonna have 3 open roster spots unless they make another move. And he will be one of the new guys on the full roster.
Well, so where's Vooch gonna go, guys? Are the Bulls gonna?
He plays for the Bulls. He ain't going no damn where.
Yeah, he's going nowhere.
The Lonzo extension has really it's thrown me for almost as much of a loop as the Luka trade, because all we had heard was he was on the block. Maybe he was going to be a buyout guy, and then they extend him. And I'm just trying to put him on every good team because Lonzo, there's not a team in the league that's competing that Lonzo wouldn't make better. And instead, he's just stuck in Chicago.
Lonzo's a tricky one for me, man. I just feel like any Because I was thinking about this, because obviously there's people around, there's people who follow the Clippers who would have loved Lonzo to come home,
Yeah.
And it's like Lonzo is not an everyday player. Like he's going to be load managed indefinitely. Like this dude literally got a new knee. I mean, so shout out to him for getting rewarded for coming back to pro basketball after not playing since January of 2022, the last time the Bulls looked exciting. And so that's a shout out to him personally, just to be on that journey for himself.
Awesome story. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Lonzo, it's not like Lonzo's going to be like some teams like starting piece or anything like that. He didn't have to lose money because you got to agree to a buyout. You got to get money back for that. Go in and, maybe see if you fit into some team mid-season and then restart the whole free agency process again. So shout out personally to Lonzo. I think it really just the Bulls, I'll believe it when I see it when it comes to them really completely dipping out of trying to compete. The East is where it is. You see, like the Sixers can't get over themselves. The other teams look a little too far gone. The Bulls might be in that 10 spot like they've been in every damn year. So and Lonzo probably fits them better than Lonzo. Lonzo's probably comfortable right now, to be honest with you.
Man,
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just on the Lonzo topic. I mean, I think when talking about Chicago, they have like other guys that would be moved and get them value back right now. Like if you're really going to dive deep into this thing, Kobe White, Ayo Dosunmu, like these are guys that probably have some sort of value around the league, but they just feel like they hold on to their guys a little bit too long to get them to that point. Matthew, my bad.
No. I mean, it's a great question. I feel like most people out there are probably regularly, perpetually questioning what the Bulls are thinking. So, but I just kind of going back to the Lonzo thing, doesn't it kind of feel like in terms of his market, like doesn't it feel like a big chunk of the league is kind of out of the picture? Like if you're looking for a long-term future or something like that, you're probably not going to want to deal assets for that guy. It's like, it feels like it would be more limited to teams that want to win right now, this year, next year, whatever. And then you worry about the future after that. Right. So like, I don't know what his market really looks like. I have, people in San Antonio asking about Lonzo, and it's like I don't think that he's a guy that the Spurs specifically, and if you kind of look at the Spurs and extrapolate outward to teams that are in their similar shoes, like Lonzo probably isn't the guy you want to deal assets for right now. It's probably that are like immediately looking for something, right? Because you can't like trust the long term with him, I would say.
Yeah. Man, thank you for bringing up San Antonio. And I don't know how much you guys have gotten into the Spurs yet, because I'm just hopping on. But yeah, what was your impressions from Game 1 of Fox Wemby and how that looked together? And everybody. I mean, Steph Castle had a great game too. But
yeah. I think the one thing that stood out just immediately, because it's been something that the Spurs have needed for years now, really ever since DeJounte left, and even he wasn't as dynamic in this capacity as De'Aaron Fox is, but they just have lacked so much downhill juice. They've lacked a guy who can just go get a shot, get to the rim, whatever, when the offense breaks down. Teams' defenses over the last year and a half, and it's only picked up, have just loaded up on Victor Wembanyama and just said, like, all these other dudes, like, we're gonna count on our individual defenders or our scrambling defense to slow them down. Like, prior to this, Keldon Johnson was probably, Keldon and Stephon Castle, probably your best, like, give them the ball and they can get to the basket. But, like, Keldon is hit or miss for sure. And Stephon Castle's a rookie. Like, he's still not really getting the calls or doesn't quite know all yet, or when he gets caught in the trees, he kind of makes some poor decisions at times. So normal rookie stuff. So the biggest difference last night, I think, like, you can talk about the fact that there was clearly less pressure on Wembanyama. The ability for him to get into spaces in the court and kick out for shooters, a lot more open looks from the perimeter. But really the thing that stuck out to me was, like, shot clock winding down. Spurs need a shot. He can get you one, and a good one at that. So that was the biggest thing to me. Like, they actually have a dude that you can give him the ball and he can go score pretty much regardless of who's guarding him.
Yeah, and like they got pace. Law, I wanted to talk to you about the pace aspect of the Spurs, because I think we talked about this a couple weeks ago when the Clippers played the Spurs, and it was kind of like two different brands of basketball. They're now like, Spurs are now, let's see, they're 2 games back of 10th.
Yeah.
And, you know, as a team in the Clippers who are like holding on to that 6th seed, do you like fear? Do you think the Spurs strike fear, even though they're like the younger team facing a Wemby? I don't know. How do you feel about the Spurs in the play-in mix?
I mean, they can be in the play-in mix. They supposed to be. I think Spurs got to worry about getting over 500 right now.
Fair enough. Yeah,
that's what it is. Like, the Warriors, they're at 500 and they're in 11th. There's time and space that needs to be made up. I think you look at these games and all these teams, and the reality is this: it's about streaks. Are you going to go on a winning streak? That might matter in the West. Are you going to go on a losing streak? That will definitely matter. You will get crushed if you're on any kind of, if you have a week where you don't win a game, So I think, and this goes back to the conversation that we were having earlier about who matters in the West. All these teams have to worry about their damn self. You got to get to the playoffs. You got to get through this regular season. You have to improve your habits, and you have to do those things. I don't think, unless you're looking at OKC as we can chase them down, or if you're OKC yourself, really, and you're worried about everybody coming to get your ass, everybody else is like, you got to play your best basketball consistently. If you lose, you need to respond to your losses. You need to understand where you are and have an identity as a team. Yeah. So I don't think the Clippers are in a position to worry about any one team, because they got to worry about everybody. When you're worried about everybody, you're worried about yourself. And that's where the Spurs are too. The Spurs are playing with house money. If they get to a play-in tournament, I think that would be amazing for them, because you get guys playing with stakes, and they're already going to be playing with stakes because they are in tangible distance of that 10 seed of even the 6.
Every game matters.
Every game matters in the regular season. So you can't be a casual and act like, you're going to just wait to the playoffs for real ball to be playing. Like,
and you think De'Aaron Fox isn't telling these guys, I want to catch the Kings?
Yeah. Like, the Kings have 1 fewer loss than the Spurs today. That stuff matters. Like, all of these games in the West, these teams are mid. I'm just going to be real about it. Like, I hate it when we talk.
They're not good, but
the middle pack of the West is very.
They look. The Grizzlies are 2 seed, and there's some mid in them too. Damn it! Like let's just.
There's a lot. They're first round out in my opinion. Dane Moore, Jonathan Osborne, welcome to the stream. Law is hot right now.
Well, he's
Law,
right.
Who else isn't good? Law.
I'm mid. That's right. Speaking of the Minnesota Timberwolves, that's right.
The Minnesota Timberwolves. Oh my God!
That was a layup right there.
Could we not, like, I said S, and I'm not great at fake trades. Okay, I'm a love the one you're with kind of guy. I like to think about how teams can maximize what they already have. But man, I've been trying to ship Julius Randle out of Minnesota since he got there.
Yeah, they haven't. I mean, seriously though, like, Dave, that's the thing, is there's a huge disconnect, and people like ourselves, what we're doing and fake trades and analyzing this and what we're seeing versus what the Wolves front office and Chris Finch is seeing in Julius Randle, all season long. I mean, the biggest gap of anything, like perception externally versus internally, I've never seen anything like that in my time covering the Wolves. And honestly, like, Julius has been out for the last couple of games and they miss him. That's a different conversation, like, of long term, and you want Julius to be number 2 there forever next to Ant. Sure, like that's questionable. But right now, when they're trying to not be mid, they're trying to go like and win some games right now. Like, this group needs Julius Randle, or you're gonna have last night where Ant took like 30 some shots and had 49. Like, that's it. Like, there's not a lot
else offensively on this team other than Julius.
Are they going to make a move, you think? I mean, we're now running up against the deadline. We got 40 minutes left.
I don't think so. I mean, they're in a tough spot. I mean, second apron team can't aggregate anything.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking for a little bit, like Nickeil Alexander-Walker, he's unrestricted this summer. I think he'd be nice on any of these teams, but I think he'd be nice on the Wolves. Like, that's my thing on that is why he's just a guy I know can be on a contender whenever the Wolves are a contender again. Like, lock that dude up. He's like one of the Thunder guys. Like, wouldn't he be awesome on OKC?
Yeah.
I just don't see trading him. Josh Minot, I was thinking about for a little bit, like little stuff like that. But I unless something crazy has been percolating Julius Randle wise, I think that was only happening though in like some crazy Jimmy Butler 5-team sort of thing. So yeah.
Dane, do they like the cap situation for them? You mentioned like the second apron and whatnot, but Randall's player option next year, doesn't that complicate extending Naz Reid and Nickeil? Because
dude.
So don't they have a decision to make at some point with this whole situation that they gotta pay for all of this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would summarize it like this. So Julius has a $31 million player option for next season. And if he opts into that or signs an extension now to stay under the second apron for next season, which are not going to be second apron 2 years in a row, you got to let one of Nickeil or Naz go, right? Naz is higher on that pecking order than Nickeil, but Naz plays the same position as Julius. So it's that's a huge fear in Minnesota is losing Naz in the process of the process of kind of catering to Julius and trying to maximize the team currently. I think Naz is cool right now with this role. He's starting right now. He's been even closing games. We got to trade. Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
I got to go, fellas.
Literally the first thing is
okay.
So the LA Clippers are trading Terrence Mann and Bones Highland to the Hawks for Bogdan Bogdanovic and 3 second-round picks.
Whoa,
that's a good one.
I didn't mean to yell in your ear, Jonathan. I saw you had to adjust the AirPod. All right, Jonathan Osborne, you cover the Magic. How good is Bogdan? That's a pretty good move. I mean, I know you see a lot of them.
Yeah, no, happy for the Clippers. Just sitting here like everybody else, feverishly refreshing the timeline. No Magic news just yet. But yeah, I mean, the Hawks this year, are they just like kicking the can down the road? No Jalen Johnson for the rest of the year. They're, losing a little bit of games after he's gone out, and
the Spurs would be fine with that, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure they would with that pick. So it's kind of a weird thing. You don't have your pick, but are they like tanking the rest of the year away? Kind of it's interesting.
Yeah, a bit weird. Speaking of weird, Orlando's offense has just absolutely cratered, and man, they miss Jalen Suggs.
They sure do. No, hopefully we're gonna get him back any day now, but last year you have a big offensive explosion against the Sacramento Kings, and is that enough to convince this front office to stand pat at the deadline and not go and get another creator for Paolo and Franz? You see the Spurs, Matthews team here going out and getting their guy, putting him next to Wemby, and kind of feels like the Magic already have their 2 main pillars moving forward. But it's just like, hey, if you've got an opportunity to continue to build around those guys and put them in a little bit better positions offensively. Like the last couple of weeks have been really rough with Franz and Paolo coming back, but neither of those guys really being 100%. And if those guys aren't carrying the load each and every night, there's just nobody else that's picking up the slack right now. So we've got, I don't know, what is it, 40 or 37 minutes now for them to make a deal. And can they go out and get a guy like Kobe White? Is a guy like Kobe White even available?
Yeah. Do you want them to make a move now, given the injuries that they've had all year? Like, or do you just want to? Yeah. Okay.
I do want to see them make a move. It seems like most teams, in the East are either standing pat because they're really good or they're making moves to improve. Like the Heat, is it addition by subtraction, moving on from Jimmy Butler and all that kind of drama and adding guys like Wiggins, and seems like Davion Mitchell is headed there now. And we're right with them, in the standings. So, I don't know. I would like to see them make a move. We were hoping that the Magic would, be a little bit more competitive this year in the playoffs. I mean, you go to 7 games last year, but
we're kind of looking forward to maybe seeing them in the second round this year. And the more that they stand pat, it's like, yeah, you had a really good November and really good December, but you know, January and February to start so far have really kicked them in the teeth. And yeah, are they fine with just standing pat and pushing this down, you know, the road another year, or, you know, 35 minutes now to make a move and continue to build around these guys? I guess we'll see.
All right. I've just got a chance to look at this trade, guys. You guys mind sounding this out? I know, you know, none of you guys cover the Clippers here, but so Terrence Mann is on the move, which they wouldn't include Terrence Mann in a James Harden trade. It's kind of
they also haven't been like playing him.
Yeah, he doesn't play much either.
That's like a huge shot.
So, you know, they move on from him. They pick up Bogdan and they send out 3 seconds. I mean, it's another ball handler, another playmaker. Bogdanovich is having a rough season this year. Yeah. But playing next to James Harden and Kawhi is probably going to be the easiest job he's ever had in the NBA. So he gets to be like the third guy on the totem pole when he's out there most night. Actually, fourth, because Zoo is going to get a lot more touches. He's going to be attacking a bent defense pretty much every time he touches the ball.
Can I chime in? I think, like, how old is he? He's 32.
Yeah, he's pretty. He's still early 30s.
Yeah. So I always think this with like guys coming off the bench, right? Even if they're 6 men, and this seems to happen a lot where there's like one season where they're at one level and it's a big drop, you know, the season afterwards. And sometimes it is a product of age. That's why I said that. But I don't know. He was awesome last season. So that leads me to believe it's a product of, you know, more so circumstance. And I don't know when I haven't watched a ton of Hawks games, but when I have, I don't see like a really diminished version of him physically. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on that. I just think there's, with guys that are coming off the bench and have a weird role, it's easy to have weird production. Right. That, you know, and then maybe this is a better situation now.
Yeah, from watching Bogey, like I think part of, and we were talking to Mojo earlier, who's a huge Hawks fan. He said like the summer where he just put his body on the line for the Olympics might have bled over into this year where he just doesn't have his legs under him. And so maybe that's part of why he just doesn't look like he did, because he was great last season for the Hawks. I thought he was really good. And with these type of situations, you never know, because Hunter has been playing better for the Hawks. They've had more guys step into their rotation that might not be typical rotation players for them. Like Dom Barlow's playing minutes for them. Vit Krejci is playing minutes for them. So maybe it's just like Bogdan kind of feels like I could probably do more somewhere else, and he could be rejuvenated on the Clippers. You know, it's easy to play next to Harden and Kawhi and Norm Powell and Zoo, but a little bit harder when
he's he's going to come off the bench for the Clippers too, by the way.
Yeah.
Like this is not like some move where he's going to be starting. And I don't even, he probably won't play much without one of Harden and Kawhi on the court, you know? So it's not like he's going to be this guy who has to carry, you know,
and they get
some sort of
seconds. Like they get some draft capital to take on his contract, which I think is good business from the Clippers perspective. But I have a question here that's not Clippers related. It's Hawks related, and it might relate to Jonathan right here, because at some point Trey will want to win, and Jalen Johnson is hurt now. They just traded DeAndre Hunter. They've now traded Bogdan Bogdanovic. There's like some of these younger guys. Do you think maybe Orlando is looking at the situation and be like, we're going to hold for the summer and wait for Trae Young to, I know Matt probably is like, well, yeah, the Spurs were interested, or maybe Trae was interested in the Spurs more.
I think it was a little bit more of that than the other. Yeah. No shade at Trae, but I think it was a little bit more of that than the other.
It all worked out. It all worked out in the end. John, do you think Trae would make sense for the Orlando Magic?
Yeah, I mean, right now it's just kind of confusing again, like with them seemingly standing pat here at the deadline, talking about, you know, the Magic in terms of like, where do they really evaluate this roster? You know, because they're a team that they're not going to have cap space, you know, this summer with Jalen Suggs and Franz Wagner's extensions that are going to be kicking in. And then it becomes, well, are they going to be one of the teams that says like, well, we don't care about the first or second apron, even though that we haven't really done anything? And do they go all in on a Trae Young, Paolo Franz core? Are you able to make a move for Trae that doesn't involve one of those guys? And would the Magic be willing to do that? I personally don't think that I would be, just because a move like that, if it was like a 1-for-1 kind of deal, which maybe sounds crazy, but with the Luka thing happening, it's like anything is possible in this league. But it would just change so much the dynamic of what Jeff Weltman has been building, in the 7-8 years that he's been in Orlando. Would I love to see a guy like Trae next to Paolo and Franz? Sure. But I would just be very weary about going all in on that core when like they haven't proven to really be able to win in the playoffs right now. And then that just handcuffs so much of your long-term flexibility. And if you need to add, pieces around those guys in the future to improve the team, as we're seeing, teams are making moves just to get underneath, the apron to have a little bit more flexibility. So in an ideal world, yes, but it just raises so many questions that I don't know that I have the answers to. And we'll wait and see. I certainly won't be that upset if Trae Young ends up on the Magic, but I just think it changes so much of the philosophy that they've used to build this team over the course of the last few years.
Matt, I know you got to get going. Give me a prediction, man, on the Spurs now that they've got Fox and they've got this really, really good rotation. Will they make the play-in?
I think they're going to, based on what I said earlier, where the Fox fit, so long as they stay healthy. And I guess we'll see what they do in the next 30 minutes. Like, I feel like the acquisition of Patrick Baldwin was a little bit of a precursor. I know he's capable of playing in the front court, but I don't think that was my sense of the type of front court player they were looking for. We'll see. But I do think that there is sort of a seamless transition here for Fox. It's just easier to stick him into that offense and kind of pick up in playing the style that he knows how to play, because the Spurs need every bit of that. I think there are certainly question marks. I thought Law was right earlier in that you have to worry. These guys have to worry about themselves. They haven't won more than 3 straight games this year at any point, and their biggest problem has been consistency. They've had flashes against good teams, then they've had dreadful nights against good teams. So it's like, can they finally put a string of consistency together? There's still time to do it, but I'm just going to go ahead and say that I think that the pressure that Fox is going to take off of Wembanyama is going to be huge. I think the juice that he adds off the dribble and just shot creation in general is something the Spurs needed, like the largest injection of as humanly possible, and they got a pretty good one in that capacity. And they're right there. They're a little bit behind in terms of games played from most of these teams. They've got they don't have more than a day off in between games the rest of the year. So it's going to have to be, one night after the other, but I don't know, maybe that ends up being good for the young legs, I guess. But I think they're going to sneak in.
Good thing they're young. Except for Chris Paul, right?
Yeah, but he's not going to have
that. Yeah.
That's going to be a really interesting thing to watch the rest of the way. Like, where does he stay in the starting lineup? Like, are they still? I know he's capable of running those two guard offenses. We've seen him do it at multiple stops. But in terms of like maximizing your roster and putting optimal rotations on the court, it's going to be interesting to see if they stick that route and if he's willing to, take one for the team and let De'Aaron Fox run the show.
You guys can check him out. You got the Substack.
Yeah, man.
Substack.
MatthewTynan.substack.com.
That's right. If you're a Spurs fan, you got to go read that Substack. Matt, good to see you, buddy.
Good to
Take
see you
care.
too, man.
We got just guests on guests on guests. Guests. Scott Agnes, my former podcast co-host, covers the Pacers, the Fieldhouse Files. Pacers not going to make a move today.
Yeah, that's the expectation here. I mean, where do they really go, quite frankly, right? They generally look at kind of Aaron Nesmith as a guy who missed much of the season with an injury, is their trade deadline move, as a player that came back from that injury. They're within $100,000 of the luxury tax threshold. This is not a contending team. It's not a season where you pay into that luxury tax. So I think for this group, it's about getting healthy and seeing this team out. They just got 6 guys that were given new contracts, Dave, over the summer. And so they want to see that group play together in as good health as possible right now.
Dane, we got a question for you in the chat.
All right.
And I know you got an answer, right? How come the Wolves didn't make any moves? I mean, listen, they did trade Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, they made their move, man. I mean, like, you not like the move. Most people don't, but yeah, they're in the second apron. Like, try and get on a trade machine. Try and figure out something that works. I mean, you can't aggregate salaries. You can't put Julius and somebody else together. You can't do that. So it ends up. I mean, the only one that's kind of stood out to me today is the DeAndre Hunter one. You know, is that. The Wolves, I mean, they have 1 first-round pick they can trade. They got it in the deal from New York. It's Detroit's first this year. So, you know, like, good draft. I don't know, what's that going to be, like 18 or something like that? Like, it's a pretty solid pick. Could have you put that in a deal? Could he done Hunter and Nance for Randall? And I don't know, do you need to put that first in there? Like, that's the only thing I've really seen today where I've been like, you know, maybe that would have made some sense for the Wolves. But as I said before, the reason you haven't even heard Julius's name out there much at all is because it hasn't been. They find Julius to be really important to this version of the Wolves team. Long term, you know, the salary cap and how things kind of play out and what he wants for his next deal, I think will determine his long term future. But right, what other levers would you even pull other than trading Julius? You can't trade Rudy if you want to get because he signed that extension. I don't know, Jaden. They're not going to trade Jaden. Like, there's just it's one of those rosters where not a lot lines up to be able to do it. Not clearly. It's not like options and options and options of stuff to do.
Can the Wolves do? Can they get somebody in the buyout market?
An under 12-8 guy, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those rules where we were talking about this last night in the locker room. It was like Kyle Anderson was on the team last season, and you know he's floating around into the ether of whatever. But he's got guaranteed money next season. But that would be one. Like a guy like that, he's making like $9 million. If a player making under 12.8 is bought out, then you could sign him. I wouldn't be surprised if they did something in the buyout market. But you also got to remember, like, when you're in the second apron, like every $1 million you add on to your salaries, another like $5 million that you got to pay. They're already paying like 90 some million in luxury tax. They don't have an owner yet. They will tomorrow. I think we'll get some owner clarity
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
Is that breaking news? I haven't seen.
Tomorrow, or I think it might be tomorrow.
Okay. The only thing that's been on my radar today is the trade deadline. So you can tell me that
Right.
aliens landed in I don't know, Germany today, and I have no idea. Jonathan, I mean, for the Magic, it would only be like it's like Kobe White or bust essentially right now is basically where we're at.
Yeah, unless there was some kind of like home run thing where, you know, even though Portland's been playing super well recently, you know, if they don't see Anthony Simons being there like long term with like Shea and Scoot Henderson, you know, Scoot Henderson especially being a lot better this year.
You left Tumani Kamara out.
Oh, I mean, well, yeah, of course. You know, he's been a pleasant surprise this year, but yeah, Anthony Simons. You know, his name is Anthony. You know, Central Florida kid. I know a lot of Magic fans would love to see him, but there's been some talks around, you know, maybe a Sexton, but with the recent injury, who knows? I don't know. It's not looking good right now for the Magic to make a move, and you know, just over 20 minutes left here at the deadline. And honestly, that's what a lot of us expected. This regime doesn't really make splashy moves at the deadline, and we haven't really seen them fully healthy for a big stretch of the season in terms of kind of the idea of what this team could be at the beginning of the year. So it seems like they're just, you know, really believing in that, and maybe this is just another year for development. I don't think we're at the point where this team necessarily needs to make like the move, like the all-in move for this team. But when you're looking around the league and you're one of 4 or 5 teams that hasn't made a move, at this point in the deadline, you do get a little bit of FOMO. Like you want to make a move just to make a move, but sometimes the best moves that you make are the ones that you don't make. But yeah, just seeing the way that the offense has just struggled so badly over the course of the last couple of months, it's pretty interesting if they stand pat and don't go out and make a move.
Well, outside of
perspectives.
Well, I'm just curious, Jonathan, like outside of consistent health and not like freak injuries, what else do you think the Magic need right now?
I mean, they're right now on track to be the worst shooting team in almost a decade, and at this point of the NBA. For the last 10 years, the Magic have ranked, towards the bottom 10 of the league in terms of offense and 3-point shooting. So that would definitely be very much welcome. But yeah, I mean, health would go a long way. Paolo and Franz seem to be regaining form and are almost back to 100%. But yeah, just so desperately need shooting.
Yeah,
30% on the year is not where we thought we'd be at this point. And last offseason, you go out and you make the addition of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and you think, all right, this is really going to help things. And you draft Tristan da Silva and thinking, and he's been great. Don't get me wrong, but the shooting is just somehow so much more worse than even like the most pessimistic Magic fans thought it could be. So,
speaking of pessimistic, Fred Katz. No, I'm just kidding. He's not a pessimist at all. Fred, how's your deadline going? We got 20 minutes until the actual deadline. Are you having a fun morning?
It's a blast. It's always so much fun. I always have to sit around and text people and wait for people to respond to me and realize how many people just leave me on blue and leave me on red. It's unbelievable.
I mean, I did respond eventually. So, I did get back to you. What's your favorite trade of the day so far? Let's just kind of, if we want to reset here as we come into the deadline.
Well, I guess you kind of the day or of the deadline period.
I would say, let's say of the day, because like we don't want to go back to Luka yet.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of into DeAndre Hunter for Cleveland.
Great trade.
I like that deal. I think Hunter's been playing really well. Cleveland has been after kind of a 3 who they can slot next to their 2 elite bigs and their 2 elite guards for a while now. They've tried Dean Wade there. They've tried Isaac Okoro there. They've tried Karis LeVert there. They all have their flaws. Karis LeVert's having a really good year. I think it might be, I don't want to speak for the Cavs because I don't know this for sure, but I think it might be a little bit of a bet that LeVert's shooting numbers, which have come down a little bit of late, are going to revert more to his career numbers, which is kind of what we've seen lately. He's shooting an insane percentage from the corners that's like totally out of line with his career numbers. And DeAndre Hunter's having a career year. And it's not just because he's shooting 39 from 3, which is a career best, and averaging 19 a game, which is also a career best. His drives have been so much better. He's been a better decision maker. He's been a better cutter. He's been stronger around the rim. He's been stronger finishing through contact. He's just been a better player than he ever has. And he's on the short list for 6th man of the year right now. So I like Cleveland making that move. I like Cleveland saying, who cares that we're in the tax? Let's take on money. This team's really good. I think they really believe in that roster they have. And I think they got better today.
We also got breaking news, guys. Huge trade. Cody Zeller and Houston's 2028 second round pick going to the Rockets from the Hawks. There we go. Cody Zeller. Is that going to change the way? No, I'm just kidding. Cody Zeller is a good screener, and the Rockets could use that.
I'm pretty sure he's just sitting at home right now, right? Hasn't he not?
Yeah,
he hasn't even played this
contract,
season, right? Yeah. Gets Atlanta out of the tax. I saw Bobby.
Hey,
tweeted.
this is pretty nice. Somebody who listens to the podcast every day, seeing our faces live. Look at that. For the first time. The Hunter move is great to me because, like you said, the Cavs being willing to just let's go for it. I actually think one of the side benefits. By the way, welcome Jared Weiss, who snuck in here. One of the side benefits, Jared, to the parity that we're seeing around the league. I think more teams are going to be willing to actually take a swing when they're close like this.
It's hilarious that we're talking about the Cavs being like making a nice move to get into the tax. They're competing for the championship. They are the front runner basically for the championship. Of course they should be getting into the tax. They get like this is the guy that they've been needing. They've been needing a bigger wing that they can count on to be a really good spot up shooter around the court and be a smart decision maker. Their offense really thrives on like they're going to get good dribble penetration and then they have a couple options on how to kick it out and they got to move quickly because they have some rotation and Hunter's kind of perfect for that. So this just seems like an obvious move.
Yeah.
Dennis Schroeder to the Detroit Pistons.
Yep,
we're breaking some news here, folks.
Yeah, Dennis Schroeder to the Pistons. We actually talked about this earlier when Hunter Patterson was on. Felt like Schroeder was a guy that a couple of these teams, like the Pistons, could have gotten in on. You know, either as a buyout guy, you know, after whatever was going to happen with him if he wound up in Utah. But for him with the Pistons, I mean, again, they just need another guy who can come off the bench, give them 10, 12 points, and just keep them afloat when Cade's not out there. I think that this is a good pickup for them.
I'm going to say, as someone that in the Bay Area, he was supposed to do that for Steph Curry.
Oh, I think it's a little bit more difficult
saying,
to come in and do this with the Warriors than it would be like to go and do it with the Pistons.
I would look at this trade as you want, not necessarily for Dennis Schroeder to be the number 2 guy, but you're filling in for Jaden Ivey and you're trying to get some pressure off of Cade. And Dennis Schroeder was supposed to do that for Steph Curry as well and wasn't able to do that well consistently in the Bay. So I'm curious. I'll see what happens, but I'm curious as to how this is going to work out. It is nice that Cade Cunningham, actually, maybe it's not so nice. Cade Cunningham is not Steph Curry. And Steph Curry, I think, was still trying and finding ways to score and finding ways to distribute, regardless of being, you know, double teamed, triple teamed, etc. I'm not sure if this really makes a move for the Pistons. I wish Hunter was back.
If the Pistons were a contender, I wouldn't like this move. But for a team that's just trying to not like, hey, can we stay, you know, maybe not be in the play-in, maybe we can be the 6th seed. I think that it's one of those moves. I mean, Scott, like they're kind of competing with the Pacers in that 6 range. I mean, I think the Pacers are a better team, but Cade is the best player between those two teams as of right now. How do you feel this affects that race, like in particular? Because it is tight. Like the East in the middle is very tight.
Very tight. Yeah, there was a couple days ago I looked, and there was like 2 games the Pacers could have gone like up 2 spots or down 7. And that's probably just what it's going to be the rest of the way. The Pacers have found a groove. They've won 18 of their last 26, and a lot of that is just due to health and getting Andrew Nembhard back at the start of December. But yeah, right now the Pacers are still another move away. And generally speaking, I've been surprised this entire trade deadline at how many teams it felt like overexerted themselves and tried to make seismic changes and maybe the Luka trickle-down effect perhaps here. But I generally think of the trade deadline as you clean up your tax bill, and if you're a contending team, you charge forward and maybe fill a gap, fill an injury replacement, maybe, you know, because we don't see much of that in the buyout market much anymore. But so many of these teams are just making moves, it feels like, to make moves, and that's been my overwhelming takeaway, I think, from the last week or so.
And Dave, if I could just add one thing on Schroeder.
Yes.
With Cade off and Jaden Ivey off, the Pistons are getting outscored by 9.9 points per 100 possessions. They're turning the ball over almost 1 out of every 6 times, 1 out of every 6 possessions when those 2 guys are on the bench or not in the game. Getting Schroeder out there is just going to bring some amount of order, you know, and they could use that in those non-Cade lineups. He doesn't have to be special. He just kind of has to not turn the ball over, maybe shoot better than 37%, which he did in Golden State. And I think the Pistons could be in a little bit of a better spot with their bench lineups.
And also, the Warriors are a much more complicated system to jump into. It's not the kind of more traditional spread pick and roll that a lot of what Detroit can run. So I just think it's much easier for Schroeder to do what he's used to doing, especially like he had some good synergy with the bigs in Brooklyn when he was there earlier this year, and now he's with Durant. It's like there's a lot more, I think, of the stuff that he's used to working with there to help him kind of get to his usual stuff.
Yeah, he's going to be left alone a little bit.
Well, Dennis did play better in the second lineup or the second unit with the Warriors. That played a lot less of that read and react. They played a lot more of the pick and roll. They allowed him to play in his essence in that second unit than they did. So I do agree with you. I think I'm struggling with the fact that Schroeder has just been going from team to team to team to team after having such the reason why he was called upon out of Brooklyn is because he was playing so well as a starter. And now he's just been shifted and demoted essentially in these roles. And now we'll have to come off the bench.
I think Schroeder is a guy. I mean, like when you look at the way he plays internationally, I think people get this idea that, he can go blend in as a starter. I just think he's like a sixth man in the NBA. And that's probably his best role. Just don't try to put him in an offense. Let him be the motor or whatever for a bench unit. Also, welcome to the ecosystem. Kelly Eco.
Yo.
On the pod.
Scroll up, Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly, we got a little bit of an echo, man. Maybe we got to switch your mic to the laptop.
I got echo?
Mic. Yeah, just switch to the laptop mic for me, if you can. That he came in hot. What about the Celtics, Jarrett?
That's why they call him Kelly Echo.
Kind of quiet for them.
Yeah, that was the expectation. I mean, let's see what happens here. They've snuck a few right at the buzzer in recent years. I mean, they had a trade that they got done with 30 seconds left a couple years ago. Their main objective at this point was they've been trying to trade Jaden Springer since the preseason. I think I reported on that at the beginning of the year. He just cost them so much money because of their tax situation. So they're saving $16 million off the books by getting rid of him. They're not going to make it all the way down below the second apron unless they want to do something like trade Drew Holiday or something like that. So we'll see if they want to shake up here because their issue this year is they're just not everyone is shooting great. Not everyone is playing great. They were last year. Al Horford isn't shooting that well. Holiday has been shooting poorly. So maybe they want to make a move there. But I think it's most likely they kind of just hold the fort down here. Maybe we see them do something to get a big in the door. Gershon Yabusele was a name that was coming up because the Sixers were going to be limited in what they could do to keep him, but they've made some moves to drop below the tax. It seems like they're setting themselves up to open up the mid-level for Yabu this summer. So there's not a lot of guys out there that seem like clear upgrades over Luke Cornett, but we should probably expect them to be active on the buyout market, going for some of those vet wings that'll be out there. Torrey Craig is a name that I've been hearing a lot the last couple days from people around the league. So I think that's probably their most likely path forward.
I think Luke Cornett has been really, really good this year, by the way. I
solid,
don't know if they need an upgrade over Luke Cornett. But we get this in the chat from Abidos. How is Larry Nance going to make it through this trade deadline? I mean, I actually, with this DeAndre Hunter move, that was the guy that popped in my head, was Larry Nance. What team is going to take him? I mean, he would work theoretically, as far as the fit goes for a team like Boston.
Nance is really interesting because he has started shooting the ball really well. He's having his first good shooting season of his career. He's been recovering from a hand injury, so we'll see how that injury affects him over the rest of the season. But he's a pretty key locker room guy for Atlanta, and I'm not sure if Atlanta wants to get rid of him because they really love him. But obviously, he's the kind of guy that he comes into any locker room and he just kind of makes everybody happier. And you need that, obviously, in a playoff run. So we'll see, because Atlanta's business is a little conflicting over the last couple hours, where they were looking to clear salary, not take on long-term salary. They were trying to get a first. They didn't accomplish that in the end. And, taking in Terrence Mann, I think he's on a longer-term deal, right? So I'm not 100% sure exactly what they're going for here. It should be, I feel like they probably have one other move coming now or in the summer to make it all kind of make sense.
We actually, we got someone asking in the chat, what Atlanta's doing. Why is Atlanta, tanking essentially when they don't have their pick? Well, Kelly, do you have an answer on that? You just reading.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're good now. Kelly, why is Atlanta? Why are they tanking when they don't have their own pick?
Why are they tanking?
I mean, it feels like it, right?
Have you been to Atlanta recently? That's a confusing franchise right there. It seems like they're like the Western. Well, no, they're like the Bulls 2.0 or the Bulls 1.5. They never really go all the way into a rebuild. They're never going to really try and contend. They're just going to be stuck in the middle. And I think just right now, the trade that they sent Cody Zeller and the international rights to Alpha Kappa. That's a Fred Katz deep cut right there. It's just one of those things where the Hawks just tread water. They want to be in 9th or 10th for as long as they can and try and make snapping in the play-in. But this has been a pretty confusing time if you're going to be a member of the Hawks right now.
Got people asking if they're going to trade Dyson Daniels. I can't imagine.
No.
Untouchable, right?
I'd be shocked. Dyson Daniels.
Yeah. But no. This Dennis Schroeder.
They're not trading Dyson Daniels.
No way.
He's the second most untouchable player on
these are vets who they're trading. There has been noise about them making DeAndre Hunter available literally for years. There was always a DeAndre Hunter in Atlanta. Before DeAndre Hunter, it was John Collins.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if John Collins is the old DeAndre Hunter or if DeAndre Hunter is the new John Collins. But there's always one of those guys. Hunter was somebody who they were looking to get off of his money, and they ended up getting some decent value for him back. And you talk about getting off long-term money. It's like Karis LeVert is $16 million expiring this year. That's something. So yeah, they're taking back Terrence Mann in a deal. They're also getting off of Hunter's future money, which is in the 20s. So I haven't done the math yet and seen exactly how it all amounts in terms of like their 25, 26 money, but they're sending out money on some other trades too.
Okay, guys, the chat has got me nervous. Durant Grizzlies rumors, is this real? I don't know.
Bob Myers said on ESPN that the Grizzlies made a push for Kevin Durant, but Durant said no to going to Memphis.
Everyone's saying no to Memphis.
Everybody's saying no to Memphis. Guys, question for everybody. 8 minutes. It's actually 5 minutes now. Will Vucevic move? Will the Bulls actually move?
Doubt it.
Are you asking? Is that question supposed to ask if the Bulls are going to trade Vucevic, or is it asking if he's actually going to move on defense?
Oh,
you can tell Fred's not going to be in Chicago anytime soon.
You know what? That was too mean.
Marcus Smart trade coming in.
Marcus Smart to the Warriors, which, to be fair,
the
Wizards, which he's at the Wizards stage of his career. Sadly. Like he is kind of at that point.
I don't like the way that the Wizards are kind of like the afterthought of the NBA. Like, let's just go put people in Washington when we're like, I don't like that. I'm not a fan.
The good news is they got smart leadership, I think, now. And so they're finally tearing them down to hopefully move forward. Didn't it feel like they were just on an island doing nothing?
Yeah,
they
that's
said
what
this
I'm saying.
year.
Years.
That's a great point because
There's
Scott,
no focal. Sorry,
they're doing a great job. No, they're doing a great job because they've been involved in a teardown now for how long? I mean, Fred,
since Fred was there.
So, then they came into this year saying we haven't even started yet. This is amazing job security.
Yeah, they're finally moving forward by going backward a little bit.
We haven't even started to be bad yet. Just wait until you see how bad we're gonna get. And like they're teasing it. This front office has like 6 years left, right? Like they're punting the expectations down the road. The only thing that would speed them up is if they somehow got Cooper Flag this year.
The Great White Hope.
they are
not on Black History Month. Not during Black History Month, Kelly. We're not doing this today.
Sorry, the Wizards could get Ace Bailey.
Can we talk about who this trade is really about, though? Because it's not about Marcus Smart. This trade is about Jaren. This trade is about Jaren Jackson Jr. Because now the Grizzlies get off of Marcus Smart's $21 million for next season.
Ooh,
they are probably going to have the ability to create cap space, which they're going to need to be able to renegotiate and extend Jaren Jackson and pay him a significantly higher salary, because they're going to need to be able to do that with cap space strategically. And I would bet you that is where this ends up, because they love Jaren Jackson there, as they should. He is an awesome player. He's having an incredible season on both sides of the ball, and they are going to pay him to make sure he stays there. And I bet you that's where it ends up this summer, now that they've gotten off of Smart. They have been offering that package, Marcus Smart in the first. They have been offering that around to anybody who can offer them up cap space in the upcoming summer. This is what they had targeted. So I bet you that's where this ends up. This is going to end up with Jaren Jackson staying in Memphis for the long haul.
Yeah, they talked.
And Memphis had like
teams,
20 guys under Taylor Jenkins' rotation. So it's like at some point Smart hasn't really played. He's been hurt this whole time. They've kind of moved on without him. Scottie Pippen Jr. is taking on that role as the backup point guard, and it seems like his arrival, it just never really panned out. So if you can get something for him, then by all means do it.
We've been getting a lot of Pelicans questions in the chat, which I've found to be fascinating. Right. I found it fascinating. But Derek Snyder asks, do you think the Pelicans are done? Done as in like toast? Yes. Done at the trade deadline? Probably. I just don't think they've got anything else they can do. I think that the Pelicans have an interesting summer coming up because this was.
Dave, did you see the Kevin Porter Jr. move?
For Marjon Beauchamp.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shout out, G League. Okay.
I don't know if that
Go
does
ahead.
much.
Move the needle.
The Pelicans, though, is there a chance that they move on from Zion this summer? This was, I think Trey Murphy and his emergence has maybe made that a little bit of an easier conversation to have.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I mean, it makes sense if you're thinking about it from the standpoint of finally moving past that point and past that period, because let's face it, like the Zion period never really came to fruition. It never really panned out how everyone thought it would be. And given how Trey Murphy's development has ascended rapidly over the last month or so, he's looking like a guy that even if he's not going to be a tier 2 guy or even maybe a tier 2.5 guy, he's someone that you can build around if you pair him with, DeJounte Murray. You still have youth over there. He's Misi. Like there are some pieces over there to work with. And if you're good to move on, you could theoretically get a big haul for him. So it's like if you're New Orleans, you kind of want to roll the dice at some point.
We also got
what's Memphis doing?
Well,
they got too many players.
They turned down his when they turned down his option.
I'm sad about that.
LaRavia was always on his way out, although he's had a really kind of a fun year.
He really has.
Well, guys, we just hit the deadline.
It's over.
So
Warriors
still
are done.
a bull.
Sorry.
Nikola Vucevic.
Focus on that.
No longer a Maverick. Luka Doncic.
Oh,
there it is.
This has been a fun deadline.
Yeah. I gotta say, I feel the same way. Glass of cognac. Also disappointed in the Jazz. I thought that maybe they would get in on something.
As a facilitator in the deal?
As a facilitator, yeah.
Yeah.
No buzzer beaters that I know of. I'm not seeing anything.
I think that's what my confusion was on the
James Wiseman to Toronto.
Oh,
there's one for you.
These last second ones are the ones that I'm just like, what's happening? Like, they could have done that
There's
yesterday.
still a few minutes left for stuff to come out.
Cleaning up the books.
That's true.
I believe they still use faxes in the NBA office.
Basically, there's a filing queue for these things to set up trade calls. So teams, I think, just have to get into the queue before it hits 3:00, and then they got to get on calls. So it's going to take a little bit of time. So a lot of the time these deals are getting leaked before they're even official with the league. It's just the agreement gets out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something else come down. But I mean, James Wiseman getting traded kind of changes the shape of the East. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, who's that issue they're going to work with now in the second unit?
Keith Parish from Grits and Grinds, the Memphis Grizzlies podcast, here to celebrate the Grizzlies saving money.
We saved some money, guys. I think. We don't even know what we'd salary dump to Marcus Smart for, do we?
I did not see the other side of the deal.
I mean, this is exciting news. The 39 games Marcus Smart played on the Grizzlies come to a merciful end, I guess. A catastrophic move now from a couple of years ago. No, I'm actually sitting here waiting, refreshing my phone to find out. Like
2 seconds, 2 second round picks to Memphis.
But is that the entire return? That's interesting. If the Wizards, I mean, I don't have my spreadsheets open. If the Wizards just absorbed the Marcus Smart contract, I mean, that's not a lot of return for the investment they placed in Marcus Smart. Meanwhile, Jake LaRavia heading out the door. The Grizzlies now have open roster spots. So I don't know. I guess we're waiting to see what exactly, if there's any more to what's going to happen with that deal.
Man. So I think that this is probably all we got, guys. Let's recap just briefly recap the day. We started out, well, I guess late last night. We had the Lakers getting Mark Williams in a surprising trade, but pretty good one, I think. Jimmy Butler goes to the Warriors. Andrew Wiggins and pieces go to Miami. I think it's a very good deal if you're Miami. What do you guys like, Keith? You're just getting here. What's your favorite trade here at the deadline, like the last day or so?
I mean, the day or so. I'm proud of the Cavaliers for making what feels like an aggressive move and actually going and get DeAndre Hunter, someone to add some added scoring and shooting for them. I thought maybe there'd be a similar move. Like we thought, would the Thunder get super aggressive? Would someone go get Cam Johnson? Would a contender do that? So I guess probably the Hunter trade. Beyond that, it's all like everyone dodged the luxury tax. Good job, everybody. The Sixers got Jared Butler. Cool. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't. That's the only one that feels like an aggressive, like, hey, we're trying to actually get better here.
And here is that LaRavia trade, by the way. It was a 2028 second rounder.
Well, I mean, LaRavia is the weird situation where they declined his player options, so it was going to be hard for him to stay on the team. He's been playing really, really well. So, I mean, maybe he'll actually contribute in Sacramento.
Now Taylor Jenkins can play 12 guys instead of 13.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, can you – right now I think they only have 12 guys. So, again, I'm curious to find out what's going on with the roster. They have 13, I'm pretty sure. But some players have to come back to Memphis.
Scott, big question for you. Who did Danny Ainge almost trade for?
I thought, that's the fact. It's probably got to be like the trouble is they're not in a winning mode, right?
Right. So
I was going to say, my first thought was Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler. We were all in on it, but why would you be? But that is a great tradition, unlike any other during this month, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is a weird thing. I wonder, at what point do the teams with picks become aggressive with those picks? Is it this coming summer that we see OKC or Utah try to push them all in and get a guy, or is it that summer of 2026 when a lot of people are going to be free agents? And
that would be a good thing just because it'd break up some of the picks. We need those picks to go elsewhere so that more of that capital was across the league versus like 3 teams.
Yeah, and Andrew Schlecht is going to get upset with me for talking about it, but yes, I would love to see OKC move some of those picks around. The thing is, though, OKC is
mention my name like that.
OKC is just in an interesting place where they what do they need? They don't need to move these picks. Like this is it's the ultimate case of dry powder. Because they don't need it. No one's attacking their gates.
Yeah, I mean they've got a lot to do between now and the playoffs to integrate Chet. And so part of it is I think they have a team they really like. The chemistry is really good. There's not really any silver bullet out there. And I also just frankly think that they need more evaluation with the team they have. And it's interesting because everybody's like, oh, Cam Johnson, he fits so well. Well, they could theoretically have another crack at Cam Johnson in the summer. Say that things don't go well this playoffs and they get bounced in the conference finals and in a way where it's man, they really just need a bigger guy to shoot the rock. And it's he's still there. I also just think that I think the Thunder are a team that has the ability to care about today and also 8 years from now. And I think that they do care about the long-term health of the franchise. And I think that they are using these picks and they're going to keep kind of hunting them down the road. We saw them do it with a second rounder. I'll bet you they'll do it at the draft where they take some of the, 1 or 2 of the first rounders they have now and try to punt those to the future just so that, whenever these guys are in their primes, they'll be able to make trades and have picks and even, add first round guys to their roster. And so I think that they're very happy with their roster. They should be. They're the number 1 team right now in the league by net rating. They have the best defense and they're adding Chet, who you could argue is their most impactful defender. I think that they rightfully stood pat.
Yeah. There was no one that, in my opinion, that they could add that would really move the needle all that much. Although maybe they could have made a trade for Luka Doncic, Andrew.
I think they like the superstar they have. I'll say that.
Andrew.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I want to jump in. I have a plan that I feel like the rest of the league should implement to actually catch up with the Thunder.
Let's hear it.
This is certainly collusion, but what if no one trades with the Thunder? What if everyone agrees we're not going to trade with the Thunder? That's the way we beat them. They have to use every one of those stupid second-round picks. They have to use every one of those first-round picks. Well, eventually, you'll just be like drafting and waiving guys. So if every team was like, no, I'm not trading with you, deal with it, that's how you break up this super team.
I think you're suggesting, so the Thunder are building a new arena that'll be here in 2028. I think what you're actually suggesting is that the Thunder have two teams. And they just create another.
You could move the first one back to Seattle, Andrew.
No, you just move it across the street to the new arena. You just have two Oklahoma City teams. Now, it is a hilarious idea, but eventually, it's like somebody's going to be tempted by.
You got to hold the line. Hold the line. Don't trade with the Thunder.
It's a fun idea for sure. Because
what would happen, Andrew, if the Thunder wore Seattle Supersonics jerseys the way that the Grizzlies wear Vancouver Grizzlies jerseys?
I don't think it would be good. I think the Thunder do their best to ignore the Seattle Supersonics stuff and keep that history out of the way for good reason.
Be loud, be proud, Andrew.
About what? About what?
Well, it's just your history. Don't be so ashamed of what happened.
Yeah, no. Not Sonics are not Thunder history. That's for sure. No one.
Dave, what were you going to ask me before I cut you off? I'm still trying to figure out.
I was going to ask you
why the Grizzlies salary dumped Marcus Smart for nothing instead of at least holding on to his salary into the summer. So then maybe you could use that in a trade or something, or at least can he not play on? Oh, I don't know, the second team in the West that's heading into the playoffs.
Right.
I'm still. Is there another shoe to drop, or did they really just say no? Get out of here. We'll just roll with the guys we have, and maybe I don't know, sign another two-way guy to the regular contract.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be that. Well, Fred laid it out. This is very much about Jaren Jackson and locking up that long-term contract for him. I don't know. What's the biggest, I guess, who got the biggest upgrade, non-Luka edition at the deadline? Hi, Lauren Williams.
Hi.
We know it wasn't Atlanta.
No. Oh Lord, is that for me?
Yeah, sure. You're jumping in here. Who got the biggest addition? Was it Cleveland picking up DeAndre Hunter?
Yeah, I think that was a big get for them, just because one, he of course was one of the people in the running for Sixth Man of the Year. He's just been having a phenomenal season, finally breaking out, finally healthy. But if it's not the Cavs, I would probably go with the Lakers. I don't know. I can't think of any other team, obviously, other than the Mavs, maybe. But yeah, Lakers got so much better with that Luka deal. So it's hard to compete with that, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, that's like a grand slam. As a matter of fact, it's like a home run to win the World Series.
Yeah, pretty much.
To make that trade. Anybody got anything interesting like that has popped up for them? Any thoughts about
the Wizards picked up Chris Middleton and Marcus Smart? So like two of the best veterans available out there. No, yeah, sorry, I don't have a real answer.
You got any pet peeves about how the deadlines worked out? Grievances?
Yeah, somebody explain to me what Toronto's doing. This is the fourth year in a row that Toronto has traded a first-round pick for somebody on an expiring contract at the deadline. They did it with Kelly Olynyk.
You called
last year. There he is. There he is. Maybe you can explain it. Like,
yeah.
Why is Toronto trading first-round picks for Jakob Poeltl and for Kelly Olynyk?
Yeah.
And for Brandon Ingram when they are just bottom of the barrel, and now they're going to get weirdly expensive depending on if they re-sign Ingram. Like, look, if this is all just a play to get Ingram's bird rights because you have intel that you're going to be able to sign and trade him somewhere this summer, then, I take it back. But if this is a play to have Brandon Ingram long-term and lock him into a roster that's proven to be not anywhere close to a winning team, I just don't understand. Like they made the Pirtle trade with San Antonio, and that's gonna be a good pick. Like that was a good pick going to San Antonio.
Yeah, it was Rob Dillingham, right? That's what it ended up being. That got traded. Yeah. So look, I agree with you. The process has been very confusing for the Toronto Raptors over the last little bit. And sorry, someone's like ruffling box. 1 second. Give me a second.
Sorry, S's dog is doing some rearranging.
He's protesting.
I'm back. Okay,
There we go.
No, yeah, it's been the weirdest of processes, man. Fred, I feel the exact same way that you do, because it felt like they were choosing a direction last year by selling off on OG Anunoby, moving Pascal Siakam. They thought, hey, we're entering this rebuild, a long rebuild, imaginably, with, the whole Scotty Barnes, IQ, RJ Barretts of the world. But then they go ahead and trade for BI. And to me, that's a signal of two different things. One, there's probably a level of pressure for this team to turn into a playoff team quicker from ownership than they expect to. And two, there is probably some concern whether the Barrett Quickly group will actually be long-term for this team. And so they're looking at Ingram as sort of like an option B, a plan B to what happens here. And if you do sign Ingram to an extension, which I don't know what will be, because Michael Grange reported like a $40 million deal. They have 144, which I believe is the extension Bobby Marks reported. I'd be like $48 million a year, something along the lines of that. That's a lot for a guy who has not played more than 65 games since his rookie year. And a guy who, despite his, I guess, talents as a mid-range scorer, has been flawed generally in terms of fitting in with other guys. So to your point, man, I don't understand what they're doing, but I think their idea, I agree, by the way, Brandon Ingram.
It's a good call.
It is an interesting comp. The idea that they're going about is they can't sign free agents. They can't get talent in the door unless it's through the draft. And if they have to accelerate this process, then they're doing it by adding talent, which is Brandon Ingram. And they hope that somehow, some way, the fit will work. That's the question. But I agree. I am just as confused as you. And the buying every single deadline for the last 4 seasons has been equally as confusing to me, because you should be in asset accumulation mode instead of trying to work and thread the needle here and try and win in a weird position.
It seems to be counterproductive to their short-term goals to pick up a player like Brandon Ingram. I just don't get it. What's the point in being bad all year if you're just going to get Brandon Ingram? Another team that's confusing. I'm glad Lauren's here for this, because it's the Atlanta Hawks. Look, this is they started the year out. They're fun. They're not necessarily good, but they're competitive. Like, the pieces start to make a little bit more sense around Trae Young, and a lot of that's Jalen Johnson. Obviously, he gets hurt, but DeAndre Hunter was having his best season as a pro and really made that team work. And now it just seems like they're sort of tanking, but they don't have their own pick. And they got rid of a piece in DeAndre Hunter I thought should have been a more long-term thinking piece.
Yeah.
So what the heck are the Hawks doing?
It's, as you said, it's definitely strange. I think and I've said this before locally, that I think he is kind of confusing because the last couple of years have been like a small sample size of consistency because he's been healthy. And you never know when that knee injury might flare up with him. So I think the Hawks saw that he was kind of at his highest value that he's been at since he's been in the league, and decided to jump on it, especially because it's felt like over these past couple of seasons that they've been doing like a soft tank, even though they don't own their own picks. And so I think it's favorable just because Karras is on an expiring deal. Niang was only making $8 million next season. So cap wise, it might work out for them. Terrence Mann is a little bit younger, who came over in that Clippers deal for Bogey. Obviously Bones Highland as well as somebody that they think can still have a ceiling or can still reach his ceiling. So in everything that we've seen, it feels like the Hawks are still sort of shifting toward a younger team. And maybe it still sort of aligns with timeline with Trey. So we'll see. You give DeAndre a fresh start just because there were always questions of that long-term fit with Trey and whether they could make that coexist because he's such a rhythm guy and Trey needs the ball in his hands. And I think maybe he's in a better spot with the Cavaliers because now he's competing, and as opposed to waiting and seeing what this team will still try to build out.
Yeah, he's a great fit. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a game-changing trade for the Cavaliers, in my opinion. And right on time.
William.
Right on time. Will Guillory, right on time, because Derek Snyder just asked us, Will, any word how far under the cap the Pels are now that BI and Tice are gone, which is, to me, one of the most depressing basketball fan questions I have ever read, because the Pelicans are supposed to be this fun, young, exciting, competitive team, and man, the rails just kind of fell off.
I would love to ask Will about BI after this, by the way.
But did they get under the cap? Are they under the cap?
Yeah.
How far?
Officially under the cap. I can tell you that was the #1 goal in New Orleans, to get under the cap, to get under the luxury tax. They can maintain their streak of never paying the luxury tax in the history of the franchise. I just want to go on forever. I want it to be like a
run
streak that never ends. But yeah, I mean, they, obviously you're not going to pay the luxury tax on a team that has 12 wins at the NBA trade deadline. But knowing the situation they were in with Brandon Ingram, him going into the final year, his deal, it wasn't a shock to see him go. I think Toronto being the team, maybe being a little bit of a surprise considering they only have 4 more wins than the Pelicans right now. But I think, moving BI, getting under the tax, kind of getting actually some pretty decent draft assets in return, getting that lightly protected Indiana Pacers pick in 26 is pretty good. So I think they're feeling pretty good about where they are. I think the question now is, when do they do with Bruce Brown? What do they do with Kelly Olynyk? Is Kelly Olynyk a guy they might move in the summer? Do they think he could be a big that can fit next to Z? I think those are questions that are coming up. But it's definitely different not having BI around, just because he's been such a mainstay over the past 6 years.
Let me ask a question to the group. How did Cam Johnson stay in Brooklyn?
The Nets set their price too high from the beginning.
Right.
And they couldn't come down from it. And I think they did a similar thing with Dorian Finney-Smith, but they ended up coming down from it. I was so surprised after they did the Mikal Bridges trade, because when they did the Mikal Bridges trade, they, in conjunction, made a trade with Houston, which received back full control of their 2025 first-round pick. And that was before free agency started. And I was so surprised, because what that was that was a bet against themselves. It was a bet on themselves to be bad. We control our own pick in the Cooper Flag draft, in a draft where there's a top 3 that everybody wants, and we are going to make sure that we stink. And I thought, come the summer, because it was June when they agreed on that trade, I thought come the start of free agency, they're going to be able to get off of Cam Johnson because he's a good player long term. They're going to be able to get off of Dorian Finney-Smith. They're going to trade all their good players, and they are just going to tank this thing all the way to the bottom. And they kept too many good players, and they're not going to be able to get into the top of the lottery odds right now. They're just too good. Jordy's too good of a coach as well, by the way. They are well coached, and they play crazy hard. And now they're stuck with, and Cam Johnson, meanwhile, is having a great year. They're stuck with good players who are going to potentially hurt them. And you can always get lucky in the lottery, but the whole point of tanking is to increase your odds, not to guarantee anything, to increase your odds. And right now they made that trade to get their pick back. And the way that trade is worth it is if the pick is really high, and there's a chance that it might not be high enough to justify that now. I was really surprised they set the price so high and that they ended up holding on to those guys into the season, let alone past the deadline for some of them.
I think sorry, Jared.
Team called in and said, if Luka only got 1 pick, you can't get 2 for Cam Johnson. I'm sorry. That's the way it goes.
I think one thing, Fred, I'm pretty sure there are 3.5 games out from the bottom 4, which gives you a shot at the 1. I think we're going to see some very interesting lineup choices up ahead.
Yeah.
And Cam Cam's ankle is probably pretty sore right about now. But it'll probably be fine this summer when it's time to trade him before the draft, where you can still get 2 first-round picks.
Right.
But I mean, the price has been 2 firsts since the summer. They held out, but they have another year. I think they feel confident that come draft time, they'll be able to move him for the price that they want. And also, once you get to the draft, part of the value of the trade will also be being able to move within the draft order as well. So maybe there's like, you can trade with the team a pick or 2 above them and you include Cam as a sweetener, something like that. Probably not, but so I think they're betting that they'll have that flexibility this summer, and they'll be able to have good synergy between the front office and the coaching staff and what kind of development they're looking to do during the second half of the season.
I think one of the things, like Cam Johnson wise, that I'm very curious about is why OKC didn't just pay that high asking price, because I understand the price was probably very high, 2 picks, probably, maybe more. I'm not sure, but it's inconsequential for the Thunder. It doesn't matter for OKC, and adding a guy who's as lethal of a shooter as Cam is, as a guy who can connect offensive lineups, basically connect actions all together. I don't necessarily understand why OKC didn't do it, knowing that they could cobble up the deals to be able to make this work. I don't get it.
I mean, I can tell you why.
Thank you, Fred. I was going to say, Fred, please tell us why.
You can agree or disagree, but I can tell you why.
Yeah.
Number one, with OKC, it's not just about the picks, because you got to match salary, right?
Right.
So if you're doing a trade, you're sending out like Aaron Wiggins, and you're sending out Kenrich Williams, and maybe something else.
Ousmane Dieng. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And Ousmane Dieng, let's say.
Sure.
And you're sending out 2 first-round picks. And OKC doesn't want to get rid of Kenrich Williams and Aaron Wiggins. They have looked at this roster as a group that has risen together through the tanking years and all the way up. And I can tell you that there has been conversation in that front office about, like, yes, the NBA is a business and it will always be a business. But guess who's never experienced that for the most part? The guys in that locker room, other than the Josh Giddey trade, which everybody knew was coming. After that playoff series, they have not really experienced that. So what happens if you trade away J Will, not J Dub, J Will, even though we think of him on the outside as just like an end of the rotation guy who will come in and take charges and hit a shot every once in a while. But on the inside, he's like an integral part of that locker room. And they have a really, really, really tight-knit team. Same goes for Aaron Wiggins, who was given up on by other teams and has been really good for them as a role player and re-signed. Same thing goes for Isaiah Joe with the exact same story. Same thing goes with Kasem Wallace, who has been really, really good. And I don't think, with how beautifully they play together and how egoless that team plays, they have like the most egalitarian screening system in the league.
They do. Yeah.
They have all of the smallest. I went up to Kasem Wallace recently and I was like, do you think that you're just you roll off your screens more than any guy your size in the NBA? Like, he just plays like a stretch 4, and they have a very egoless roster. And part of that is because of how tight knit that group is and how close they are, even with Mark Daigneault, who coached a lot of those guys in the G League. Like, I think OKC was like, it's not worth it for what maybe might be an on paper upgrade to inject this sort of business like sort of thing into a locker room that like does all of their post game interviews together, keep that going. And I don't think they're in a rush, because they're the youngest team in the league. They're the best team in the league, and they have more picks than anybody in the league. And they're going to be able to lock these guys up. They're not worried about keeping people long-term. I understand if you disagree with that logic. I think you could very reasonably disagree. But I also think there's a lot of intelligence behind that thought process as well. They want to see if this group can do it.
They haven't been healthy for one game this season, right? They haven't had their full team. They probably feel like a lot of people do, that adding Chet back is a huge midseason move that they have to adjust for. And Cam Johnson didn't even get moved. He's going to be there this summer. So if they make this run and they say, you know what, we were a Cam Johnson away, they can go get him. I think the patience that they've shown is actually, so it's what teams that can't get free agents should be doing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Chet is their biggest trade deadline acquisition, which is the part of this equation. Andrew, what's going on, brother?
Yeah. Well, there's also a healthy belief in Nikola Topic too. And if you're dealing for a person that's going to take away shots and possessions and all of that, it's going to be even harder to develop him. And so like there's just a lot going on. I think that you can also look back to the last deadline. We talked about this earlier, but like they dealt for Gordon Hayward in large part because he had a big expiring salary and they could go get Isaiah Hartenstein after that. But they also thought that he could like fit in and work with this team. I think that there was clearly a belief that could happen. They played him in the playoffs and the dude just refused to shoot the basketball because he was just a curmudgeon. And like I don't think anybody thought it would go that way. And so I think that not only do they really like their team, I just think that they are protective of it in ways. And they saw what a guy like Gordon Hayward did, where like it just didn't work out in a lot of ways. And so I think that they're protective of like the chemistry and things like that. And there is ripple effects of trading players. And eventually they're going to have to do that. Like eventually that's going to happen in Oklahoma City, but like they don't have to do it right now. They like their guys. They want more development to happen. And like they want to win now. They also want to win with this team in 7 years, you know? And so like they're like a team that they want to have the longevity. Like that, like there's no question about it. They want to kind of do the same thing they did the first time around. And so with that, they're not just planning for June this year. They're planning to hopefully be playing into June for, you know, the next decade.
We're also talking about Cam Johnson, by the way. It's not like it's Luka Doncic or, you know, Anthony Davis or somebody like that. So
those guys, that's
right.
the thing. It's like they have those guys. They don't need to go acquire those guys. So there's no,
To
Andrew,
push, to push back on all of that, just the one counter argument is just like egalitarian maybe doesn't get you everywhere you want to go, and title windows are super short and close rapidly, and you have no idea when they're gonna close rapidly. Hearing Fred talk about like all the players and how young they are, I had like Grizzlies 2022 flashbacks. It's like I've heard this story. And it's like, they're like, we want to grow as a team and we have all these post-game interviews together. And so we don't want to short circuit anything. And I'm just like, man, the title window's closed right now. The Thunder, historically amazing. If one play in one playoff series, if it's Cam Johnson, who you need to make the shot, or Aaron Wiggins, who last season in the playoffs did not make his shots, it's like, that's kind of why you do it. But, you know, just there's the pushback argument.
Can I just say, I think Keith is terrible for the vibes.
Listen, I have Marvin Bagley on my team.
Send Keith to Brooklyn.
True. Oh, is that what happened? Marvin Bagley.
We'll update. Yeah, Marvin Bagley and Johnny Davis.
Yeah, keep your head up, Luca. You're not the highest drafted guy from your draft class to get drafted at this year's trade deadline. That's Marvin Bagley.
Schroeder, Keith, that's crazy.
Oh man, Johnny Davis. Wow, I haven't heard that.
This is a good point, right? From the chat, we've never seen it like this before, where you had a team that is so young and is they're the best team in basketball right now. They're super young and they also have a full cupboard when it comes to assets in future drafts.
I just wanted to somewhat breaking news, actually pretty surprising because he's been moved so much today. Dennis Schroeder is retiring from the NBA.
What?
After a 12-year career.
You know what? Listen. I spent a few weeks during the.
Oh, I
World
got
Cup.
charms.
You got. Okay, I was going to say.
Oh no!
You got sent to.
Okay, so I was going to say.
Must really.
I'm leaving.
Okay,
I'm exiling myself.
His thing the other day, where he was talking about. And now, listen, he maybe went a little. He went a little off the rails when he was talking about the trades. But that being said, look, it hits these guys a little bit differently than I think we would give him credit for, especially a guy like Dennis Schroeder, who he's now been moved a lot, a couple times in his career, and that guy is very, very like close with his family. So if he had retired, it wouldn't shock me.
That's why it seemed plausible.
Would you rather play in Detroit or Barcelona? I think I'd go do Barcelona.
And then Schroeder is the guy
certainly
that
you're
goes
in New
all the way
York.
back to when he like turned down the deal from the Lakers, and that was a whole thing. And then he ended up having to take a 1-year deal. So like he's been going through it for a while.
Yeah. Apologies to the people listening who
You
want
got
to
me.
kill me.
I got excited for Dennis Schroeder.
Oh man, what a day.
Oh, Keith is out. All right, there we go. All right. What else we got? Will are they gonna maybe move Zion this summer?
So I think they've been pretty happy about what he's done to get his body back right. I think when he does play basketball, Zion still looks very good. He's still a force in the paint. I think he's better defensively. I think they're asking a lot of him right now with DeJounte Murray out, needing a shot creator, a guy to run the offense. I mean, we've seen point Zion, but I think they're leaning really hard into point Zion right now. And I think that's going to be the big question because they had so much belief in what DeJounte Murray could bring to this team on and off the court. And for that guy to rupture his Achilles is just brutal because he's expensive on your team next year. You don't have another point guard who can replace his minutes.
Yeah.
I think they believed a lot in what he could do for Zion as a guy who could communicate on Zion's level, get him bought in to staying in shape, committing on defense, being a part of the team. And for that guy to, not just be gone this year, but what are the Achilles? We're thinking, maybe Christmas next year, maybe beyond that. So I think that's going to be a huge question for the Pels going into the offseason. And I think they want to try to figure it out with Zion and Trey Murphy as their two guys. But I think it's going to be really difficult with B.I. gone and, DeJounte potentially gone for a big chunk of next season as well.
And it's the Pelicans. So that whatever happens toward the tail end of his rehab and when he starts coming back, it's going to be weird as far as like when he even gets reintegrated into the lineup. I mean, at least Trey Murphy's a star.
By then as well.
Yeah, at least Trey Murphy is a star. I think that's the one takeaway that you can make from this season if you're the Pelicans.
Hey, I just have a quick question for Will because Raptors, they're going to talk in a second about their trade deadline, but they've obviously acquired Brandon Ingram now. Fred asked me why that made sense for the Raptors. Didn't have a great answer because I also agree with him that it doesn't make sense for the Toronto Raptors. Sell me on the fact that Brandon Ingram is a Raptor now. Like what are the positives of this deal for Toronto?
I don't think I'm the greatest salesman right now because I'm probably with y'all. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense not only to give up assets, but to invest heavily in what the contract that BI is looking for. Maybe north of $40 million to pay that much when you're already invested in Emmanuel quickly. RJ Barrett's got a pretty decent deal. Obviously, they love Scotty Barnes there.
Yep.
I don't know how those four guys are going to fit together on the court. There's a lot of guys who want the ball in their hands. BI kind of made an effort this season to shoot more threes to kind of be a better fit next to Zion and DeJounte Murray. But he's not a guy who's going to be like taking 10 3-pointers a game. He wants to get his pick and rolls. He wants his post-ups. That's who BI is. So I think it's a real interesting fit they're trying to do. But I think, we've seen this from Masai where he wants to buy low on a big wing with long arms who can play multiple positions. That's what they love out there in Toronto. So I think they're going to try to figure it out with that group. And I think BI just wanted to go somewhere where they were invested in him long term. So I think that was a win for him. I don't know how much he loves the winners out there in Toronto, but I think he'll be out. I think the money that they'll pay him will keep him warm at night. But I think the big question for me is how do you make quickly Barrett, Ingram, Barnes work? And I think they got a lot of size. I think they're going to be pretty decent defensively, but how those guys are going to score night to night, I think is going to be a big question.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, sorry, Trick.
Will, I got one for you. What's the likelihood on Bruce Brown getting bought out? Everybody assumes Bruce Brown is getting bought out.
Mm-hmm.
But when I think about it strategically, and this isn't me reporting anything via sources, I'm just thinking about it. Bruce Brown's best chance to get paid this summer is with bird rights. If he takes a buyout, he loses his bird rights, and he's going to sign for a minimum with somebody, and then he's going to be able to sign for 120% of that minimum, or for somebody else's exception. There's a chance he might not get somebody's exception because there might be a lot of guys who end up like Tyus Jones said last year and Gary Trent Jr. did last year when they end up getting squeezed by a market that isn't going to want to give money to veterans, and teams are going to want to use the mid-level exception as a trade exception and whatever else. And guys like that are going to have to take minimums. I think there's more of an argument that people say for him not to take the buyout, but I have no idea. I haven't done any reporting on it. Because he could obviously help a contender. Do you think that he ends up taking a buyout there? Do you think he doesn't? Do you have no idea? Am I asking you stuff that that nobody is thinking about, but other than me and Bruce Brown?
There's something I can go to Fred for is to think of stuff that nobody else is thinking about. To be honest, I haven't put a whole lot of thought into whether or not they would buy him out. I think a big thing for them was just getting somebody that was going to come off the books next year. When you look at that roster next year, Zion's obviously expensive. DeJounte Murray, Trey Murphy, Herb Jones is making a pretty good amount of money. That they're paying a lot of guys. And, as we've mentioned before, they don't want to pay the luxury tax. So I think they want to, remove some of these deals, invest more in some of the young guys that they already have on the roster. But I mean, how Griff is, though. He wants those veteran voices in the locker room, especially surrounding Zion Williamson. That's why they love C.J. McCollum so much. That's why I think C.J. is probably going to be in New Orleans beyond this current contract, just because they want that presence in the locker room. And Bruce Brown is a guy with experience, who can speak to Zion or Trey Murphy. But I think keeping him beyond this season, I think it's just going to depend on what that number looks like. And I think if you're Bruce Brown, you probably would prefer to just go to a contender, right, than going to a Pelicans team, like we've already mentioned, that's got a lot of questions about how they're going to recover from DeJounte Murray. There's always questions about Zion and his health. So I think the smarter move for them would probably be just to continue to stack up assets, bring in some more young talent, some cheap contracts, and pray to the basketball guys that they can get a full season out of Zion Williamson next year and kind of go from there.
Very interesting time to be covering the New Orleans Pelicans, I imagine, right? Well,
interesting time to cover the New Orleans Pelicans. I can tell you that much.
I actually think we have the perfect pairing right now to discuss DeJounte, because we have Lauren Williams on here, obviously, and we have Will. And
I talked to DeJounte quite a bit this year.
So,
man, oh man,
it's a wild story to think about how much Dyson popped off when he came to Atlanta, and now the DeJounte side of it not turning out the way it has for New Orleans.
Yeah.
Hindsight is always 20/20 with that type of stuff, but how do you look back on it now? I guess 8 months after the trade.
I've always been sort of high on Dyson when he was getting ready to be drafted, because when I was covering Detroit, I thought he would have been a solid pairing alongside Cade, just because both of them are such defensive-minded guards. But in Atlanta, I think he's been a really good pairing for Trey, just because when you put him alongside not only, when Jalen Johnson was healthy, but also Zachary Risache, they were just kind of a stifling force on the perimeter, and they also kind of cleared up some of Trey's defensive lapses. Though I will say Trey has been much better defensively this year than his reputation has sort of made him out to be, and I think that started last season. But I've loved covering Dyson on this team and seeing him become even more aggressive this season, leading up to this February 6th trade deadline. It's been such a refreshing or a breath of fresh air, especially because you can tell that Trey isn't 100%. There's still been some times where you kind of haven't seen that burst of speed that we're used to, and he's dealing with hamstring issues and Achilles issues, and so the Hawks are going to need more of that, especially with Jalen Johnson out. But yeah, I think Dyson has been a great addition, and it was clear that the pairing between Trey and DeJounte, as much as you wanted it to work, just was not going to long term. And so I think the Hawks, if we're going to use these giant or broad terms or definitive terms, the Hawks kind of won the trade in that regard.
Yeah, I think from the Pels perspective, I think, Dyson Daniels had a lot of fans in that building. They were very well aware of what kind of defender he was. And I think they also understood that a big part of their success last year was the fact that they had Herb Jones, Dyson Daniels, Najee Marshall, Jose Alvarado, so many guys who can make an impact defensively on a perimeter, create those turnovers, get Zion, Trey Murphy, and those guys in transition. But I think they prioritize more the need for a point guard, a guy who can organize them on offense, who can get CJ off the ball, get Zion off the ball, make life easier for them. And I think you saw a lot last year where the Pelicans struggle was late in games, getting good shots, just getting good possessions, being able to run plays, get guys in the right spots. And I think they kind of envision DeJounte being that guy. I think, Lauren and I have talked a lot this year about how much he's actually that person who they thought he was.
Mm-hmm.
And I think now there's going to be even more questions about what he looks like now coming off of a ruptured Achilles.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as much as they love Dyson, I don't think you can look at Dyson Daniels as the starting point guard next to Zion Williams and Brandon Ingram. I just don't think that fit was right. And I think, Lauren's exactly right. Putting Dyson Daniels next to a guy like Trae Young, a dominant ball handler who can create shots for everybody, that's the perfect spot for him to be in. And I think that's a big part of his success this season. But now I think it's going to be a huge question for the Pelicans. What are they going to do about this DeJounte Murray situation?
Yeah.
And how do you answer all the questions that you thought you answered with DeJounte last year? Now you still don't have a point guard. You still don't have that organizer. And now you no longer have Brandon Ingram as an option to be a shot creator next to Zion Williamson. So I think it's just tough all around, that injury. And I think, I've said this multiple times this year before. I felt bad for DeJounte because I think he got a lot of criticism for his play.
Yeah.
And I think rightfully so. There are stretches where he was just really bad this year. But, he's a guy who dealt with, his mom having a stroke before the season started. He broke his hand the very first game. He played with the New Orleans Pelicans. I think it was a lot for him to deal with this year. And then you add this onto it. I think it's been a really tough 4 months for DeJounte. And I think it's going to be, a really big test for the Pelicans to figure out where they go from here and how they find the right complementary pieces to bring the most out of Zion and Trey Murphy.
I will say, one thing in terms of the facilitator question in New Orleans, it's not a perfect fit, but back a few years when I was covering the Pistons, they did an experiment where Bruce Brown was a point guard. And so I wonder if New Orleans if they don't buy him out, if they tap into that and use that as a potential option. But it's not perfect by any means, but he can do it. We've seen him do it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to do some experiments with things. I mean, last night they started Zion at the 3 with Carlo Makovich and Yves Missi. So they're definitely trying stuff. And it may not be Cooper Flag related.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw any accusations out there, but I think, the point they're at now, they're going to try a whole bunch of stuff. They're going to throw those young guys out there.
Yeah.
They're going to, see what works. But, they're in a really tough position.
Is James actually here, Andrew?
I think he is. We just need to
There we go. James Herbert.
Hey, James Herbert from CBS Sports. Okay, I have a question for the group. How do we rank the Western Conference now? Like, let's say, who do we think are going to be the 8 teams that make the playoffs? Because right now, as it sits, I mean, I think that it goes 12 deep of teams that you could see making the Western Conference playoffs, which means that there are going to be some very frustrated fan bases that don't get in to the top 8. So, like, to me, I think like OKC, Memphis, Rockets, Nuggets are like complete locks.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I'd probably say the Lakers are a lock.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, it's like Clippers, Wolves, Mavs, Kings, Suns, Warriors, Spurs. Who
I like Clippers best out of that group.
Yeah.
I like the Warriors.
I agree.
now
I like
more
Clippers.
than I did a few days ago.
Yeah.
I could see the Mavs falling right out. I could see a lot of things happening. I could see the Kings falling out. I mean, the Kings are going to have a really good offense. I could also see after this deadline them having the worst defense in the NBA or thereabouts.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really tight.
I don't think the Mavs fall out. I think the Mavs have a better shot at 6 than missing the play-in.
So there's 3 teams out of the ones I just listed that will make it. So what 3 out of Clippers, Wolves, Mavs, Kings, Suns, Warriors, Spurs are making it?
I think I'm really buying into the Clippers being in. I don't know if they're necessarily 6, but I can see them at least being in that 6 to 8 range.
Yeah.
And then
I can see the Spurs.
The Spurs.
I actually think so.
I can see it.
I like the way that De'Aaron looked the other night coming out with the Spurs. I like the move. I'm not sure, was it Tynan that was in here earlier talking about the way Matthew Tynan and the way that some of the guys at the Spurs are now being shifted into the roles that they probably should have rather than having to play up into roles that required more out of them. And I like the fact that now you've got a De'Aaron Fox who already is a very capable floor leader, learning from a Chris Paul. And even the last play, the other night, their last play of Victor Wembanyama choosing to throw the ball up on the free throw at the rim.
Yeah.
In the post-game interview, De'Aaron Fox says Chris Paul came up to him and asked him, what should we do? Like those type of conversations are already happening. That stickiness, that chemistry is already building there. I like the Spurs to potentially to not be in a play-in situation, potentially in B6.
And so if you pick the Clippers and the Spurs, that means one team, one out of the Wolves, the Mavs, the Kings, the Suns, and the Warriors make it. One of them make it.
And when you say make it, you're talking out of the 7, 8, 9, 10.
Out of that make the actual playoffs.
Yeah.
That means that
so just the top 6.
One of those teams will make it. The other teams will be in the lottery. Like that's the reality that we're looking at.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's hard. That's hard.
James, you said you like the Warriors better now.
Yeah. I mean, I think Jimmy solves a lot of problems for them. I mean, this is a team that has been like super ripe for a consolidation trade for a long time. I mean, they were playing, start of the year playing 12 guys almost every night. They had a lot of like rotation caliber players, like NBA role players. But I mean, their offense has just gotten worse and worse as the season has gone on. They've been desperate for an injection of just somebody else who can get a bucket, somebody who can keep the offense like somewhat decent when Steph is on the bench. And I think also support Steph when he's on the floor so he doesn't have to do absolutely everything. And so they can better punish teams for trapping him and getting the ball out of his hands. Like, I think they're going to get a super motivated Jimmy Butler. I think he is going to fit in pretty well. He's a super smart player. And I think back to not like the last like handful of games that we've seen him play with Miami, but he had like a, 10, 11, 12 game stretch for Miami early in the season where he was just killing it every single night. And he was doing it on both ends. And I think he still has that in him. Plus, he should be fresh. He hasn't really been
fresh.
doing a lot for a while.
20 games this year. Jeez.
Yeah. So I'm pretty optimistic about what that could look like. I realize we haven't seen it yet, but I like that. I'm also like curious about the Clippers too. Like Bogey is a huge variable, man. Like he was. I think I voted for him for 6th man of the year last year. If not, I had him second. This year he's just been straight terrible, and I don't think that's necessarily because he's washed. I mean, he has been hurt. Right. So if this is health related and he can get healthy, then that's a big time addition for the Clippers, just in terms of another ball handler and another shooter. And I don't think they paid like a huge price to get him. So I kind of think like last year's Bogey is exactly what they needed. I have to see if they get last year's Bogey.
They've needed a guy who can come off the bench and handle the ball a little bit, both next to Harden, next to Powell, next to Kawhi, and he will fit that role. And then his ability to hit shots like as a catch and shoot guy off the ball, I think will be good. So yeah, he's a really great pickup. I trust the Clippers because of their defense and because what I've seen out of Kawhi so far. They got smacked by the Lakers the other night, and I think that's fresh on a lot of people's minds today. But they've been a pretty good basketball team even without Kawhi, so that's why I trust them a little bit, right? The Wolves, to me, they've got enough talent that it would be hard to see them drop out. And it's like there's fit issues obviously, and they've got holes in their rotation. But I just feel like when you've got Anthony Edwards, you've got this baseline of defense with Gobert, you're just set up, they're not, I don't see them falling off so much. The Kings, that's a wild swing, adding Zach LaVine out there. I mean, they're going to have a ton of scoring. Ben Golliver, welcome to the stream. I know that you love scoring. Are you in love with the Kings getting Zach LaVine?
Absolutely not. What are you talking about? Is this a setup? I just got down here early. I thought I was going to listen to James break everything down for the next 10 minutes, but no, you're throwing curveballs at me before I'm even prepared.
So, so the Kings, they're going all in on offense. We're trying to figure out who is going to miss the playoffs play in the West. It's going to be the Warriors. It's going to be the Suns. What do you think?
I think the Kings are going in on false hope, aren't they? I mean, they lose their franchise player with De'Aaron Fox. They want to have something to sell. Nobody wants to make the play-in tournament more than them, except for maybe now the Golden State Warriors, right? Like they're willing to give Jimmy Butler this outrageous $60 million per year deal, just desperate upon desperate to kind of make sure they can give Steph Curry something to play for. I think Golden State's efforts will probably work, but I think Sacramento, they're still a little deeper than the Warriors. I think they're going to be in the mix. I think the team that's going to come out of it, though, it's San Antonio. Don't sleep on the Spurs. I loved the vibes. Is that Zena? We're on the same page.
I said that. Thank you, Ben.
We all
appreciate it.
Really?
No surprise there that we're on the same page, Zena. That makes me feel better.
Thank you.
But I love the vibes from night one. You know, I mean, clearly they're still working it out down the stretch. It's like, who's going to take the shot? Wemby's got to fly in for that crazy putback dunk to kind of seal that victory late, but everybody looks so happy. Fox is finally smiling. The pieces make more sense. They have nothing to lose, no pressure. Like if things go south for Golden State, it's going to be so much finger pointing, right?
Yeah.
And if things go south for San Antonio, it's like, well, how do they get Lauri Markkanen this summer? It's like a good place to be.
Right. They're playing with house money. By the way, quickly, I know that this week it's been hard to think about the games that have been played. That game the other night, Wemby's at the free throw line. The end of the game, he misses the free throw, short clock. Atlanta doesn't have any timeouts. Do you think that the coaching staff told him to do that, or do you guys think he just did it on his own?
No, that's what De'Aaron Fox said in the post-game interview, was that it was planned. Okay. Everybody was on the same page that he was going to throw it up in that particular order, and no one on Atlanta was prepared for that.
Hey, does that strategy make more sense, Dave, if you have an 8-foot wingspan and you feel like you can block the heave? Is that why they did it?
I think that, they've got a superpower in a lot of ways, obviously, with having this guy. But wait a second. Was there a trade? Did I miss a trade? Or is someone just messing with us? I do think that you get a certain amount of leeway, right? Because the heave is an issue. And Trae Young still got like a look, which...
He does.
It's not a great look, but there is a certain amount of that. But when you consider time and score, it's much better to make them have to take a heave than to allow them a chance to, make a play or make an inbound pass. I mean, Christian Laettner play comes to mind, right?
Well, I don't know if you've seen the Clippers recently. They've had a lot of success with these long inbounds passes over the defense, like at the end of quarters and end of half, where it's not even like the Laettner turnaround jumper. It's like they just throw it 80 feet and they get a layup or a foul out of it. They did it against the Bucks last week. So I think that's probably what you're worried about if they make it. But, either way, it worked out. It's one of those things where they're probably not second guessing it in San Antonio's locker room because they're just happy they got the win and they're happy they got Fox.
Yeah. So, okay. So we all like the Clippers. We think they're going to make it.
I like the Clippers. I mean, this is just breaking, at least I'll speak for myself. This is breaking my brain because all of these teams that we're talking about are playoff quality teams in most years, but it's like some of them are just going to have to miss it. Like the Wolves, I don't love watching the Minnesota Timberwolves this year. I don't think they are a great team, but I look at them and I'm like, yeah, that's absolutely a playoff team. Are you kidding me? Like the amount of talent that they have, just the personnel they have defensively should give them a floor where they're at least going to be in most games and you just trust them. But it's like, do I trust them when they're fighting with 5 other teams for these spots? Like, I can't say that I do. Like, I don't think it would be crazy for them to fall out of this, even though most years I would say they're an obvious playoff team. And that's sort of what I'm thinking with Dallas too, is like, we just haven't seen it. I have a lot of questions about how things are going to work. And like, obviously they're going to be spacing issues for Dallas on offense because they're now playing AD at the 4, like something like full time, or at least most of the time. But I think even defensively, like, yeah, they're going to be big and physical and imposing, but like all of their dudes, like they're going to be much more comfortable guarding like bigs. Like who is going to guard the small point guards? Who is going to guard the star wings on the other team? How can you hide Kyrie Irving now? That is going to be difficult. Like, I'm just not really sure how this is all going to look. Even just little things. Like, I think Grimes is better at guarding small guys than Martin is. And by the way, Martin is more hurt than we knew. Like Derrick Jones Jr., they lost last year. He could like legit guard 1 through 5. Najee Marshall's a good defender. He can't do all of that stuff. They have like this sort of makeshift weird roster that I think could be pretty good, but I mean, I see downside there that to me is pretty legit. Like I would not be shocked if this just kind of, you know, they needed an off season to figure out what the hell they're going to do in terms of like building out the role players for this team.
Well, remember what it looked like when they traded for Kyrie and they just went straight into the tank? It's like,
yeah.
I think one big factor here, it's almost like the Cancun rankings, like who has the heart to actually want to be in the play-in tournament and want to take their lumps against the Thunder and whoever else, and who is like, nah, I'm good. I mean, I feel like Phoenix, they're already in Cancun. You know, I don't know how that works exactly, but they started their All-Star break, I think, in early December. I think they're number one heartless group. I'm betting against them. You know, I think that they're not going to make it.
They're in
and I think Dallas.
That's where everybody goes in Arizona.
Yeah, and I think Dallas is you know, along with what James is saying, like there's some real downside risk there that they're just like, nobody expects anything because Luka's not here. Luka did everything. The fans hate us. We were blindsided. We didn't know this trade was going to happen. The pieces don't fit. Let's just, you know, try again in training camp. I think that's a realistic factor for Dallas. And by the way, that's the worst case scenario for them because I think they almost more than anybody else are like in title or bust mode to save their reputation, to save their jobs because they've mortgaged so much of their future with draft picks, because they paid Klay Thompson over the summer. How crazy does the Klay Thompson contract look when Luka's not in the mix? It makes no sense whatsoever. So they really need a run, and I think they could go the other way, and it could be bad in Dallas.
My thing is that, you know, if you can in the West, if you could be the 7th seed, I think you could easily win a first round series. You know, so these teams that like may not have the heart to battle to be in the play-in, they could find themselves in the second round of the playoffs if they could make it. Because I think Memphis and Houston are both shaky come playoff time. Both. So I don't know. That's gonna be pretty fascinating. And you don't believe in the Kings and just their ability to score being enough. Anybody?
No.
I believe in their ability to score, but not it being enough. I think they're going to put up points for sure. You know, I think Levine, like everybody likes to hate on Levine, and I get it, but like the man has had an incredible year. I think he's going to. I mean, the pairing of him and Sabonis offensively should be perfectly fine. I think he's going to find some easy buckets, just cutting off the ball. Like, I mean, you saw him do that more this year, probably than any other year in his career, because they finally had some passing on the team with Lonzo healthy and Josh Giddey in the mix. Like, it's not a coincidence. I mean, he's also just healthier, but the fact that Levine had been like way more efficient this year than he was last, I think this is going to be a good offensive environment for him. Again, it's just, you know, like, Jonas isn't the guy that I'm looking for if I already have Sabonis. I know they're buddies. That's cool. That's kind of fun. They're going to get people from Lithuania really tuning in. Like, it's appointment viewing there. But like, I want like someone different. I want somebody who's a better rim protector, who's like longer, who's quicker, who can switch on the perimeter and that stuff. Like, yeah, he's an upgrade on Alex Len. Cool, I guess. But like, if they were serious, like I'd say they would have gone and tried to like balance out this team. If they're really serious about making a run for the playoffs. The other thing they could have done, of course, is just kind of wave the white flag, and when they trade Fox, completely reset and go the other way. But clearly they didn't want to do that. So again, you're in a situation much like Dallas where there is a lot of pressure for them to be good because that's the path that they've chosen. But I think it's going to be tough.
I think with all of these teams, what's going to be interesting to see is how big of a chip on their shoulder it is, right? In terms of how they actually execute on their new teams. I think Luka is going to be obviously the one with the biggest chip and having a point to prove, wanting to make sure that Dallas knows, like, okay, you want to get rid of me because of conditioning, quote unquote. Cool. I'll be the most conditioned person you'll probably ever meet in your entire life. I'll be in better shape than LeBron James, and see how that executes. I think Jimmy Butler is going to become somebody that's incredibly motivated after the situation that he just left. So I think there's a lot of people that just made some moves that had a point to prove in the moves that were made. Then there's going to be a lot of role players that don't have a point to prove. And so their play may not change. The only reason I think I'm saying all of this to say about Sacramento particularly with Zach LaVine, because he has been in these trade conversations for the entirety since last year, right? He has been consistently discussed about being traded out of Chicago. His career trajectory has been discussed because of his injuries, etc. I feel like maybe he'll come motivated to be a better defender as well as he is a better offensive player. Who knows? I'm waiting to see the vibes. And I know that that's silly, but after seeing the way that De'Aaron Fox was running around in pregame with those Spurs as if he'd been playing with them forever, like these were his boys out there on the court, and the way that they were communicating on the bench, like I was watching every single thing about the way that he integrated into that new team. And I think that that's something that I'm going to be watching for some of these big name players that just made some moves. How does Anthony Davis look alongside the Dallas Mavericks? Because sometimes it's not just skill. It's about, I'm rocking with you guys because you're accepting me. My team didn't want me. We always say, Festus Ezeli down in the Bay always says, they didn't want you, bro. They didn't want you. Every time somebody comes into, Chase Center that got traded away. And I think there's something to be said about the way that people might change the way that they show up on teams just off of being frustrated or feeling like they have a point to prove because they were let go by their team.
I mean, Jimmy Butler is going to play basketball games. We're assuming he'll take more than 7 shots.
Assuming. Yeah.
If you see it in the corner, there's a problem, right?
That's right.
As we learned in Miami. I love that point from Zena, though, because, in terms of stuff to prove, Anthony Davis, we've been waiting for you to be the number 1 guy here in Los Angeles for years and years and years. We started to hear LeBron more and more this season say, hey, AD, he's our best player. If AD was injured, he'd be like, well, we were without our best player tonight. He led the Lakers in scoring. He's obviously their best two-way player. But it was never AD's team, right? Now, Luka shows up, and it immediately feels like Luka's team, right? Like LeBron's trying to show off for him when he's sitting on the bench. Hey, let's go trade for a center who we never traded for Anthony Davis, even though he was begging for one. Luka wants a center, we'll get him a center. So flip it to the Dallas side, though. Does Anthony Davis go to Dallas and say, this is my team. I'm the best player. I'm the number 1. I've been better than Kyrie my entire life. Or do we get kind of like a 2 betas thing where they both want to be the number 2 guy because that's a role they're comfortable with, and then nobody's the leader? That's really what I worry about with this Dallas group is who's going to be the emotional leader, the vocal leader, because that's never really been Anthony Davis, and certainly has never been Kyrie Irving either. Those guys have thrived as number 2 guys, and even in some cases for Kyrie, a number 3 guy in Brooklyn, never thrived as a number 1 guy. I think there's a little power vacuum there. Jason Kidd's got his hands full. How does he make that work? How does he pull these guys together? I think it's a huge question. I would say, for me, like Anthony Davis, future Hall of Famer, number 1 pick, 10-time All-Star, all these kinds of things. He's right in his prime. Will you please do it? Can we see it? I'm not trying to be rude, but I would just love to see him take that next step of his career. And I'm a little skeptical that he's going to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I could see them doing sort of an extension of what the Lakers were doing, right? Like Redick came in talking about wanting to get him more touches, and like you saw it, like you saw him like initiating a lot of stuff from the high post and him just kind of being a hub for them. Like I think you'll see more of that. Do I think AD is going to be like bringing the ball up the court and running picker? Like no, like he's not really capable of that stuff. But I think
like, they need like 30 and 15 from AD is my point, because like he can jog his way to 25 and 12, but they're going to need more than that in Dallas.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he's built for that. I mean, we'll see. Like they're going to have to figure out how to get offense however they can. Whether that's like AD having the ball and then you're running off-ball stuff for Clay or for Kyrie, you're going to want to have some kind of blend. I don't think you can do too much just conventional pick and roll basketball because you're not going to have enough space for it. Like you need to figure out how you're going to get good looks and how you're going to create an advantage when every opposing defense is going to be just having guys waiting in the paint because you are playing 2 7-footers who are not spaced out to the 3-point line all the time. And you can say, oh, like Nico Harrison saying, we're going to be like Cleveland. You're going to be like Cleveland. You're going to try to initiate that offense that Kenny Atkinson put in there with no training camp in the middle of the season. Yeah. Like I kind of
with a coach that probably can't coach them.
I kind of don't see it.
Like except without the pace, without the backcourt talent, without the 3-point shooting around the bigs and everything. It's like you're Cleveland without Cleveland.
And I think you've already seen Kyrie kind of, been a little bit gassed and like been a little bit less efficient just based on him having to dial up the usage, dial up the touches. He's had a huge burden with Luka out of the lineup for so long. Now he's going to be in a worse spacing environment. Yeah, he'll have AD. That's somebody else who can initiate some stuff, but he's not a guy who is just you're just going to give him the ball and kind of get out of the way all the time. Like I think you're going to be asking so much from Kyrie And it's going to be hard for that not to also bleed into his play on the other end. Cause we've seen Kyrie in the past few years, like dating back to Brooklyn, like when he doesn't have to do a ton on offense and when he's really bought in, he can be a fine defender, not a stopper, but he can be fine. Yeah, he's good in the playoffs. And like, I just think we're not going to see that version of Kyrie now because his job is going to be super hard. And I think he is at his best. Like, this was one of the things I remember because I'm in Brooklyn, right? So I covered that Brooklyn team that probably should have won a title, whatever. When they got James Harden, what they kept talking about, what Steve Nash kept talking about was Kyrie doesn't have to think about all the other stuff anymore. He can just be him. Like Kyrie at his core, I think is like a 6'1" guy who just wants to do a Kobe impression and he's amazing at it. I don't really think you want him trying to go up and down and figure out what like matchup you want to exploit and like who hasn't had a touch in a while and needs it and all of that stuff. Just have him be a killer and be a scorer and an attacker. But I mean, they traded freaking Luka Doncic. So this is the bed that you've made for yourselves.
Let me ask you guys before we get out of here. Who are your top 5 now? Like we're thinking about championships, thinking about getting to the finals. Who are your top 5 post trade deadline? I'm assuming everybody has OKC number 1.
Yes. OKC, Boston, Cleveland, Denver, and Lake Show. I'm putting the Lake Show in there. Now,
I think the Lakers are in there. And it's fascinating. Zena, I'm not sure if you're with the consensus here, but I agree definitely the top 4, but I think the Lakers are in there too.
I don't know if you saw my text on our chat, Dave. When I saw the Mark Williams trade, I said they might just win a championship.
Oh,
I mean, it's crazy to think, like in the sense of you've got scoring ability, you've got defense, you've got size. Now, Mark Williams, there's been concerns about his ability to play defense, being in the right positions on the floor, etc. But they're rounded out. And right now, those are the teams that are going to bubble up to the top. The ones that are well-rounded and have enough star power, which the Lakers absolutely have enough of that. And then they've got enough good people in the role positions. And I think the Lakers do. Now, again, that was a group chat kind of comment.
I love it.
But I do think they're good. I brought it to the pod, but I'm telling you, I do think that they've got a chance to be at the top.
Well, here's a question for you, Dave. How many teams has Luka played on before better than this Lakers team on paper? Is this the best team he's ever played on?
Oh, I mean, I think last year's Mavericks team was pretty good. Post trade deadline, right?
Yeah.
So let's see.
Are they good because of Luka? You know what I'm saying? Like when we look at these individual parts that Dallas has now, a lot of guys' reputations are about to take slack, right?
100%.
And part of the reason why everybody's so excited about Mark Williams, if there was no Luka trade and the Lakers gave up that same package for Mark Williams, everybody would be saying the Lakers overpaid for Mark Williams. But they got the best guy in the league to maximize what Mark Williams does. Now, I think even LeBron's going to benefit from Luka. You know, I think his efficiency is going to spike because he's going to be doing less. And then all these other, the Rui Hachimuras of the world, like their life just got a lot easier, a lot better with Luka in the mix. I mean, you probably take a PJ Washington over a Rui. I mean, you can do some of that stuff. Derrick Jones Jr. maybe over a Rui, that kind of thing. But I mean, man, this is a good squad for Luka. And if he's coming back, he's kind of rested a little bit, so he hasn't played as many minutes as he did heading into last year's playoffs. Like, they are pretty dangerous. I would not want to play them. I mean, imagine that being your reward if you're Houston or Memphis, whatever, maybe in the second round series. It's like, oh, great, we got to deal with Luka. Or imagine if you're the Thunder and Luka's already given you problems, and now you got to deal with LeBron and Luka. It's like, in some senses, I think OKC won at the deadline because they didn't have to shake anything up. Everybody else is going to go through the transition process. They don't have to go through it. But at the same time, it's like push comes to shove. You really don't want to deal with these guys. Fourth quarter, late game situations, like their ability to execute, the weapons they're going to have around Luka, they're going to be a nightmare in the playoffs, man.
Austin Reeves is also going to benefit from this.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Incredibly. Yeah.
What's dangerous about the Lakers, particularly in the playoffs, is that they have the two kings of being unbothered on one team. Like Luka is unbothered by whatever else is going on in the game. He's going to go out and get his assists. He's going to go out and get his points. He's going to go out and see the floor the way he wants to. He is so unbothered. And then LeBron James is going to bully his way through the paint, unbothered, untouched, and figure out a way to get a layup or get to the foul line. Like, and you've got those two together just going, you go, your turn. Okay, I'll go next. Like, no. I think the Lakers put themselves in a very good position.
I'm interested to see
Houston,
it.
Memphis should be worried.
The thing with the Lakers, in theory, like it's all very exciting. They just traded for Luka. Like this is insane. It still kind of doesn't feel real days later.
Yeah.
And now they went and got him a lob catching big man who is in the middle of like a breakout season and has a really high ceiling. So medium term, long term, like this is the best week of every Lakers fan's life. Like this is like better than a championship, maybe. Like it's unbelievable. I don't even understand how it was possible that they were able to do all of this. In terms of like short-term championship contention, though, I think we are talking about something a little bit different. Is Mark Williams about to be like the guy anchoring a defense for a championship team? He has that potential. He looks the part. He's extremely athletic. Like, let's see if he is that kind of defender, if he can avoid fouling, if he can always be in the right spots, if he can be that guy that they are really counting on every single night. I don't think it's damning if he's not yet. He's super young. He's played like 80 games in his career or something like that because he's always hurt. But like that's a lot to ask, I think. And then you have the second configuration when he's not on the court. And I'm not even saying because he's going to be hurt. Like we'll see. Hopefully he just stays healthy for the rest of this year. But even during games, like there's this other configuration I think that's going to be really important. I don't mean when like Jackson Hayes is on the floor and Christian Koloko is on the floor, because I think if we're talking about them as contenders, those guys can't play. So the other version of the Lakers has to be small ball. And that's great that they got Dorian Finney-Smith. We saw this honestly more like last year. Like we've seen LeBron play the 5. They have some guys that can do it, but is that something that's actually viable? Like say the Thunder when they had Jalen Williams at the 5 and it was just like, oh my God, this is just working every night. Like,
well, James, they've been doing it a little bit these last couple of wins. It's looked great. So the question is, I think they're throwing people off because they didn't have AD, so they had to go small ball more.
Sure.
And it was like really effective. So as other teams scout it, will it still be as effective? But I love the idea of LeBron as a small ball 5 if he doesn't also have to have the huge offensive burden, right? Like if he can conserve more energy for defense, because his defensive effectiveness has been wildly up and down this season. Like there was some time, I like tore him apart in a column in December because he was just walking around during a blowout loss to Miami Heat. And it's like, dude, what are you doing here? Like if this is what it's going to look like, go take 2 weeks off. And that's pretty much what he did, right? But I think this idea of the small ball LeBron at the 5 being like the high IQ chess master defensive piece can work if his usage noticeably comes down. I think it's going to have to, right? So that's what I want to see from Luka Doncic. Don't worry about stepping on anybody's toes. Like, don't worry about walking on eggshells. Go into crypto. You're 77. It's your team. Go out there and get 30, 15, and 15 the first night on Saturday. And maybe there's a minutes limit, who knows, whatever. But just become that guy on offense because it will have benefits to their biggest weakness, which is the defensive end, no question. But Luka's health, Mark Williams' health, LeBron's age and endurance in playoff games are all major questions. Those are things that could hold them back from being a championship team. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, James, but I think it's set up better now. Like, it's so unfair that they got Luka. Like, it's crazy. Hopefully LeBron's waking up and just thanking his lucky stars because it makes his life better this season. It takes all the focus off of the retirement talk. Like, who cares about how long LeBron's going to have a retirement tour, blah, blah, blah. We're trying to watch Luka score 40, like nobody cares anymore. So I think it's just a big win on every level for LeBron and the Lakers, even though it meant parting with Anthony Davis. And obviously that's a tough emotional blow.
Yeah. Guys, I think we're going to call this a stream. This has been a trade deadline.
Hey, can we push it to 9 hours? It's 8:47:35.
I don't want to do that to you. Andrew's back. Ben
have been on for 9 hours.
They started at 8:30 Eastern.
Who's they?
7:30 Eastern.
S and Andrew.
Don't cut us.
I think I hopped on at 11 Eastern.
6:37.
Yeah. So
that's
you guys are remarkably cried about Brandon Ingram 5 times today in the.
Yeah, James, Ben, thank you guys so much for hanging out.
Yeah,
this is awesome.
Anytime, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Great to see you guys.
Yeah, really appreciate you guys. Let's close it with the 4 of us here. Okay,
squad.
NBA Daily's first
in
trade deadline. First live stream. I thought want to say excellent job to you guys. Andrew, you guys are warriors. If podcasting is war, it's definitely not.
Hey, Andrew, is this a record for you?
No,
right? Is
yeah.
this a record
Hey,
for you?
and Matt makes a great point here.
I once did a 7-hour pod, but this is
There's still so many people here. Thank you guys for being here all day.
Yeah,
I think we got up over 1,200 at one point, and we're trying to build this channel out. So please, if you could like, subscribe, share it, tell people that hey, we're making fun stuff and trying to have fun. That would be great. Thank you guys for hanging out with us all day. Zena, Andrew, before we leave, okay, who's winning the championship now?
Oh,
Boston. Boston's going back to back.
Boston.
You're gonna break the hearts of the 500 OKC fans in the comments right now.
I know.
Yeah, one more year, Thunder fans. One more year.
One more year. Okay. All right. 2026. Oh man, Zena, you want to go or you want me to go?
It's hard, right?
It is hard. I just really love that DeAndre Hunter move, but I don't know how he's gonna fit.
Yeah, I was thinking of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys gotta.
That's
you guys gotta
what
remember.
he's doing. I
Oh,
see
there it
it.
is.
Feel nothing.
I knew something was up.
All right, now we know it's definitely not going to be the Clippers. Come on, let's be serious in the chat,
Come on,
guys.
Ange. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, Ange.
This hurts my heart. I think because like the West is just too jumbled.
It is.
Even though OKC is a clearly better team right now than everyone else in the West, they're susceptible. They're susceptible to the veteranship in the West.
Yep.
If the Warriors had gotten Bobby Portis, that would have given them 2 punchers chances.
Stop it. You stop it.
I like it. I like the
I don't
fact
have
that he
time
said
for you
punch
right now.
with chance. I love it. Someone
don't
else
like
that's swing and a miss.
Stop it.
Okay, my final
You guys are
final
getting.
choice.
This is what our group chat looks like.
I don't think
That's 100%. My
This
final
is-
choice. I'm gonna say the Oklahoma City Thunder. I'm gonna say they do it.
Can we ask this question after Friday?
No.
You got it answered.
God, I just want to
answer it.
see Chet back.
I was actually this is it right here. I was split between OKC and Denver. I do not think someone from the East is going to win the championship this year. I think it'll be a team from the West, but I just don't know if it's OKC or if it's Denver. And that's the toss up for me, but I'm leaning OKC because Denver did not do anything at the deadline.
That's wild, huh?
And I'm kind of lower on the fact that they didn't feel aggressive enough to do something. So, OKC, that's my pick.
I'm picking Denver.
Okay.
You know what?
think
Just
Jokic has
just to throw some people off, I'm picking the Lakers.
That would be insane. That would be insane if it's the Lakers.
Why not? Why not? Who
Oh,
cares?
my goodness.
I think they're good. I'm excited to see what happens. Friday, Saturday, this weekend's going to be a lot of fun, folks. Getting to see some people back on the court, see how they integrate with their new teams, how they integrate with their old teams. Tune in, folks. It's a doozy. Oh, yeah, there's a Super Bowl this weekend.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot. Luka Doncic killed the Super Bowl.
Hey, also, Chet's debut Friday.
Oh, yep. Hey,
That's what I'm saying. Chet's debut is Friday, and then Luka's debut is Saturday.
Yep.
So how about we reconvene on Sunday?
That's
what I'm saying.
Reconvene on Sunday with all of you.
Yeah,
that's a great way to end it.
Yeah, perfect. For everybody who watched the stream, who was in the chat, who came on, we had as many guests as any NBA podcast has ever had on any show, much less on one. Shout out to Andrew Schlecht for pulling all that together. I've been working really hard on this for a month, trying to get it. And actually, what's funny is, as we're ending the stream, Ben Taylor from Thinking Basketball shows up.
I thought it was Kamani Kamara. Yeah.
Tumani Kamara appreciator. And I'm just going to dump you in here, Ben, because it's we're ending the stream. I appreciate that you came in right at the end.
Is this on? Can you guys hear me?
It is on. We can hear you. Do you want to tell us who's going to win the title?
Yeah, the Trailblazers. That's why I'm here. Here to let everyone know
that's
that
right.
it's happening.
Man,
awesome.
it was perfect timing on your part, Ben, to get in here for the finish. But guys, go and check out Thinking Basketball because Ben Taylor is my buddy, and
Are you
does great
literally
stuff over
ending?
there.
ending
We are
the show
literally
before
ending
we
the
can
stream.
do Portland propaganda? You promised me at least 3 minutes.
Okay, I've got 3 minutes for Portland. Do you guys?
Yeah, I got 3 minutes.
All
Let's
right,
why
who
not?
doesn't want to hear?
The one team that didn't make one trade today.
They don't need to make a trade. There's no trade to be made. Who's going to stop Scoot Henderson off the bench? No one. Tumani Kamara, he can defend any. He's got Shea, no problem. Who do you guys think is going to win the title? The Thunder?
Who
That's
got
a trendy
DeAndre?
pick.
Who got DeAndre Ayton to play like this?
Dave, Dave, you have a story about that, don't you? Do you have a story that you want to share with us about DeAndre Ayton's throwback futuristic game?
Listen, I think if it was 1988, we would all think he's like one of the 5 best players in the league, but it's not.
So he's only one of the 10 best players in the league. How many top 10 players do the Blazers have right? The Blazers have won 9 out of 10. They cannot be stopped. That's all I'm here to say. That's it.
Listen, we agree. We've been talking about the Blazers now for a couple weeks. Tumani Kamara really is kind of a revelation when it comes to defense. But Zena thinks the Lakers are going to win the title.
The Los
Am I that
Angeles
convinced in
Lakers?
it?
I chose the Nuggets.
Wait. Serious question. Do the Lakers even have a max player on their roster?
Wait, what? What'd you
No
say?
one. No one got that joke. It's
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
Someone in the
Yeah,
audience got
Wait,
that joke.
sorry,
Yeah,
I was
but-
reading something else.
It tripped me up. I was like, what? Yeah.
The sarcasm was too real. Sorry.
All right. Well,
Sorry.
now I'm gonna now that we talk Portland, I'm gonna sign off because these guys have been here all day long.
Yeah, my
But,
brain is mush. I'm sorry.
for Ben Taylor, thank you for showing up. Really appreciate it. For S. Baraheni, for Zena Keita, for Andrew Schlecht, I'm Dave DuFour, and this has been the NBA Daily Trade Deadline Podstravaganza. Thanks for hanging out.